Emo-chan, are you even human? Apologize to the media yourself tomorrow. Ha, what a joke. Truly infuriating. Emo-chan sneered coldly in his heart, almost ready to lash out. In his previous life, he had been a meek online customer service representative, constantly apologizing, taking the blame, and enduring torment until he eventually died of sheer frustration. He never imagined that after transmigrating to this high-martial parallel world, he would still have to apologize. Truly, as they say, 30 years in the south, 30 years in the north, it's the same wherever you go. Hey! Seniors talking to you. Did you hear me? Seeing Emo-chan's indifferent demeanor, Bai Xia stomped her feet in rage. If it weren't for the teacher insisting she deliver the message, she wouldn't have bothered to meet this infuriating brat. I didn't hear you. Say it again, Emo-chan responded flatly. He was a transmigrator, reborn into this world. From the moment he was born, his cries were deafening. A fortune-teller declared his fate was unyielding, a harbinger of great fortune, and that he would surely lose his head when he grew up. The fortune-teller also said that he would lose his father by the age of 3, bring misfortune to his mother by 7, and be destined to never have a complete family in his lifetime. As a result, his father ran away when he was only 2, leaving behind a note that said to simply pretend he never existed. Emo-chan certainly lived up to his inhuman reputation. While other children played in the mud, he was busy stealing watermelons and causing chaos everywhere he went, one incident after another. By the time he was 5, his mother had spent an entire night giving him a heartfelt lecture before admitting she couldn't handle him anymore. She then sent him off to a boarding school, promising to only visit once every 6 months. His parents' departure completely unshackled him. He turned into a little tyrant, bullying classmates, pulling pranks, and committing all sorts of mischief. That he had survived until now was a testament to his so-called unyielding fate. No wonder his father fled. After finally making it into Haicheng University, he was immediately sent to the borderlands to suppress demonic beasts, likely because no one wanted to see him anymore, viewing him as a disgrace. Last week, during a demonic beast riot, a cat demon had hidden itself in a villager's home. Just as Emo-chan was about to strike it down, a woman stepped in front of the cat demon, accusing him of animal cruelty. So, Emo-chan simply drove his sword through the woman and let the cat demon escape. Life for a life, it was a fair trade, and he felt no guilt. Unfortunately, the villagers had all complained. Once the news spread, public opinion exploded, and the entire Grand Summer Kingdom was condemning him. To protect its reputation, Haicheng University claimed the woman had brought it upon herself and demanded that Emo-chan publicly apologize to the nation. Hey! Are you deaf or what? I've told you 7 or 8 times already, did you get it or not? Bai Xia's face turned red with anger, as though she might explode at any moment. Internally, she thought, if it weren't for the teacher's orders, I wouldn't waste a single word on this brat. I'm not apologizing, Emo-chan said coldly. Bai Xia gritted her teeth, her fury surging like a raging tiger ready to pounce. You clearly did something wrong. Is it so hard to apologize? Can't you be reasonable for once? She was itching to hang him up and beat some sense into him. Emo-chan sneered disdainfully, adopting a righteous posture as he leisurely spoke. The famous relationship guru Tu Sancher once said, schools aren't places for reasoning, they're places for love. If you insist on reasoning with a junior, your starting point is already wrong, senior. Bai Xia was momentarily stunned, her brain short-circuiting. When she finally snapped out of it, she gritted her teeth. Who the hell is Tu Sancher? I'll go chop him up right now. Emo-chan merely gave a faint smile and didn't explain. His demeanor only made Bai Xia even angrier. The principal said that if you don't apologize properly this time, you'll be expelled, and no one will be able to save you. Emo-chan shook his head, utterly indifferent. Ever since dying of frustration in his previous life, he had adopted a new motto for this one: better to frustrate others than to suffer yourself. Keep being stubborn. If the school expels you, there'll be countless people outside waiting to beat you to death. Let's see how tough you'll act then, Bai Xia said in an exasperated tone, as though scolding a hopeless case. She turned and walked away, unwilling to waste another word on him. Emo-chan watched her retreating figure and sighed quietly. He hadn't done anything wrong, why should he apologize? The self-righteous were practically slapping him in the face and expecting him to take it lying down. If he actually endured this, he'd probably die of frustration again. The heavens are so unfair. Everyone else gets systems when they transmigrate, slaying gods, defeating demons, flexing their power, and building harems. Why have I gotten nothing in 18 years? Emo-chan gazed at the sky, sighing helplessly. These thoughts left him unwilling to accept his lot. He called out, System? System, are you there? Several minutes passed with no response. Growing desperate, he tried, Hey, Siri? Xiao AI? Please refrain from acting deranged. Damn it! So, you only show up when I don't call for you, huh? The sudden mechanical voice startled Emo-chan, but he quickly became excited. Ding! The infuriate without consequence system has been successfully bound. Emo-chan. This system didn't feel very reliable. But the name, it certainly suited him. Quick, give me an introduction, little mad system. The system remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Host, you can unlock treasure chests by collecting anger points. Anger points? As the name suggests, they are points generated by making others angry. Making people angry? Wait. Emo-chan suddenly had an idea. If he went to the media apology event tomorrow and stirred up a storm, wouldn't the anger points flow like crazy? Sign-in reward has been issued. Congratulations, host, on obtaining an SR grade talent. SR? When Emo-chan felt the changes in his body, he was overjoyed. This was a legendary talent, something so rare that millions might not produce even one. In this world, talents were ranked as SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. His talent in the college entrance exams had been AB, which was considered outstanding. Achieving S grade made one a prodigy. SS was a prodigy among prodigies, highly sought after by all. SSS was called a peerless genius, someone a nation would protect at all costs. SR grade, however, was known as supreme. It wasn't publicly disclosed, and the individual's information was kept confidential to avoid trouble. Senior, wait for me. Emo-chan waved his hand and chased after Bai Xia. What do you want? Bai Xia didn't even turn her head, continuing to stride forward. I'll do as you say. I'll go to the media and apologize tomorrow, Emo-chan said as he caught up to her. Blocked in her path, Bai Xia had no choice but to stop. She squinted at Emo-chan, her expression doubtful. Really? You're being obedient all of a sudden? Really? I'll absolutely give the school and the people of this nation an apology they'll be satisfied with. Emo-chan nodded repeatedly, but a strange smile crept onto his lips. You're acting weird. Bai Xia blinked, suspicion flashing in her eyes. This junior had been nothing but trouble since arriving at Haicheng University. Everyone privately called him the Scourge. The school had sent him to the borderlands to suppress demonic beasts, clearly to exile this pest. A moment ago, he had been as arrogant as if he were some deity descended from the heavens. How had he suddenly become as meek as a kitten? Oh, it's just that I don't want to drag the school down, Emo-chan said with a dismissive smile, his tone lighthearted. Bai Xia looked at him and silently retorted in her heart, like I'd believe you. Just 3 months into school, you've caused so much trouble, and now you're worried about dragging the school down? She was about to make a sarcastic remark when suddenly, a girl came running over. Junior Emo-chan, the dean wants you to go to the activity room. She has something to discuss with you. Emo-chan nodded, said his goodbye, and headed in the direction of the activity room. The hallway was sparsely populated, with only a few students coming and going, giving off a sense of emptiness. Since the provincial competition was next month, everyone was busy practicing to improve their skills. 10 minutes later, Emo-chan arrived at his destination. Peering through the window, he saw the room packed with people, not just homeroom teachers from various classes, but also some top-performing student representatives. What's this? So many people, feels like some pyramid scheme meeting. Before stepping into the activity room, Emo-chan's voice had already carried inside, causing the expressions of everyone in the room to change. They cursed him inwardly. This guy is truly insufferable. Anger points plus 30. Keep it up, host. Hearing the system notification, Emo-chan was secretly delighted, further solidifying his resolve to stir things up tomorrow. Ha? Why is there a dog hole here? Is it to keep out a gentleman like me? As Emo-chan was about to walk in, he suddenly noticed a glowing circular door at the entrance, something that clearly hadn't been there before. Don't tell me, you all crawled in through this dog hole? Emo-chan asked, baffled, his tone laced with disdain. Anger points plus 50. Hold me back. I'm going to cut him down. This scoundrel. Can't we just expel him already? He's infuriating. The row of top-performing students erupted instantly, their anger boiling over as they seemed ready to charge at him. Calm down. Don't let your emotions ruin tomorrow's big event. A teacher quickly held them back, though his own fury was no less than theirs. Quiet down. At that moment, Lin Muwen, the dean, motioned for silence. Her calm appearance barely masked the anger in her tone. Dressed in a professional OL outfit, her fair skin was as smooth as jade, and her delicate features naturally drew the attention of everyone in the room. This isn't a dog hole. It's a talent tester. Only those with an A-level or higher talent can pass through it, Lin Muwen explained, her face dark and her voice simmering with restrained anger. Emo-chan couldn't help but chuckle, his lips curling slightly. Wow, so you were waiting here just to see me make a fool of myself? If he hadn't activated the system, he might have really been played for a fool. Ahem. You could say that. So how did you get through? One of the homeroom teachers asked bluntly. Yeah, Emo-chan, aren't you supposed to have a B-level talent? Lin Muwen suppressed her anger, her sharp gaze fixed on him. He must have cheated. A senior shouted. Or maybe the machine's broken, another senior chimed in. Or, could this scoundrel be hacking? A third person exclaimed in shock. As their guesses became increasingly absurd, Emo-chan stepped forward, righteous and indignant. Nonsense. I, Grandpa Lu, don't need to cheat. Anger points plus 5. Their faces instantly darkened, their expressions menacing. As the pride of High City University, they were used to being admired and respected. How could they tolerate such insolence from Emo-chan? All right. It's probably just a malfunction, Lin Muwen interjected to calm the situation. Then she turned to Emo-chan and said sternly, your senior sister must have told you about tomorrow's public apology to the media, right? She did, Emo-chan nodded. And what's your take on it? You're not planning to refuse, are you? Lin Muan asked expectantly, secretly thinking to herself, this kid has never apologized for anything in his life. I hope he doesn't refuse. Sure, I'll apologize. What's the big deal? It's not like I've never apologized before. Emo-chan replied nonchalantly. Hearing this, Lin Muan smiled awkwardly, but internally, she was still skeptical. This kid may sound cooperative, but somehow, it feels unreliable. The dean trusts you. If you perform well, I'll submit your name for the provincial competition as a reward, Lin Muan added. Emo-chan nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. As soon as he left, the activity room became noisy again. A male student stepped forward, puzzled, and asked, Dean, the provincial competition is crucial. That scoundrel's talent and cultivation level are both unqualified. Why send him? Lin Muan sighed and replied softly, I'm just worried he might cause trouble tomorrow. Better to placate him for now. Don't worry, just think of it as forfeiting one spot. It's not like we can beat the other universities anyway. After speaking, a trace of helplessness and disappointment flashed in Lin Muan's eyes. The provincial competition, held once every 3 years, offered outstanding participants the chance to receive official training. High City University had consistently ranked at the bottom for several editions, and she had long grown accustomed to it. Leaving the activity room, Emo-chan opened his system panel. Name, Emo-chan. Age, 18. Cultivation level, Awakening Stage, Tier 3. Weapon, none. Martial skills, none. Treasure chest progress, Black Iron Chest, 85/200. Ugh, I'm basically a blank slate. Looks like I'll need to work harder to unlock that treasure chest soon. Due to his constant troublemaking, Emo-chan hadn't earned the qualifications to be assigned martial skills since arriving at university. Even the broken sword he had used to fight monsters at the frontier was confiscated by the school after he stabbed some self-righteous do-gooder with it. On Blue Star, people could undergo an awakening ceremony during their college entrance exams. Only after a successful awakening could they begin cultivating. Cultivation levels were divided into Awakening, Stone Shattering, Wind Riding, Sky Breaking, Peerless, Mountain Moving, Ocean Filling, Heaven Transforming, Demigod, and God. Each level was further divided into 9 tiers. Back at the dormitory, as soon as Emo-chan entered, a 200-pound guy came up to him. Well, Brother Chen, back from court? I heard you're apologizing on the news tomorrow? Sun Shui asked, looking eager. Yeah, watch me put on a show tomorrow, Emo-chan replied coldly. Sun Shui had a round face adorned with thick black-framed glasses, mainly to hide his small eyes. His appearance was so far removed from anything handsome that it was laughable. Before university, he had changed his name to something more dashing, showing just how absurdly optimistic he was. Originally, there were 4 roommates in the dorm, but the other 2 had tolerated Emo-chan's antics for 3 months before moving out 3 days ago. Sun Shui, however, wanted to learn Emo-chan's 18 tricks of shamelessness. Unfortunately, Emo-chan had nothing to teach. This guy was way more shameless than him, especially when it came to chasing girls. He was like a cat drawn to fish. Brother Chen, I'm off to a date now. Sun Shui said, grinning lecherously as he slung a backpack over his shoulder and waved. Go have fun. There's tissue on the table, and the cloud drive password is 88888888, Emo-chan replied, rolling his eyes. That's not a date, that's simping. Simps never have a happy ending. Simping for one is simping. I'm simping for 30 at once, that makes me a simp king. Sun Shui declared shamelessly, looking smug. What does that mean? Emo-chan asked, curious. Yen asked me to treat all the girls in her class to a movie, and then take them out for karaoke afterward. You agreed to that? Emo-chan asked, utterly shocked. Of course. Dating 30 girls? Just the thought excites me. Sun Shui exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Hearing this, Emo-chan's mouth twitched as he thought to himself, if this guy's human, then I'll eat my own hat. You're just jealous of me, Sun Shui taunted, looking at him with disdain. That evening, bored and with nothing else to do, Emo-chan casually opened the Hongbao forum. The title ranked 7th on the trending list immediately caught his eye. Regarding the incident of Emo-chan from Haicheng University stabbing a civilian and letting a cat demon escape, the involved party will officially apologize at 10 a.m. tomorrow. He clicked on the post. Over 100,000 comments had already flooded in, almost all scolding him. Strawberry soft candy, Emo-chan, this disgusting man, must kneel and apologize. He's insulting every woman in Daxia. Emo-chan replied, checked your profile, big head, thick neck. Are you a chef? You're so good at stirring the pot. Meow Meow can't stay awake. Cats are companions to humans. Even if it was a cat demon, shouldn't Emo-chan have tried reasoning with it properly? Emo-chan sneered, touched a nerve, huh? You've got weak and cowardly written all over you. Throw you in front of the cat demon, and you'd behave real quick. Reject men, Emo-chan, you're evil incarnate. Emo-chan replied, and none of you in front of your screens have ever done anything wrong? Jianghu Tree bro, Emo-chan, you're not a man. How could you hurt a beautiful lady? Where's your sense of responsibility? Emo-chan, licking boots, are we? Did she force you to look at her? As the night deepened, Emo-chan was fully engaged in a war of words with netizens, embodying the spirit of no decorum, and fighting fire with fire. "Oh, you wanna play with me? Damn it! Bring it on," he retorted fiercely. "If heaven didn't birth keyboard warriors like me, the world would remain in eternal darkness," he roared. Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in the heart of Haicheng City, Lin Muon was discussing the apology arrangements with reporters when she suddenly received a call from Professor Wang. "Dean, bad news. That brat Emo-chan, he's cyberbullying the entire nation's netizens." Hearing this, Lin Muon's heart sank. She hurriedly ended the call and opened the Hongba forum, only to see the chaotic scene of Emo-chan taking on netizens nationwide. Furious, she immediately called the forum headquarters. In his dorm room, Emo-chan looked at the alert on his phone screen and smirked coldly. "Ha, can't take the heat? Your account has been muted. Please click to appeal." "Appeal? Appeal my ass. Hey, crazy system, how much rage value have I accumulated so far?" Ding. Your current rage value is 2895/200. Black iron chest opening conditions met. Do you want to open it now? Open it. Black iron chest opened. Congratulations, you have obtained the League of Legends Codex. Please draw a card. The system's screen began to spin. Emo-chan pressed the start button, and within seconds, the screen froze. "Demetia," a deep, resonant voice called out, and the screen displayed a muscular man clad in armor, wielding a massive greatsword. "Congratulations! You've drawn Garen. You will acquire all of his abilities." Whoa, this system really is insane. Emo-chan marveled to himself. He opened his personal information panel, and in the martial skills section, 4 new abilities had appeared. His heart swelled with excitement. Wait a second. I don't have a greatsword. How am I supposed to spin around? You don't have one now, but that doesn't mean you won't in the future. Please work hard, host. Damn you, I'll fight you. Emo-chan gritted his teeth. Can I draw again? I want to pull Trindamir's ultimate. This reward is a one-time event and cannot be repeated. Future chests may offer reruns. Emo-chan's heart sank. If the black iron chest only required 200 rage points, and the bronze chest demanded 20,000, then would a silver chest cost 2 million? Special note, if the host can make the entire world hate you at once, you can unlock prank mode. What's prank mode? A mode targeting the entire global population. The host can designate certain groups, e.g., making everyone pregnant. That's just downright wicked. Emo-chan was stunned, deeply impressed by the system's lack of moral boundaries. Forget it. Let's sleep for now. I've got that media apology thing tomorrow morning. He pushed aside his thoughts and drifted off to sleep. Though Emo-chan was sound asleep, the internet was a stormy sea. The comments section had surpassed 300,000 entries, almost all of them condemning him. Friends who once supported him had turned against him due to his arrogant attitude. Some even threatened to confront him in person tomorrow, vowing not to let him off easily. The next morning, Emo-chan donned a meticulously tailored suit. His neat hairstyle accentuated his chiseled features, and his deep, starry eyes sparkled with confidence. Standing before a full-length mirror, he inspected his appearance. Looking good. At first glance, one would think he was a shy and well-mannered student, polite and eager to help. But after spending a few days with him, people couldn't help but sigh, never judge a book by its cover. This guy's a real piece of work. On campus, the morning sun bathed the surroundings in warmth. Birds chirped, flowers bloomed, and the students bustled about, far more lively than the day before. The apology event was scheduled to take place on Haicheng University's sports field. As the representative of the school, Emo-chan was expected to attend, both to show sincerity and to provide an explanation to the nationwide audience. His arrival immediately drew the attention of his peers, as if they were witnessing some rare, exotic creature. Emo-chan, however, was already used to such stares. Brimming with confidence, he ignored their gawking. Suddenly, 3 striking figures entered his view. "Morning, senior," he greeted Bai Xia, who was seated by the artificial lake. Bai Xia wore a black dress, her wine-red hair cascading loosely over her shoulders. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled with a lively glow, making her resemble a fairy on campus. "Xia, Emo-chan's calling you," teased Jean Emo-yen, whose curvaceous figure was accentuated by her tight sportswear, exuding vibrant energy. "Ignore him. He's probably trying to get under my skin," Bai Xia frowned slightly, focusing on the book in her hands. Seeing this, Emo-chan grew anxious. He quickly walked over, leaned down, and said, "Why are you ignoring me? Are you trying to turn me into a Bowsy no one likes?" Bai Xia froze for a moment before fury erupted within her. "You're the Bowsy. Going crazy so early in the morning. Rage value +1. Jean Emo-yen and the other girl exchanged awkward glances, thinking, whether we pay attention to him or not, he still manages to piss us off. This guy is really tightly wound around her finger. "Dear seniors, I want to train with you too. Please take me under your wing, little junior here." Emo-chan shamelessly sat down, showing no intention of leaving. Get lost, Bai Xia waved him away. "There are lots of people from outside the school today, and they said they're here to give you trouble." Just as Emo-chan was about to speak, a cold reprimanding voice sounded from behind him. "Emo-chan, the apology meeting is about to start. Stop wandering around here. A group of men approached, led by Gu Mingxian. He was handsome but always carried an air of arrogance. As the only SS-ranked talent at Haicheng University, the student council president, and the heir to the Gu family, his status allowed him to navigate campus life with ease. However, this Mo Chen had never shown him respect. Just yesterday, Mo Chen had even confronted him openly. Gu Mingxian thought to himself, I really want to teach this guy a lesson, but the warnings from his elders forced him to endure. Senior is talking to you. Why aren't you responding? Gu Mingxian finally lost his patience and angrily questioned. Why should I answer you? Which school rule says I have to? Mo Chen turned his head and replied coldly. Rage +1. Gu Mingxuan's face darkened immediately. He turned to Bai Xia, trying to find an excuse to vent his frustration. Junior Bai, is this guy bullying you? Just say the word, and I'll take care of him for you. Bai Xia smiled faintly. Thank you for your concern, senior, but it's nothing. Gu Mingxian frowned, not expecting Bai Xia to be so unappreciative. He then signaled to his followers and scolded, hurry up and make the preparations. If anything goes wrong during the apology meeting, the dean won't let you off. Immediately, his lackeys began to unleash a torrent of insults. Mo Chen, you should know your place. Stop being so shameless. Do you know who the senior is, and who you are? If the dean finds out how irresponsible you are, you'll be skinned alive. Mo Chen took a deep breath, preparing to retort, but their shouting drowned him out. He thought to himself, these professional hecklers must have come prepared. Shut up, he shouted, casting a silence spell. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent. Gu Mingxian and his group froze, their faces flushing red in shock and disbelief. What happened? Why aren't you shouting anymore? Mo Chen sneered, his gaze sharp as a blade. Let me tell you all, stop barking like mad dogs. Am I supposed to fear the dean? His voice was low and resonated with an invisible authority. Even if the dean himself were here, he'd still have to pour tea for me, he added mercilessly. Just as he was basking in his own bravado, he noticed Jean Moyen frantically signaling to him with her eyes, and Bai Xia wearing a peculiar smile. Realizing something was off, Mo Chen turned his head stiffly, only to see a sultry figure in a black skirt, long hair cascading over her shoulders, staring at him coldly. Why not continue? I'm listening, Lin Nubian said, her face as frosty as an Arctic wind. Though she wasn't visibly angry, the temperature around her seemed to drop several degrees. Director, you misunderstood. What I said was a statement, not a question. Mo Chen forced a smile, trying to ease the tension. I don't have time to deal with you right now. The reporters are all here. Get to the sports field and apologize immediately. Lin Mubian ordered coldly. Mo Chen obediently nodded and followed her quietly, though he was secretly smug. He knew that today's apology meeting, no matter what, would mark the beginning of his rise to prominence. After they left, Gu Mingxian and his group finally exhaled in relief. Huff, huff, one of the lackeys gasped for air, his face pale as he asked, why couldn't I speak just now? Another chimed in immediately, what kind of sorcery did that guy use? Gu Mingxuan's brows furrowed deeply, his mood sour as if he'd swallowed a dead rat. He was supposed to be an SS-ranked talent, a peerless genius with a powerful background, yet he constantly found himself humiliated by Mo Chen. Worse still, he couldn't retaliate directly, as the school regulations prohibited it, and he didn't want to lose his position as student council president. It was utterly frustrating. Bai Xia and the others were equally astonished. They'd never heard of a technique that could render someone unable to speak. Let's go watch how this bad junior embarrasses himself during the apology, Jean Moyen suggested, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Bai Xia nodded in agreement. She, too, wanted to see Mo Chen make a fool of himself so she could mock this annoying guy later. Brother Xian, should we go too? One of the lackeys asked cautiously. Of course we're going. Gu Mingxian gritted his teeth, his eyes gleaming with malice. Make sure to record everything. Post videos of him being criticized online, and hire some internet trolls. Brother Xian, that's ruthless. This will ruin him for life. A lackey gave him a thumbs up. Gu Mingxian sneered arrogantly, the corners of his mouth curling upward. Compete with me? I'll make you the laughingstock of the entire nation. The sports field was already packed with a sea of people. From a glance, there were at least 50,000 attendees, not only students from Haicheng University but also many residents from Haicheng who had come to watch. Among them were those who had clashed with Mo Chen online the previous night. Above the stage hung a large banner that read, regarding the Frontier incident, Haicheng University's Mo Chen issues a formal response. Below the banner sat dozens of university officials, government dignitaries, and elders from Haicheng's prominent families. Here's the script. I stayed up all night printing it for you, Lin Nubian handed Mo Chen an A4 sheet, forcing a strained smile in an attempt to appear gentle. The answers to the reporters' questions are all on here. Just read it as it is, she added. And at the end, apologize to the national audience. Say it was unintentional, and the press conference will be a success. If you can cry, even better. Mo Chen nodded, took the script without even glancing at it, and stuffed it into his pocket. He then strutted onto the stage. Seeing his carefree demeanor, Lin Nubian felt a twinge of anxiety, sensing that something was about to go wrong. Ahem. Once on stage, Mo Chen tested the microphone. Instantly, hundreds of cameras turned to focus on him. "Hello everyone, I am." "You're an idiot. Get to the point already," a voice interrupted him. "I know you're Mo Chen. Stop rambling and get straight to the topic." Mo Chen's lips twitched. He felt helpless. He hadn't even finished introducing himself and was already interrupted. It seemed he had more than a few haters. At that moment, a bespectacled man wearing a Haicheng Daily badge asked, "Student Mo Chen, it said that you participated in the provincial competition. As a mere Stage 3 awakener, aren't you just dragging Haicheng down?" His words caused an uproar, especially among the students and residents present, who all felt that Mo Chen was an embarrassment. Below the stage, Gu Mingxian crossed his arms, a mocking smirk on his face. "Exactly. Ask those questions and humiliate him." "Are we recording?" he turned to ask. "Yes, Brother Xian," the lackeys nodded. "Good. Make sure to hire a skilled editor. You know what to do, take things out of context. Got it?" Gu Mingxuan's smile grew more sinister. On the other side, Lin Muwen's brows furrowed slightly, and the unease in her heart grew stronger. This question was clearly not pre-discussed. Why had the reporter suddenly changed the topic? "Speak up. Cat got your tongue? Weren't you quite eloquent online last night? Why can't you respond now?" In the square, the crowd began to urge him, their expressions varying as if they were anticipating a good show. Mo Chen unfolded his crumpled script and searched for a suitable answer for a long time, sighing inwardly. "Director, you can't blame me for this now." Feeling slightly less guilty, he grabbed the microphone and loudly declared, "What's the difference between the provincial competition and a battle with an AI? I'll go up there and slaughter them all, utterly wipe them out." As soon as the words left his mouth, the entire crowd burst into laughter, including the audience behind the screens. What nonsense was this? A third-stage awakening-level weakling dares to say such things? How shameless. You're just peeling skin from your left cheek to stick it on your right, half shameless, half thick-skinned. With this level of boasting, does your mother even know? I, Wang Situ, have never seen such a brazenly shameless person in all my life. The mocking laughter roared like a tide, each wave louder than the last. Enraged, Mo Chen turned up the microphone volume and retorted angrily, "A bunch of nobodies. Dare to challenge me one-on-one? Don't you yell at me. I was scared by a dog as a kid. May you have many descendants, all thanks to your brothers." The scene descended into chaos, the originally planned apology press conference turning into a full-blown insult match. Rage points plus 200. Rage points plus 500. Rage points. Watching this unfold, Lin Muwen's expression turned dark, especially when she noticed the strange looks from teachers of other schools. She wished she could find a hole to crawl into. This troublesome guy, why does he always have to stir things up like this? At the back of the field, Bai Xia spread his hands and smiled wryly. "See? Spot on. I knew this would happen." Jean Moyen awkwardly chuckled. "This junior of ours is really something else." Under the banner, the senior officials of various schools and the elders of prestigious families cast odd glances at an elderly man standing among them. One of them smiled and remarked, "Principal Bo Yuan, your student is remarkable, confident and not the least bit timid." Chung Bo Yuan's face darkened, knowing full well it was a jab. Forcing a smile, he replied, "Young people, you know, they're bound to be a little impetuous." With the intervention of staff, the scene gradually quieted down. The reporter from Haicheng Daily asked again, "Mo Chen, even Gu Mingxian, the strongest in your school, wouldn't dare make such a claim. Where do you get your confidence?" Gu Mingxian, hearing this, couldn't help but display a proud expression, his nose lifting slightly as he thought, the money was worth it, finally a question that hits the mark. However, Mo Chen's next response sent him into a fit of rage once more. "Gu Mingxian? That guy is useless. Just last week, I personally saw him stealing girls' underwear. What a waste of that SS grade talent." Mo Chen's expression was dead serious, as though speaking the absolute truth, leaving everyone wondering whether he was joking or exposing a real secret. "Slander! You bastard!" Gu Mingxuan's face turned beet red as he roared at Mo Chen, furious to the point of stomping the ground. If not for the staff holding him back, he would have lunged at Mo Chen to tear him apart. The whole place fell into a stunned silence, with all eyes turning to Gu Mingxian. The male students felt a pang of sympathy for him, thinking how utterly embarrassing this was, like defecating in the middle of the street. The female students, however, frowned deeply, wondering, could it be true? Some of us have indeed been missing underwear. The Gu family members looked grim, quietly slipping away, unable to stay any longer. Though they knew it was a lie, just nonsense from Mo Chen, the situation was simply impossible to salvage. The Gu family patriarch shook his head inside. "I told you not to mess with Mo Chen, but you just wouldn't listen." The Haicheng Daily reporter stood frozen, initially intending to flatter Gu Mingxian, but now deeply regretting his decision. A chill ran down his spine as he swiftly changed the subject. Mo Chen, in past provincial competitions, Shaohua University has always taken the championship, while Haicheng University has consistently been at the bottom. What do you have to say about that? Hearing this, Lin Muwen's face turned pale with fright. She quickly waved to the staff. "Stop him. Don't let him speak nonsense. We can't afford to offend Shaohua University, or we'll be humiliated." The staff nodded and prepared to rush onto the stage, but it was already too late. No! Please, no, you little troublemaker. Lin Muwen was on the verge of breaking down. Mo Chen cleared his throat, adopting an exaggeratedly cool and cocky posture. His voice boomed like thunder. Xiaohua University? What garbage! They're not even worthy of comparing to our Haicheng University. Just wait till I make them call us daddy. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Haicheng University students were left dumbfounded, staring in disbelief. This guy really dared to say it. Was it arrogance or sheer guts? At this point, even the students of Haicheng University felt a burning embarrassment on their faces. Damn, this kid is insane. Sun Shuai couldn't help but give a shocked thumbs up. Meanwhile, the audience from Xiaohua University, watching the livestream, were seething with rage, their furious comments flooding the chat. Kid, I'll be waiting for you at the provincial competition. Haicheng University's getting cocky, huh? Didn't you get stomped hard enough last time? Looking forward to your arrival, don't chicken out like before. Unfortunately, Mo Chen couldn't see the barrage of angry comments. All he could hear was the mechanical voice in his mind. Rage points plus 850. Rage points plus 1800. Below the stage, an elder from a prestigious family curiously asked, Principal Bo Yuan, is your student always this bold? Why hasn't anyone taken him down a peg? Chung Bo Yuan stammered, struggling to find words. An official seated in the center shook his head and interjected, he's untouchable, a connected individual. Connected? Everyone present was taken aback. Wasn't Mo Chen supposed to be an orphan? How could he be connected? No further details. The official's tone turned icy, silencing the room. A trace of apprehension flickered in everyone's eyes. On stage, Lin Muwen rushed up, snatching the microphone from Mo Chen's hand, her face full of apology. Apologies, everyone. It's our fault for not managing him properly. Let's stick to questions related to the main topic, shall we? She shot Mo Chen a furious glare before stepping off the stage. The venue quickly settled down. The flat-headed, bespectacled reporter from Haicheng Daily asked, Mo Chen, there are rumors that you deliberately killed that woman. How do you respond? Mo Chen paused, slightly taken aback, then pulled a script from his pocket and began flipping through it. Are you serious? Dude, could you at least try to cover it up? You're literally checking your answers on the spot. The crowd stared in utter disbelief. What kind of behavior was this? When Mo Chen flipped the front and back of the document repeatedly, unable to utter a word for a long time, the crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. What's wrong? Still can't find the right response? Stop flipping, just make up any excuse. We forgive you. Exactly. With skin as thick as yours, does this one question even matter? Down below, Lin Mubai was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, muttering under her breath, it's on the second line, isn't it written right there? In a critical moment, the woman, in her desperate effort to protect the demon cat, accidentally collided with the blade. Just read that. How dumb can you be? At the back of the crowd, Bai Xia shook her head, speaking thoughtfully, knowing this bastard as I do, he's doing this on purpose, he's holding back for a big move. Ha! Jean Moyen exclaimed in surprise. A big move? Mo Chen put away the script, his expression solemn. Next question. Damn it! He could just skip this? How is this even a proper apology session anymore? The crowd was speechless. How could this guy be so shameless? The reporters were equally stunned, why wasn't he playing by the rules? They'd spent all of last night discussing answers with Lin Mubai, after all. But since Mo Chen refused to speak, they had no choice but to move on with the questioning. At that moment, a beautiful reporter from the Daxia Evening News asked, Mo Chen, has Haicheng University provided any compensation to the victim's family? Pass, Mo Chen replied bluntly. A reporter from Jinghai News jumped in, asking, Mo Chen, have you ever felt guilty? Pass. Have you been punished? Pass. Do you have anything to say to the victim? Pass. Are you even human? Pass. Everyone? Pass, my ass. At least think for a second. You're even passing on being insulted, are you not even listening? Brother, I beg you, if nothing else, just read the script. The answers are right there. Get him off the stage. I can't take it anymore. At this point, not only was the live audience at their wits' end, but viewers watching the livestream were also utterly exasperated, filled with impotent rage. The barrage of comments in various livestream rooms surged like a tidal wave, drowned in curses. The screen was filled with anger and dissatisfaction toward Mo Chen, as if he were the enemy of the entire world. How can someone be so shameless? The fact that he's still alive is society's collective failure. I want to challenge him to a duel, who will take care of my family afterward. Offering 1 million Blue Star credits to anyone who can beat this guy senseless. An elder glanced at Cheng Boyuan, shaking his head with a sigh. Old Chang, this student of yours is truly something else. He's making me want to go up there and punch him a few times. Cheng Boyuan smiled awkwardly, his heart filled with bitterness that he couldn't put into words. With students complaining about him daily, how was he even surviving? Lin Mubai let out a sigh of relief, choosing to remain silent. In her view, silence was the best response. Mo Chen's tactic was brilliant, by not speaking, he left others with no opening to attack. Jean Moyen blinked curiously. What exactly is our junior up to? Bai Xia sighed, shaking her head. Don't try to figure out his schemes. Just know that he's full of dirty tricks. The atmosphere on the field grew increasingly tense. The reporters stopped asking questions, while Mo-chan remained silent. Hey! Say something. I didn't come here under this blazing sun just to watch you guys stare at each other. Students from other schools couldn't take it anymore, shouting angrily. Who even invited you? Didn't you see the sign at the school gate that said no pets allowed? Mo-chan sneered coldly. His words instantly ignited the crowd's fury, especially the students from other schools, who were utterly unable to tolerate it. You bastard! How dare you act so presumptuously here? I'll make sure you don't see tomorrow's sun. A mere third-stage awakener dares to be this arrogant? I could crush you with one hand. As the situation spiraled out of control, Principal Chang Guiyuan hurriedly stepped forward, grabbing the microphone. Just apologize already. Stop causing trouble. Lin Mubai also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it was time for the apology segment. She silently prayed that Mo-chan wouldn't stir up any more trouble. Yes. Make him apologize. Kneel and apologize. Apologize to the victim and to us. Anger value plus 2,000. Anger value plus 5,000. Anger value plus 12,000. Apologize, you little punk. Hurry up, stop dragging this out and apologize to us. The crowd urged him on, their patience completely worn thin, eagerly awaiting Mo-chan's humiliation. Ahem. Mo-chan cleared his throat, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes gleaming mischievously. No! Director Lin, stop him. Bai Xia hurried over in a panic. She knew this bastard too well, he was definitely planning something big. What's going on? Lin Mubai asked, puzzled. Just as Bai Xia was about to explain, she caught a glimpse of Mo-chan opening his mouth out of the corner of her eye. Too late. Her words had barely left her lips when Mo-chan's voice rang out. An apology is out of the question. To everyone present, including those watching the livestream, you are all trash. Lin Mubai's face turned deathly pale, and she nearly stumbled. The entire venue fell into dead silence as everyone froze in disbelief. Once they processed what had happened, the square erupted in chaos. Kill him. Stop holding me back, I need to teach him a lesson. Heavens above, I beg you, strike this brat down with lightning. What misfortune for Daxia to have someone like this. The crowd was so furious they were beating their chests and stomping their feet, on the verge of exploding. Online, the chaos was even worse. Comments flooded the screen as enraged viewers booked plane tickets, vowing to personally deal with this brat. I was just peacefully watching the livestream, why am I suddenly being insulted? Who can tolerate this? Anger value plus 30,000. Anger value plus 150,000. Anger value plus 500,000. Host, well done. Keep it up. A storm of curses rained down, even from typically reserved elders who began swearing openly. Everyone on site was cursing him, hurling insults and vulgarities, with Mo-chan's ancestors up to 18 generations back being thoroughly berated. You think numbers matter? Mo-chan chuckled, casting a silence spell. In an instant, the field fell eerily quiet. The crowd opened their mouths, but no sound came out. They looked at one another, their faces a mix of shock and confusion. As the spell's effects lingered, Mo-chan's face turned pale, sweat pouring down his forehead. Casting the spell on so many people at once was exhausting. He had just 30 short seconds to maximize his anger value earnings. What's wrong? Why aren't you shouting anymore? Do you really think you can challenge someone like me? Listen carefully, I'll say it again, everyone here is trash. Anger value plus 60,000. Anger value plus 120,000. Warning! Warning! The crowd's anger value has reached critical levels. Host, evacuate immediately. The scene descended into complete chaos as people drew their weapons, charging toward the podium with the intent to kill him. A few even unleashed combat techniques, their dazzling light adding to the pandemonium. The situation spiraled into utter anarchy. The staff hurriedly came out to break up the fight. Chen Guiyuan grabbed Mo-chan and dashed straight out of the campus, his heart filled with fear, genuinely worried that Mo-chan might meet his end here today. EXP, expel him. I must expel him. Lin Mubai's entire body trembled, her eyes blazing with fury. This. Sun Shui stood there dumbfounded, but deep down he thought, wow, that was way too cool. 30 seconds passed, and the scene erupted into chaos. Chase him. We absolutely can't let that guy get away. Relax, he won't escape. Our guys have already started searching the whole city. The once lively sports field quieted down as the apology meeting was abruptly interrupted, and the crowd began to disperse. Those who needed to leave left, while those who wanted to stay remained. The so-called top fighters rushed out in pursuit. The students of Haicheng University glanced at each other in awkward silence, not expecting things to end this way. Mo-chan's notorious reputation ascended to a whole new level in their minds. Did you see that? That guy used his sinister tricks again. Gu Mingxuan's lackey gritted his teeth, his anger erupting like a volcano, impossible to suppress. Isn't there any way to deal with him? I just can't take it anymore, another lackey asked anxiously. Gu Mingxian no longer bothered to hide his own fury, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. Don't worry, this guy has offended way too many people. He's definitely in for it. Elsewhere, Jean Moyen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, still shaken. What do we do? Emo-chen really caused a huge mess this time. Bai Xiao waved her hand dismissively. He brought this on himself. He'll calm down after getting a good beating. In a certain suburban house. Principal, where have you taken me? Emo-chen looked around, his face full of confusion. Somewhere no one can find you. Look at the mess you've caused. Cheng Boyuan glared at him furiously, unable to hide his anger. You're not lying to me, right? Are you sure no one can find this place? Emo-chen clearly didn't believe him. Shut up. Reflect on your actions. Cheng Boyuan raised his voice, then turned to leave. Principal, where are you going? Are you just going to leave me here? Emo-chen pouted, feigning innocence. To clean up your mess. Cheng Boyuan replied before disappearing into the horizon. Once he was sure the principal had left completely, Emo-chen couldn't help but laugh, feeling quite pleased with himself. System, little crazy classmate, can I open the treasure chest now? He asked eagerly. Ding! The bronze treasure chest is ready. Would you like to open it now? Open it. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the immortal technique, gone in a flash. Emo-chun? He clicked on the description and found that it was a combat technique designed for incredible speed. On Blue Star, combat techniques were ranked as Divine, Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow, with each rank further divided into superior, high, medium, and low grades. Judging by the name, this immortal technique had to be impressive, right? Can I rename it? Since it's an immortal technique, can it have a more imposing name? Renaming is not allowed, dear host. This name suits you perfectly. 666. Emo-chen exclaimed in surprise, his heart brimming with excitement. The silver treasure chest is now prepared. Would you like to open it immediately? Wait, I can open 2 treasure chests in a row? Normally, a silver treasure chest requires 2 million rage points. Indeed, host. You managed to infuriate quite a large number of people this time. Open it. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the desolate ancient sacred body. As the system's notification ended, Emo-chen immediately felt his body being transformed, his muscles and bones elevated to a higher level. In his previous life, as a fan of the red-haired monster, he naturally understood the sheer power of the desolate ancient sacred body. Its physical strength was terrifyingly unparalleled. Not bad. These 2 rewards are actually useful, unlike some of the earlier, trashy skills, Emo-chen said with satisfaction, smiling. After that, he took out his phone, ready to check out what the online trolls were up to. What the heck? Things got this crazy? Emo-chen was stunned. The top trending post on the Honghua forum was actually a bounty notice. He quickly clicked on it to read. Martial World Bounty Notice. 1. Anyone who provides accurate information on Emo-chan's whereabouts will be rewarded 500,000 blue star coins. 2. Anyone who slaps him hard across the face will receive 10,000 blue star coins per slap. 3. Further rewards to be determined. Basically, the harsher the beating, the higher the bonus. Note, this bounty is jointly funded by Xiaohua University and enthusiastic netizens. Friendly reminder, please don't beat him to death. Emo-chen couldn't help but comment, who issued this bounty? Did your mom wait for the rain to stop before taking you to the hospital? Ring ring. Just then, his phone rang. Hello, Shuai Shuai. On the other end of the line, Sun Shuai's anxious voice came through. Brother Chen, don't come back. There are hundreds of people camping outside the school gate. They're all experts at the fragmented stone level or above, and they're saying they'll kill you. Got it, Emo-chen replied calmly. By the way, Brother Chen, where are you? I'm really worried about you. Sun Shuai's tone turned nervous. Why? You want to sell me out for the bounty? Emo-chen teased with a mischievous smile. How could I? I'm not that kind of person. Sun Shuai's voice trembled, clearly frightened. Alright, that's it for now. Let's talk later, Emo-chen said, hanging up the phone before sitting down to cultivate. Right now, he needed to master the immortal technique gone in a flash to add another life-saving skill to his arsenal. In the Haichang University conference room, the school's senior administration gathered to discuss Emo-chen's situation in a heated debate. The organizational department has already issued a public apology, and Haicheng's officials have helped calm the public, Chang Guiyuan said with a nod. What are your thoughts on how to punish Emo-chen? Just expel him, one senior administrator suggested. Ms. Lin, what do you think? Chang Guiyuan turned to Lin Mubai. Lin Mubai sighed, her anger somewhat subdued. Although Emo-chen caused quite a stir this time, according to school regulations, his actions only amount to provoking others without justification and bringing shame to the school's reputation. Expulsion seems excessive. I suggest suspending him for 3 months, she concluded. Hearing this, Chang Guiyuan nodded again. Not bad. What does everyone else think? Agreed. Let's go with the director's suggestion. The other senior administrators agreed unanimously. With the matter temporarily settled, Chang Guiyuan frowned, his expression heavy. Next month's provincial competition, we might end up at the bottom again. One senior administrator chimed in, Shaoguan University won't spare our participants this time. We're bound to face severe ridicule and humiliation. Another added, well, there's nothing we can do. They've always loved mocking us, and Emo-chan's antics this time only added fuel to the fire. Lin Mubai looked dejected, lamenting, we've already lost a spot in the competition. Emo-chan's situation is practically a write-off, he won't be of any use. Chang Boyuan forced a bitter smile, trying to console everyone. It's fine. That spot was basically created for him anyway. Since we're always last, let's not dwell on it. That entire night, Emo-chan immersed himself in studying the essence of Gone in a Flash. Finally, he began to gain some understanding. Immortal techniques were indeed complex and mysterious. Even with his SR-grade talent, it required a tremendous amount of time to explore and comprehend. Just then, the sound of a lock turning came from the door. Emo-chan's heart tightened. He immediately opened the window and, with a flash of his figure, escaped outside. Time to bolt. In the blink of an eye, he appeared several hundred meters away. His speed was astonishingly fast, so much so that even experts at the fragmented stone realm could only gape in frustration from behind. Shinner, why are you running? Just as he was about to catch his breath, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Ah! A ghost! Emo-chan screamed, his heartbeat accelerating. He was just about to flee again when his wrist was grabbed by an extraordinarily strong hand. You little rascal, it's your mother. The familiar voice made Emo-chan turn his head in surprise. A woman who appeared to be in her 30s stood there, smiling warmly, exuding an extraordinary aura. Her features were delicate, her skin fair, and faint traces of age showed at the corners of her eyes. However, her attire was simple, her long hair tied into a ponytail under a straw hat, wearing a worn-out shirt and overalls that looked like they came from a flea market, clothing even farmers might refuse to wear. Mom? What are you doing here? Emo-chan's joy nearly made him leap into the air. Zhuang Yining hadn't visited him in 3 years. I heard you caused a big ruckus in the Heavenly Palace? Zhuang Yining frowned. Hee, no such thing. I've been behaving myself. Emo-chan awkwardly scratched his head. You little rascal, always causing trouble. Can't you just apologize properly and resolve things? Why do you always have to stir up drama? Zhuang Yining flicked his forehead with a smack, making Emo-chan wail in pain. It's not a big deal. You could just help me sort it out. He looked innocent. I can't sort it out. You'll have to face it yourself. Who told you to act so recklessly all the time? Zhuang Yining scolded him. Emo-chan grinned, wrapping his arm around hers. Mom, don't pretend. I know you're incredibly capable. You can definitely help me handle this. Zhuang Yining glared at him fiercely. Nonsense. I'm just an ordinary farmer. What ability do I have to help you sort this out? The corner of Emo-chan's mouth curled into an amused smile as he thought to himself, if my parents were truly ordinary farmers, I would have been torn to pieces by others long ago. Even though he grew up in a remote village, strange people frequently and inexplicably visited, always treating his parents with great respect. Love you, Mom. Help me out, please. Emo-chan said sweetly. Stop calling me Mom. Here, take this agreement. Take care of yourself. Goodbye in the world of rivers and lakes. Zhuang Yining handed him an A4 paper, clearly prepared in advance. Emo-chan picked up the paper and immediately noticed the bold title, Parent-Child Relationship Severance Agreement. What the heck? Is this really my mom? He raised his head to confront her, only to find she had already disappeared. Where's my mom? She ran so fast, truly a master of her craft. Emo-chan couldn't help but laugh. Finally, he understood why he had such a personality. It was inherited, absolutely inherited. Ah! A runaway dad, a heartless mom, a crazy system, and a broken family. Emo-chan looked up at the sky and sighed deeply, a hint of weariness from the vicissitudes of life in his eyes. It's the crazy rascal talking. The system protested coldly in response. Dear crazy system, can you find me a mom? The system. By noon, Emo-chan returned to his rented apartment, only to be stunned by the scene before him. The doorway was littered with animal feces, the interior was a complete mess, and all the furniture and appliances had been smashed. Judging by the footprints on the floor, at least 100 people had come through here. The principal said no one would ever find me. I really fell for his nonsense. That sly old man, too deceitful. Just as Emo-chan was lamenting, a voice came from behind him. Run! Why aren't you running now? Turning around, he saw a dwarf less than 1.3 meters tall, with a hooked nose and sparse yellow hair. In his hand, he held a gleaming curved blade that looked extremely sharp. Damn, what a random-looking little thing. Is it just you? Where are the other 6 dwarfs? Emo-chan asked in surprise. Anger points +5. That remark clearly enraged the dwarf. His aura surged instantly, reaching the peak of the fragmented stone realm. You little brat. I'll cut that mouth of yours off. The dwarf roared, his curved blade gleaming with a cold light as it slashed straight toward Emo-chan's throat. What's going on? The dwarf's eyes flashed with shock, unable to comprehend. His weapon, capable of cutting through diamonds, couldn't even scratch this kid's skin? You're not one of those netizens, are you? Who sent you? Emo-chan frowned, scrutinizing the dwarf with a sharp gaze. He had seen the wanted notices posted by netizens. While cruel, they strictly forbade killing, just wanted to vent their anger. But this guy clearly came with the intention to kill him. The animal feces at the door and the footprints inside the house were undoubtedly left by the netizens. Given the numbers, many people must have come. If the netizens were waiting for him, there was no way they'd leave just one dwarf behind. Heh, got a sharp little brain, huh? Too bad you're destined to die by my blade today. Afterward, I'll pin it on those netizens you mentioned. Won't that be delightful? The dwarf sneered, his aura surging once more, growing overwhelmingly powerful. At that moment, Emochan couldn't see through him anymore. He estimated the opponent had at least reached the Windmaster realm. To send someone like you to kill a rookie like me in the Awakening realm, the forces behind you must be something else, huh? Emochan asked. Don't try to pry information out of me. Just die. The dwarf struck with a palm, shattering the walls on both sides. Time to bolt. Catch me if you can, little guy. By the time the words echoed, Emochan was already far away. What kind of speed is this? That kid has more secrets than I imagined. The dwarf was shocked, immediately giving chase at a speed that was equally astonishing. The so-called Windmaster realm allowed one to move as swift as the wind, conserving energy. While it didn't allow for true flight, one could leap dozens of meters at a time across the ground. Emochan sprinted through the wilderness, the wind howling past his ears, anxiety brewing in his heart. A quick glance back revealed that the dwarf was still relentlessly pursuing him. Persistent little mutt, he cursed, quickly pulling out a recovery potion from his spatial ring, gulping it down before speeding up again. I'm a dignified master at the Windmaster realm, and I can't even catch a rookie in the Awakening realm? If word gets out, I'll be laughed to death. The dwarf seethed with anger, but his legs felt like lead. He kept pushing himself, yet he couldn't close the distance between them. After an unknown amount of time, the dwarf finally stumbled into a desolate plain, panting heavily. Looking down, he saw a line of words etched into the damp soil. Keep chasing, and your whole family dies. Puppy bastard, he roared, I swear I'll cut off your mouth and feed it to the dogs. The dwarf gritted his teeth, his anger growing even more intense. Squatting down, he tried to scrape up a handful of wet dirt with his fingers, attempting to determine how long it had been since Emochan left based on the soil's moisture. But in the next moment, his expression turned pale, and the fury on his face was replaced by shock. Unbelievable. 18 years old and still playing with mud and urine. He could hardly imagine that Emochan would stoop to something so outrageous and despicable. As night descended, Emochan finally found a concealed cave deep in the mountains, allowing himself a slight sigh of relief. He pulled out his phone and saw a missed call from Sun Shuai. Hello? Chenji, I heard your location got exposed. Are you okay now? Sun Shuai's voice was tinged with concern. I'm fine. Not dead yet, Emochan replied flatly. Whatever you do, don't go back. People on the internet are camping outside your place. Sun Shuai continued to warn him. Don't go back to school either. You've been suspended for 3 months, and there are people waiting for you in the bushes outside. Oh, so I've really become Yasuo now, huh? Emochan chuckled wryly, understanding that this guy genuinely cared about him. But don't worry. I'm always on your side. I even spent the whole day defending you online. Sun Shuai boasted proudly. Thanks for that. Emochan smiled slightly, his impression of this guy instantly improving. Although he knew he was fated to be condemned, Shuai's support was still commendable. After hanging up, Emochan opened the Hongbao forum, and as expected, discussions about him were everywhere. He casually clicked on a thread titled Is Emochan Even Human? And his attention was immediately drawn to the pinned comment. Chen is a kind and good kid. He once skipped meals and passed his own home 3 times just to help an elderly lady cross the road. This comment costs 5 yuan. If you copy-paste it, remember to delete the content in parentheses. Below, however, was a flood of criticism accusing him of hiring bots, calling it shameless. Emochan? He rolled his eyes helplessly. This little brat is such a sneaky troublemaker. Yo, Chenji, what's up? Just chilling with my goddess, eating sushi, sipping Maotai, living the dream. And you, Chenji? What are you up to? Emochan's mouth twitched in irritation, and he cursed, I swear, I want to crack open your skull and see if it's filled with crap. With that, he hung up the phone directly, silently vowing to teach this brat a lesson. Staring at the dark cave, the distant howls of wild beasts made it hard for Emochan to fall asleep. With only a month left until the province-wide tournament, he had to seize every moment to train, hoping to make a name for himself and earn some rage points. Sitting cross-legged, he took a deep breath, and primal energy surged into his body like a tidal wave. With his SR-grade talent, his cultivation speed was dozens of times faster. For the next half-month, Emochan lived in the mountains, eating fruits and roasting rabbits, surviving like a wild man. Apart from his training, he did almost nothing else. One day, he opened his personal stats panel and saw the updated information. Name, Emochan. Age, 18. Realm, Awakening Stage, Level 7. Weapon, none. Skills, Outta Here, Immortal Tier. Treasure Chest Progress, Golden Chest, 1800/200 million. Not bad. For major levels in just half a month, this speed is insane, he exclaimed, remembering how, with a B-grade talent, it would have taken him at least 6 months to advance this much. Planning to take a break, he lay back in the grass, scrolling through his phone. Over time, online discussions about him had gradually died down, and people's anger had dissipated. However, a more significant event was about to take place, the Jiangnan province-wide tournament. Previously, Mo Chen had made bold statements, drawing the attention of students and onlookers nationwide to the clash between Shaohua University and Haicheng University. What's the point of competing? Haicheng University might as well forfeit. In past tournaments, Shaohua University already made Haicheng's contestants cry. This time, they'll probably humiliate them even more. The online chatter was relentless, and Mo Chen's name became a focus of attention. Why send someone with a B-grade talent at Awakening Stage Level 3? To get wrecked? Is he some kind of nepotism case? How else could someone that bad get a spot just to show off? The skepticism surrounding him grew louder, making Mo Chen's situation increasingly challenging. This tournament was the perfect chance for him to prove himself. Amid the controversy over his participation, Haicheng University quickly issued a statement. Mo Chen has been penalized, suspended for 3 months, and removed from the tournament roster. This announcement immediately sparked heated debate. Serves him right. He deserves to get struck by lightning every day. If he competed, it would have been a joke. Haicheng University shouldn't be so casual about this. You can't just add someone in and then pull them out. They must let Mo Chen compete. I want to see Shaohua University destroy him. The public uproar escalated, and many students signed a petition demanding Mo Chen's reinstatement. Ultimately, Haicheng University caved under the pressure, deciding to restore Mo Chen's eligibility and releasing a statement. We understand everyone's feelings but cannot guarantee that Mo Chen will participate. That's unacceptable. If he doesn't compete, it'll be worse than eating crap. Rest assured, I'll make Mo Chen cry like a baby as long as he dares to show up, declared a Shaohua University prodigy in a post. However, the replies beneath it read, "Bro, saying stuff like that will only scare him off. We need to coax him out first. Luring him in is key." As a result, Shaohua University's contestants quickly deleted their posts and replaced them with new ones. "Dear Junior Chen, come on out. Big Sis promises not to hurt you. Mo Chen is the bravest person I've ever met. He'll definitely show up. Junior, come participate. I'll have a literary duel with you and won't lay a finger on you." Everyone chimed in, showering Mo Chen with compliments and pretending to hold no grudges. 10 days later, Mo Chen slowly opened his eyes, concluding his breathing exercise. He felt the surging power within him and was astonished in his heart. "I should go out and take a look. That damned dwarf should be gone by now, right?" Clenching his fists, he leaped out of the cave and landed on the grass, leaving 2 deep footprints behind. At the door of the rental apartment where Mo Chen used to live, a young man was lazily napping on a rattan chair. Suddenly, a hand gently patted his shoulder. "What are you doing here?" Mo Chen asked. The young man glanced up, shivered in fear, and exclaimed, "Holy crap! Where did this savage come from?" "I'm waiting for Mo Chen," the young man said, closing his eyes again. "Why are you waiting for him?" Mo Chen pressed further. "Doesn't matter, just go away. The city patrol is coming. They said you're ruining the city's appearance." The young man waved his hand to shoo him off. "Do you know who I am?" Mo Chen leaned closer, glaring at him. Anger level +1. "Holy crap!" The young man examined him in terror and immediately jumped off the rattan chair. "So it's young Master Mo Chen. What did you just call me?" Mo Chen roared. "Young Master Mo Chen. Everyone's been waiting for your return," the young man stammered. Mo Chen froze, confirming he hadn't misheard, then asked, "Who's everyone?" The young man threw him a flattering look. "Netizens from all over the world. They've all been missing you." Mo Chen felt puzzled. Weren't these the same people who wanted to beat him up before? Why were they suddenly acting like family today? He abruptly grabbed the young man by his collar, spun him 360 degrees, and hoisted him upside down. "Speak! What's their real motive?" The young man panicked. He was a 7th stage awakening realm practitioner, yet he was being lifted like a chick? Speak or not? Mo Chen was furious, threatening him. I'll talk." The young man was so scared he immediately spilled, "I was hired online to wait here for you. 500 blue star coins a day, paid daily." Boom! Mo Chen kicked him a few meters away, leaving him writhing in pain on the ground. "Daily pay, huh?" Mo Chen fumed. Just as he was about to interrogate further, his phone rang. The caller was Sun Shui. "Brother Chen, calm down and listen to me first." "Spit it out." Mo Chen yelled. "Come back quickly. The netizens have forgiven you," Sun Shui said excitedly. "Really?" Mo Chen sneered, thinking it impossible. "It's true. If you don't believe me, check the internet yourself," Sun Shui urged. "All right." Mo Chen hung up, opened the Hongba forum, and found it exactly as Sun Shui had said. Posts were flooding in, and everyone's attitude toward him had turned friendly. Mo Chen smirked slightly, guessing they were trying to butter him up so he'd join the competition, giving them a chance to deal with him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but post, "Dear family, I'm back." As soon as the post went up, Hongba's official account pinned it to the top, and the traffic surged. "Oh my, Junior is back. You must have had a tough time recently. Come to your senior sister." I'll treat you to silk stocking milk tea, the original flavor. I've got an earth-tier martial technique for you. Let me know when you're free to pick it up. The continuous flood of compliments left Mo-chan baffled. He knew they were trying to mess with him and found it amusing internally. He posted again, I don't believe it, unless each of you compliments me. The netizens were gritting their teeth in anger. This shamelessness was unparalleled. He even dared to make such a demand. But to see him get beaten up in the provincial competition, they had no choice but to swallow their pride and keep flattering him. Mo-chan is the most handsome person I've ever seen. Oh my god. I can't sleep all day without admiring Junior's godly good looks, it makes my heart itch. Fly bravely, Chen. Mama will always be with you. Many felt helpless that night. They'd never said such insincere things before. As more people joined in, the compliments became increasingly absurd. Mo God mended the heavens with rocks and created humans with clay, his merits shaking the 9 heavens. Mo God shot down the sun, filled the seas, these are indelible feats in the mythological history of Daxia. Mo God swept through 6 nations, burned books, buried scholars, unified weights and measures, he deserves a statue. Mo God split mountains to save his mother, a divine marvel unmatched. I heard Mo God retrieved the Western sutras and enlightened the masses. When Mo-chan saw these comments, he was stunned. Why were there trolls leading the narrative here? Eventually, even the older generation couldn't stand it and stepped in to rebuke, students, jokes are jokes, but don't make light of mythology. Only then did everyone tone it down a bit. After the flood of exaggerated compliments, they asked if Mo-chan was satisfied. If he was, he must remember to join the competition the day after tomorrow so they could all see him, they missed him so much. Mo-chan promised online that he would give his dear family a satisfying answer. Only then did the netizens breathe a sigh of relief, feeling that all their effort hadn't been in vain. No matter how nauseating, it was worth it. That night, the private messages of Xiaohua University's competitors exploded. Countless people sent them red envelopes, begging them to crush Mo-chan, to beat him so badly he'd cry and kneel for mercy. The competitors from Xiaohua University were thrilled. Who had ever received such treatment? They all agreed, swearing to make Mo-chan's defeat unbearably miserable. The next morning, after a simple wash-up, Mo-chan headed toward Haicheng University. Meanwhile, in the faculty meeting room at Haicheng University, a meeting about the provincial competition was underway. Cheng Boyuan flipped through the documents in his hand, his expression grave. This situation is a bit complicated. I'll try to keep it short, but it's a long story. The teachers looked puzzled. Principal, if you can't put it into words, just say a few sentences, a male teacher braved himself to suggest. Cheng Boyuan sighed deeply and said slowly, the Daxia General Education Department has issued a directive. If we place last in this competition again, all benefits and support will be revoked. Additionally, the university will be downgraded to a high school, and the students will be redistributed to other universities. The room fell silent instantly, and a wave of despair washed over. Though they had anticipated bad outcomes, they hadn't expected it to be this severe. The teachers exchanged worried glances, their hearts heavy. Being downgraded to a high school, what did that mean? Once transferred to other universities, the students would undoubtedly face exclusion and injustice. There were countless rumors about universities that had been downgraded to high schools. Many students couldn't bear the marginalization and chose to drop out, fading into obscurity, a truly tragic fate. Seeing the dispirited crowd, Cheng Boyuan sighed heavily again. That's the situation, but the specifics will still depend on the final outcome. The teachers were at a loss for words, shocked by the principal's uncharacteristic behavior. Only Lin Muwen dared to speak up. Principal, have you been infected by Mo-chan? Cheng Boyuan gave a wry smile. I was just trying to lighten the mood. Actually, it's not the most desperate moment yet. What if we don't place last? So, let's wait and see. Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned bitter. There were 8 universities participating in the province-wide competition, but Haicheng University had always been utterly outmatched. The previous year was even more disastrous, they didn't even make it through the group stage, losing completely. Among their participants, only 5 had S-grade talents, and their strongest, Gu Mingxian, was merely at the 5th stage of the SS-grade stone-shattering realm. In contrast, the other 7 universities each had at least one hidden trump card, a peak-level stone-shattering realm expert. Xiaohua University was especially proud. All their participants were S-grade or higher, and their strongest competitor was a peerless SSS-grade genius who even the nation had to curry favor with. After this year's competition, we might not even have the chance to embarrass ourselves anymore, a female teacher sighed. Cheng Boyuan picked up from there, no matter what, let's treat this as our last competition. Leave no regrets and fight with spirit. With that, he waved his hand, signaling the meeting's end. When Mo-chan arrived at Haicheng University, he didn't take the main entrance but climbed over the wall instead. He didn't want to get into trouble with the security guards. The guards at the gate were all in their 60s or 70s, and he was worried he might accidentally upset them too much. Avoiding them was his way of showing respect to his elders. Students bustled about on campus, none of them recognizing him. In the garden by the lake, Bai Xia and Jean Moyen sat quietly at a stone table, flipping through manuals and martial techniques in preparation for tomorrow's competition. Both of them were strikingly attractive. The sight of their fingers gliding over the pages resembled a beautiful painting, drawing admiration from the male students around them. You two look like gorillas when you study, Emochan said from behind. Bai Xia furrowed her brows. Just hearing that voice, she knew the annoying troublemaker had arrived. Rage value +1. Well, you're not dead yet. Why do you look like a caveman? She retorted. Jean Moyen, on the other hand, was more curious. She glanced at Emochan with interest and asked, why gorillas? Are you saying we're ugly? Emochan shook his head and denied it. Not at all. Senior sister, you're very beautiful. It's because gorillas are the quietest animals. I was complimenting you two for being so ladylike. Jean Moyen's confusion deepened. Just as she was about to ask more, Bai Xia quickly stopped her. Don't pay him any attention. This jerk is full of nonsense. Hey, I'm not like that, Emochan replied with an innocent look. Unable to resist, Jean Moyen continued to press, Junior, isn't the quietest animal a sloth? Why would it be a gorilla? Emochan clasped his hands behind his back and put on a serious expression. Because when gorillas get angry, they quietly knock. Jean Moyen was stunned for a moment before bursting into soft laughter, her voice as melodious as silver bells. Bai Xia's angry expression instantly melted away, replaced by a faint blush, her face blooming like a peach blossom. Junior, you're quite funny, bringing us cold jokes first thing in the morning, Jean Moyen said, mimicking a gorilla's chest-pounding gesture. Emochan smiled slightly and turned to Bai Xia. Senior sister Xia, don't knock too hard, or you might make this gorilla explode. Rage value +10. Get lost. Bai Xia, now furious, hurled the book in her hand at him. Ah, Brother Chen, it really is you. At that moment, an exclamation came from behind. Sun Shui wiped away his tears, his face full of surprise and joy. He patted Emochan's shoulder. Even though you look like a caveman now, I recognized you at first glance. Am I a loyal bro or what? Emochan gritted his teeth, anger rising in his heart. Thinking of how this guy had trashed him online in the past made his blood boil. Little Shui, are you crying? Jean Moyen asked with concern, noticing his red and swollen eyes. Sun Shui, a famous simp at Haicheng University, was renowned for his antics. Many senior sisters had been pursued by him. Sigh, I got dumped. This one sentence hit Sun Shui's sore spot again, and tears streamed down his face once more. Senior sister, introduce me to someone. I'll even pay you a referral fee. Both Jean Moyen and Bai Xia were speechless, silently marveling at how shameless this guy was. Even Emochan couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. He hadn't expected Sun Shui's skin to have grown even thicker. Patting Sun Shui on the shoulder, Emochan put on a serious face and said, You're not kind, you're not sweet, you're ugly, and you're broke. If you don't get dumped, who will? Sun Shui raised his voice in protest. Emochan, how can you say that about me? Emochan knew full well that this guy was doing it on purpose. Sure enough, as soon as Sun Shui shouted his name, all the surrounding students froze and turned their heads simultaneously to look. Holy crap! It really is Emochan? Emochan, you dare come back? I'm going to beat you to death. Strip him naked and parade him through the streets. The senior brothers and sisters began to approach, rolling up their sleeves, their faces full of fury, as if ready to teach him a lesson at any moment. Because of the trouble Emochan had caused, they had been ridiculed mercilessly for the last few months, unable to hold their heads high wherever they went, not even daring to leave the campus. Serves him right, Bai Xia said, relishing the spectacle from the sidelines. Jean Moyen wanted to mediate, but her words were drowned out by the crowd's angry roars, leaving her no choice but to give up. Sun Shui seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Calm down. Everyone, please stay calm. Emochan raised his hands to placate the crowd as he slowly backed away. Calm down, my ass. Because of you, my boyfriend dumped me, a female student shouted, her face red with fury. Emochan was speechless. How was that his fault? Wasn't it because you're ugly? Don't get worked up. Tomorrow, I'll carry all of you to victory and crush Xiaohua University. Rage value +200. This declaration was like pouring gasoline on a fire, igniting the crowd's rage even further. Carry us, my foot. With your B-grade talent and third stage awakening realm? If it weren't for Senior Mingxian holding the fort, we would have forfeited long ago. Arg. I can't take it anymore. A senior brother roared, chanting a spell as several small fireballs shot toward Emochan. Emochan panicked and was about to activate his time to run technique when a gust of wind suddenly swept through, extinguishing the fireballs instantly. Enough! Everyone, stand down! A stern voice rang out, and the crowd immediately straightened their backs, turning to look. The Dean of Discipline, Lin Mubai, approached elegantly, dressed in a tailored professional outfit that exuded both competence and grace. Her black blazer accentuated her slender waist, and the slightly open white blouse revealed her long, graceful neck, sparking imaginations. A black pencil skirt hugged her figure perfectly, while her long, shapely legs drew countless admiring glances. Yet, none of the male students dared to stare too long. Emochan, come with me. Lin Mubai beckoned before turning and walking away. Emochan grinned smugly. See? Your junior has someone to back him up. With that, he whistled a tune, swaggering through the crowd as he followed Lin Mu by. Rage value plus 300. Rage value plus 800. The crowd clenched their teeth, their hearts brimming with suppressed anger and frustration. With no outlet for their fury, they could only endure being mocked by Emo-chan. He's really infuriating, Jean Moyen murmured awkwardly. Exactly. This guy's always been like that. You'll get used to it, Bai Xia said with a resigned shake of her head. Do you think Emo-chan will actually participate in tomorrow's competition? If he does, won't he just get utterly destroyed by Xiaohua University? Jean Moyen asked curiously. I hope he goes, and preferably gets beaten up badly. We can't even take ridicule, yet he's strolling along unscathed. Bai Xia responded. At the school gate, Emo-chan climbed into Lin Muwen's hovering sports car. This type of car was outrageously expensive, something only prominent families could afford. Gu Mingxian had several of them, drawing envious stares. Not only was it incredibly flashy, but it could also fly in the air, solving the problem for those who hadn't yet reached the sky-breaking realm of cultivation. Director, where are you taking me? You're not planning to sell me, are you? If I were to sell you, at least it would be to a rich lady. I wouldn't want to send you to some small southeastern country to have your kidneys removed. Director, why aren't you speaking? You're making me even more nervous. Actually, even though I'm a bit mischievous. Anger level plus 5. Shut up. Lin Muwen finally lost it. I'm taking you to get a haircut and buy some clothes. Look at you, what kind of image is this? Hearing this, a warmth rose in Emo-chan's heart. He sighed emotionally. Director, you're even better to me than my mom. How about I become your godson? Anger level plus 2. Do I look that old? Lin Muwen turned her head, her tone filled with grievance. Though she was the dean of students at Haicheng University, she was only 25. Her family had forcibly placed her in this position. Moreover, she was very confident in her appearance, definitely far from resembling an auntie. Not at all. Director, you look like an 18-year-old girl. How about becoming my godsister instead? Emo-chan shamelessly suggested. Lin Muwen let out a sigh. Forget it. I'd like to live a few more years. Being your godsister would surely drive me to an early grave. After saying this, she felt her words might have been a bit harsh, so she joked, but if you achieve good results in the upcoming competition and don't embarrass us too much, I'll consider being your sister. How about that? Emo-chan lowered his head, looking dejected, as if lost in thought. Lin Muwen noticed and felt a twinge of guilt, assuming he was missing his parents. Actually, your parents might have left because of something more important, something they had no choice about. She tried to comfort him gently, breaking the awkward silence. Don't be sad. Just as she was about to pat his shoulder, Emo-chan suddenly lifted his head, his face full of confusion. Director, why aren't you wearing black stockings today? If your legs get tanned, they won't look as good. Lin Muwen froze, stunned. She thought to herself, this brat, pretending to be sentimental, was actually staring at my legs the whole time? And he's upset because I'm not wearing black stockings? From now on, you're not allowed to say another word, she shouted angrily. Do you hear me? Lin Muwen's voice became even more severe as she floored the accelerator, speeding toward the mall. Alright, I promise not to talk, Director, Emo-chan said, patting his chest, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Anger level plus 5. Shut up. I said no talking. Lin Muwen's frustration peaked, and she nearly kicked him out of the car. An hour later, they arrived at the largest shopping center in Haicheng. The moment Lin Muwen stepped out of the car, her graceful figure and stunning appearance instantly drew the attention of passers-by. The red hovering sports car further fueled their envy. In contrast, Emo-chan garnered head shakes and whispers from onlookers. The poor play with cars, the rich play with love, and the top-tier tycoons, well, they play with wildlings. Director, that guy just insulted me, Emo-chan said, pointing at a young man, his teeth gritted with anger. Hold it in. Don't cause trouble, Lin Muwen sternly warned. Alright, Emo-chan nodded obediently before shouting, I feel like swearing at someone today, so I'll spare you. The young man smirked smugly, thinking he had gained the upper hand. Nearby onlookers, however, whispered to him, Dude, he just implied you're not even human, and you're smiling about it? The young man froze, his brain seeming to short-circuit as he processed the comment. Inside the mall, Lin Muwen got Emo-chan a stylish short haircut and picked out several sets of expensive casual athletic wear for him. When Emo-chan suggested trying on a couple of suits, she immediately stopped him. No. Suits don't suit your vibe. The contrast would be too much. She recalled the last apology assembly, where Emo-chan had shown up in a sharp suit, only to berate everyone in attendance. It was the perfect embodiment of all bark and no bite. After nearly 3 hours of shopping, Emo-chan was transformed. His dashing facial features, chiseled jawline, and deep, lively eyes now made him look like a harmless, clean-cut, shy young man. On the way back to school, Lin Muwen let out a sigh, saying wistfully, Remember to come early tomorrow. This will likely be our university's final big competition. Cherish it. Why? Emo-chan asked, puzzled. Lin Muwen forced a bitter smile, changing the subject. If Haicheng University ceases to exist, will you transfer to another university or just wander outside? I can pull some strings to get you into a better school, but only if you behave and stop causing trouble. Other universities won't tolerate you like we do. Emo-chan froze, a sudden seriousness overtaking his usual playful demeanor. He seemed to grasp what she was implying and replied earnestly, "That won't happen." Lin Muan brushed her hair aside and said softly, "I hope not." With that, she stepped on the gas and sped away. When they reached the school gate, Emo-chan said, "Director, I need to buy something, so I won't go in with you." "Where are you off to now?" "There's a pre-competition assembly later." Lin Muan said helplessly. "You all start without me." "I'll come later," Emo-chan waved, disappearing down the street. He was going to buy a greatsword. Only then could he properly execute his spinning attack and secure an edge in the competition tomorrow. At a weapons shop, a woman in a cheongsam greeted him. "Handsome, looking for a weapon that suits you?" Emo-chan scanned the shop and pointed to a glowing sword displayed up high. "How much for that one?" The woman took it down and excitedly began her pitch. "You have excellent taste. This is the store's treasure, a diamond-forged blade imbued with master-level enchantments. The overall. Just tell me the price. 300,000 blue star coins. No bargaining." "What the heck? So expensive?" Emo-chan was stunned, as if he had just heard an astronomical figure. "What about that one?" He pointed to a plain, black sword in the middle row. This time, the woman didn't bother taking it down and simply said, "Pure steel, razor sharp. 30,000 blue star coins." Emo-chan scratched his head, his voice growing weaker. "Got anything cheaper?" The woman chuckled. "Nope." Looking around desperately, he finally noticed a wooden sword hanging near the shop entrance. "How much for that one?" "Ahem, that's just a decoration. It has no attack power," the woman replied, exasperated. Emo-chan fell into deep thought, asking internally, "Classmate Xiao Dian, can this wooden sword spin?" "Technically, yes. The power just won't be very strong. That's good enough. Broke times call for broke measures. Who needs fancy gear? How much for it?" Emo-chan asked again. If you really want it, 10 blue star coins," the woman said. Emo-chan smiled awkwardly and asked, "Sister, I'm a student. Could you just give it to me for free?" The woman froze, her expression stiff as she thought helplessly, how is it possible for someone like this to exist in the world? At this moment, a few people walked over. "Yo, Junior, fallen to this level of poverty, huh?" Gu Mingxian said with a mocking smile. Behind him followed 7 or 8 others, both male and female. The men were his usual lackeys, while the women dressed provocatively, looking like they had been picked up from the streets. "I heard your mom cut ties with you?" Gu Mingxian approached with a sneer, his eyes glinting with ridicule. "Ha! So he's an orphan after all," one of the lackeys chimed in immediately, his tone full of schadenfreude. "Pitiful, no wonder he's so poor," another lackey added, joining in the mocking feast. The women covered their mouths, laughing lightly, trying hard to maintain a pretense of elegance. However, their exaggerated gestures betrayed them, revealing the telltale signs of overdone squats. "Junior, why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you're about to use your sorcery again?" Gu Mingxian continued to close in, his face full of provocation. A month ago, Emo-chan had exposed Gu Mingxuan's embarrassing secret of stealing underwear during an assembly, leaving Gu seething with hatred. Although his family had intervened to clear his name and the school had declared him innocent, the incident had left a lasting shadow on campus. Particularly, the junior girls whom Gu had admired now avoided him like the plague. Emo-chan smiled faintly and reached into his pocket to pay the bill. "Quick, record this. Post his pathetic appearance online and let the whole nation have a laugh." Gu Mingxuan's eyes sparkled with sinister delight. "I'm sure the netizens will love a glimpse of you like this," he said excitedly. 3 of the girls immediately pulled out the latest model smartphones and began recording Emo-chan's face, declaring boldly, "I'm the best at capturing shots." "You all better hide quickly, the dog-catching squad is coming," Emo-chan said coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Anger value +9. "Ha, look how pressed he is, he's totally losing it." The group pretended to act indifferent, secretly feeling triumphant inside. Emo-chan rolled his eyes. "Getting bitten by a rabid dog out of nowhere, wouldn't you be upset?" Anger value +30. Their expressions instantly soured, and just as they were about to retaliate, Emo-chan's silence spell cut them off. Humming a little tune, he strolled away leisurely. Gu Mingxian was burning with fury and wanted to teach Emo-chan a lesson, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't activate his martial arts techniques. Panic crept into his heart, he hadn't expected Emo-chan to wield such abilities. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Gu charged forward, ready to engage in hand-to-hand combat, but Emo-chan had already disappeared without a trace. 30 seconds later, one of Gu's lackeys came panting up to him, looking utterly defeated. "Brother Xian, we can't win against him. That bastard's unbeatable at verbal sparring." Gu Mingxian, still seething, sneered coldly. "By tomorrow, he won't have any reason to be cocky. The students from Xiaohua University will beat him to a pulp. Just wait and watch the show." Emo-chan didn't return to campus. Instead, he found a secluded cave, seizing the opportunity to cultivate and prepare for tomorrow's grand competition. The dean's words, coupled with the rumors he'd overheard, led him to believe that the school might face a downgrade penalty. He didn't want that to happen. The principal and the dean had always treated him well, and although his classmates often shouted and cursed at him, they weren't genuinely malicious, just venting their frustrations. He didn't want to wander aimlessly again. This time, Emochan consumed all the energy liquid from his spatial ring. Instantly, a fierce surge of energy rampaged through his body. As he controlled his breathing, the energy of the heavens and earth began to converge toward him. He guided this energy to impact his meridians and cells, a necessary step in breaking through to a higher realm. Meanwhile, Gu Mingxian and his group uploaded the video online, which quickly became a trending topic. Emochan had become an internet sensation, and anything related to him was guaranteed to attract attention. Netizens burst into laughter as they watched the video. The comments section erupted in chaos. This feels like a scene straight out of a revenge novel, so satisfying. Posts mocking Emochan's poverty flooded the internet. They ridiculed him for being so poor yet so shameless. However, in an instant, these mocking posts were drowned out by a wave of praise and flattery. The big competition hadn't even started, and fans, fearing that provoking Emochan might lead to him withdrawing, began showering him with encouragement. Under a post titled "Crowdfunding to buy Emochan a sword," a heated discussion ensued. "I'll chip in 50 cents, no more. Mo God certainly lives up to his name. That peachwood sword in his hands could definitely slay gods and demons. You guys don't understand a thing. Mo God is a descendant of the Maoshan Taoists. Cutie Emochan, Auntie loves you. I donated 5,000, make sure to thank me. I'm Long Outyan from Xiaohua University. I donated 10,000 to help Mo God achieve glory tomorrow." Thanks to the netizens' efforts, within half an hour, a $30,000 diamond sword was purchased and delivered to Haicheng University. The largest donor was none other than the competitors from Xiaohua University. Having received so many red envelopes, they had no choice but to please Emochan, ensuring he participated in the competition and allowed them to revel in the thrill of crushing him. Otherwise, the netizens might demand refunds. Gu Mingxian was utterly dumbfounded. What he had intended as a humiliation for Emochan had somehow turned into a boon. These netizens, how could they be so gullible? He sighed internally, relieved that he hadn't filmed Emochan's pitiful rental apartment. If he had, the netizens might have crowdfunded to buy him a villa instead. In the dead of night, Emochan entered deep meditation. His consciousness observed his internal organs and meridians, guiding the energy flow. The surrounding environment and sounds were completely shut out by his awareness. It was as if he had entered another world. Even if someone screamed in his face, they wouldn't wake him. At this moment, outside the muddy path leading to the cave, a group of people quietly approached. 7 or 8 of them, each exuding a powerful aura. The weakest among them was at the Wind Mastery realm. Leading the group was the dwarf who had hunted Emochan in the past. This brat sure has guts, daring to cultivate alone in a place like this," the dwarf sneered. "He probably thinks we won't find him. So naive, truly inexperienced," a middle-aged man with a hooked nose chimed in. "Let's finish him off quickly so we can report back," a burly man added. The dwarf nodded and turned to a frail-looking man, his tone serious. "Are you certain the area is sealed off? That brat is cunning, he even slipped away from me last time." The frail man nodded confidently. "Rest assured, I've set up a confinement formation. Even if he wakes up now, he won't be able to escape." The dwarf licked his lips, a glint of malice and excitement flashing in his eyes. Remembering the humiliation Emochan had inflicted upon him during their last encounter, he wanted nothing more than to swallow the brat whole. What kind of lunatic even thinks to use urine and mud, coupled with curses like "chase me and your whole family dies"? The dwarf had never figured it out. Though they had laid a meticulous trap, the group advanced cautiously, their nerves taut as bowstrings, fearing even the slightest mishap. This was a testament to how seriously they regarded Emochan. Just as they were 50 meters away from the cave, a sudden unexpected event caused everyone to show a look of horror, as if an invisible force had confined them in place, unable to move an inch. Cold sweat dripped down their foreheads, and the timid ones even had their lips trembling slightly. "Who sent you here?" A cold and merciless voice echoed in the void. Immediately after, a man slowly appeared before their eyes. He was draped in a straw raincoat, wearing a bamboo hat, and his face was covered by a rat mask, making it impossible to see his true appearance. However, from his hoarse and deep voice, it was clear that he was not young. "Rat!" the dwarf muttered in terror, his eyes filled with despair. "Not going to talk?" The man in the rat mask slowly raised his right hand. "Then there's no choice but to die." Before the words had even faded, he gently clenched his hand. Instantly, the bodies of 8 masters exploded like balloons, turning into a mist of blood, leaving not even a single bone behind. After finishing this, he turned to look at Emochan in the cave. Just as he was about to act, the communicator at his waist suddenly vibrated. He glanced at it, and the screen clearly displayed, "Order from the unparalleled king, Borderlands emergency, return immediately." "But Xiao Chen, the man replied. The king said, "The nation is greater than the family," the communicator coldly responded. The masked man sighed, put away the communicator, and looked again at the cave where Emochan was. Then, he struck with his palm, breaking the seal set by the group of dwarves, chanting an incantation to construct a barrier for Emochan. After completing all this, his figure gradually blurred, as if turning into a wisp of green smoke. Meanwhile, inside the Haicheng City Lord's mansion, a staff member rushed into the office in a hurry, shouting with a trembling voice, "City Lord, something bad has happened." The City Lord slowly opened his eyes and said calmly, "Xiaolu, don't be so flustered." The young man blushed slightly and nodded awkwardly. "The Mo Chen from Haicheng University that you asked me to find might be in danger." The City Lord chuckled lightly, dismissively. How could there be any danger in the little squabbles between young people? The young man took a deep breath, his tone filled with fear. "I just saw a mysterious figure wearing a rat mask, who crushed a group of Wind Realm experts from a distance." This statement made the City Lord instantly spit out his tea, his expression changed drastically, and a trace of apprehension flashed in his eyes. He thought to himself, the rat of the 12 zodiac of Great Xia? Why would he appear in Haicheng? A series of questions surged in his mind, leaving him utterly confused. Aren't the 12 zodiacs supposed to be carrying out missions abroad? Who summoned them back? Could it be that he has been lurking in Haicheng all along, protecting Mo Chen? Thinking of this, the apprehension in his eyes grew even stronger. Such an unparalleled master was actually lurking in Haicheng, and he had been completely unaware. As the morning glow rose, on the sports field of Haicheng University, tens of thousands of students gathered together. At the forefront was a row of contestants, and behind them were all the faculty and staff. Chang Boyuan stepped forward, channeling the energy within him, his voice like thunder. "Students, today we are about to set off for Shihu City to participate in the provincial competition. This competition concerns our honor and our future. I hope you won't feel too much pressure. Place your trust in these 19 participating students, let them compete with flair and leave no regrets. Regardless of the outcome, at least we have tried our best." The playground was unusually quiet, everyone was listening attentively, their expressions solemn. In previous assemblies, the principal's speech was always accompanied by whispers, but this time, everyone understood in their hearts that Haicheng University was in a precarious situation. Last night, the news somehow leaked, and all the students knew, if they lost one more match, Haicheng University would be downgraded to a high school, and everyone would have to part ways and go to different universities. They didn't want Haicheng University to disappear, nor did they want to go to other schools and be looked down upon, enduring endless ridicule. The ones under the greatest pressure were the 19 participants at the front. They were deeply aware of the responsibility on their shoulders, and the more they thought about it, the more powerless they felt. Even the usually arrogant Gu Mingxian appeared particularly solemn at this moment. His family was in Haicheng, and if he were assigned to another school, he would inevitably be trampled by the local bullies. "Alright, that's it. Saying too much might affect your emotions." Chang Boyuan cleared his throat and waved to everyone, "Let's go." As everyone walked out with apprehension and nervousness, a discordant voice rang out, "Principal, Mo Chen, he hasn't arrived yet." The speaker was Bai Xia, who was also one of the contestants. At this moment, she was holding the diamond sword that netizens had crowdfunded for Mo Chen, gritting her teeth in anger, "That little rascal. At a time like this, he drops the ball, so unreliable." Chang Boyuan looked toward the contestant area and indeed found one person missing. He cast a puzzled glance at the dean. Lin Nubian, full of anger, shook her head and said, "His phone is turned off. I've called many times but couldn't get through." "What about his rental apartment? Has anyone gone to check?" Chang Boyuan asked. "No one knows where he's gone to mess around. He might be used to staying in the mountains, he's really a wild man." Lin Nubian gritted her teeth and frowned. Chang Boyuan was left speechless. Gu Mingxian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Mo Chen must have been scared and fled at the last moment. What a coward. His words immediately elicited agreement from several followers behind him. "It doesn't matter whether he's here or not. Just ignore him. Yeah, he's just a rookie with a B-level talent and a third-stage awakening. He can't change anything and is just a burden. This kid does nothing but cause trouble. It's such a waste to give him a spot." The atmosphere instantly became lively as everyone expressed their dissatisfaction. "Let's go first, and we'll deal with that kid properly when we get back. Mo Chen is so disappointing. He's lost both face and the game. Now we're going to be the laughingstock of other universities." Speechless, we've lost and been defeated before, but when have we ever fled like him at the last moment? Just the day before yesterday, he was bragging online to netizens, saying he would hang them up and beat them, and now he can't even be found. Chang Boyuan let out a heavy sigh, a trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He checked the time and waved again. "Let's go, forget about him." At the school gate, the atmosphere was lively. Thousands of people swarmed onto the airship, preparing to head to Westlake City. Although there are many students at Haicheng University, not everyone is traveling. Apart from the contestants, the representatives selected from the classes only need to cheer for them, while the rest stay on campus, focusing on watching the live broadcast. Meanwhile, the other 7 participating universities are also gearing up, with an atmosphere of tension and excitement. At the gate of Shaohua University, the principal, full of confidence and with a piercing gaze, said, "Everyone is here, there's nothing more to say. Perform to your fullest and win the championship. This is the strength of our school, as it has always been." The 20 contestants remained calm and composed, as if the championship was already in their grasp. "By the way, The principal suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife. Make sure to deal with the people from Haicheng University properly, especially that Imochen. Daring to call us trash. I've been teaching for years, and this is the first time I've heard such words. Don't worry, principal. We will make Haicheng University pay the price. As long as Imochen dares to come, we'll beat him until he kneels and begs for mercy. I'm still waiting to boast about it online. After this competition, the name Haicheng University should disappear. The principal nodded with satisfaction, signaling the airship to set sail. Audiences across the country had already prepared snacks, gathered on sofas, and turned on their TVs or phones, eagerly anticipating the grand competition in Jiangnan Province. This year, Jiangnan Province was the main venue for the competition, attracting countless attention. The competition had not yet started, and everyone flocked to the Hongbao Forum to discuss enthusiastically. Most of the discussions revolved around Haicheng University and Shaohua University. These two universities were already arch-enemies, and the personal feud between their principals added fuel to the fire. Especially Imochen, who had previously made disrespectful remarks in front of netizens nationwide, enraging the people of Shaohua University. He was the annoying guy from Haicheng University. How about it, did you see that kid? Still hasn't shown up. Could he be chickening out at the last minute? If Imochen dares to forfeit, then he truly deserves to die. We even spent money to buy him weapons. As time passed, the streets of Shihu City became crowded and lively. The aerial arena by the lake was the center of everyone's attention, where the battle was about to take place. Shortly after, airships from 8 universities landed one after another. The airship from Shaohua University was the first to take its place, drawing astonished gazes from the surrounding audience. Even the officials fired cannons in celebration. This is the glory of a Triple Crown champion. The contestants from other universities showed nervous expressions, especially when they saw the man standing at the forefront of Shaohua University. Despair was evident in their eyes. He possessed an SSS-level talent and was at the pinnacle of the Shattered Stone realm, leaving all the students present feeling suffocated. Finally, the airship from Haicheng University landed. Everyone looked at them with strange and mocking gazes, completely different from the earlier enthusiasm. Huh, why are there only 19 of you? Did someone chicken out at the last minute? Lin Genua, the principal of Shaohua University, asked sarcastically. The people present started counting the participants from Haicheng University and exclaimed, there really is one missing. Damn! The one who should have come the most, Imochen, didn't show up. That scoundrel tricked the entire nation's netizens again. I knew he would forfeit. What a beast! Anger value plus 35,000. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely dumbfounded. The faces of those who had been praising him looked worse than if they had eaten a dead rat. They had gone to great lengths to persuade Imochen to participate, only to be played by him at the critical moment. Posts flooded the internet like a tide, filled with mockery of Imochen. Still want to be part of the praise group? Humbled now, aren't you? I told you long ago, people like Imochen shouldn't be indulged. Ugh. Thinking about the compliments I gave him before makes me want to puke. Drag him out, we absolutely can't let this slide. Anger level plus 2 million plus. Anger level plus 300 W plus. Netizens were extremely angry and could only target Haicheng University. Under a post titled, Haicheng University raised a beast, they launched attacks using their keyboards. Damn it. Refund the money. Return the sword we crowdfunded in cash form. Haicheng University is really good at teaching, truly the most shameless people I've ever seen. At this moment, within Haicheng University, the students who didn't go to the scene all looked gloomy, feeling unjustly scolded for no reason. The live stream and online comments were full of sarcastic remarks, making them grit their teeth in anger, cursing Imochen's incompetence in their hearts. In a cave on the outskirts of Haicheng, the violent energy within Imochen gradually subsided. He felt an even stronger power filling his limbs and body. The first stage of the stone fragment realm finally broke through. He slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. What? It's already daylight. He was anxious and quickly turned on his phone to check the time, 12:03. The screen showed 108 missed calls, all from the dean. He hurriedly called back. Beep, the user you are trying to reach is temporarily unavailable. Damn, got blocked? No network, can't even send a message. His heart tightened as he remembered the competition starts at 12 o'clock. Time is pressing, he must rush to Westlake City at full speed to try to make it in time. Imochen quickly ran out of the cave, and the barrier set by Zishu earlier dissipated as well. He didn't know that this place had already been visited. On the lake platform in Westlake City, the battle was in full swing. In the draw mode, winning a match earns 1 point, and the final ranking determines the qualification spots. At this moment, a senior with an A-level talent from Haicheng University is competing against an S-level talent from Shaohua University. Both are at the peak of the awakening realm, but the talent gap forces the senior from Haicheng to retreat repeatedly, and he soon has no choice but to admit defeat. Is this all Haicheng University is capable of? Weaklings as always. The man from Xiaohua University sneered, pressing the tip of his sword against the throat of the Haicheng senior, his eyes full of mockery. The senior gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly they creaked, yet he was powerless to fight back. To onlookers, his actions seemed nothing more than impotent rage. TSK, look at him acting like this and still daring to be defiant. The weak are meant to be trampled upon, this is the rule of the world. No matter how much you grit your teeth, you can't change it. If you're bad, you need more practice. The students of Xiaohua University all sneered, having long been displeased with Haicheng University. Coupled with the principal's instructions, they naturally showed no mercy. The students of Haicheng University looked grim and could not refute. Having just been defeated, they no longer had the qualifications to argue with the other side. Xia, the next match is yours. Good luck, Lin Nubian said with a smile, encouragingly. The other classmates also cast warm looks. Bai Xia nodded, his eyes firm, then placed the treasured sword in his arms down and leapt onto the arena in one step. Next match, the referee's voice rang out. Bai Xia from Haicheng University versus Yi Shuang from Xiaohua University. In the Xiaohua University area, the enchanting woman Yi Shuang slowly stepped onto the arena. Why is it Yaohua University again? This is not fair. Yi Shuang is an SS level prodigy. Can we even beat her? There's absolutely no hope. I suggest a rematch. The people from Haicheng University were furious. Their newly ignited fighting spirit was instantly extinguished, and their expressions were filled with helplessness. Out of 8 universities, they happened to face Yaohua University in 2 consecutive matches, and the opponent's strength was so overwhelming that it left them breathless. It seems that Haicheng University is really unlucky. Even the heavens can't stand them. This is simply self-inflicted suffering. It seems they'll be entangled with Xiaohua University for a lifetime. Seeing Haicheng University's embarrassment, both the live audience and online viewers feel delighted. Heaven's justice prevails, no one escapes karma. The battle erupted. Bai Xia took the lead, performing a set of high-grade Shen-level martial arts. Sword shadows fell like rain, directly targeting the opponent. However, as the strongest university, Xiaohua University naturally enjoys resource advantages, and Yi Shuang is a genius among geniuses. She sat cross-legged on the arena, softly chanting a spell, and a large bell enveloped her entire body, instantly sealing off all the sword shadows. Then, she recited a second spell, and a long sword accompanied by flames roared out, instantly evaporating the lake beneath the arena with terrifying power. 2 sets of supreme-grade Shen-level martial arts? Yi Shuang has way too many tricks up her sleeve. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Ordinary people struggle to obtain even 1 set in a lifetime, while she treats them like cabbages. The audience was amazed and full of envy. Lin Genua, the president of Xiaohua University, proudly said, "It's normal. Our school has many martial arts techniques, unlike the meager resources of Haicheng University." Cheng Boyuan's face darkened upon hearing this, and he felt immense envy in his heart. If they could win the championship, Haicheng University could also obtain advanced martial arts techniques, but that was nothing more than a pipe dream. Bang! With a loud explosion, the battle on the arena came to an end. Although Bai Xia was defeated, the fact that he could hold on until now had already earned him the admiration of many. "Sister, you'll need to practice more when we get back. For someone as weak as you, I usually don't even bother to make a move. I originally wanted to teach him Ochen a lesson, but since he didn't dare to show up, I had to vent my anger on you." Yi Shuang lightly tapped Bai Xia's face with the back of her sword, as if teasing a pet. The students from Haicheng University saw this, and felt as if their hearts were being torn apart, overwhelmed by a mix of anger and humiliation, which was even worse than being killed. Bai Xia remained silent, her face showing no anger, only helplessness and self-blame. Her pale face was stained with blood as she returned to the Haicheng area and softly said, "I'm sorry, I lost." "It's okay, I don't blame you." Lin Nubian gently patted her shoulder, took out a healing potion, and personally fed it to her. The other classmates comforted her one after another, fearing that Bai Xia would be discouraged because of this. "I'll avenge you later." Gu Mingxian stepped forward, his tone firm. Bai Xia did not respond, silently sitting down to meditate. Jean Moyen sighed and stayed by her side. Seeing her like this, everyone felt a pang of sorrow in their hearts. The students of Haicheng University were watching the live broadcast, and many soft-hearted girls shed tears, feeling sorry for her. Bai Xia was not only beautiful but also very kind to her classmates, always willing to help others, and everyone liked her very much. "Classmates, don't lose heart. We still have 17 matches to go. The outcome is not yet decided." Cheng Boyuan stepped forward to encourage everyone. Hearing this, everyone's low spirits gradually eased, and they regained their confidence. Gu Mingxian gave a signal to a few of his followers, and they immediately understood, saying, "Everyone, don't worry. Senior Mingxian is our trump card. He will surely take the lead. When Brother Xian steps in, he will crush the opposition and leave them unable to recover." Under the encouragement of several people, the atmosphere was instantly ignited. The students of Haicheng University placed their hopes on Gu Mingxian, shouting his name enthusiastically, their morale soaring. Gu Mingxian enjoyed all of this, pretending to be profound, and smiled faintly. Rest assured, classmates, I will not let you down. Haicheng. Emochan sprinted wildly and finally arrived at the city lord's office. After glancing around, his gaze locked onto the red hover sports car in the center of the square. Feeling secretly pleased, he walked toward the car without hesitation. Let's go then, he thought to himself. With no one around, he quickly and stealthily approached the target. Meanwhile, in the city lord's office, staff member Xiaolu rushed in hurriedly, his face full of anxiety. City lord, something's wrong. Someone is stealing a car outside. The city lord frowned, put down the pen in his hand, and said in a deep voice, Xiaolu, here you go again. Don't panic when something happens, this won't help you get promoted. Xiaolu's face turned red with urgency, and he stammered, City lord, it's Emochan stealing the car. What? The city lord stood up in shock, his expression changing instantly. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand and said, forget it, let him drive away. Xiaolu's face turned bright red, hesitating, but, Lord City Master. What's wrong? The city master's patience had clearly reached its limit, and he was furious. He stole the car of the young supreme Yun Chuyao. Xiaolu explained with his head lowered. The city lord staggered and almost fell, his face changed dramatically. The title of Young Supreme is not something that can be obtained casually. There are only 10 in the entire Great Xia, and they are the nation's treasures, wielding immense power. Forget it, forget it. Things have come to this point, I can only pray that this kid returns before she finds out. The city lord sighed, feeling uneasy. There's one more thing. Xiaolu nervously looked up. The city lord's heart tightened. Xiaolu, can you just say everything at once? My heart can't take this. Yun Chuyao has already caught up. Xiaolu gritted his teeth and finally revealed the truth. Damn it! The city lord cursed, turned around, and leapt out of the window. By the time he arrived at the square, there was no trace of Emochan, he had long disappeared. It's over, this kid is in trouble. He couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for Emochan. In midair, Emochan was driving enthusiastically when he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air behind him. He knew it was an expert above the breaking void realm. Quickly turning his head, he saw a woman in a black short skirt with an angry expression rapidly chasing after him. Audacious car thief! How dare you steal my car? You're doomed, she roared angrily. Emochan sneered disdainfully, steal? Do you even know how to talk? I just forgot to turn off the auto pickup function, that's all. After saying that, he slammed on the accelerator, leaving the woman behind. Shameless! Yun Chuyao gritted her teeth in anger, used a secret technique, and her speed suddenly surged, catching up again. Do you know who I am? Stop the car immediately, she shouted. Emochan laughed, thinking to himself that he had heard such words many times before, but they were of no use. Do you know who I am? Saying it out loud might scare you to death, he countered. Yun Chuyao sneered, go ahead, reveal your identity and let me see what you've got. My identity is taboo. Go back and look it up, don't bring trouble upon yourself. Emochan said confidently. Yun Chuyao felt a wave of disdain in her heart, thinking, this guy is really thick-skinned. I'm warning you one last time, stop the car. Otherwise, if I catch up to you, there will definitely be consequences, she threatened. Emochan's smile grew wider, don't try to scare me, I didn't study much. This car was borrowed from the city lord. As a lawful taxpayer, what's wrong with borrowing it for an urgent matter? Anger value plus 10. Yun Chuyao was furious, thinking this guy is truly bizarre. Taxpayer? Can he even support himself? This car was parked by me, the great aunt, in the city lord's office square. If you don't want to die, stop immediately, she shouted. The great aunt's name is Yun Chuyao. Go ask the city lord of Haicheng and see if I'm someone you can afford to offend. Emochan mocked. I'm not afraid of you, he responded loudly, laughing. My mom's name is Zhuang Yining. Go find her. After saying that, he slammed the accelerator to the floor and disappeared into the horizon in an instant. Although those in the void-breaking realm can fly, their speed is far inferior to that of a hovering car. The fact that Yun Chuyao could keep up for so long is already astonishing. Zhuang Yining. Her heart trembled, it seemed she had heard this name before. Realizing she couldn't catch up, Yun Chuyao reluctantly stopped in her tracks. She frowned, not because she was upset about the car money meant nothing to her, but because she wanted to teach this guy a lesson. He was truly giving her a headache. Judging by the direction you're heading, it's West Lake City. You must be going to participate in the Jiangnan province's grand competition, right? She calmly thought, fine, I'll just wait for you there. Yun Chuyao slowly descended and headed towards the nearest station. On the banks of West Lake, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. I say, Haicheng University, why not just forfeit, said a class teacher from Shaohua University with a smile, his words full of mockery. Others chimed in, laughter echoing one after another. Fewer matches, fewer embarrassments, forfeiting is indeed a good idea. Anyway, you are destined to be at the bottom, so why bother persisting? The students of Haicheng University were filled with shame and anger, silently lowering their heads, their hearts full of helplessness. They had already lost 17 consecutive matches, as if every opponent was overwhelmingly stronger than them. No matter how Chung Boyuan argued with the event organizers, the result was always endless disputes with no progress. This made their mood even heavier, as if they had already foreseen their fate. At this moment, the disappointment and shame of Haicheng University further fueled the mockery from Xiaohua University. All your humiliation is thanks to Mo Chen. What a great student you recruited, ha ha ha. Mo Chen is a clever guy. Knowing he couldn't win, he simply fled at the last moment to avoid humiliation. He left you here to suffer while he hides in some corner laughing at you. Truly unjust. A series of attacks made the male students of Haicheng University clench their fists, wishing they could fight to the death. The more sensitive female students were so angry that they burst into tears, never having endured such ridicule and humiliation. Lin Mubai closed her eyes and pretended not to hear. As the dean of students, no matter how angry she was, she couldn't lower herself to confront the students. Shut up, Gu Mingxian, unable to bear it any longer, shouted angrily, don't mention Mo Chen's name again, His voice thundered like a storm, silencing the crowd instantly. As an SS class unparalleled genius and the heir of a prominent family in Haicheng, others were somewhat intimidated by him. Yo, don't shout, it'll be your turn soon. The person from Xiaohua University said disdainfully, hope you don't end up crying after being beaten. Gu Mingxian clenched his teeth, secretly furious. The battle on the arena came to an end again, Li Xin from Haicheng University, defeated. The referee's voice was like a heavy hammer, striking their hearts. Ha ha ha, will Haicheng University end up with a 0 score? That would be so embarrassing. This year's Haicheng University is the weakest I've ever seen, not a single capable fighter. Shoo, I still have the student council president, Gu Mingxian. Mocking voices surged like a tide. The students of Haicheng University felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and powerlessness. Chang Boyuan's eyes were resolute as he tried to encourage everyone, don't lose heart, Mingxian hasn't stepped in yet. Everyone turned their gaze to Gu Mingxian, hoping to see a glimmer of hope in him. Gu Mingxian smiled faintly, his eyes exuding a confident leave-it-to-me attitude. After half an hour of waiting, it was finally Haicheng University's turn. Next match. Haicheng University's Gu Mingxian versus Xiaohua University's Zhao Fan. As soon as the words were spoken, the arena erupted in overwhelming laughter. Ah, Haicheng University is really unlucky, it seems destined to score 0. Gu Mingxian is so miserable, facing senior Zhao Fan as soon as he enters the arena, it's simply asking for trouble. Haicheng University, it's still time to forfeit. Otherwise, seeing your strongest prodigy being crushed to the ground later might break their Dao heart. Gu Mingxuan's mouth twitched slightly, and his heart trembled. Zhao Fan, the absolute powerhouse of Xiaohua University, with SSS level talent, a supreme prodigy even the nation has to appease. Xiaohua University's repeated dominance is largely thanks to Zhao Fan. He knew that he was no match at all. At this moment, the students of Haicheng University were cheering for him. Senior Mingxian, you can do it. No pressure, even if you lose, we won't blame you. Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Are you scared? The students from Xiaohua University began urging him, as Zhao Fan had been waiting on the stage for quite a while. Go ahead. Lin Mubai nodded at him. Gu Mingxian struggled internally, hesitating to speak. Finally, he mustered up the courage and stammered, Director, I forfeit. I'm not feeling well and might not be able to perform at my best. What? The hearts of everyone at Haicheng University turned cold. The senior they were so proud of had surrendered without a fight? Gu Mingxian, are you sure you want to forfeit? The referee urged. Gu Mingxian gritted his teeth and finally nodded. As an SS-level genius, he didn't want to embarrass himself, let alone be trampled underfoot. Lin Mubai gave a bitter smile and gently said, you don't want to be defeated in public and disgrace your family, but this act of forfeiting will bring even more shame to the Gu family. As the referee's voice fell, the sound of mocking laughter echoed once again in the arena. Ha, such a coward, just like Mo Chen. Haicheng University is completely defeated, time to go home. Sadness and helplessness spread among the students of Haicheng University. Every mocking remark felt like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into their hearts. Those Haicheng students who didn't attend the scene lowered their heads, their eyes filled with disappointment, and many couldn't help but cry. So cowardly. Bai Xia wiped away her tears, her heart filled with pain. Ah, I wonder if we'll ever be assigned together again. Jean Moyen bit her lip, full of reluctance. Lin Mubian sighed and silently turned away. Cheng Boyuan slowly stood up and waved, saying, let's go home, kids. The students of Haicheng University picked up their luggage powerlessly, preparing to leave. Why go home? I haven't joined the battle yet. A familiar voice suddenly rang out, full of confidence. Following the voice, the figure that made everyone grit their teeth slowly approached. You guys are too much. Such an important event, and you didn't call me. Do you even consider me, your junior, at all? Mo Chen wiped the sweat off his forehead, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Anger level plus 888. Lin Mubai, furious, immediately threw the bottle of mineral water in her hand. How many times did I call you? And you still say I didn't call you? Mo Chen caught the bottle with one hand, opened the cap, and drank it down heartily, as if he hadn't had water in a lifetime. Can you be a bit more hygienic? Lin Yubian pursed her lips, looking speechless. There was still her saliva on the water bottle. The scene instantly exploded. Countless people glared angrily at Emo-chan, and curses erupted everywhere. What are you looking at? I don't owe you money. Anger value plus 10,086. Emo-chan glared at those people and casually threw the empty water bottle, which happened to hit the event organizer's table, making several old folks stomp their feet in anger. Rage points plus 50. Emo-chan, how dare you show up? Today, I'm going to break your dog legs, someone roared. You scumbag, you tricked us so badly online, another person shouted. Come out and face your death. I'm going to hang you up and beat you, then spit on you, and stand on you to pee. Their roaring was like a storm. Emo-chan chewed his gum, let out a cold laugh, and his eyes were full of disdain. This is child's play to me. His gaze swept over them, as if looking at a group of clowns, full of provocation. You're asking for it. Watch how I make each of you cry like babies in a moment. He blew a bubble and casually tossed the gum residue at an unlucky guy. Anger level plus 8,000. Chang Boyuan, it seems your student has some issues with their manners. An elder from the event organizers couldn't help but comment. Littering, using foul language, and disrespecting elders, isn't that a bit too immoral? He looked at Chang Boyuan. Take it or leave it, if you're unhappy, just go. My students have this kind of attitude. Chang Boyuan retorted confidently, while secretly giving Emo-chan a thumbs up, thinking to himself that he had really had enough of this group of old folks. At this moment, the livestream chat exploded as well. Netizens flooded in, angrily cursing Emo-chan, as if they wanted to drag him out of the screen and beat him up. If Grandpa guessed correctly, those brats in the livestream chat must be acting quite arrogant now, right? Emo-chan smirked slyly. Stop barking, because no matter what you say, I can't see it, haha. Anger value plus 3.5 million plus, anger value plus 6.85 million plus. Jean Moyen wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and muttered under his breath, this is truly despicable, truly shameless. Bai Xia shook his head, thinking that this guy always stirs up public anger as soon as he appears, what a troublemaker. Junior, didn't you flee at the last moment? Asked a senior from Haicheng University, looking at him with a puzzled expression. Gu Mingxian had a sudden idea and chimed in, Emo-chan, stop messing around. You've already embarrassed us. Considering you're a junior, we haven't blamed you, but you should know your place. Emo-chan looked disdainful and turned to Gu Mingxian, you should be secretly happy. If I hadn't arrived in time, everyone would have stripped you down to your underwear. Gu Mingxian's face instantly turned red, and he obediently shut his mouth. Cheng Boyuan, you unlucky student, are you here to make it a complete 20 consecutive defeats? Shaohua University's principal Lin Jinhua teased. Cheng Boyuan frowned slightly but did not respond. Emo-chan took the initiative, old geezer, I think you're old and loose, farting with a loud bang. He showed no mercy, provocatively staring at Lin Jinhua. Rage value plus 50,030. Lin Jinhua's face instantly turned cold, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A junior dared to insult him like this, truly insolent. Friend, I advise you to put away your killing intent, or you might bring disaster upon yourself. Cheng Boyuan sneered from the side, full of threatening undertones. The people of Shaohua University were furious, unable to tolerate their respected principal being insulted in such a way, and immediately retaliated with even harsher words. Emo-chan sneered coldly and raised his voice, I don't have time to waste words with you. Let's get started quickly. Who's first? His arrogant demeanor, as if looking down on everyone, sparked strong dissatisfaction among the crowd. They stepped forward one after another, eager to teach him a lesson. A B-level talent in the awakening realm, a useless nobody, dares to act so arrogantly? Pick anyone, and they could crush you with one hand. Since he came to us willingly, let's grant his wish. On this arena, even if we cripple him, it won't violate the iron laws of Daxia. The situation was on the verge of erupting, and the referee panel quickly stepped in to announce, according to the rules, when a school with consecutive losses is down to its last person, they can choose their opponent proactively. Pick me. Watch me come up and kill you. If you dare, pick me. The students of Shaohua University shouted one after another, all wanting to be the first to go. Emo-chan scanned the crowd and his gaze fell on Bai Xia, Senior, who hurt you? Bai Xia sighed, sigh, you'd better pick a weaker one, so it won't be so bad later. Are you looking for me? From the crowd of Shaohua University, a seductive woman stepped forward with a provocative smile on her lips. What, are you going to avenge your senior sister? She said softly, already leaping onto the stage and provocatively curling her finger. Ah, such a good opportunity was snatched by senior sister Yi Shuang. With her temperament, she'll cripple this guy in just one round. Senior sister Yi Shuang, show him what you're made of, especially his foul mouth, make sure to swell it up. A shout erupted among the crowd at Shaohua University, as everyone had already anticipated Emo-chan's tragic fate. Hundreds of cameras were aimed at the arena, the livestream was packed with viewers, gifts were flying, and special effects dominated the entire screen. At this moment, everyone was waiting, finally able to witness the scene of Emo-chan being dealt with. The people of Haicheng University held their breath at this moment, their hearts surging with complex emotions. They knew that Mo Chen's situation was almost certain to fail, but seeing him so brave, completely unafraid, and even infuriating the people of Shaohua University to the extreme, they couldn't help but feel a trace of pity and admiration in their hearts. In stark contrast, Gu Mingxian, who had previously been highly anticipated by everyone, chose to forfeit at the critical moment, not daring to face the challenge. Yet the weakest Mo Chen arrived at this moment, showing no hesitation and even loudly challenging everyone on the field. This boldness and courage instantly restored much of Haicheng University's reputation. The tens of thousands of students who were about to leave in disappointment reopened their phones, eagerly anticipating this final showdown. Junior Mo Chen, go for it. Several senior students couldn't help but post this comment. Although it was quickly drowned out by criticism, their sentiments had already been conveyed. Damn, brother, are you really planning to go for it? Sun Shui was shocked. Mo Chen was someone who never suffered losses, the type with the personality of I'd rather betray the world than let the world betray me. How did he suddenly become so bold today? Could this be a new way to flirt? Why didn't I think of this? Sun Shui sighed. He felt that Mo Chen must be putting in such effort just to impress girls. On the arena, Mo Chen slowly took out a peachwood sword from his spatial ring, instantly causing an uproar of laughter from the crowd. What was this? Playing house? Hey, kid from Haicheng University, are you pulling out a peachwood sword to catch ghosts? Yi Shuang couldn't help but laugh. It seems you admit that you're not human either, Mo Chen responded indifferently. Anger value +3. I hope your body will be as tough as your mouth later, or else you'll suffer. Yi Shuang's tone suddenly turned cold. It's not just my mouth that's tough. Want to try? Mo Chen gave a wicked smile, which infuriated the people from Shaohua University. This junior really dares to say anything without considering the occasion. A female student from Haicheng University muttered softly, her face slightly red. Lin Yubi sighed, knowing in her heart that Mo Chen was an improper person. Yesterday, he was still concerned about her black stockings, clearly not treating her as the dean. Make your move, I'm still waiting to defeat the next one. Mo Chen said casually. Yi Shuang's lips curled slightly, suddenly finding this person quite interesting and deciding to tease him. She then pretended to be reserved and softly said, You say, the princess invites you to make your move. This remark made Mo Chen laugh. He asked, Do you have princess syndrome? Yi Shuang brushed her hair confidently and said, Yeah, how did you know? Mo Chen shook his head. When a princess gets sick, it's called princess syndrome. At most, yours is called wild chicken emotional breakdown syndrome. Anger level +50. Bang! Yi Shuang was burning with anger and slammed her palm down fiercely. Too slow. As the dust settled, Mo Chen had already appeared behind her, completely spotless. You're so slow, how can you serve the guests well? Anger level +100. Bang! Yi Shuang's face was icy cold as she turned and struck again with her palm. Slow, still too slow. You, a princess like this, dare to touch my fruit platter? I'll complain and demand a refund immediately. Mo Chen appeared calm and composed, strolling leisurely on the arena. At this moment, the spectators were all stunned, their eyes wide open in disbelief. What incredible speed! How did he do that? An SS-level peerless genius was actually being toyed with by a B-level awakening realm waste? The people of Haicheng University were shocked. Mo Chen's speed exceeded their imagination. It seems the junior really came prepared, remarked a senior, thinking that things might get interesting. A trace of surprise flashed in Chang Guiyuan's eyes. He hadn't expected Mo Chen to have mastered such a mysterious speed martial skill. Is all you can do just hop around like a grasshopper? Dare to have a real fight with me? Yi Shuang's gaze was icy cold. After being provoked multiple times, she could no longer maintain her earlier composure. Sure. Mo Chen nodded. Kid, take this sword. The netizens crowdfunded it for you. Bai Xia shouted from below, pointing at the diamond sword in her arms. Mo Chen shook his head. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? A wooden sword is enough. Rage points +200. Who the hell are you calling a chicken? Yi Shuang gritted her teeth, her eyes almost blazing with fire. Senior, don't get worked up. I was just using a metaphor. Mo Chen smiled faintly, then rushed to her at lightning speed and slapped the wooden sword onto her face with a loud smack. Yi Shuang was stunned, completely caught off guard. I will kill you. She touched the swollen mark on her face, almost driven mad with anger. This move wasn't fatal, but it was extremely humiliating. Furious, she unleashed various advanced martial techniques, creating a dazzling display on the arena, but this couldn't stop Mo Chen. Slap! 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 The crisp sounds echoed continuously as Yi Shuang's face swelled up like a pig's head. Perhaps tired, Mo Chen stopped and asked, Do you realize your mistake? If you admit defeat now, I'll spare you. Go to hell. Yi Shuang charged like a raging bull. Just as she was about to resort to her final move, Mo Chen kicked her into the lake outside the arena, causing water to splash everywhere. After waiting for a long time, Yi Shuang still did not get up. Eventually, people from Shaohua University pulled her out of the water. By then, she was unconscious and no longer able to fight. Mo Chen from Haicheng University wins. When the referee announced this result, the entire audience let out a collective gasp. Everyone was incredulous. Yi Shuang is in SS level 3rd stage in the Shattered Stone Realm, and yet he lost like this? That's too exaggerated. How did this guy manage to do it? Damn it, I don't accept this. Why? The scene instantly erupted, and everyone was bewildered. Mo Chen has already reached the 1st stage of the Stone Fragment Realm, explained a homeroom teacher from Xiaohua University with a frown. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other, their astonishment growing even stronger. A month ago, he was still at the 3rd stage of the Awakening Realm, and now he has broken through to the Stone Fragment Realm? A B-level talent absolutely cannot achieve this level unless Mo Chen has encountered some remarkable opportunity. Otherwise, this rate of progress is absolutely impossible to be the result of a B-level talent. Everyone couldn't help but have an absurd thought: Mo Chen's talent and martial skills are actually a whole level higher than Yi Shuang's. At this moment, everyone from Haicheng University was utterly shocked and dumbfounded. After months of interaction, they were already familiar with Mo Chen's strength and talent. Clearly, facing Yi Shuang was a situation destined for defeat, yet it turned into an overwhelming advantage. What on earth is going on? It seems that Mo Chen has undergone earth-shattering changes over the past month. This is way too fake. Bai Xia and Jean Moyan rubbed their eyes, as if trying to confirm their vision. What's going on here? Lin Muan widened her eyes in surprise, looking Mo Chen up and down, full of confusion, as if she were dreaming. How the hell is this possible? Gu Mingxian could hardly believe his eyes, jealousy surging in his heart. Mo Chen's victory made him feel worse than eating dirt. Not bad, not bad. Cheng Boyuan nodded excitedly, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. When he turned his head and saw Lin Genoa's cold expression, the smile on his lips grew even wider. At this moment, all the major live stream rooms were in a state of confusion. The comments section was filled with questioning. What is Junior Mo Chen doing? Suddenly, a senior pointed to the stage and said. Everyone looked over in unison and saw Mo Chen sitting cross-legged on the ground, holding a phone, with a silly smile on his face, looking like a fool. Director, Mo Chen is cyberbullying netizens again. Bai Xia shouted. Lin Mubai heard this and immediately picked up her phone to open the Honghua forum. The top post was indeed made by Mo Chen, titled, "A child's misbehavior is the father's fault. You blame me for your insults." Lin Mubai felt a chill in her heart and nervously clicked on the comments section with over 500,000 plus comments. The young man said confidently, "A real man never hits a woman. I've never bullied little girls." Mo Chen, the price of iced red tea increased by 0.5 yuan, and you became obedient. Spicy turkey-flavored chips. This Mo Chen kid doesn't know how to cherish beauty. He dares to lay hands on such a pretty girl. Truly lacks the responsibility of a man. Mo Chen, a stinky loach with a bit of salt really thinks it's seafood? Even if someone sealed you with cement, they wouldn't want you. Behind-the-scenes cook of crap. Beating up Mo Chen is everyone's responsibility. Mo Chen, the wind doesn't blow, the horse doesn't neigh, the knife isn't sharp, and the dog shouldn't bark, got it? Zhoujiubu Wanxue, refusing private chats. Mo Chen, you really deserve to die. Mo Chen, setting aside the facts, shouldn't you all deserve to die? Lin Mubian was speechless. What kind of person is this? Other contestants either raise their arms in victory or shout triumphantly when they win, but he, acting like an outsider, starts arguing with the netizens. Mo Chen, take this seriously. Lin Mubian stood up and reprimanded. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen put away his phone, feeling satisfied. His anger surged, and he felt his trip was worthwhile. As I said before, Xiaohua University is full of amateurs. Mo Chen clasped his hands behind his back side, and assumed an air of having seen through everything. Rage value plus 50,000. You dog, what are you being so arrogant about? The people from Xiaohua University gritted their teeth, burning with anger. Just wait. Our senior Zhao Fan will teach you a harsh lesson. However, their voices lacked the confidence they had earlier, clearly showing their apprehension about Mo Chen's strength. Yi Shuang, as the third-seeded player of Xiaohua University, was easily defeated by him. No one could say for sure where Mo Chen's upper limit truly lay. Mo Chen smiled faintly and looked at the event organizers. Why are you staring at me? Hurry up and arrange an opponent. Can't you see I'm bored? Rage value plus 100. The event organizers, those old men, were so angry their beards were practically about to explode. This was truly the first time a contestant dared to be so disrespectful. Young man, with such disrespect for your elders, aren't you afraid of inviting trouble? An elderly man in a tang suit said coldly. The traditional virtues of Daxia have all been ruined by you, another elder chimed in. Mo Chen couldn't help but laugh. Which ironclad rule of Daxia says I have to respect you? Respecting the elderly is deeply ingrained in me, but not every elder deserves respect, like you. He had long suspected that there was something fishy about this group. How could Haicheng University suffer 19 consecutive defeats for no apparent reason? Even with the worst luck, they should have encountered a weak team and turned the tables at least once, right? Yet, they kept matching up against stronger opponents. This abnormality clearly indicated a premeditated scheme. Chen Boyuan nodded with satisfaction and muttered, "Not bad, rules are meant to be broken. I've been too rule-abiding, which is why these old guys dare to trick us." An old man from the event organizers approached the panel of judges and whispered a few instructions. Shortly after, the chief referee stepped forward and said, "Since Emochan has already secured one victory, the rules will be temporarily adjusted. Now, instead of him choosing his opponent, the opponent will choose him." Emochan sneered, already anticipating they would pull such a stunt. He was confident and feared no one, naturally disregarding any rules, as long as they didn't gang up on him. At this moment, the participants in the arena looked at each other, all waiting for someone else to step forward, but no one dared to stand out. Even the SS-ranked Yi Xuan was defeated. Anyone who goes up would just be offering themselves as fodder. After waiting for a long time with no one stepping forward, the event organizers had no choice but to change the rules again. Anyone who defeats Emochan will earn 5 times the points. Winning one match would be equivalent to winning 5 matches. As soon as this tempting condition was announced, the arena was immediately abuzz with discussion. Shaohua University, your senior Zhao Fan will definitely defeat him. Why hide your skills? Asked the people from Jiangnan University. Our senior Zhao Fan is a top ace and disdains competing with such nobodies, responded the people from Shaohua University coldly. After a long commotion, someone finally stepped forward. It was the number 1 seed from Dream Chasing University, an SS grade talent at the peak of the Shattered Stone Realm. This person's name is Dong Feng. He leapt onto the arena, sized up Emochan, and confidently said, "I observed your fight just now, and it seems you rely solely on speed to win. Coincidentally, I also have advanced martial techniques specializing in speed, which should allow me to handle you with ease." Emochan remained calm and said, "Is that so? I'll just stand here without moving. How about I let you make the first 3 moves? Arrogant. So damn arrogant." Everyone wished they could spit at him. A mere first-stage stone fragmentation realm cultivator dared to let a peak-stage stone fragmentation realm genius make the first 3 moves. This was simply asking for trouble. The students from Haicheng University tried to dissuade him. "Junior, don't act cocky. You'll be the one suffering later." Dongfeng sneered coldly and began chanting a spell. He didn't care about fairness or unfairness. Since Emochan liked to show off, he would indulge him. In an instant, several finger-thick bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air and shot straight at Emochan. It's the Earth-grade low-tier martial skill, Thunderfinger. Emochan is doomed. I didn't expect senior brother Dongfeng to use his strongest move right away. This move is enough to determine the winner. Hee, Emochan, if you have guts, don't dodge. He's doomed. To deal with such a despicable person, he should be struck by lightning. Boom! Amid the swirling smoke, all eyes instantly focused. Emochan stood motionless, completely blackened but unscathed. He gently brushed off the black ash from his face, revealing a set of white teeth, and a smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Heh, giving dad electrotherapy? Rage plus 10. Dongfeng clenched his fists, froze in place, his face full of shock. What kind of monster is this? Even a low-grade Earth-level martial skill can't hurt him? His physical body is too strong. Is this guy really not cheating? The onlookers were completely dumbfounded. Even lightning couldn't take him down, who else could possibly deal with him? The elders present were also deeply shocked. They had never seen such incredible physical strength. Could it be that he really grew up eating titanium alloy? This kid is a bit uncanny. Zhao Fan, do you have confidence? Lin Genoa asked the young man beside him with a furrowed brow. Zhao Fan's expression remained calm as he said nonchalantly, "He is indeed very strong, but I can defeat him." "That's good." Lin Genoa breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. The people from Haicheng University opened their mouths wide, feeling both shocked and excited. It turns out this junior has such strength, daring to act recklessly, he's simply a born troublemaker. Hurry up and make your move. I said 3 moves, so 3 moves it is. Don't waste time. Emochan urged. Dongfeng gritted his teeth and launched his ultimate martial technique. The second strike caused Emochan's body to sway, and the third strike made blood flow from his shoulder. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this guy was truly invulnerable, but it turned out not to be so exaggerated. Emochan smiled faintly, his heart completely calm. He was merely testing the physical strength of the ancient sacred body, and he was already very satisfied with the results. Die! A trace of excitement flashed in Dongfeng's eyes as he prepared to launch the fourth attack. However, Emochan's figure flickered and instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already throwing a punch at Dongfeng's face. Dongfeng hurriedly defended himself, using his speed martial skill, which he prided himself on, to dodge the strike. Boom! Thud! The two sides engaged in close combat. Their movements on the stage were as fast as lightning, dazzling to the eyes. What a trashy speed technique, too slow. Emochan snorted coldly and delivered a heavy punch to Dongfeng's face. In the face of his slipped away technique, Dongfeng's speed seemed frozen, full of flaws. After dozens of rounds of confrontation, Dongfeng ultimately collapsed on the stage, unable to move. Haicheng University Emochan wins. As soon as the words fell, the scene was silent. Can't even win in 3 moves, how is this supposed to work? Everyone found it hard to believe that Emochan had become so powerful. Could it really be that he was possessed? The students of Haicheng University cheered enthusiastically, thunderous applause erupted, and they kept shouting encouragement for Emochan. If defeating Yishuang the first time was a coincidence, then this time, it truly showcases real strength. Dongfeng is much stronger than Yishuang. As a seed player of Dream University, losing to Mo Chen is bound to excite them. A senior specifically opened a livestream for Mo Chen, and the screen was filled with "Go, Junior" comments. The ridicule suffered online before has now vanished, and the hope of winning the championship for Haicheng University is instantly ignited. Junior Mo Chen is awesome, I will never insult you again. Who says Haicheng University has no strong individuals? We have Junior Mo Chen. Junior is so handsome, Senior will treat you to milk tea. The students in the dormitories were so excited that they could hardly contain themselves, wishing they could rush to the scene to cheer. Good, good, good. Cheng Guiyuan praised repeatedly and applauded enthusiastically. This guy. Lin Mubai's eyes sparkled, surprised that Mo Chen had hidden his abilities so deeply. Mo Chen leisurely stood on the arena, seemingly bored, and loudly said, "The people from Shaohua University are really trash. Anger value plus 50,000. Upon hearing this, the teachers and students of Shaohua University looked grim. You defeated the contestant from Dream University, yet you turned around to mock Shaohua University. What a madman! Lin Zhenhua was burning with anger, crushing the teacup into pieces. If it weren't for so many eyes watching, he would definitely teach this kid a lesson. Is anyone else coming? I've been waiting for a long time. Let me tell you, my time is very precious. The book says time is money, so you owe me compensation. Mo Chen provocatively scanned the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on the event organizers, and extended his hand in a "give me money" gesture. Everyone was furious, but there was nothing they could do. Mo Chen's combat power surpasses ordinary people, perhaps only SSS level Zhao Fan can compete with him. After waiting for more than 10 minutes with no one stepping onto the stage, the event organizers had to adjust the rules to a matchmaking mode. Everything seems to have returned to the starting point. 8 universities took turns to compete on stage, and within half a day, several unlucky ones had already been defeated by Mo Chen. Later opponents simply forfeited, unwilling to endure a beating and ridicule. In the end, Mo Chen leisurely advanced to the championship match. Other schools had no hope of winning the championship and could only aim for third place, striving for a better ranking to gain more resources and support. At dusk, all the preliminary and group matches had concluded, and the top players from Shaohua University and Haicheng University were ready to face off. The audience poured in like a tide, growing increasingly enthusiastic, as everyone wanted to witness this pinnacle showdown. All major live stream rooms were packed, and netizens across the country held their breath, even skipping dinner. They were eager to see Mo Chen's brilliant performance, hoping he would stop bullying weaker opponents, or else their hearts would remain unsettled, and their anger unquenched. At this moment, the ones feeling the worst were none other than those fans who had previously boasted about Mo Chen. They had shamelessly praised him and even pooled money to buy him a sword, only to be harshly slapped in the face. Today seemed to have turned into their stage for self-mockery. Look, the real clowns turned out to be themselves. Mo Chen is simply here to crush people. All the posts praising Mo Chen were thoroughly deleted by the thread owner, and the crowd returned to the camp of critics. However, the praise camp did not disappear, it simply shifted to the students of Haicheng University. In their exclusive livestream room, the online viewer count instantly surpassed 1 million. At first, there was a chorus of mockery, but when the streamer coldly asked, "How are the grades at your school?" the mockers were instantly silenced. Who would dare to provoke so lightly? The championship battle will commence in half an hour. The contestant list prominently reads, Mo Chen vs Zhao Fan. Mo Chen returned to the Haicheng University area. Just as he sat down, his shoulder was lightly tapped. "You played well." The voice was sweet, but it made Mo Chen frown slightly, feeling a vague sense of familiarity. He turned his head, and what came into view was a pair of slender, beautiful legs, so fair they were captivating. These legs, it would be a pity not to visit a foot massage parlor. Anger value plus 10. Looking up again, sure enough, there was a woman in a black short skirt. Her face was stunningly beautiful, her slightly curled black hair casually draped over her shoulders, and her features were impeccably exquisite. However, her expression was as cold as ice. "You, it's actually you?" Mo Chen was utterly shocked. The visitor was none other than Yun Shuyao, who had once pursued him. "Come with me." Her voice carried a hint of commanding coldness. "Where to?" Mo Chen was confused. "Your car is parked outside, you can drive it yourself." "Heh, those who make mistakes must be punished." Yun Shuyao sneered, "Hurry up, don't make me take action. So many people are watching, it's not good. You're so stingy." "Fine, I'll compensate you for the gas money." Mo Chen rolled his eyes. "Stingy? You'll soon find out just how terrifying my stinginess can be." She slightly raised the corner of her mouth, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Mubian noticed the situation here and walked over. "Who is this?" Mo Chen was about to explain, but Yun Shuyao spoke first. "I am his friend." Lin Mubian was slightly stunned and asked incredulously, "Since when did Mo Chen have such a beautiful friend?" "We met this morning," Yun Shuyao said indifferently. Lin Mubian felt even more puzzled. They had just met this morning, and now she was here to cheer for Mo Chen? This development seemed too fast. But she didn't ask further, casually chatted for a moment, and then left. Are you coming or not? This is the last time I'm asking you. Yun Shuyao glared at him coldly. Don't mess around, I'm busy winning the championship. Mo Chen blared back. The whole nation is cheering for me. If you take me away, how will you explain it? They'll be disappointed. Yun Shuyao frowned slightly, puzzled. How does this guy have such high popularity? The whole nation is cheering for him? After thinking for a moment, she slowly said, then I'll stay here and watch your competition. Don't even think about running away, or I'll make you kneel. After all, the provincial competition is no small matter. As the young supreme of the Great Xia Kingdom, she doesn't want personal grievances to affect this grand event. I'm not that kind of person. I'll settle the score with you later. Emochin said seriously, turned around, and left. He didn't want to sit with this woman, as he felt uneasy in his heart. Rage value plus 30. Grandma is waiting for you. Yun Shuyao gritted her teeth, pondering how to torment this thick-skinned boy. He had clearly stolen her car, yet he had the audacity to turn around and settle accounts with her, truly outrageous. At this moment, the event organizers were also in close discussions, with elderly individuals occasionally glaring at Emochen, evidently scheming something. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the audience returned to the venue, ready to witness this grand event. Will both contestants please step onto the stage? As the chief referee's words fell, Emochen leapt onto the platform. In the area of Shaohua University, there was also a young man following closely behind. He seemed ordinary, with a square face, glasses, a shirt, and dress pants, typical attire for someone preparing for civil service exams. But appearances can be deceiving. He was an SSS level unparalleled prodigy, drawing countless praises wherever he went. Senior Zhao Fan. Shaohua Academy, Zhao Fan, at your service. The young man cupped his hands in salute to Mo Chen. Whether it was genuine humility or a display of etiquette, this scene immediately garnered countless positive remarks. Look, this is the gap between people. Of course, Senior Zhao Fan is so polite, unlike Mo Chen who is so wicked. For this year's leader, I choose Senior Zhao Fan. At the scene, in major live streams, and even on discussion forums, there are calls supporting Zhao Fan, hoping he can properly deal with Mo Chen. The support rate instantly soared to 99.9999%, while the remaining 0.000001% of support came from students at Haicheng University voting for Mo Chen. Covering the sky, Yi Fan, please enlighten me. Mo Chen also clasped his fists, showing extreme sincerity. Everyone was stunned. What the heck is this? What is shrouding the heavens? And who is Yi Fan? Netizens are all suspicious, wondering if this guy is from another world, always saying inexplicable things. At this moment, Yun Shuyao took advantage of the gap to open the Honghua forum. She wanted to see if Mo Chen was really as popular as he claimed. When she browsed through the posts, she was completely dumbfounded. From top to bottom, flipping through dozens of pages, it was all criticism of Mo Chen, a sea of scolding. One of the posts caught her attention, titled, I am willing to trade my entire family's lifespan for Mo Chen's indulgence leading to his demise. With over 300,000 hot comments, Yun Shuyao couldn't help but browse through it to see what everyone was saying. Bro, going this far? Opie, think twice. It's not a big deal if your whole family is gone, but isn't the punishment actually rewarding Mo Chen? The poster is brainless, conclusion made. The comments below are all curses against Mo Chen. The words are so intense that they are shocking. Yun Shuyao shook her head. Goodness, turns out to be the national enemy. Yun Shuyao's smile gradually turned sinister. When everyone was expecting an intense showdown, the chief referee suddenly announced, for harmonious coexistence, this championship battle will be changed to a literary contest, testing the true nature of the participants. Everyone was in an uproar. Literary duel? What the heck is that? Since the provincial competition, it seems this has never happened before. It sounds quite interesting. Let's see how it goes. Not only the audience at the scene, but even the class teacher and the university executives cast puzzled looks. The students of Haicheng University immediately exploded in dissatisfaction with this competition format. Could it be that Shaohua University is afraid of our junior Mo Chen, so they colluded with the event organizers to play dirty tricks? An upperclassman said angrily. Exactly, if you can't play fair, don't play at all. Stop with these flashy tricks. Just give the award directly to Shaohua University and save all this trouble. Everyone is a cultivator, so why not test strength and talent instead of testing character? It's simply nonsense. This is outright sabotage. If it's about character, anyone could easily surpass Mo Chen. There's no comparison. High City University, stop spreading rumors. Our senior Zhao Fan can suppress your Mo Chen with one hand. What's wrong with a literary duel? Your character is too bad, so losing is what you deserve. The event organizers have already said to get along harmoniously. Can you really not afford to lose? The students of Shaohua University were not to be outdone and immediately fought back. Yun Shuyao couldn't help but laugh, as she had long anticipated Mo Chen's fate. In her eyes, no one had a worse nature than this guy. Failure was simply inevitable. It's over. By Xia's side. You can't fight the system. In the end, it's still up to them to decide. Jean Moyen looked distressed. Lin Nguyen's face was stern as she found the principal, who had just finished arguing with the event organizers, and asked, "How's the situation?" Cheng Boyuan shook his head and sighed. "Those old folks said they wanted to try new rules, and this was decided long ago." Lin Nguyen said angrily, "If it was decided long ago, why wasn't it announced earlier? This is clearly making things difficult for Mo Chen, trying to prevent Haicheng University from winning the championship." Cheng Boyuan comforted, "When under someone else's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head. After all, they call the shots." At this moment, Shaohua University and netizens across the country were overjoyed. Various live streaming rooms and forums instantly exploded. "Ah, I love this literary duel. I support taking the exam for its essence. This way, we can see Mo Chen's jokes, which is even more satisfying than defeating him. The event organizers are truly wise. Haicheng University wants to win the championship? Dream on." On the stage, Mo Chen patted his chest and reassured the people of Haicheng University, "Don't worry, even with my true nature, I can still beat Zhao Fan to a pulp." The people of Haicheng University. That sentence completely exposed your true nature. In Haicheng University's livestream, Sun Shui Shui sent a comment, "End the stream, there's nothing worth watching. I know my buddy's true nature too well. Better to forfeit quickly." The result was that the streamer was permanently muted immediately. The event organizers saw the atmosphere gradually calming down and nodded to the panel of judges. The chief referee took the stage to announce the rules. "Before the competition begins, we will give each participant a pill to take. After taking it, their main consciousness will fall into a deep sleep, losing all ability to think. Everything that follows will be actions driven by the subconscious. To test a person's true nature, you only need to observe their subconscious, as this cannot be faked. Finally, the panel of judges will score the actions of the two contestants, and the one with the higher score will win. I hereby announce that the competition begins now." As the words fell, two staff members leapt onto the ring and fed a blue pill to Mo Chen and Zhao Fan respectively. Within seconds, the audience saw their eyes gradually become clouded, their expressions dazed, as if they were asleep, yet not truly asleep. "In this round, we test a person's honesty," the chief judge said while handing an iron axe to both Mo Chen and Zhao Fan. "Everyone knows that West Lake has a spirit. We just used a secret method to communicate with the lake spirit, and it is willing to assist us in completing the competition. The first to take the test is Zhao Fan. Please keep your eyes wide open and stay tuned." The chief referee began guiding Zhao Fan step by step toward the edge of the arena. After whispering something in his ear, Zhao Fan accidentally dropped his axe into the lake. The water surged, light waves shimmered, and an elderly man with white eyebrows and white hair emerged from the surface. "What kind of operation is this? So there really is an old man in West Lake?" Everyone was dumbfounded. The white-browed, white-haired elder held 3 axes in his hand. One was the iron axe Zhao Fan dropped, 1 silver, and 1 gold. "Child, which axe did you drop?" he asked kindly with a smile. Zhao Fan did not hesitate and pointed at the iron axe. "Grandpa, I dropped the iron one, thank you." The old man smiled with satisfaction, praised him a few times, and slowly sank into the water. The crowd instantly erupted in commotion, with voices of praise rising all around. "Senior Zhao Fan is really honest. Such an excellent nature, how many people in the world can achieve this? Great talent, kind personality, I can't help but want to devote myself to Senior Zhao Fan. Mo Chen doesn't even need to compete, he will definitely claim he dropped the golden axe. I know him too well." Even the older generation couldn't help but smile and praise, "This child is good, worth focusing on for cultivation." The event organizers nodded in satisfaction, this result was within their expectations. Yun Chushi chuckled lightly, "The outcome is already decided." Lin Nguyen silently lowered her head, feeling ashamed, knowing that Mo Chen would definitely choose the golden axe. Cheng Boyuan also looked distressed, unable to understand the significance of such a competition. "Do your students have someone like Zhao Fan with such excellent character?" Lin Zhenhua taunted, his tone full of mockery. Cheng Boyuan responded with a cold laugh, "Honesty is certainly commendable, but can it help fight enemies on the front lines? Don't forget, our original intention in training students is to supply fresh blood to the borderlands. An honest person can indeed make a good soldier, but cannot become a general." These words left Lin Zhenhua speechless. After a long silence, he reluctantly said, "You're going off topic. Focus on the immediate outcome instead. The next person to be tested is Mo Chen." As soon as the words were spoken, the arena fell into dead silence, and all eyes instantly focused on Mo Chen. Unexpectedly, the iron axe in his hand slipped and fell straight into the lake. An elderly man with white eyebrows and white hair appeared radiantly, smiled slightly, and asked, "Child, which axe did you drop?" Mo Chen was stunned for a moment and blurted out, "What axe?" The old man's brows furrowed slightly, and a vague sense of unease arose in his heart. He patiently pointed to the 3 axes in his hand, and said, "Grandpa has a gold axe, a silver axe, and an iron axe here. Tell me which one you dropped, and Grandpa will return it to you." The 3 axes in his hand shimmered under the sunlight, and the old man waited expectantly for his choice. "What iron, silver, or gold?" "I dropped a diamond axe," Mo Chen retorted without hesitation, completely indifferent. The scene fell silent once again, as if time had frozen at this moment. Viewers across the nation watching the livestream were instantly stunned, their expressions resembling petrification. Even the lake spirit froze on the water's surface, at a loss for what to do. Everyone was dumbfounded, doubting whether they had misheard. The chief referee's expression instantly became complicated, as if the situation had spiraled out of his control. Yun Chuyao's face was full of shock. I still underestimated this kid. Are we sure he's really human? Lin Nubian covered her face, feeling helpless and thinking it was too embarrassing. She couldn't even imagine how sentimental life would be if she really had such a younger brother. The faces of several elders from the event organizers turned grim, thinking to themselves, what kind of oddball is this? Is there really no one who can control him? Oh my, this kid is really going to drive Lord Huling mad. Chang Boyuan was almost losing his mind. In the boys' dormitory of Haicheng University, Sun Shui was dumbfounded and muttered to himself in a low voice, Chenji didn't teach me this move, it's too flashy. After a brief silence, the entire internet erupted into intense discussion. Did you see that? Mo Chen's true nature is just like this, who would have thought? This guy is even more wicked than we imagined. Oh my god. Please take Mo Chen away, he's anti-human. By the West Lake, the lake spirit finally came to his senses, took a deep breath, and tried to stay calm. This little troublemaker really doesn't play by the rules. Child, you must be honest and not tell lies. He smiled kindly, trying to use love to reform Mo Chen. Nonsense. The axe I dropped is a diamond axe. Mo Chen grabbed the lake spirit's white beard without hesitation and questioned him bluntly. Are you trying to pocket my axe? You're so bad, you old geezer. Quickly give me back my diamond axe. His voice was loud and firm. Everyone was dumbfounded again, completely shocked by Mo Chen's actions. Damn, this guy is here to extort someone exclaimed. This shameless guy is truly despicable, even daring to extort the lake spirit grandpa, another person mocked. The referee was almost scared to tears and hurriedly stepped forward, trying to pull Mo Chen off the lake spirit. Let go. Do not show disrespect to Lord Lake Spirit. However, no matter how hard the referee tried, Mo Chen clung to the lake spirit like sticky candy, refusing to budge, while constantly shouting about compensation for his diamond axe. The lake spirit was so angry his face turned red, finally understanding what it meant to push one's luck. He was the dignified West Lake spirit, worshipped for 1,000 years, yet now he was being made a fool of by a mischievous brat. You little rascal, I'm going to lock you up until your parents come to ransom you, the lake spirit threatened angrily, his hands glowing as he tried to pull Mo Chen off. Speak up, who is your father? I want to criticize him harshly. He forcefully pressed Mo Chen to the ground, his rough palm repeatedly slapping his buttocks. I don't know, my dad ran away when I was 2 years old. Mo Chen replied indifferently, continuing to fight back. What about your mom? My mom's name is Zhuang Yining. Hearing this name, Hu Ling's movement suddenly came to an abrupt halt, and his expression instantly became complicated. He quickly unleashed gentle energy, trying to heal the damage caused earlier. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Mo Chen leapt up and grabbed Hu Ling's beard. Compensate me for my diamond axe. I'll compensate you, alright? If I can't provoke you, I can at least avoid you. Hu Ling forcefully pulled Mo Chen's hand away, but due to using too much strength, a tuft of his beard was torn off, causing him to grimace in pain. Not long after, Hu Ling turned and left, only to return moments later with a glittering, fully diamond-crafted axe, as if he had found it somewhere. Take it, hurry up and leave. Hu Ling shoved the axe into Mo Chen's hands, as if trying to get rid of a plague god, wishing he would leave immediately. Mo Chen grinned and cheerfully swam toward the surface of the lake. Go ahead and cause trouble, you little rascal. Hu Ling shook his head and sighed helplessly, thinking, your parents are unparalleled heroes, their monumental achievements are enough for you to do whatever you want in this great Xia. Watching Mo Chen's gradually receding figure, Hu Ling couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. Ripples appeared on the lake's surface, drawing everyone's attention. Mo Chen was holding a diamond axe that gleamed with a cold light in one hand, while gently stroking a strand of white beard with the other, seemingly enjoying himself. This scene instantly left everyone present utterly shocked and speechless. No way. This guy actually managed to swindle a treasure? Could it be that even Lord Lake Spirit was intimidated by him? Is there anyone in this world who can deal with him? I think Lord Huling is just too lazy to argue with this little brat, such thick skin. This kind of human gem is simply a living treasure of the great Xia. The internet instantly exploded, with everyone saying they had never seen such a bizarre thing. To compete for the championship, he even managed to extort a diamond axe, truly ruthless. In contrast to the astonishment of netizens, the students of Haicheng University were overjoyed, enthusiastically cheering for Mo Chen online. See that? This is the strength of our junior Mo Chen. Even Lord Huling has to show him some respect. The championship doesn't matter. What matters is that our junior Mo Chen absolutely didn't lose out. Let me tell you the truth, even if Molten Gold passes in front of him, the wheelchair would lose a wheel. Well done, Junior. Come back quickly, Senior wants to discuss life with you. On the arena, Mo Chen and Zhao Fan regained their composure after taking the antidote. Zhao Fan looked calm, as if nothing had happened. Mo Chen, on the other hand, stared at the axe in his hand with a puzzled expression. Where did this axe come from? Hearing this, everyone wished they could slap him twice. The chief referee patiently explained, after taking the pill, your actions were guided by your subconscious, so you don't remember that part of your memory. Mo Chen frowned and looked toward the Haicheng area with confusion. Bai Xia sighed, stood up, and said gently, an old man saw that you were sensible and gave it to you. Mo Chen showed a bright smile. That old man is really nice. I happen to have no money, so I can use this axe to exchange for some blue star coins. Everyone's mouths twitched, speechless. So this kid wanted to extort Lord Lake's spirit because he was poor. No wonder he was so shameless. The referee cleared his throat, signaled everyone to quiet down, and began announcing the results. In this round of the nature competition, Zhao Fan wins. Thunderous applause erupted, and no one had any objections. Zhao Fan's nature was indeed convincing. Why? In what way did I lose? Mo Chen protested vehemently. Anger value, 800,000 plus. Do you still have the nerve to ask? Do you want me to tell you what you did? You beast. So shameless and despicable. Where did he get the courage to ask such a question? Everyone could hardly bear it, and many suspected that Mo Chen was deliberately trying to provoke them. They really couldn't figure out what he was after. Even Cheng Boyuan couldn't help coughing and awkwardly said, you brat, stop talking. We lost this round. Hearing this, Mo Chen sighed helplessly. Outwardly defiant but inwardly accepting it. The chief referee then announced, the content of the second round of the competition is the choice in war and the on-the-spot reaction in critical situations. The usual rule, each person still takes a pill and makes a choice based on their subconscious. This time, the event organizers will pre-construct a virtual scenario, then equip the participants with devices to integrate their subconscious into it. The first to be tested is still Zhao Fan. The referee waved, and the staff stepped forward. After feeding the two a blue pill, they equipped Zhao Fan with various advanced instruments. Shortly after, the screen above the arena displayed an image. Is this the Borderlands? So realistic, it feels like being there in person. So this is what the real battlefield looks like. It's terrifying. Truly, one general's success comes at the cost of countless lives. Everyone felt emotional, their tone mixed with admiration and fear. On the battlefield, there was a deathly silence, corpses scattered everywhere, resembling a desolate sea of death. Damaged armor and broken weapons were strewn about, and many bodies still maintained fighting postures, as if they were resisting with all their might in their final moments. Dried bloodstains spread across the ground like black spider webs, while crows circled in the sky, letting out piercing cries, as if mourning the tragic scene before them. The wind quietly blew through, stirring up a cloud of dust and gently brushing over the cold corpses. The tattered battle flag swayed weakly in the wind, its design blurred by blood and smoke. This scene sent chills through the hearts of everyone present. Take a good look, young people. This is the Borderlands, and it is the problem you will face in the future. An elder from the event organizers said heavily, although the scene is virtual, these images truly happened. There, only life and death exist, no other choices. Everyone's emotions were complex, and their feelings fluctuated greatly. Almost no one had ever experienced such a battlefield. Even though some schools would periodically send students to the Borderlands to suppress the demon clans, the places they went were very safe, and the beasts they encountered were all low-level and unintelligent, ensuring the students could easily defeat them. Look, it's appearing. It's Senior Zhao Fan. Suddenly, someone shouted, drawing everyone's attention back to the large screen. On the screen, Zhao Fan was wearing blood-stained battle armor, followed by hundreds of soldiers, clearly having become a commander inside. Report. In the village ahead, a demon army has kidnapped the villagers. Zhao Fan, upon hearing this, immediately drew his sword and commanded, all soldiers, follow me to rescue the villagers. As soon as he finished speaking, the mighty troops swiftly charged forward. Before long, they arrived at a village where several villagers were tied up on the ground, and behind them stood a group of green-faced, sharp-fanged, towering upright beasts. The beast leader shouted, drop your weapons and seal the energy within your body, or I'll kill them. Zhao Fan hesitated for a moment, then finally dropped his sword and sealed the energy within his body. Release the unarmed civilians, let's talk this out. Ha ha ha. The beast leader laughed and struck with a palm. Boom. Zhao Fan, whose energy was sealed, had no power to resist and instantly turned into a mist of blood. Kill. Avenge the general. The warriors behind wailed and roared as they charged forward. The battle erupted instantly. 10 minutes later, the battle ended. The beasts were completely eliminated, and the villagers survived. However, Zhao Fan perished, and the warriors suffered heavy casualties. Although they narrowly won, their numbers were reduced by more than half. The screen darkened, and everyone fell silent for a moment before discussions erupted. Senior Zhao Fan is truly kind. He would rather sacrifice himself for the villagers. He deserves respect. In my life, I respect neither heaven nor earth, only Senior Zhao Fan. He is amazing. The future will surely see him as a beloved general. I wonder if Senior Zhao Fan is single. I must marry him. The audience's praises surged like a tide, sincere and enthusiastic. How could one not respect such a person who cares for the people and sacrifices himself for others? Many girls were teary-eyed, deeply moved by Zhao Fan's kindness. Although all of this was in a virtual scenario, it genuinely showcased Zhao Fan's selfless heart. Even the presidents of other universities nodded in praise. Shaohua University has truly produced a promising talent. Several elderly representatives of the event also repeatedly expressed their agreement, their faces full of admiration. Zhao Fan's performance was exactly what they had been hoping to see. The major livestream channels were also filled with praise, and the audience's hearts were deeply moved. Zhao Fan's name took root in their hearts. What a kind senior he is. At this moment, the students of Shaohua University were all beaming with joy, their hearts brimming with pride. Did you see that? This is our senior Zhao Fan. Compared to Mo Chen, it's like heaven and earth. Mo Chen is completely unworthy. He doesn't even qualify to shine senior Zhao Fan's shoes. I really want to see what Mo Chen will do next. Will he turn around and run away in fear? Ha ha. The students of Shaohua University mocked while casting disdainful glances toward Haicheng University, full of provocation. They were eager to repay the humiliation brought by Mo Chen earlier 100-fold. The person is indeed good, but his behavior is unacceptable. Yun Shuyao gently shook her head, her eyes showing admiration but tinged with a hint of regret. Lin Genua smiled with satisfaction and asked Cheng Boyuan, "How would you rate my student's performance?" 0 points. Cheng Boyuan responded bluntly. Upon hearing this, Lin Genua's smile grew even brighter as he mocked, "You're just jealous." He, if you think I'm jealous, then so be it. Cheng Boyuan smiled faintly, too lazy to explain. The two were clearly not on the same wavelength. The atmosphere at Haicheng University seemed complicated. Although they were competitors, everyone couldn't help but feel a bit more respect for Zhao Fan. I'm so worried about Junior Mo Chen. I wonder what he'll choose. A nervous girl clenched her fists tightly. Sigh, with Mo Chen's personality, the upcoming scene might not look very good. The boy next to her sighed helplessly. The event organizers are so despicable. Worried that Zhao Fan might have an accident during the martial arts competition, they arranged a guaranteed victory in a literary contest, another person said angrily. Not just him, but the students of Haicheng University also felt dissatisfied about this. Clearly, there was a chance to win the championship, but this arrangement left them utterly disheartened. On the stage, the chief referee, after praising Zhao Fan, placed the device on Mo Chen's head. At this moment, everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the big screen, eagerly awaiting Mo Chen's choice. The screen flashed, and the scene remained unchanged. Hundreds of warriors stood together with Mo Chen, who was clad in battle armor. Report! In the village ahead, a demon army has kidnapped the villagers. Mo Chen nodded calmly, gazing into the distance, remaining motionless for a full 5 minutes. Look! The gap becomes apparent in an instant. Senior Zhao Fan immediately set out with troops upon hearing, while Mo Chen was still pondering life. Everyone was speechless and poked at Mo Chen's backbone. In the scene, a commander couldn't hold back. "General Mo, the situation is urgent. Do you think we should go rescue them now?" "Let's rescue them." Mo Chen sighed helplessly and leisurely walked toward the village. Rage level 5 million plus. The audience exclaimed, "Holy crap. This looks way too forced, as if a knife is being held to their throat." Arriving at the village, several villagers were tied to the ground, with a group of green-faced, fang-bearing beasts behind them. The beast leader shouted, "Drop your weapons, seal the energy within your body, or I'll kill them." Mo Chen frowned and said to a commander, "Kill." The commander froze, his expression conflicted. "General Mo, if we act now, it might implicate the hostages." Mo Chen said coldly, "I meant kill the hostages." Rage level 1000 W+. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Isn't this pure beastly behavior? Mo Chen deserves divine retribution. This scoundrel, how can he be so wicked? Even Lian Yun Chuyao couldn't help but shake her head. This is too outrageous. I must teach this brat a good lesson. Lin Mulan and Bai Xia were utterly ashamed, their expressions bitter, as if misfortune had befallen their family. Only Chang Boyuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and a hint of approval appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the screen, the commander looked shocked and said tremblingly, "General Mo, if this gets reported back, we'll face a military tribunal." Mo Chen smiled faintly. "Weren't the villagers killed by the beasts? It has nothing to do with us. We fought bloodily to avenge the villagers. Heaven and earth can bear witness." Anger value 15 million plus. Everyone sighed helplessly. Anyone with common sense would never say something like that. So that's why he's Mo Chen. If a hostage encounters Mo Chen, it's truly the worst luck. Yun Shuyao exclaimed, "This method is great. I call it the cutting off future generations tactic." Cheng Boyuan clapped lightly from behind, a good talent for leading troops in battle. Though despised by the entire world, victory never discriminates in its means. Lin Genua sneered, "Such vile nature, compared to Zhao Fan, it's like heaven and earth." On the arena, several villagers, escorted by soldiers, painfully walked toward their deaths. Although helpless, the soldiers still upheld their duties and dared not disobey Mo Chen's orders. Mo Chen drew his sword and shouted, "Charge! Avenge the villagers! These beasts are ruthless, slaughtering our villagers indiscriminately. Let their blood pay for it." The group of green-faced, sharp-toothed beasts froze in place. "Damn it, wasn't it you who ordered the killing? I didn't do anything, yet I'm being blamed for it? After a few minutes of intense battle, the beast was completely annihilated. Compared to Zhao Fan's glorious achievements, Mo Chen's side suffered almost no losses. The commander was unscathed, and only a dozen soldiers were lost. The two were fed the antidote and instantly recovered. The chief referee looked around and asked loudly, "Who do you think won this time?" "Of course, it's Senior Zhao Fan." A loud cheer sparked resonance. Senior Zhao Fan cares about the villagers and sacrifices himself for others. His kindness moves us. What is Mo Chen? How can he compare to Senior Zhao Fan? Everyone enthusiastically cheered for Zhao Fan. The atmosphere was as intense as a volcanic eruption. I strongly suggest investigating Mo Chen's ancestors. There must be some hidden secrets. At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly interjected, immediately drawing a response. Yes, investigate his background. He's too wicked. I agree. The chief referee smiled awkwardly and looked toward the event organizers. Several elderly organizers nodded at Zhao Fan. Seeing this, the chief referee raised Zhao Fan's arm and excitedly announced, "I declare that the winner of this competition is Zhao Fan from Shaohua University." Good. Congratulations, Senior Zhao Fan. This is what you deserve. The audience's applause was thunderous, with many even standing up to express their sincerest admiration for Zhao Fan. The live-stream chat rooms were flooded with Zhao Fan's name, making him a hero in the hearts of netizens nationwide. However, the atmosphere in the Haicheng University area was gloomy, and the students were deeply disappointed. They were unwilling to let things end like this but felt powerless to change anything. On the stage, the chief referee continued, "This literary duel is a best-of-3 competition. Zhao Fan has already won 2 rounds, so the next round will not take place. I hereby announce that the champion of this provincial competition is..." Just as he was about to shout Zhao Fan's name, Mo Chen suddenly spoke, "Wait, why should I lose? Why did I inexplicably lose the match?" The crowd was so angry that they wanted to spit at him. Who gave him the courage to say such things? His shamelessness was outrageous. For a moment, all kinds of curses and accusations came flooding in like a tide, and someone even threw a bottle of mineral water at him. "Shut up! You bunch of bastards, you're really causing trouble." Mo Chen was not intimidated and directly retorted, his anger level soaring to 8 million. If it weren't for the fact that they couldn't beat him, many people would have already rushed up to teach him a lesson. Even the older generation looked grim, seemingly offended by him. Well, no wonder you're being condemned by the entire internet. Yun Shuya shook her head, feeling helpless. Mo Chen rolled his eyes at everyone and said coldly, "I demand a review of the match, otherwise I won't accept it." As soon as the words were spoken, the scene erupted once again. "Who cares if you don't accept it? Since when was it your turn? Can't take a loss, can you? Don't you have any self-awareness?" The atmosphere between the two sides was tense, and the referee helplessly looked toward the event organizers. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Zhao Fan actually stepped forward and said, "I also want to see what really happened so that everyone can be convinced. Look, Senior Zhao Fan is truly magnanimous. Senior Zhao Fan will always be my idol." After discussing, several elders from the event organizers said, "Let's review it and let Mo Chen see what exactly he did to provoke such outrage." After confirmation, the staff turned on the big screen. Shortly after, the test footage of the two individuals began replaying. Mo Chen watched intently. Upon seeing Zhao Fan's actions, he couldn't help but admire him, as it is indeed difficult for ordinary people to act so selflessly for the greater good. Then, when his own footage was played, the audience was once again in an uproar. "See that? Take a good look at what you've done. Do you think you're even human? If you were leading troops in battle, the civilians would all be doomed because of you." The crowd stood on the moral high ground, furiously attacking Mo Chen, pinning all kinds of accusations on him. His face turned red with anger, as if they wanted to hang him up for a public trial. The playback ended, and the screen turned off. Mo Chen smiled faintly, swept his gaze proudly across the room, and spoke righteously with his hands behind his back. "Senior Zhao Fan is a good person, but not a good commander. On the surface, it seems he saved the villagers, but what about the soldiers? More of them died. Does a soldier's life not count as a life? In a battle between two armies, a commander dying first is a major taboo. It directly leads to a collapse in morale and a defeat on the front lines. What's at stake isn't just a few villagers, but the lives of tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of people. Life inherently doesn't offer the most perfect choices, especially on the battlefield. The essence of war is to achieve victory with the least losses. On the battlefield, every decision and choice is crucial, and Senior Zhao Fan clearly made a very wrong and unwise choice. If you disagree, we can invite generals who have fought wars to make a judgment." After Mo Chen finished speaking, the room fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned, unable to find a reason to refute him for a moment. "Indeed, that's the case." Yun Shuyao nodded. "If it were me, although I wouldn't kill the hostages like he did, I would definitely go straight into battle with the beasts and never compromise." "Wait a moment." Yun Shuyao frowned slightly, suddenly thinking of something. "But even if I directly fought the beasts, there are still hostages nearby, which would inevitably make me cautious and unable to fully unleash my abilities, fearing harm to the hostages. However, this guy's approach precisely eliminates all unstable factors first. After a moment of silence, the crowd gradually calmed down, and discussions arose one after another. Damn, I almost got fooled by him, that was close. This guy not going to be a failed German art student is truly a waste of talent. You know, what Emo-chan said actually makes some sense. In the Haicheng University area, the atmosphere instantly became lively, and the students cheered for Emo-chan. Emo-chan is right, he achieved the greatest victory with the smallest loss. This is war, not helping an old lady cross the street. What use is kindness? Exactly, does kindness work on the enemy? It's just self-indulgence. Seeing everyone start arguing again, the chief referee smiled helplessly and turned his gaze to the event organizers for guidance. An elder cleared his throat and solemnly began to speak. Emo-chan, although what you said makes some sense, the act of killing villagers on the battlefield is a major taboo and violates the military regulations of the Great Xia. Therefore, this competition should be Zhao Fan. Before the elder could utter the last two words, Emo-chan snorted coldly again, "Shut up." If I remember correctly, the theme of this round of competition is to test decision-making in war and reactions in moments of crisis, right? If that's the case, isn't my approach the best choice? If the competition is about character and kindness, then I have nothing to say. Emo-chan's gaze was sharp as he asked coldly. The elder representing the event organizers was momentarily speechless, just about to refute, but was interrupted by Zhao Fan on the stage. I admit that I lost this competition. My subconscious decision indeed lacked consideration and overlooked the essence of war. The event organizer sighed and finally nodded to the referee. The referee reluctantly stepped forward, shook Missouri-chan's hand, and loudly announced, "In this competition, Missouri-chan from Haicheng University wins." As the words fell, Haicheng University instantly erupted in cheers, like a tidal wave. Some were so excited that they jumped up. Everyone saw hope for the championship. As long as the competition wasn't about kindness, Emo-chan's chances of winning were much higher, because Zhao Fan seemed too honest and couldn't match Emo-chan's cunning. The scene gradually quieted down, and the referee began to announce, "The third round of the competition is about wisdom. This time, there's no need to take the blue pill. Contestants only need to answer my question. The question is, in a battle against the Demon Clan, Village A has 200 people right in front of you, Village B has 2,000 people but is over 100 kilometers away. If you choose to save Village A, the villagers in Village B might all perish. If you choose to save Village B, the villagers in Village A will definitely die, and the people in Village B might not make it in time for rescue. What is your choice?" As usual, Zhao Fan will answer first. Zhao Fan frowned and thought for a moment before resolutely saying, "I would assess the severity of the crisis on site, rely on the scouts' information, leave some troops in Village A, and take the remaining soldiers with me to save Village B. No matter what, I would do my best to protect every villager, never abandoning or giving up on anyone." As the words fell, the audience cheered for Zhao Fan's decision, praising his righteousness and composure in the face of danger. What a great general! If I could follow Zhao Fan into battle, I would die without regret. Lin Genoa smiled faintly. Indeed, our Shaohua University is proud because of Zhao Fan. Subsequently, everyone's gaze turned to Emo-chen. "What do you think Emo-chen will say?" a male student from Shaohua University asked. "He's full of cunning schemes. I wouldn't be surprised by any answer he gives. He might even say the villagers are a burden, slowing him down," a female student nearby teased. On the stage, after the referee recorded Zhao Fan's answer, he announced, "Next, student Emo-chen will answer. But there are two additional rules. First, you cannot abandon the villagers, and you absolutely cannot draw your blade against them." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, isn't this cutting off all his escape routes? With no hostages left, how is Emo-chen supposed to play now?" Emo-chen sighed helplessly, thinking to himself, "This is really holding a grudge. He never wanted to harm the villagers, who would want to be the bad guy anyway?" The referee continued, "Second, your answer cannot be similar to Zhao Fan's, it must be independent and reasonable." As soon as these words were spoken, the students of Haicheng University immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. "This is unfair. If the answers can't be similar, why not let Emo-chen answer first? Let Shaohua University take all the advantage, might as well just hand them the trophy directly. You're just picking on our junior Emo-chen because he's honest, right? Try someone else instead?" "Save A," Emo-chen answered without hesitation. "Why save A? Are the 2,000 villagers of B not worth saving?" the chief judge pressed. "I've said before, life doesn't offer perfect choices, and the battlefield requires trade-offs. Saving A is entirely feasible, but if I go to save B, it might lead to both villages being unable to fend for themselves. Moreover, B village is 100 miles away from me. What if there's an ambush? Rushing in without clear intelligence is tantamount to suicide. After saving A, I'll do my best to rush to B, but whether I succeed depends entirely on fate. At least I've tried my best. The most important thing is, on the battlefield, there's no time for lengthy deliberation and analysis. Decisions must be made instantly. Hesitation is the greatest taboo." After Emo-chen finished speaking, he quietly awaited the result, but the scene began to buzz with commotion. "Starting to bluff again. If you don't want to save the 2,000 people in Village B, just say so. Why make so many excuses? This guy is so bad, always thinking about himself. The students of Haicheng University were furious and immediately fought back. You people are smearing Junior Emochin again. Junior. Emochin did nothing wrong, there's no time to be picky on the battlefield. He's the most suitable person to command the battle. The chief referee raised his hand to signal for silence and turned his gaze to the event organizers. After a few minutes of whispered discussions, the organizers quietly delivered the results to the panel of judges. Emochin could no longer hold back and angrily pointed at the panel of judges. What are you doing? Who is the real referee here? Is there some shady deal going on? The students from Haicheng also started shouting, venting their long-held frustration. The tacit understanding between the judging panel and the event organizers caused dissatisfaction. Classmates, calm down. Chung Boyuan stepped forward to mediate. Although he was also displeased, he didn't want to escalate the situation, as it would ultimately be Haicheng University that suffered. Besides, his position left him no choice. Rank has its privileges, after all. The chief referee finally confirmed the result and began to announce, after multiple evaluations, the winner of the third round is Zhao Fan. Therefore, the champion of this competition is, I judge your grandmother. Mo Chen immediately interrupted him. Where is the basis for your multiple judgments? Isn't it an internal decision? Anger level plus 30. The chief referee, repeatedly interrupted by Mo Chen, felt displeased and coldly questioned, Mo Chen, what exactly are you trying to do? You've shown repeated disrespect to the event organizers and the referee panel. Considering you're a student, we won't hold it against you, but don't push your luck. Be careful not to invite trouble with your words. Mo Chen, you're going too far. If you can't handle losing, then don't come here and embarrass yourself. Wouldn't it be better to hide away like a coward? Yeah, what do you think you are? Disrespectful to elders, lacking in manners, I really wonder if you deserve to live in this world. The scene instantly boiled over, anger surged like a tide, and the crowd fiercely condemned, venting their inner grievances. Mo Chan's lips curled into a disdainful smile, his gaze swept over the crowd like a blade. You bunch of losers, stop yelling down there. If you're not convinced, come up here and see if I can beat you into calling me daddy. Dare you? Anger level, 50,000 plus. Everyone gritted their teeth in hatred. Mo Chan's arrogance made them both disgusted and furious. Zhao Fan sighed, stepped forward, and said firmly, Referee, Junior Mo Chen's point of view also makes sense. I suggest this round be a draw. Let the martial arts duel decide the final champion, that would be more convincing. Zhao Fan's words once again drew admiration from the crowd, overflowing with reverence. Everyone couldn't help but envy Xiaohua Academy for having such an outstanding senior. It truly is a blessing. Senior brother Zhao Fan, you really don't have to do this. Clearly, you won. Yeah, why let this despicable person? He is completely unworthy. The people of Xiaohua Academy tried to persuade him, but Zhao Fan had made up his mind. He would rather give up the championship than compromise his stance. Lin Mubian from Haicheng College walked to the principal and said with emotion, this Zhao Fan is indeed very impressive, proposing to resolve the tie through a martial arts duel. Chung Boyuan shook his head. I'm afraid it's not that simple. He must have absolute confidence in winning. Lin Mubian's heart tightened, faintly sensing something ominous. The chief referee frowned and said solemnly, Zhao Fan, this is not just my decision, it is the voice of netizens nationwide. Your championship is well deserved. That's it, we've finalized the result. After saying this, the chief referee, under the indication of the event organizers, shouted loudly, the champion of this year's provincial competition is Zhao Fan from Xiaohua University. Let's congratulate him. As soon as the words were spoken, thunderous cheers erupted at the scene. Clap clap clap. Except for Haicheng University, all the audience stood up, and the applause was like a tide. The live broadcast room and interactive forum were also filled with voices of congratulations. Despicable thing. Don't let me catch you, or none of you will get away. Mo Chen gritted his teeth and angrily pointed at the referee and the event organizers. How dare you, Mo Chen? The chief referee, unable to tolerate it any longer, spoke with murderous intent. If you continue to disrespect us, don't say I didn't warn you. Chung Boyuan won't be able to protect you either. Several elderly figures from the event organizers also stood up in anger. If not for their status and dignity, they would have already taught this arrogant young man a lesson. What, are you planning to kill me? Mo Chen sensed the killing intent, his gaze turning cold. I'm standing right here. If you have the guts, come at me. If I blink even once, I'm no hero. Though his words were full of bravado, he secretly activated the slip-away immortal technique to test the opponent's reaction. Cheng Boyuan instantly appeared in front of Mo Chen, worried that this group might truly act out of desperation. The chief referee narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up Mo Chen as if deep in thought. Interesting. Yun Shuyao blinked, becoming more and more intrigued. The entire venue fell silent instantly. The tense atmosphere was suffocating. At that moment, a streak of light descended from the sky, landing in front of an elder from the event organizers, wrapped around a piece of paper. He saw the signature on it, his fingers trembling as he nervously opened it. The note read, the literary duel is a draw. The martial duel will determine the winner. Any violation will bear consequences. Without hesitation, he immediately shouted, "Everyone calm down. I declare the literary duel a draw, and the martial duel will decide the final champion." The audience was stunned. The accusations against Emochan just now instantly became invalid, and everyone froze in place. However, they were happy to see another martial duel. Perhaps they could witness Emochan being brutally defeated. That brat, could he really have connections? Yun Chuyao muttered in surprise. Who cares? If we can deal with him, we will. Everyone has some connections. Chang Boyuan let out a sigh of relief and patted Emochan on the shoulder. Good luck. After saying that, he turned and stepped off the ring. The elder from the event organizers called over Lin Genoa and said apologetically, "Old Lin, the situation has changed, and we are powerless." Lin Genoa smiled faintly. "It doesn't matter. Anyway, Zhao Fan can easily suppress him. Let's just enjoy the miserable state of this little brat." On the arena, the chief referee re-announced the match result and prepared for the martial duel. Zhao Fan smiled slightly and walked slowly to Emochan. "Junior Emochan, the literary duel is quite boring, don't you think so too?" "Actually, don't be fooled by my refined demeanor, I prefer to conquer with force." Emochan nodded. "Yes, I think so too." If the previous literary duel was fine, then he still had a favorable impression of Zhao Fan. "Let's have an exhilarating showdown." Zhao Fan's tone instantly became sharp, his aura surged, his hair lifted without wind, and a powerful energy continuously emerged. The aura he emitted rapidly increased, and in just a short moment, he broke through the peak of the stone fragment realm and reached the wind control realm. At this moment, everyone instantly widened their eyes, their breathing became rapid, as if time had frozen. The wind control realm. How is this possible? Someone exclaimed, their voice trembling. Oh my god, Senior Zhao Fan actually broke through to the wind controlling realm? How did he manage to do that? Another person was full of shock, their expression filled with disbelief. There's no suspense in the championship battle anymore, Emochan is bound to lose. Among the crowd, discussions rose one after another, a mix of surprise and incredulity. Zhao Fan's hidden strength runs too deep. Everyone once thought he was merely at the peak of the stone-shattering realm, but unexpectedly, he had already broken through to the first stage of the wind-controlling realm. The gap between these two stages is like two entirely different worlds, nearly impossible to bridge. The atmosphere at the scene seemed to freeze, and even the livestream comments appeared to pause for a few seconds. Although the online viewers couldn't feel the powerful aura emanating from Zhao Fan, they understood the truth of the situation from the expressions of those present. Lin Muwen was also stunned and murmured, "It seems the principal's prediction was indeed correct. This matter is far more complicated than we imagined." Cheng Boyuan sighed, "I knew this kid definitely had a trump card. He just wanted to win with flair. It seems that the championship is indeed out of reach for Haicheng University." His voice carried a sense of helplessness, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. It's not that he lost confidence in Emochan, but the gap between the two sides was so vast that there was simply no chance to compete. No matter the outcome, Emochan, this annoying guy, has already proven himself, and no one will blame him. A trace of regret flashed in by Xia's eyes. "That's right, Emochan Jr., well done," Jean Moyen said, with a hint of admiration in his gaze. At Haicheng University, the students watching the screen felt a surge of complex emotions, regret, unwillingness, but mostly concern for Emochan. If it weren't for this junior arriving in time, Haicheng University would have already suffered the humiliation of 19 consecutive defeats and might even have been relegated, forcing them to pack up and leave. Everyone, don't be surprised. Zhao Fan is an SSS level supreme prodigy, reaching the wind controlling realm is nothing special. Lin Genoa laughed proudly, his voice echoing throughout the venue. Upon hearing this, everyone felt relieved and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Zhao Fan is a genius specially nurtured by the great Xia, reaching this level is quite normal. Emochan, do you still dare to act arrogant? A student from Xiaohua University mocked, his voice full of provocation. Weren't you so arrogant before? Scared stiff now, aren't you? Another person sneered. He must be scared stiff. Look at him now, not saying a word, he's probably thinking about forfeiting. Senior Zhao Fan, give that guy a decisive blow and show him how vast the gap between people can be. The students of Xiaohua University couldn't help but mock. At the very back of the Haicheng University area, Gu Mingxuan's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. He couldn't help but laugh, thinking to himself, if Emochan really wins the championship, I'd feel worse than death. On the arena stage, Emochan's expression gradually turned serious. He knew that this duel couldn't be taken lightly, any carelessness would turn all his previous efforts into a laughingstock. "Senior, give me that sword," he said in a deep voice. Bai Xia threw the giant sword in her arms to him. "Take it, I've long stopped wanting to hold it for you." Zhao Fan smiled slightly, "It seems Junior Emochan is getting serious." "I have no choice but to be serious," Emochan replied. Zhao Fan adjusted his glasses and asked meaningfully, "Junior, how confident are you?" 50-50. Emochan responded calmly. The referee, seeing that both contestants were ready, began to announce, "The match begins." Bang! Emochan moved first, leaping suddenly. The 20-meter distance vanished in an instant as he threw a punch toward Zhao Fan's face. His physical strength was fully displayed, the floor of the arena cracked under his feet, and everyone was amazed. Zhao Fan remained calm and unhurried, taking out a meteor hammer, its dazzling brilliance reflecting his imposing aura. Clang! Emochen's fist emitted a golden blow, and the characteristics of the ancient sacred body allowed him to punch the meteor hammer, shockingly sending it flying. A trace of surprise flashed in Zhao Fan's eyes, and he immediately swung the other end of the iron hammer at lightning speed toward Emochen. But Emochen skillfully dodged, instantly flashing in front of Zhao Fan, his fist glowing with golden light, striking directly at his face. Zhao Fan knew he couldn't match Emochen's speed, so he chanted a spell and cast several golden shields around himself. Bang! 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 The fist collided with the shields, producing crisp sounds that were deafening. It's the Golden Bell Shield. This is a top-tier Earth-grade treasure. The audience exclaimed in awe, their envy evident. Cheers and shouts echoed from the area of Haicheng University. Go, Junior Emochen. No matter the outcome, you're the best. Seeing this, the students of Shaohua University also roared, Senior Zhao Fan will surely win. Teach that guy a harsh lesson. On the arena, the clash grew increasingly intense, shadows flickered, and the sound of clashing reverberated continuously. Although Zhao Fan's speed was not as fast as Emochen's, he refused to back down. His wind mastery ability allowed him to maneuver skillfully in battle, and within just 2 minutes, the two had exchanged blows over 100 times. Emochen shone with golden light, his momentum was unstoppable, and he forged ahead. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan sought opportunities in a passive stance, occasionally launching powerful counterattacks to push Emochen back. Junior, you have a sword, why not use it? Zhao Fan's voice came through the dust. I prefer fists, Emochen calmly replied. As time passed, everyone grew increasingly astonished. Since Zhao Fan demonstrated the strength of the Wind Realm, everyone thought this would be a one-sided battle and the fight would end quickly, given the vast disparity between the two sides. But over this period, Emochen has shown no signs of defeat. Isn't this way too formidable? Zhao Fan is an SSS-level genius. The martial techniques he uses are advanced techniques that others cannot hope to match. Emochen's physique and speed are truly astonishing. It is precisely because of these two traits that he has managed to hold on until now, someone analyzed. I have to say, this guy's opportunities and strength are truly enviable, another person agreed. It's so frustrating. Why does he get such opportunities while I don't? The crowd grumbled indignantly. The former dislike and hostility now carried a tinge of jealousy. In the audience, Yun Chuyao rested her hands on the empty chairs on either side, her crossed legs swinging rhythmically, as if stirring up a trend. Under the sunlight, her long, slender, and perfectly straight legs resembled works of art, drawing countless admiring glances from the male students. But she didn't care about it at all. Her mind had already flown to the arena. As the battle progressed, her indifferent expression was gradually replaced by shock. This kid, could he have an SR-level talent? As a young supreme, Yun Chuyao's sensitivity to combat power was beyond ordinary people. Talent represents the manifestation of combat power, a higher talent, the stronger the power within the same realm. However, the Emochen before her could actually fight evenly with Zhao Fan, who possessed SSS-level talent. In the eyes of the crowd, Emochen relied only on physical strength and peculiar speed, but in her view, the power of each strike was no less than Zhao Fan's. The strength of someone at the first stage of the fragmented stone realm could actually rival the first stage of the wind realm. This is absolutely not something SR-level talent could achieve, unless he had mastered a divine-tier martial technique. This kid seems to have more and more secrets on him. Later, I must study him thoroughly. Yun Chuyao's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, already eager to deal with Emochen. On the arena, both sides briefly distanced themselves. Emochen shook his sore arm, covered in wounds, but Zhao Fan's condition wasn't much better, his face was pale, he was gasping for breath, and even his Vajra shield had been broken. Junior Emochen, I'm going to get serious now. Zhao Fan sat down cross-legged and began chanting. Me too. Emochen drew his giant sword. Before the words were finished, the sky suddenly darkened, and several millstone-sized boulders appeared out of thin air, covering the entire sky. It's a heaven-grade low-tier martial technique, the 10,000 stars falling stone art. Oh my, Senior Zhao Fan actually has such a trump card? The audience exclaimed in shock, their hearts filled with awe. The power of a heaven-tier martial skill far surpasses that of an earth-tier one. This is already the pinnacle of martial skills. Whoosh! 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 As Zhao Fan gestured, massive boulders whistled downward, heading straight for Emochen. Gripping his giant sword tightly, Emochen performed the spinning skill for the first time. His body spun like a top, rotating so fast it left people dazzled. A dazzling halo surrounded the area. In an instant, when the boulder touched him, it shattered with a loud bang, leaving him unscathed. Everyone was dumbfounded, not expecting Emochen to pull off such a move. In the Haicheng University area, Lin Muan, full of confusion, found the principal. How did Emochen suddenly become so strong? Where did his martial skills come from? And that mysterious physique? Cheng Boyuan shook his head, I don't know either. Anyway, it wasn't me who gave it to him. Perhaps he found some treasure during that month, Lin Muanrua pondered. At this moment, Gu Mingxian was burning with anger, not expecting Emochen to be so strong. his strength already sufficient to easily defeat him. Damn it, his sinister technique hasn't been unleashed yet. On the arena, after Emochan shattered the boulder, he plunged the sword into the ground, panting heavily. Although spinning in circles was incredibly powerful, it consumed a great deal of energy. Junior Emochan, your strength surprises me. In that case, let me show you a top-tier heaven-grade martial skill. If you can withstand it, I will admit defeat automatically. Zhao Fan's words caused an uproar, leaving everyone in disbelief. What? Senior Zhao Fan actually possesses a top-tier heaven-grade skill? The world suddenly darkened, as if some colossal entity was about to emerge. Emochan smiled faintly, and the silence technique was instantly deployed, gradually restoring the sky. What's going on? Zhao Fan was horrified to find that he couldn't speak, not even chant a spell. Before he could react, Emochan had already appeared in front of him. Bang! A massive golden fist slammed down, tearing through the air. Zhao Fan was shocked and could only passively defend, but he was already exhausted, his speed and strength greatly diminished, leaving him completely unable to resist. The sound of crackling rang out continuously, and within just a few seconds, Zhao Fan was seriously injured, blood spurting wildly. Senior Zhao Fan, how is this possible? Fight back quickly, Senior. Use your top-tier heaven-grade martial skill. The students of Shaohua University were almost driven mad, the scene before them left them momentarily unable to react. Boom! Another loud bang sounded, and Zhao Fan flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto the arena and forming a giant pit. Demasha! Emochan used the last of his strength to unleash the judgment skill. A brilliant light lit up the sky, resembling the sun, making it impossible for everyone to look directly at it. Following that was a colossal sword of light, 10 zhang tall, descending with overwhelming momentum, causing the entire arena to tremble. At this critical moment, Lin Zhenhua leaped out and stood in front of Zhao Fan, striking out with a fierce palm. Countless energies converged, and the immense power sent a chill through everyone's hearts, instantly shattering the colossal sword of light. You little brat, are you actually trying to kill someone? Lin Zhenhua glared angrily at Emochan, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. I never intended to strike. Isn't this supposed to be a competition? Emochan responded coldly, without backing down. Besides, if Zhao Fan had surrendered in time, I would have held back. Since he said nothing, I could only keep fighting. Is that wrong? Lin Zhenhua was so angry that his face turned red. At this moment, Chang Boyuan also walked to Emochan's side and coldly looked at Lin Zhenhua. You wouldn't be sore losers, would you? Lin Zhenhua was furious but stopped short of speaking, while Zhao Fan below weakly said, Principal, I lost because I'm not as skilled. Emochan from Haicheng University has won. I declare, the provincial competition champion is Haicheng University. The chief referee's voice was cold and emotionless, and the result was like a bolt from the blue, leaving everyone present dumbfounded. They couldn't believe that Haicheng University, which had long been at the bottom, could win the championship. Even harder to accept was the fact that the one who helped them was the most despised Emochan. We are the champions. Haicheng University instantly boiled over. Cheers surged like tides, and slogans echoed through the skies. The students' smiles were as bright as sunlight, their eyes sparkling with star-like excitement. Some danced with joy, fully expressing their inner excitement, as if wanting to share this happiness with everyone. Champion! On the campus of Haicheng University, everyone cheered in unison, their excitement beyond words. This honor belongs to every member of Haicheng University. It is not just an honor, but also signifies a continuous flow of resources and martial arts support. The former frustration has now turned into endless excitement, and the thrill of breaking through the clouds intoxicates the students of Haicheng University. On the scene, Gu Mingxuan's mouth twitched as he forced out a faint smile. He didn't want to stand out too much, especially since everyone else was laughing. But the more he tried, the more out of place he seemed. What an absurd world. The person everyone hated the most has now become the most popular. Gu Mingxian was furious, feeling that all of this was too absurd. This kid actually managed to do it. Lin Mubian muttered softly, still in shock. Chang Boyuan laughed exaggeratedly like a madman in his seat, his celebratory gestures resembling those of a 60-year-old child. Compared to the revelry at Haicheng University, the atmosphere at Shaohua University was as gloomy as clouds. Although they can accept losing the championship, they cannot tolerate the championship falling into Emochan's hands. Other spectators looked dejected, and the ultimate reason was that Emochan was simply too detestable. Seeing him so smug is almost worse than eating excrement. The bullet comments in various live streaming rooms were also in chaos. What bad luck! Let Emochan win the championship, this competition is a waste. The forum has exploded, with bizarre posts emerging one after another. From now on, I will shave my head and become a monk, vowing to curse Emochan for life. The comments section was speechless, with many questioning the poster's sanity. The rise and fall of the nation is everyone's responsibility. Emochan won the championship, and the responsibility lies with each of us. Setting aside the facts, did Emochan cheat? Boycott Emochan, gather 1,000 yes votes. On the stage, Emochan held the championship trophy. A reporter approached, handed over the microphone, and smiled sweetly. Student Emochan, as the dark horse of the provincial competition, what opportunities did you encounter? Black stockings? What black stockings? Where are the black stockings? Emo-chan looked around, his gaze locking onto the reporter's legs, and exclaimed in surprise, "You're wearing nude stockings." The reporter's face instantly turned red, and she froze in place, not knowing what to do. She had just graduated and secured this interview opportunity, hoping to use it to get a permanent position. Unexpectedly, Emo-chan immediately posed a challenge as soon as he spoke. Just as the rumors said, this junior was a bit mischievous. In the Haicheng University area, Bai Xia approached Lin Mubian and whispered, "Director, are you really going to let Emo-chan do the interview? I think this is an unwise decision." Lin Mubian gave an awkward smile, secretly thinking that this kid is hopeless, with nothing but black stockings on his mind. "Pa! Turns out you're not just a thief but also a pervert." Yun Chuya was burning with anger and could no longer hold back from taking action. The other spectators were also helpless. This guy really can't do anything seriously. But unfortunately, his strength is formidable, so everyone could only swallow their frustration and vent with a few curses. "Emo-chan, it's not black stockings, it's a dark horse." The reporter's voice grew weaker, with a hint of shyness in the tone. "What dark horse? I am the White Horse Prince." Emo-chan spoke righteously, leaving the reporter momentarily stunned. She decided to skip the topic and hurriedly asked, "Ahem, Emo-chan, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Did you have some kind of opportunity?" "No, it's because I am the chosen one," Emo-chan answered frankly. Rage value 8 million plus. The scene and the entire internet instantly exploded. The audience could no longer hold back and angrily pointed at him, shouting, "Pa! Shameless thing! And you call yourself the chosen one? Be glad the lightning didn't strike you dead. Oh heavens, strike him down. It's fine, I won't direct anymore." The crowd fell silent briefly. 2 seconds later, a man poked the speaker and remarked, "Buddy, that would truly be a great act of merit." The reporter was on the verge of breaking down. Getting a promotion no longer mattered at this moment. She just wanted to end it quickly. The longer she stayed, the more suffocated she felt. So she hurriedly asked the final question, "Student Emo-chan, what are your thoughts on winning the championship? Is there anyone you would like to especially thank?" Emo-chan cleared his throat and said solemnly, "As I previously mentioned at Haicheng University. To everyone present here, including the audience in front of the screen, do you now admit that you are all trash? Rage value 12 million plus, rage value 15 million plus." Upon hearing this, everyone's teeth clenched with a creaking sound, their anger erupting like a volcano. Some people directly smashed their phones, vowing never to see Emo-chan's face again. According to statistics, new phone sales multiplied dozens of times that day because of this incident. "Emo-chan, you will die a horrible death. I won't do anything else in this life, just focus on mocking you. Is there anyone powerful who can go kill him? I'm begging you, as long as you kill him, I'll even recognize you as my master. Emo-chan, I curse you to have pus flowing from your lower body and maggots growing on your butt." Emo-chan smiled smugly and blew a kiss at the camera. Then, he kindly handed the microphone back to the reporter and gracefully slipped off the ring. Ugh! So disgusting, is he going to die? At that moment, many people threw up. Hey, don't you really want to joke around a bit? It feels particularly uncomfortable, doesn't it? Lin Mubian sighed helplessly. The joyful atmosphere of winning the championship was ruined by Emo-chan's words, instantly becoming extremely awkward. The students of Haicheng University froze in place, neither daring to cheer nor to speak, fearing they might anger those present. "Emo-chan Jr., did he scold us too?" A senior sister muttered softly. "Strictly speaking, that's the case." Her close friend nodded. Behind, Yun Chuya chased after him, her eyes burning with anger. "Trying to escape? Today, I'm here to rid the people of harm." She clenched her teeth and suddenly accelerated. Emo-chan fled from West Lake and arrived at an open area in the outskirts. "Xiaodian, how much rage value do I have now?" Treasure chest progress, golden chest 378.5 million/200 million. Treasure chest reward is ready. Would you like to open it now? Open it. Emo-chan did not hesitate. Ding. Reward 1, congratulations to the host for obtaining the celestial weapon, the heaven opening axe. Accompanied by the system's prompt, an axe as tall as half of Emo-chan's height appeared in his hand. The axe's body was gray, exuding an ancient and weathered aura, as if it had endured countless ages. The sharp blade gleamed with a cold light, seemingly capable of effortlessly cleaving through anything. The sturdy handle was engraved with mysterious patterns, containing ancient power and secrets. Emo-chan was overjoyed. This axe, both its name and appearance, seemed incredibly impressive. It appeared that he truly had a deep connection with axes. "It's a pity I can't use it to spin around." Emo-chan couldn't help but sigh, feeling a mix of excitement and regret. Axes can spin around too. The system's response left him stunned. Holding an axe and spinning around? Wouldn't that make you Chun Yaojin? What does this have to do with Garen? If that's how you think, I can't help it. Emo-chan rolled his eyes. You spend all day learning nothing good, just memorizing these quotes. Reward 2, congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret technique, 1,000 years of death. 1,000 years of death? Is it the 1,000 years of death I'm thinking of? Yes, that's correct. Emo-chan felt speechless. Is this a skill that a person could even come up with? I am not human, I am just AI. How to use it? Note, this technique ignores all defenses and realms. You can use it on anyone as long as you wish. This is too powerful. Emo-chan suddenly felt a surge of excitement in his heart. How powerful is it? Not very damaging, but extremely insulting. This is even harsher than killing the opponent. Just as he was in shock, he suddenly felt his body tighten. He wanted to escape, but found his steps bound by a golden, shimmering rope, rendering all his energy useless. Don't get handsy, Sister Chuyao. Emo-chan smiled awkwardly and looked at the woman walking toward him. Even if you call me Granny, it won't work. Yun Chuyao's lips curled into a strange smile as she approached him. I just borrowed your hover car for a bit, I'll compensate you for it. Emo-chan said with a bitter expression, while secretly thinking about how to escape. I'll give you that diamond axe, it's definitely valuable. He tried to persuade her with money. Money? Yun Chuyao sneered, I never care about money. Then what do you want? Emo-chan's face turned even darker. I just want to rid the people of harm. Enjoy yourself. Yun Chuyao grabbed his shoulder, walked toward the hovering sports car, and forcefully threw him into the passenger seat before driving away. Emo-chan was utterly shocked. This woman was far stronger than he had imagined, definitely beyond the void-breaking realm, at least at the unmatched realm. She looked more than 23 or 24 years old, and reaching the unmatched realm at this age indicated her talent was at the SR level. Could she be a young supreme? Emo-chan felt panicked. He had truly encountered a formidable opponent this time. 2 hours later, Yun Chuyao brought him to a cliff by the sea. Looking at the vast ocean, Emo-chan couldn't help but swallow nervously. Could she be planning to throw him off? Yun Chuyao quickly provided an answer. She took out a peculiar fishing rod, tied the fishing line around Emo-chan, and threw it forcefully. His body traced a graceful arc in the air before plunging vertically into the sea. Sister Chuyao, let's talk this out. What are you trying to do? Emo-chan shouted in panic. Can't you tell? I'm using you to bait sea beasts, Yun Chuyao responded with a smile. Damn. This is way too twisted. Even Emo-chan had to admire the methods of this tigress. But the matter didn't end there. Yun Chuyao actually started a livestream. She titled the livestream, Punishing the Naughty Kid. Netizens were quickly drawn in and clicked to join. When they saw the streamer using Emo-chan for fishing, everyone was stunned and rapidly called their friends, causing a sensation across the internet. In just 10 minutes, the number of viewers in Yun Chuyao's live stream room exceeded 1 million. Damn, what's going on here? Ha ha ha, this is awesome, heaven has eyes. This despicable person finally got the punishment they deserved, truly satisfying. The screen's comments exploded instantly, everyone was laughing or posting the words so satisfying repeatedly. The number of people in the live broadcast room is rapidly increasing, already reaching 5 million. Who is this beautiful woman? Being able to capture Emo-chan, she must not be an ordinary person, someone asked in the live broadcast room. This topic sparked everyone's speculation, and Yun Chuyao's identity instantly became the focus, with words full of admiration and affection. Just like that, Yun Chuyao became the goddess in the hearts of many. With so many people watching online, the atmosphere instantly became lively. Even though Yun Chuyao's identity is mysterious, it is hard for her to escape being exposed. The Yun family's heiress, the sole successor. The young supreme, Yun Chuyao. These two identities instantly caused a frenzy on the internet. The Yun family, an ancient lineage with profound heritage, is one of the 8 great families of Daxia. As the sole successor, Yun Chuyao holds an extraordinary status. What is even more astonishing is her identity as the young supreme. There are only 10 such individuals in all of Daxia, revered figures and idols of admiration. The netizens' love for her is fervent and passionate. Her stunning beauty, alluring figure, powerful background, and exceptional strength. Who could possibly resist? If not for concerns about their status, they would have already started composing poetry. Yet, there are still bold ones who speak in the livestream. If I could lick Supreme Chuyao's foot, I would be willing to die. However, Yun Chuyao has been adored since childhood and doesn't care about these things at all. She certainly wouldn't stop her livestream because of such idle chatter. On the surface of the sea, sharp-toothed fish monsters occasionally leapt out of the water, lunging straight at Emo-chan, which excited the crowd immensely. However, everyone soon noticed something unusual. Not only did Emo-chan not show any signs of pain, but he even displayed an expression of enjoyment. This shameless guy's body is too tough, ordinary fish monsters can't bite it. We need to call the iron-eating fish, someone suggested. As a result, the live stream was flooded with gifs, rockets, and ships flying across the screen. Everyone hoped Yun Chuyao would sprinkle some fish bait to attract the iron-eating fish. I don't have any fish bait. Can someone send me some? Yun Chuyao immediately responded. Of course, the netizens eagerly volunteered. Watching a beauty and teasing Emo-chan, why not? She casually chose one that was closer to her and asked him to deliver it as soon as possible. Over 10 minutes later, the man rushed to the seaside, bringing several large bags of fish bait. Yun Chuyao poured all of it into the seawater beneath Emo-chan and smiled mischievously, waiting for the show to begin. Emo-chan was furious. He knew begging for mercy was useless and threatened viciously, "You wretched woman, just you wait. I'll make you pay. Cross me, and you'll meet a bad end." Yun Shuyao sneered, tossed the fishing rod, and directly submerged him into the sea. After a long while, she pulled him back up. "Still dare to talk tough? Want to go again?" Emo-chan gasped heavily, mentally noting this grudge, and dared not speak again. The livestream room burst into laughter. "Did you see that?" He immediately became obedient. Yun Shuyao the Supreme truly has her ways. Yun Shuyao eliminates harm for the people, her merits are immeasurable. Sister Yao is our great Xia's #1 goddess. Everyone flattered her enthusiastically, licking boots with great fervor. Emo-chan thought to himself, this woman started a livestream. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, preparing to vent her anger on others and earn some rage points in the process. He raised his voice and shouted, "The stinking rats in the livestream room, stop squeaking online. Even with my limbs bound, I can lift the primordial ocean and remain invincible. Come to the scene if you dare, and watch me beat you until you beg for mercy on your knees." Anger level 500W+. Everyone felt displeased, secretly thinking that this guy had already become bait, yet he was still so arrogant. Who said he's honest? How about we shut his mouth? This guy really doesn't respond to soft or hard tactics. Even as a prisoner, he dares to be defiant. Don't worry, the iron-eating fish will be here soon. Let's see if he still dares to act cocky then. Before the words were finished, a large shadow suddenly appeared under the sea, sending chills down everyone's spine. These iron-eating fish, about the size of a palm, had silver-white bodies covered with 2 rows of sharp black teeth, as if they could bite through anything. They approached Emo-chan and quickly devoured the bait clean. Then, one after another, they leapt out of the sea, biting him tightly, their tail fins constantly flapping. Before long, Emo-chan's clothes were in tatters, yet he looked utterly pleased, softly humming a tune as he glanced at the camera. "That's it? Giving me a massage here?" Those so-called iron-eating fish that claimed to bite through all metals couldn't shake Emo-chan's body. Instead, that tingling and itchy sensation made him extremely comfortable. Soon, the sound of cracking echoed. Everyone was dumbfounded as they saw the iron-eating fish's teeth shatter one after another. As if they'd seen a ghost, they all let go and fled. This kid not only has thick skin on his face but also on his body. He's really a bit tricky to deal with. "Goddess, bring out some powerful sea beasts." Yun Shuyao frowned slightly and turned to ask the person next to her, "Do you have any other fish attractants?" That person wiped the sweat off their forehead and nodded vigorously, "Yes. Goddess, how strong do you want it?" "The stronger, the better," Yun Shuyao said. That person quickly agreed and left in a hurry. Not long after, they dragged over a cart full of colorful fish attractants, things that could truly lure sea beasts. The people in the livestream saw the pictures on the packaging and laughed so hard they almost lost it. "Ha! You're doomed. He won't be able to get hard soon, there's a good show coming." Emo-chan saw this scene, his heart tightened, and he roared angrily, "You shameless woman, are you playing this big? Let me go quickly, or I'll make you regret it. You won't have a good ending, don't blame me for not warning you." Yun Shuyao gave a wicked smile, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally threw aside the bait that could attract large sea beasts, opened a pack of medium-sized bait, and poured it in. A few minutes later, the calm sea surface began to ripple with waves. In the distance, the seawater surged violently, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand. Gradually, a massive dark shadow appeared beneath the water. "Ha! It's a blue whale shark, a sea beast comparable to the wind realm. This despicable guy is doomed." Huge splashes erupted as a shark about 10 jan long leapt out of the water, swallowing Emo-chan directly into its mouth. As it prepared to carry Emo-chan away, Yun Shuyao raised her fishing rod, stopping its action. The blue whale shark thrashed around in the sea for a few moments but was helpless, eventually spitting out Emo-chan in frustration and swimming away. "Injured, ha! This kid is finally injured. Not tough now, huh? Daring to offend Goddess Yun Shuyao, this is purely seeking death." The people in the live stream saw this scene, burst into laughter, and started frantically sending gifts to make the atmosphere even livelier. Emo-chan grimaced in pain, his heart filled with bitterness. Just as he was about to catch his breath, a massive sea beast swam over and mercilessly attacked him. It was an octopus as large as a train, with tentacles so thick that they seemed capable of wrapping him up entirely. The tentacles instantly coiled around him, squeezing him so tightly that he could hardly breathe. After a bout of struggle, the sea beast seemed to lose interest and eventually left in frustration. In this short period of time, Emo-chan had no idea how many sea beasts had visited him. His body was covered in nauseating saliva and marked with teeth imprints everywhere. However, one thing surprised him, his physical strength was slowly increasing. It seemed that this torment was the key to the growth of the archaic sacred body. "You wretched hag, just you wait." He gritted his teeth and silently vowed in his heart. Haicheng University, the playground was bustling with activity, neon lights flashing in a dazzling array, fireworks blooming in the sky, and the carpet was filled with delicious food. Tens of thousands of students gathered together to celebrate the joy of victory. "This is the craziest celebration banquet I've ever attended," Jean Moyen said with a smile, taking a small bite of the beast leg. "Why?" Bai Xia asked curiously. Because the person involved is still suffering, and we're here celebrating, ha ha ha. Jean Moyen couldn't help but laugh. If Junior Emochan knew we were being so unprincipled, he'd probably be hopping mad. Don't worry, he's tough. Sun Shui Shui chuckled on the side. In the faculty area, Lin Mubai frowned and asked, Principal, are we really not going to do anything about this kid Emochan? He's a hero right now. Cheng Boyuan smiled faintly, let him learn a lesson. Honestly, there are times I want to give him a beating too, but I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to take it. Lin Muwan was stunned, not expecting the principal to have suffered so much. By the way, Principal, did you know that the event organizers and the chief referee have been dismissed? Lin Muwan suddenly asked. Yes, I just heard about it. Cheng Boyuan nodded. Why is this happening so suddenly? Could it be because of Emochan? Lin Muwan said in shock. It shouldn't be. Emochan is just an orphan. Cheng Boyuan shook his head, however, the Lord of Haicheng seems to be particularly concerned about Emochan and once asked me to take good care of him. Lin Mubian showed a surprised expression, not expecting Emochan to have a connection with the city lord. At midnight, Yun Chuyao finally ended the livestream. Millions of viewers exited contentedly, saying, Good night, goddess. On this day, they saw Emochan being harshly dealt with, which made them feel extremely satisfied. Have you behaved? Yun Chuyao pulled him up. I have behaved. Emochan nodded frantically, thinking to himself, under the eaves, one has no choice but to bow. A gentleman takes revenge, even if it takes 10 years. Do you admit your mistake? Yun Chuyao smiled faintly and asked smugly. I admit it. Emochan nodded again. All right, keep a low profile in the future. Yun Chuyao untied the rope on him and prepared to leave. Remove my restraints as well, Emochan said. They'll automatically unlock in an hour, don't rush. Yun Chuyao waved her hand. So sneaky. Emochan cursed inwardly. Walk back by yourself and reflect on it along the way. Yun Chuyao smiled lightly and stepped on the gas pedal to leave. Emochan gritted his teeth in anger and secretly vowed in his heart, a gentleman's revenge will be tonight. Just wait for me. By the time he arrived in Haicheng, dawn had already broken. He booked a room, took a shower, changed into new clothes, and headed toward the city lord's mansion. Half an hour later, in the city office, a young man knocked on the door. What's wrong, Xiaolu? Lord of the city, someone is looking for you outside. Take him to the reception room to rest first, I still have work to finish. The intern secretary said awkwardly, he has already walked over. The city lord frowned and thought, who is so impolite? When he put down the pen and stood up, he saw Emochan who had already barged in. You little rascal, why are you here? The city lord looked displeased, as if he had seen a jinx. Emochan pretended to be obedient. Lord of the city, where is Yun Chuyao the Supreme? She asked me to find her, but forgot to leave me an address. The city lord was slightly stunned. Why are you looking for her? Emochan lowered his head and said aggrievely, last time I borrowed her car, she asked me to apologize to her in person. Oh, I see. The city lord nodded. She is temporarily staying at the Haicheng Grand Hotel, you can ask the front desk. All right, thank you, Lord of the city. Emochan smiled faintly and got up to take his leave. After he walked away, the lord of the city fell into deep thought, feeling something was amiss. That brat would apologize voluntarily? Could he be up to something bad? After pondering for a long time without any clue, the lord of the city sighed, forget it, maybe I'm overthinking. Yun Chuyao can handle him easily. Emochan wouldn't dare to act recklessly, he's not stupid. Meanwhile, in room 1702 of the Haicheng Grand Hotel, Yun Chuyao stretched lazily and slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. She was wearing a sheer lace nightgown, her perfect figure fully revealed, both youthful and mature. Ring ring, suddenly, a phone call came through. What's up, Grandpa? I'm traveling in Haicheng. A hoarse, elderly voice came from the other end of the phone. Yao Yao, the global trial will begin in 3 months. You need to lead the team and start preparing early. Yun Chuyao was shocked. Isn't the global trial supposed to be in 5 years? Why has it been moved up? The voice on the phone responded, the situation in the borderlands is urgent. The demon race seems to be planning a major scheme. Therefore, all nations have decided to initiate a global trial in 3 months, to quickly help the younger generation of the human race grow and join the battle in the borderlands. The so-called global trial is actually a test for all young humans, involving all nations. Led by young supremes, they will head to the outer realms to participate. At that time, the demon race's prodigies will also infiltrate, making it extremely dangerous. Yao Yao, you must be careful this time. The young supremes from other nations are quite abnormal, with immense strength. Killing is allowed in the trials. Many countries harbor hatred toward our Great Xia and will definitely target the trial participants from Great Xia in secret. The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with seriousness and concern. I understand, Grandpa, Yun Chuyao said with a determined nod. After hanging up the phone, Yun Chuyao's expression immediately turned serious. The global trials, held once every 30 years, are specifically designed for the younger generation. Today would be her first time participating. Among all the young people in the Great Xia, she was already one of the top 10, but she understood that there were always greater heights to reach. The young supreme talents of other countries were equally astonishing. Moreover, there were rumors that in Sakura country and beautiful country, there were a few freaks who surpassed SR level talent, so powerful it was outrageous. Although it was just a rumor, it was enough to prove how terrifying those few individuals were. Thinking of this, Yun Chuyao frowned again. Without even changing her clothes, she leapt out of the window, clearly preparing for something. Just after Yun Chuyao left, Emochin arrived at room 1702. He knocked on the door, but after a long time with no response and confirming that no one was inside, he had no choice but to wait in the hallway, preparing to catch them off guard. Feeling bored, he opened his phone to check the school's updates. In the school group chat, celebratory photos were flying everywhere, and Emochin became increasingly furious as he looked at them. He angrily sent several messages. "This is too much. How could you celebrate without inviting me?" The classmates all sent embarrassed emojis, promising to make it up next time. Bai Xia teased, "Weren't you out fishing?" This remark was practically a direct taunt, making Emochin furious. He sent multiple spanking emojis and had mentioned Bai Xia, making his intentions crystal clear. Lin Mubian then said, "Communicate harmoniously, no inappropriate content. If you keep this up, Emochin, I'll kick you out of the group." When the dean arrived, everyone quickly retracted the emojis they had just sent. Emochin helplessly said, "When did I ever post anything inappropriate?" Lin Nubian sent a warning emoji, leaving him feeling displeased. "By the way, where's the senior who said she'd treat me to original milk tea last time? I'm free tonight." He eagerly awaited her reply. "Is the purity good enough? I like it pure." Just as he was happily waiting, a system notification sounded. "You have been removed from the Haicheng University group chat. Please maintain civil speech." "That's too harsh." Emochin sighed helplessly, turned to the Honghua forum, and started debating with netizens. By the afternoon, Yun Chuyao still hadn't returned. Growing impatient, he pulled out the heaven-opening axe and struck forcefully. Boom! The restriction was instantly torn apart, and Emochin was overjoyed, as expected of an immortal weapon. "With this thing, doesn't it mean you can go wherever you want?" It seems that the heaven-opening axe can not only split the heavens but also break restrictions. Upon entering the room, a captivating fragrance wafted through the air. Emochin looked around and, confirming that the living room was empty, headed straight to the bedroom. The items casually placed on the bed immediately caught his attention. Lace-trimmed intimate clothing? And black stockings? His eyes gleamed, and a mischievous idea popped into his mind to auction these items online. He quickly turned on his phone, recording videos and taking photos, even deliberately including Yun Chuyao's ID card to ensure credibility. After finishing all this, Emochin cheerfully slipped away. In a safe place, he couldn't wait to post a thread titled, "Auctioning Yun Chuyao's Supreme Underwear, Highest Bidder Wins." The content included a photo taken separately, with a starting bid of 5 million blue star coins. Instantly, the post was pinned by the official Honghua platform. Upon seeing the title, netizens were dumbfounded. Clicking to read further, the content was even more explosive, with an attached video, proving that this was taken from Yun Chuyao's room. The comments section instantly erupted. "Holy, the world is about to change. No way, is this really Yun Chuyao Supreme's underwear? Ah, I'm losing it, my goddess has been defiled by that bastard Emochin." Various voices of shock and anger rose one after another, yet Emochin looked at his private messages and the comments section, and not a single person came forward to negotiate a deal. "Bunch of broke losers," he couldn't help but curse. "This is Yun Chuyao's intimate clothing, something money can't easily buy." Left with no choice, he adjusted the price to 1 million blue star coins, but still, no one made an offer. He reposted angrily, "Can't even afford the goddess's underwear, and you dare claim to like her? Get lost, you bunch of broke fools. If no one wants it, I'll take it back and use it as a foot rag." Anger value, 7 million plus. In the evening, Yun Chuyao returned to her room and found the door had been broken open. Her heart tightened, realizing someone had forcibly entered. She glanced around and saw that all her valuables were still there, except for the intimate clothing she had changed out of after bathing last night, which had disappeared without a trace. "You scoundrel, stealing again." After watching the surveillance footage, she was furious, grinding her teeth in anger. Just then, a phone call came in. Upon hearing it, her rage flared up, and she immediately opened the Honghua forum. When she saw the two most popular posts, Yun Chuyao's vision darkened, and she almost fainted. "I'm going to kill you," she gritted her teeth, her emotions a mix of fury and shame. She had never felt so humiliated before. She simply couldn't imagine what kind of shameless person would dare to auction off her intimate clothing. Emochin waited for a full 2 hours, and finally, the comments section became lively. Someone offered 1 million blue star coins and even posted a bank account, clearly not just joking around. Instantly, the comments section exploded. "Bro, are you really rich, or are you just joking? 1 million just for the goddess's underwear? This mindset is truly a wealthy mindset. Money isn't the issue, but if you buy this, you might end up being disliked by goddess Yun Chuyao." No matter how much people tried to persuade him, he remained firm. The price quickly soared to 2 million, and everyone speculated that this person must be Yun Chuyao's mortal enemy or another young supreme. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to buy it, fearing retaliation. Just when everyone thought the deal was about to be finalized, a small account named Emochan is a beast suddenly offered 3 million. Emochan couldn't help but laugh. This person was most likely Yun Chuyao herself. The price between the two parties quickly escalated to 8 million, causing an uproar among the crowd. In the end, the price of this pair of panties was raised to 12 million. The person who initially quoted the price remained silent, clearly afraid that Yun Chuyao would get angry. Emochan was overjoyed and was pondering how much to sell the lingerie and stockings for when someone sent a private message backstage. Emochan is a beast, a total of 30 million, I'll buy everything. Emochan, sure, transfer the money first. Emochan is a beast, I have one condition, you must deliver the goods in person, or you won't get a single penny. Want to deal with me? Emochan frowned, thought for a moment, and still agreed. The money was too tempting. After providing the card number, 30 million blue star coins were quickly credited. Emochan smiled so wide that his mouth could hardly close, secretly thinking, finally, I can buy cultivation resources and directly advance to the void-breaking realm. Emochan, you beast, have you received the money? I'll send you a location, come and deliver the goods. Emochan opened the address and saw that it was in the suburbs. Could it be an attempt to kill and dispose of the body? Emochan, you beast, what's wrong, are you afraid to come? If you don't come, I can apply to freeze your funds at any time. Emochan, oh, impressive, you have great power, huh? Don't force me to use my influence in Yanjing. Emochan is a beast, heh, go ahead. Putting down the phone, Emochan went to the city lord's mansion. Why are you here again? Did you apologize to Chuyao? The city lord asked. She forgave me. Emochan nodded. By the way, Lord Mayor, I'll send you an address. If I don't get back to you in an hour, make sure to come find me. The mayor was slightly taken aback. What kind of mischief are you up to again, kid? It's not convenient to disclose for now. The city lord angrily said, get out. Don't come. Emochan sneered, protecting every resident of Haichang is your duty. Don't make me file a lawsuit in Yanjing, alright? With that, he waved his hand and left. The city lord was so angry that his beard almost curled up. This brat actually dared to threaten him, truly asking for a beating. An hour later, Emochan arrived in the woods outside the city, keeping track of the time. Did you bring the stuff? A voice slowly emerged from the void. I brought it. Emochan nodded. Did you bring the money? Get lost. Have you watched too many gangster deals? Yun Chuyao slowly stepped out, her stunningly beautiful face full of frost, clearly in a bad mood. Emochan stepped back to a safe distance and threw the package out. Check the goods. Yun Chuyao took the package, opened it, and inspected it to ensure nothing was missing. She picked up the underwear and sniffed it in front of her nose. Emochan. What do you mean? Disrespecting me? Am I that kind of person? After confirming there was no other smell, Yun Chuyao let out a sigh of relief. You sure are bold. Yun Chuyao's voice gradually turned icy as she approached him. Emochan's heart tightened, and he quickly activated the 1,000-year kill technique, threatening, I'm warning you, stop now, and you can avoid harm. Heh, who do you think you are? Yun Chuyao sneered disdainfully. At this moment, two phantom hand shadows suddenly appeared in midair in front of Emochan. Their movements were strange, with tightly clenched fingers stretching straight out. What the heck is this? Yun Chuyao frowned, a sense of foreboding welling up in her heart. Boom! She struck out with a palm, causing fierce winds to rise. Trees were severed at the waist, and the ground was lifted several meters high, but the pair of hands remained unscathed, charging straight toward her. How is this possible? Yun Chuyao was shocked. With the strength of a dignified Wushuan realm expert, she couldn't break through the martial technique of a mere Swaisher realm ant. She quickly deployed defenses and restraints, but the hands ignored everything and circled behind her. Damn it! Yun Chuyao finally realized what it was about to do. She hurriedly covered her buttocks with one hand while striking at Emochan, trying to disrupt the spellcaster. Yao Yao, stop! A hoarse voice suddenly rang out. The fierce wind blew through, dispersing her attack. Emochan was startled, realizing that a supreme master had arrived, and quickly withdrew the millennium kill. Yun Chuyao saw both hands disappear, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. She thought to herself, if she had really been hit by that move, would she have gone mad? Grandpa, why are you here? An elderly man with silver hair and a kind face slowly appeared. It was Yun Sunhai, the current patriarch of the Yun family. Yun Sunhai beckoned to Emochan. Come here, child, Grandpa has something to tell you. What for? Are you trying to kidnap a child? Emochan questioned. I won't answer any questions until the city lord arrives. Yun Sunhai's expression froze, thinking to himself that this kid is really peculiar. How could he, the dignified head of the Yun family, be involved in child trafficking? Don't worry, Grandpa has no ill intentions. I'm here to announce some good news. Yun Sunhai waved his hand again. Grandpa, why bother with this brat? Let me slap him to death. Don't say I didn't warn you. He's exceptionally good at provoking people. Be careful, or you'll end up fuming with anger. Yun Chuyao slowly stood up, her face full of displeasure as she spoke. It's nothing, I'll leave first. Emochan waved his hand and turned to leave. This old man didn't seem malicious, but Yun Shuya was always worried about his safety and dared not stay long. You're being too naive. Yun Shuya made a move as if to chase after him. Crazy girl, how can you bully the weak? Go back. Yun Sunhai quickly pulled her back and scolded angrily. Yun Shuya was stunned, and Imochen also stopped in his tracks, thinking to himself, is this old man here to help me? Suddenly, a hearty laugh rang out. Ah, Senior Sunhai, long time no see. The city lord flew in from the horizon and respectfully cupped his fists toward Yun Sunhai. Imochen was surprised in his heart. It seems the Yun family's influence is truly significant, even the city lord is so respectful. Xiaoxia, I am here to announce something important, Yun Sunhai said with a smile. What important matter? The three of them simultaneously cast puzzled looks. Yun Sunhai put away his smile and became serious. I plan to have Yao Yao take Imochen as her personal disciple and help him prepare for the global trial 3 months from now. Imochen was shocked and immediately blurted out, take a hammer. How could I possibly be her disciple? Old man, are you daydreaming? Upon hearing this, Yun Shuya was furious. Pa, you wish. Yun Sunhai was not angry. Instead, he glared at his granddaughter. Yao Yao, speak to your disciple with more respect. If you keep this up, I will lose my temper. The city lord quickly advised, you brat, don't mess around. This opportunity is hard to come by, so cherish it. I don't know, Imochen said disdainfully, shaking his head. I can stand proud through the ages all by myself. The city lord was amused. This kid showed no regard for the occasion. Just as he was about to reprimand him, Yun Sunhai stopped him, saying, it's good for young people to have drive. Imochen secretly rejoiced in his heart, thinking, not only do I have drive, but I might even surpass my master. The scene was slightly awkward. Yun Sunhai waved to his granddaughter, come here, apologize to Xiao Chen. This matter is indeed your fault. Yun Shuya was unwilling, her heart filled with anger. Her clothes being stolen and auctioned off was simply an unbearable humiliation. Still not coming over? Are you ready to be confined? Yun Sunhai's tone became stern. Upon seeing this, Yun Shuya's expression changed, and she hesitantly walked up to Imochen. I'm sorry. Is that okay now? Imochen's lips curled into a slight smile. All talk and no action is meaningless. Yun Sunhai smiled faintly, secretly praising in his heart. Then he handed over a spatial ring. Inside are abundant cultivation resources. Consider it as full support for Xiao Chen's training. Imochen quickly took it and said proudly, then I reluctantly agree to this matter. Although he said so, he was secretly plotting how to betray his master and ancestors. This grudge will never go unavenged. He considered using the 1,000-year kill technique right now, but seeing the old man's imposing demeanor, reason told him to hold back for the time being. Yun Shuyao looked sorrowful and hesitant to speak. Seeing the old man's serious expression, she swallowed her words again. Senior, I heard this trial is extremely harsh. You must have caught some rumors in Yanjing, right? The city lord changed the topic, focusing on important matters. Yun Sanghai sighed heavily, his tone serious. Indeed, a few enemy nations have produced some abnormal individuals. The beautiful country has a young person called Daughter of Thor, who seems to have surpassed SR-level talent, drawing special attention from Daxia. Mo Chen was shocked and gasped. Surpassing SR-level talent, that's terrifying. Yun Shuyao asked in astonishment, isn't Thor the god of thunder? Could she really be the daughter of a god? Yun Sunhai nodded. According to the intelligence gathered by Daxia, that's how it is, so it's particularly perverse. Damn. Mo Chen was completely dumbfounded. Even the daughter of a god has come, would she be afraid of the 1,000-year kill? He was considering whether to directly forfeit and stay in Daxia to develop steadily. Yun Sunhai continued, the Sakura nation also has a terrifying figure named Xiao Wang, who is said to have surpassed SR-level talent and can summon the Yamada no Orochi. Xiao Wang? That name sounds really impressive. There are other hostile nations, such as the Ganges Nation, Monkey Nation, and so on, but I won't list them all. In short, they all have extremely formidable individuals, far beyond the average young supreme. Even the king-level offspring of the demon clan might mix in. This trial will be unlike any before. Yun Shuyao frowned deeply, feeling immense pressure, as if several mountains were pressing down on her, leaving her almost breathless. The city lord sighed and said, we must remind the trial participants from Great Xia to avoid them as much as possible. Seeking opportunities is important, but staying alive is the ultimate truth. Yun Sunhai shook his head, it's difficult. Those countries have long declared their intent to kill all the trial participants from Great Xia. This statement left Mo Chen completely dumbfounded. Why bother going? Isn't it obvious that whoever goes is an idiot? The city lord was burning with anger, clenching his fists. This is outrageous. If they really dare to do this, aren't they afraid that the unparalleled king will lead the demon clan to turn around and attack them? Who is the unparalleled king? Just hearing the name sounds incredibly impressive. Mo Chen was truly convinced. Standing here felt like being a narrator. He couldn't even get a word in and just wanted to slip away. A trace of sorrow flashed in Yun Sunghai's eyes, and he said hoarsely, the peerless king has disappeared. That's why they dare to be so arrogant. How is that possible? The peerless king is unmatched in the world, how could he disappear? The city lord was incredulous, frozen in place. Yun Songhai said wistfully, the latest news just came in. The peerless king charged into the demon clan alone and has not returned since. Who did you hear that from? The city lord was still in disbelief. The unparalleled king is the foremost king of Daxia. It is precisely because of his presence that other nations dare not act recklessly. If something happens to him, Daxia will face a severe situation. The news brought back by the dragon of the 12 zodiac signs, Yun Songhai explained. Imochen couldn't wait any longer and said, you two seniors, please continue chatting. I need to go home and turn off the gas. Yun Songhai smiled and nodded, child, tomorrow I'll have Yao come find you. Get some good rest. The city lord also cupped his fists and said, senior, I will take my leave first. I need to hold an urgent meeting regarding the global trial. After the two disappeared from sight, Yun Chuyao pouted and asked discontentedly, Grandpa, what are you up to? Why are you making me take this brat as my disciple? Even if he seems to have SR-level talent, I don't want to teach him. Do you know what despicable thing he did today? He embarrassed me in front of the entire nation's netizens. Yun Songhai held her hand and said earnestly, Mo Chen will be your direct disciple from now on. Treat him well, be gentle with him. This is an order from above, not your grandpa's idea. Yun Chuyao was astonished, above? Aren't you the one from above? Yun Songhai said, the one above me. Yun Chuyao was shaken. The one above her grandfather, that must truly be someone of great authority. Could it be that kid really has some astonishing background? If that's the case, it would be too unbelievable. Mo Chen looks like nothing more than a commoner with poor character. Who is it then? Can you tell me? She couldn't help but ask curiously. It cannot be spoken. Yun Songhai shook his head. After returning to the city, Mo Chen suddenly received a phone call. What's wrong, director? Are you going to apologize to me? Apologize my foot. Come to my house tonight. The resources allocated after your championship win have arrived, and I picked them up for you. On the other end of the phone, Lin Mubai's voice came through. Night fell, and the moonlight was like water, spilling over the tranquil villa. Mo Chen took a taxi to the address sent by the director of education, his heart filled with anticipation. It was a 3-story villa, with a gentle sea breeze and lush green trees surrounding it. Upstairs, Lin Mubai was brewing coffee, dressed in a black traditional Chinese qipao, her curves alluring, as if she had stepped out of a painting. Director, do you still want the big black dog in your yard? If not, I'll use it to nourish myself. Mo Chen teased with a mischievous smile on his face. Lin Mubai froze in her actions, her lips twitching slightly, and quickly walked to the balcony, her eyes wide open. You won't even spare a dog? It barked at me. Mo Chen spread his hands, speaking with righteous indignation. Walking into the spacious living room, the luxurious decor made him click his tongue in amazement, thinking to himself, rich people are truly fortunate. His gaze fell on Lin Mubai again, and he teased, Director, you wear black stockings at home? Aren't you afraid of feeling stuffy? Lin Nguyen frowned slightly, thinking to herself that this guy really never misses a chance to let loose. I just got back from a meeting at school and haven't had time to change yet. Mo Chen raised an eyebrow, revealing a teasing smile. You managed to change your clothes, but somehow didn't have time to change your black stockings? Could it be that you wore them on purpose as a reward for me? Nonsense. Lin Nguyen glared at him angrily, thinking to herself that this guy was really mischievous. She quickly changed the subject and tossed him a spatial ring. This is your reward. Take it and train hard, aiming to shine in the global trials. Mo Chen took the ring and, seeing it filled with energy fruits and potions, was overjoyed. Thank you, Director. At school, they call me Director, but at home, they call me Sister Mu Wan. Her voice was gentle, carrying a hint of warmth. Mo Chen was stunned, his heart stirred. Sister Mu Wan, you're dressed so provocatively and asked me to come over tonight. Could it be? I'm not ready yet. Will it hurt the first time? Lin Mu Wan was also taken aback, her face instantly turning rosy. Time seemed to freeze until Lin Mu Wan realized her reaction. Anger surged in her heart, and she shouted angrily, What kind of pig-headed thoughts are you having all day? But you said that if I did well in the provincial competition, you'd let me be your sworn sister. Mo Chen argued, with an innocent expression on his face. You brat, are you hitting puberty? Lin Nguyen shook her head in exasperation, secretly thinking that this kid really dared to say anything. Mo Chen blushed, thinking to himself that he had indeed misunderstood, clearly influenced by Sun Shuai. He mumbled, Sister Muan, you misunderstood me. I meant that it's my first time participating in the global trial, and I'm afraid of getting beaten up. Lin Muan rolled her eyes. Then who are you saying is dressed provocatively? The word saw is actually a compliment. Mo Chen hurriedly explained, but was interrupted by Lin Nubian. All right, stop talking. There's another matter I need to discuss with you. The global trial is very dangerous, try to go with companions. I heard even Thor's daughter is here. They're extremely terrifying, don't provoke them. She earnestly advised. Mo Chen reluctantly asked, do I have to participate? Lin Nubian said seriously, the global trial is only open to those under 25. It's a place where opportunities and dangers coexist, allowing the younger generation to rise quickly. If you want to fall behind, you can choose not to go. Her gaze was resolute, and Mo Chen's heart trembled as he realized the importance of the global trial. Don't worry, Sister Muon. Once I catch the daughter of Thor, the school will save a lot on electricity bills. Lin Muon sighed helplessly, thinking this kid really loves to brag. You've improved so quickly, I don't have much left to guide you on. Is there anything you're confused about in your cultivation? I don't quite understand that puberty lesson. Mo Chen scratched his head, innocent and naive. Go back to middle school and ask your biology teacher. Lin Muon scolded angrily, turning to the kitchen, thinking that if the conversation continued, she'd have to enter menopause early. Mo Chen looked aggrieved, thinking to himself that he really didn't understand. Just as he was about to say goodbye, he heard Lin Mubai chase out from the kitchen. Stay for dinner before you leave, I've already prepared the dishes. No, I won't eat. Mo Chen hurriedly waved his hand, thinking to himself that staying any longer would be too awkward. Lin Mubai sighed, feeling guilty. After all, Mo Chen had grown up without parents by his side, so being a bit mischievous was normal. Just as she was about to chase after him to persuade him to stay, a pitiful dog's howl suddenly came from the yard. She quickly ran to the balcony to check, only to see Mo Chen holding the big black dog upside down in midair, plucking its tail. Get out! Lin Mubai shouted angrily, hurling the spatula in her hand at him. Mo Chen dodged to the side and pointed at the black dog. Have you calmed down? Still daring to bark at me? After saying that, he threw the dog to the ground and ran off, thinking to himself, if I were a second slower, Lin Mubian would have really beaten me to death. Returning to the university dormitory, it was already late at night. Sun Shuai wasn't there, probably invited by some girl for a midnight snack again. Mo Chen took out his phone and unexpectedly received a message from Yun Chuyao. Tomorrow morning at 9, meet me at the seaside cliff from last time. Why? You don't want to use me for fishing again, do you? Mo Chen felt a bit puzzled but didn't pay her any attention and opened the Hanwha forum. He found the forum bustling with activity. Everyone was discussing the global trials, each person full of passion and enthusiasm. Mo Chen couldn't help but say, this group of people brags even better than I do. So he posted, what are you all arguing about? With you bunch of rookies, you'd just be cannon fodder if you went. Better stay home and farm. Rage value plus 23 million. Mo Chen, I curse your grandfather. Mo Chen, you should be grateful to live in Disya. No one will pamper you in the global trials. That's right. This kid would definitely die if he went to the global trials, unless he hides and acts like a coward. Don't be fooled by Mo Chen's prominence in Disya. Outside, he behaves like a submissive dog. I know this type of person too well. Just wait and see. At the global trials, we probably won't even catch a glimpse of him. Netizens instantly exploded. Clearly, the discussion was about the global trials, yet this idiot popped up again to disgust everyone. The key point is that he's a popular figure. Once he posts, it immediately gets pushed to the top by the official platform, making it visible to everyone who enters. Mo Chen paid no attention to the anger. After posting, he turned off his phone and went to sleep. The next day, a piercing phone ringtone woke him up. Ring ring. Hello, who is it? So annoying early in the morning. I told you to come at 9, why didn't you? A cold voice from Yun Chuyao came through the phone, instantly waking Mo Chen up. He looked at the time, it was already noon, 12 o'clock. Is this woman crazy? Does she really want to teach me? Come now, order some takeout and wait for me. Mo Chen said while hurriedly getting dressed. No matter what, I still have to go and take a look, lest the city lord comes to drag me. Eat shit, you. Yun Chuyao angrily hung up the phone. 2 hours later, Mo Chen arrived at the seaside cliff. Yun Chuyao didn't want to dwell on his tardiness any longer and said coldly, this is my first time being a master, so I am rather strict. I hope you can persevere. Hearing this, Mo Chen felt a chill down his spine. Then kneel down and bow to me 3 times. From now on, I will be your obedient disciple, he said. Rage plus 100. Yun Chuyao's teeth were almost clenched to pieces. Why are you so despicable? You probably haven't done a good deed in this lifetime, have you? Mo Chen refused to accept it and argued righteously. How is that possible? When I went to the mountains to teach, I carried 50 kilograms of bottled water and walked 30 kilometers of mountain roads to deliver water to the children. Anger value plus 120. I support your mom. Yun Chuyao could no longer hold back. A streak of light struck him. Mo Chen had no way to dodge, was knocked to the ground, and ate a mouthful of dirt. The gap in their realms was too vast, making it impossible for him to leverage his speed advantage. Yun Chuyao had already sealed the surrounding domain. This strike reduced her anger significantly. As she walked over to help him up, an angry roar suddenly came from under Mo Chen. Crazy girl. Try bullying Mo Chen again, and I'll deal with you tomorrow. Yun Chuyao's face changed drastically. She hurriedly turned Mo Chen over and discovered a phone under him that had already dialed Yun Sanghai's number. Grandpa, he started it. She picked up the phone and held it to her ear. Be gentle, otherwise, I'll put you in confinement. Yun Sanghai reprimanded a few words and hung up the phone. Yun Chuyao took a deep breath, calmed herself, and said, Good boy, you've actually learned to tattle. It was the old man who told me to find him if there's anything. Mo Chen got up and patted off the dust. Yun Shuya thought to herself that this kid is really hard to deal with. How did she end up with such a disciple? What were they thinking up there? The two are clearly incompatible, or rather, incompatible with Mo-chen. Let me ask you something. What was the martial technique you used yesterday? Why could it break through all my defenses? She changed the subject. Are you talking about the 1,000-year kill? That's just how it is, Mo-chen said indifferently. Upon hearing this name, Yun Chuyao's face instantly darkened. Just as she had suspected, truly a piece of work. It's bad enough to lack morals, but even the martial arts learned are so bizarre. From now on, don't use it recklessly on me, got it? Yun Chuyao's tone softened, feeling a bit apprehensive. Don't worry, not for now. Mo-chen responded. What do you mean by temporary? Make it clear. Yun Chuyao panicked. Go ahead, how are you going to guide me today? Mo-chen changed the subject. Yun Chuyao took out a fishing rod and explained while winding the line, I found that you get stronger when bitten by fish, so I want to continue using this method to train you. Mo-chen. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. The global trial was imminent, and he indeed needed to quickly improve his strength, otherwise, he would really be dealt with once inside. Although it would be tough, it was all for the sake of cultivation. Once finalized, Yun Chuyao, as always, tied him to the fishing line and placed him on the sea surface. The fish bait she brought could attract sea beasts of the high wind realm level, which were just right for tempering Mo-chen's physical body. Occasionally, large sea beasts of the void realm would intrude, but she would drive them away, fearing that Mo-chen couldn't withstand the power of the void realm. The next day, an international exchange platform called Global Forum went online. As soon as it was launched, it sparked heated discussions, and everyone rushed to register accounts to join the excitement. The pinned post caught the attention of netizens from various countries. It was an official post. The title read, National Prodigy Combat Power Rankings, for reference only. 1. Nora, Beautiful Country. 2. Young Emperor, Cherry Blossom Country. 3. King Arthur, United Kingdom. 4. God of War, Russia. 5. King of Dancing City, India. 6. Yaksha King, Thailand. 7. Long-Legged Appa, Kimchi Country. When they saw the names in the top 10 rankings, the Dacia netizens were dumbfounded. What the heck are these? Except for the first place, the names of the others are ridiculously strange. But at a glance, they seem incredibly powerful, probably not opponents that ordinary Supremes can handle, otherwise, they wouldn't have made it into the top 10. What kind of weird thing is the King of Dance City? Asked a netizen from Bear Country. A warm-hearted netizen from Dacia explained, they are skilled at dancing and killing, dancing to boost their combat power. Only the top of the top can enter Dance City. This person is the King of Dance City, definitely an extraordinary figure. What about this Yaksha King? The name sounds like a monster. Is he really human? Asked a curious baby from Dacia. This time, someone from the Ganges country explained, he just looks a bit ugly, so he was given the title Yaksha. Global netizens. People from the Elephant country were not convinced, feeling that their supreme honor had been insulted, and immediately fought back. Aren't people from the Ganges country ugly? How dark have you become? A netizen from Great Xia, who loves to stir up trouble, said, did the 7th place of Kimchi country steal it? What qualifications do you have? Kimchi country was furious on the spot, summoned millions of netizens, and launched a full-scale war of words against Great Xia, accusing Great Xia of plagiarizing Kimchi country's Confucian culture and the Mid-Autumn Festival, and even claiming that Chu Yuan jumped into the Han River. At this moment, netizens around the world were stunned. Who is that Nora ranked first? Someone asked. Of course, she is the daughter of Thor from our country. She is the strongest among the global younger generation, said the proud representative of the beautiful country. As soon as the words were spoken, other countries were unconvinced and started to compare themselves. The entire global forum instantly descended into chaos, but a post by a Great Xia netizen with the ID Little Handsome sparked intense reactions. What the heck is this 567 nonsense? Our MO God said that once the trial begins, we'll make the top 10 on the leaderboard call us daddy. The post caused the global forum to erupt within minutes. Those young supremes on the leaderboard are the pride and spiritual pillars of their respective countries. Their names are renowned, capable of holding up the sky, and they represent the future of their nations. Who dares to insult them? Instantly, countless foreign netizens were furious and left comments under the post. Has Dacia become arrogant? Among the top 30, not a single one of you made it. The young emperor cannot be insulted. Emotion, you should commit seppuku to apologize. Daring to underestimate King Arthur? Emotion of Dacia, you might be in trouble. Don't say anything, just wipe out all the trial participants from Dacia, and they will be as quiet as mice. Just wait to see Dacia make a fool of itself. These foreigners are truly infuriating, their words are full of mockery and contempt. The competition hasn't even started, and they dare to make such ruthless remarks. Who is Emotion? I couldn't find him on the leaderboard, questioned a netizen from America. Netizens from other countries were also puzzled. Upon seeing this post, they hurried to search, wanting to see who this arrogant person really was, but found nothing. At this moment, Gu Mingxian anonymously commented, his name is Mo-chen. As soon as the name was mentioned, foreign netizens immediately went to search. Sure enough, they found it. 1,980,000, Mo Chen, Great Xia Kingdom. A trash ranked 2 million, and you dare call yourself Mo God? Such a worthless person, even dogs wouldn't bother with him. Great Xia is just this pathetic. Where are the young supremes of Daxia? Why don't they dare to speak up? Their rankings are too low, they know they'll embarrass themselves if they show up. After the trial begins, Daxia people remember to hide obediently. Our supreme has said, we'll stomp you like mice. The piercing insults, like sharp blades, deeply wounded the hearts of Daxia's young people. However, they had nothing to say in their defense. Because the strongest supreme of Daxia Yichen is only ranked 35th, while the national goddess Yun Shuyao is even worse, having fallen to over 200th place. Compared to the monsters in the top 10 of the rankings, the gap is truly enormous. Although the rankings are just for reference, the data is so accurate that it is convincing, as it is comprehensively evaluated based on each person's talent, realm, combat power, and other factors. The officials have further clarified that the top 10 ranked individuals are absolutely ahead, with their strength being a whole tier higher. The official gave an analogy: the 11th and 12th places are only one rank apart, with little difference in combat power, and they might end in a draw. However, the 10th and 11th places are on completely different levels, with the former easily crushing the latter. Therefore, the value of being in the top 10 of the rankings is simply astonishing. After a day and night of torment, Mo Chen was finally pulled out by Yun Shuyao. He lay on the cliff, his face full of exhaustion, his body covered with wounds of various sizes. However, the wounds shimmered faintly with golden light, and the strength of his physical body had significantly improved compared to before. Go back and rest, and make the most of your time to cultivate. After such high-intensity training, the body absorbs energy more effectively. Yun Shuyao stood up, preparing to leave. Master, do you have any extra cultivation resources? Mo Chen smiled honestly and scratched his head. Yun Shuyao frowned, knowing exactly what this kid was up to. Didn't you trick 3 million blue star coins out of me? Isn't that enough for you to buy cultivation resources? I'm going to repay my debts. You know I've been an orphan since childhood, and even my schooling was funded by loans, high-interest loans at that. The interest is ridiculously expensive. Mo Chen said shamelessly. Stop. Yun Shuyao pulled out a spatial ring. Meeting you is my bad luck. After saying that, she reluctantly threw the ring to Mo Chen. Mo Chen was overjoyed. After agreeing on the next training time, he thanked her profusely and left. On a small path in the field, Mo Chen eagerly opened the ring to take a look. Damn! Empty? What an actor, even pretending to look so distressed. Suddenly, the ground shook, as intense as an earthquake. He looked up, and 100 Shanghai mountain peak ahead unexpectedly rose from the ground, as if lifted by an invisible giant hand. The moonlight was instantly obscured, plunging everything into darkness. Mountain moving realm. Mo Chen's eyes widened, his heart suddenly tightened, and his mind went blank. The 100 Shanghai mountain peak descended upon him like the end of days, with howling winds whipping his clothes into a flurry. He instinctively wanted to escape, but his legs felt as heavy as lead and he couldn't move at all. Countless animals were frantically fleeing, their terrified cries seemingly warning him of the impending danger. Divine descent, break the heavens. Just at the critical moment, Yun Shuyao's voice rang out. The next moment, a massive phantom appeared before Mo Chen's eyes. The phantom was like a giant who created the heavens and the earth, spreading its arms wide and using sheer force to block the incoming mountain peak. A divine-level skill, what a pity. Behind the mountain peak, a hoarse and deep male voice echoed, gradually fading away. By the time the sound reached Mo Chen's ears, the 100 Jiang mountain peak had already been effortlessly set down by the giant, causing another violent tremor. Yun Shuyao appeared in front of Mo Chen. After waiting for a long time and seeing that he was no longer making any moves, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and said solemnly, I told you to behave, you brat. When did you provoke a mountain-moving realm expert? If it weren't for me, your grandaunt, not having gone far, your little life would have been over. Mo Chen was still shaken and deeply shocked. After calming down for a while, he slowly uttered 3 words, damn it. Yun Shuyao was stunned. I thought you would say something bold, like 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, never underestimate a young man in poverty. Mo Chen felt unwilling to accept this and speculated that the other party must have been sent by the forces behind that dwarf. Now it seems that the power of that force far exceeds his imagination. The mountain-moving realm is composed of top-tier figures who dominate regions, their actions carrying overwhelming might, capable of defeating armies single-handedly. He never expected such a prominent figure to come after him. It was truly baffling. Who had he offended? Are you scared stiff? Yun Shuyao asked in surprise when she saw him remain silent for a long time. Thank you, master. I'm fine. Mo Chen shook his head, his voice sincere. Yun Shuyao opened her mouth wide, as if witnessing the most surprising thing in the world. I didn't expect you, kid, to sincerely express gratitude. You've made great progress, my careful guidance wasn't in vain. Mo Chen gave a bitter smile. Although he had some flaws, he could still distinguish right from wrong. If it weren't for Yun Shu-yao, he might have truly died here today. Facing a mountain-moving realm opponent, he had no chance of escape. Mo Chen had Yun Shu-yao taken to the city lord's mansion, secretly planning his next move. He silently sneaked outside the lord's residence and suddenly knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A slightly confused voice from inside responded. Xia Sen rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened the door. "You brat, staying up in the middle of the night, what are you up to?" Xia Sen was about to scold him but was interrupted by Mo Chen. "It seems like a big shot just tried to kill me. What kind of lord are you?" Mo Chen barged in directly, his gaze exuding a fearless aura. Xia Sen's expression instantly turned serious, and the aura within him erupted like a torrent, transforming into a stream of light and shooting out in an instant. A few minutes later, he returned to the room with a grave expression and asked, "Where is he?" "He left a while ago. Were you expecting him to wait for you to treat him to a midnight snack?" Mo Chen replied impatiently. Xia Sen frowned, secretly feeling regretful. This was a major dereliction of duty on his part. His superiors had instructed him to look after Mo Chen, but due to his recent negligence, he had failed to notice the approaching danger. "Kid, what exactly is your identity?" Xia Sen was full of doubts. Clearly Mo Chen's background was extraordinary. "Even your higher-ups couldn't figure it out, and I'm just an abandoned orphan, so what do you know?" Mo Chen retorted mercilessly, with a hint of disdain in his tone. "Forget it, before participating in the global trial, you can stay at my place for now." Xia Sen sighed, feeling helpless. Mo Chen accepted the proposal without hesitation, said goodbye, and casually found a room to settle in. That night, Mo Chen tossed and turned, his mind constantly replaying the battle scene between the mountain-moving realm expert and Yun Shu-yao. Such power filled him with immense longing, especially the divine martial technique Yun Shu-yao displayed, which could even challenge higher levels with its shocking might. Reflecting on his own skills, he felt utterly embarrassed. The so-called immortal arts were merely auxiliary skills, incapable of determining victory in a single move. "Little Dian, next time, could you give me some practical skills? Like summoning extraterrestrial demons to fight?" he muttered helplessly to himself. Host, the ancient desolate sacred body is the strongest martial technique, capable of breaking all techniques with sheer force. Please accumulate more rage points. The platinum treasure chest holds surprises beyond your imagination. Check treasure chest progress. Platinum treasure chest, 400 million/20 billion. Still 19.6 billion to go. Will this take forever? Mo Chen lost his sleepiness, took out his phone, and prepared to find someone online to vent to. When did this global forum appear? He was surprised and registered an ID, Daddy of the beautiful country. As soon as he entered the forum, he was dumbfounded. The screen was filled with posts about him, and the comment section was full of insults like yellow-skinned monkey, sick man, begging on your knees, and so on. That's strange, I haven't offended any foreigners. He searched for a long time and finally discovered that Sun Shuai was stirring things up, clearly to make more people hate him. These bastards, they're really defying the heavens. Mo Chen was furious and immediately made a post titled, "Bastards from the beautiful country, get in here and eat sh*t," and spent 500,000 blue star coins to make it a trending topic. Although it hurt to spend the money, seeing these foreigners act so arrogant, he felt it was worth it. The post quickly attracted the attention of netizens from various countries, especially those from the beautiful country. As the #1 superpower on Blue Star, they were full of sycophants, yet someone dared to provoke them like this on a global forum? Seeing the poster's ID, they were even more enraged, feeling as if someone had defecated on their heads. Rage level 2 million plus. This made them burn with anger, as the dignity of the #1 nation was challenged. They all clicked on the title, ready to give the poster a good lesson. But the content of the post made them even angrier, almost smashing their phones. The post content was simple and crude, with only 6 words, "All repliers' families die." This made the people of the beautiful country so angry that their faces turned red and their necks swelled. They simply couldn't tolerate it. Anger level 10 million plus. They are caught in a dilemma. If they don't curse, they can't vent their anger. If they do curse, they'll be cursed again. They've never seen such disgusting tactics before. Helplessly, they had to start another thread with the title "Disya, come out and apologize." The comments section is full of angry shouts from people of the beautiful country. "Disya must come out and apologize, your people are too much. Doesn't the official care? How can he use such a disgusting username? People of Disya, you will pay the price for this. Today's disrespect will be the grave on your trial in the days to come." Mo Chen didn't even look at these. After posting, he put down his phone and began cultivating. After taking out a large pile of energy fruits from the spatial ring, he started breaking through to the second stage of the fragmented stone realm. Although the post was no longer trending, his anger value continued to soar. The next morning, Mo Chen slowly opened his eyes and woke up from meditation. After a night of cultivation, his strength had improved by 3 minor stages, an astonishing speed. He checked the system and found that his anger points had increased by 200 million. It seems the people in the beautiful country were quite infuriated. The money was well spent. After logging into the global forum, he discovered that his post had dropped from the trending list due to insufficient renewal, but another post had taken the top spot. The title was, "To the Dasha person from last night, in the name of Nora, I command you to immediately apologize to everyone in the beautiful country." Emo-chan couldn't help but laugh. Something like this dares to command him? He immediately replied, "Daughter of Thor, is it? Just wait, I'll capture you and turn you into a generator." As soon as these words came out, the people of the beautiful country were extremely furious, their anger level skyrocketing far beyond last night's level. Anger level 50 million plus. Anger level 70 million plus. In just half a day, Emo-chan gained 5 billion anger points. This is no small number, enough to ignite a storm. The daughter of Thor. She is the pride of the younger generation in the beautiful country. Her beauty and strength are simply the embodiment of spiritual support and faith. The bloodline of a god makes her the hope to lead the beautiful country to glory, and she will protect them for tens of thousands of years in the future. Young man, do you know what divine wrath is? She sneered coldly, her words filled with endless killing intent. The term divine wrath was as shocking as thunder, making everyone present feel an invisible pressure. The wrath of an emperor can leave millions dead, so how terrifying must the wrath of a god be? The gods of the beautiful country, what do they have to do with our great Xia? Some people believe in you, so they call you gods, Emo-chan retorted bluntly. But in my view, the gods you speak of are nothing but a joke. Rage value 20 million plus. Rage value 15 million plus. Rage value 8 million plus. As the system prompt sounded, Emo-chan felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. He knew that rage value couldn't be pursued blindly. Excessive stimulation could instead make the target adapt. To make the opponent's rage erupt again, a greater impact must be created. Nora, very well. People of Dacia, you will pay the price for this. Prepare to face the wrath of the gods. Especially you, I will strip your soul and cast it into the endless hell to burn for millions of years. Her arrogant words have drawn global attention. The silent daughter of the thunder god has finally erupted in anger. Emo-chan, however, simply smiled, completely indifferent. The hatred between Dacia and the beautiful country has a long history, and the hostility between the two sides needs no explanation. He is already prepared for this confrontation. Although Emo-chan went offline, a frenzy erupted on the global forum. Netizens from various countries speculated about his identity, eager to know who this brave individual was that dared to provoke the daughter of a god. This Dacia person doesn't understand the situation. Provoking the beautiful country is just courting destruction. A netizen from the kimchi country sneered sarcastically. I can foresee the fate of the Dacia trial participants. They will be utterly miserable. Echoed a netizen from Sakura country. Ha, this Dacia person said it so well. Those who believe in you are gods. If they don't believe in you, what are you? A netizen from Bear country eagerly chimed in. Emo-chan was about to continue cultivating when Lin Mubai's call came through. She straightforwardly said, "That ID called Pretty Country Dad, that's you, isn't it? You troublemaker." "This isn't causing trouble, it's a normal counterattack," Emo-chan said with a faint smile. "I know I also dislike people from the beautiful country, but I'm worried about you. After the trial begins, you will become the target of everyone and be hunted by all the trial participants from the beautiful country. Don't worry, Sister Mu-won. At that time, who hunts whom is still uncertain." Emo-chan responded confidently. After hanging up the phone, an unfamiliar number called again, showing it was from Yenjing. "Hello." A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone. "Don't provoke her, after the trial, no one will protect you." Emo-chan's heart trembled. Indeed, someone was secretly watching him. "I know what I'm doing," he said. "I have only one request, after entering the trial, find a place to hide." "Why? Your level is too low to confront them head-on. Let me ask you a question." Emo-chan's tone suddenly became serious. "Where's my mom? Did she really abandon me? She has always loved you, but she has something important to do. I can't tell you what she's doing, so don't ask again." He, is he more important than your own son? Emo-chan smiled bitterly. After a long silence, he finally said, "Let me ask one more question. What about my father? Does he still remember he has a son? Forget about him. Everyone has their own destiny and their own path to walk." Emo-chan's eyes flashed with a cold light, burning with anger. "Fine, then I will carve out a special path for you to see. You're still young, many things can only be understood when you reach that point. With great power comes great responsibility." The voice on the other side was deep and carried a hint of sorrow. "Giving birth but not raising, having descendants but not caring, this is what you call responsibility?" Emo-chan angrily questioned, years of pent-up resentment erupting in an instant. He no longer wanted to dwell on his parents' departure. It was a pain buried deep in his heart, with no place to express it. "I have to hang up. Remember my words, don't provoke them. After entering the trial, make sure to hide well." After hanging up the phone, Emo-chan stood still for a long time, tears streaming down his face and into his mouth, bitter as his current mood. The wind gently brushed past, as if comforting him. Since his parents left, he could only confide his thoughts to the wind. He didn't know how long it had been since he last cried, perhaps 13 years ago, on the night they sent him to boarding school. The father left a note and disappeared. Outsiders said he couldn't bear this son and chose to escape. But Emo-chan believed that his father must have had more important matters. When he was 5, his mother also left, promising to visit once every 6 months, but it often turned out to be 2 or 3 years. Even when she came, she wouldn't stay for more than 5 minutes. All of this ignited endless anger in his heart. He wanted to show those who abandoned him his strength. Emo-chen stood on the tree-lined path until dusk fell. The setting sun shone on his face, making the tear stains even more evident. Ring ring. The phone rang, interrupting his contemplation. Emo-chen thought to himself, what does that busybody want this time? He took a deep breath, composed himself, and answered the phone. Master, has the training begun? You brat, well done. Yun Shuyao's excited tone sounded like a firecracker going off. Make sure to thoroughly piss off those guys from Pretty Country. Emo-chan's lips curled into a smile as he hoarsely replied, as long as I have your support, master, that's enough for me. Your voice sounds off. Did you cry? Yun Shuyao asked suspiciously. How could that be? The person who can make me cry hasn't been born yet. Emo-chen declared righteously. Arrogant. Yun Shuyao sneered coldly. 3 days from now, the training begins. Let's see how I make you cry. Hanging up the phone, Emo-chen secretly felt proud. When the trial begins, without family protection, let's see if you cry or not. He hurried back to the city lord's mansion, seizing these 3 days to advance 2 more minor levels. Emo-chan's angry rant against the beautiful country and his direct confrontation with the daughter of Thor not only caused a sensation abroad but also sparked heated discussions domestically. On the Hanba forum, a post titled Who Exactly is the ID Pretty Country's Dad sparked a heated argument. No need to guess, that guy must be Emo-chen. Who else would dare to pull off such a stunt? This guy is truly audacious, knowing he can't afford to provoke trouble but still does it anyway. Completely dragged down by him, what bad luck. I originally planned to participate in the trial to survive, but now it seems hopeless. I've already been targeted by the beautiful country. The comments section is filled with disgust and hatred toward Emo-chen, with an absurdly high number of likes. The next day, after finishing his meditation, Emo-chen went outside to eat and replenish his energy. Logically, as a cultivator at the fragmented stone realm, he wouldn't feel hungry even after a day and night without food, but recently he has been feeling intense hunger, as if his chest is sticking to his back. He speculated that his archaic sacred body was evolving, consuming an enormous amount of energy, making the hunger unbearable. Taking advantage of this time, he opened the global forum, spent 50 blue star coins to change his name to Grandpa of Sakura Country, and immediately posted a thread titled, Trial Participants from Little Days, don't let Grandpa encounter you in the secret realm, or I'll kill every single one I see. Then he recharged, spent money to boost the post to the trending list, completing the process in one smooth motion. After finishing all this, Emo-chen packed up his food and returned to the city lord's mansion to start his cultivation mode. The next day, after finishing his cultivation, he checked the system and found that his anger value had increased by a whopping 3 billion. Damn, why is the little Japan so temperamental? Does the entire Sakura nation hate me? Upholding the principle of pressing the advantage, he decided to add more fuel to the fire for the little Japan. He opened the comment section, where curses were everywhere. He directly confronted the most popular comment, aiming to get more people to see it. This bastard is the one who insulted the goddess Nora a few days ago. Just look at his posting history and you'll know. Emo-chen replied, if you're so good at investigating, do you know what color your grandma's underwear is? What, are you scared? Don't think changing your name means I won't recognize you. Emo-chen replied, Pretty is Sakura's dad, I am Pretty's dad, so naturally I am Sakura's grandpa. Is there a problem with that? You can't escape. Even if you forfeit and don't participate, we will still send people to infiltrate Desya and kill you. Emo-chen replied, Grandpa still says the same thing, for cherry blossoms and beautiful trial takers, I'll kill every single one I see, unless they kneel and beg for mercy. Why is it that no one in Dacia dares to come help you? Isn't that enough to explain everything? Emo-chen replied, Kings walk alone, only stray dogs like to gather in packs. To deal with you pack of jackals and wild dogs, Grandpa alone is more than enough. The young emperor said that if you go to the great Sakura Empire's temple now and kneel to apologize to him, he will consider sparing your life and taking you as a slave. This time, Emo-chen did not reply but instead made a post titled Xiao Huang, get in here and drink urine, bestowing you holy water, which quickly went viral. In just 2 hours, his anger value skyrocketed by 2 billion. Xiao Huang's status in the hearts of the people of Sakura Country far surpasses that of the Daughter of Thunder in the hearts of the people of the beautiful country, because they are inherently a monarchy. The name Huang in Xiao Huang's name says it all. The replies under the post are no longer sarcastic and abusive, but filled with threatening hostility. The young emperor must not be insulted. You're doomed. Bastard, clean your neck and wait, the royal death squad has been ordered to assassinate you in the Great Xia. Anyone who insults the young emperor will pay a bloody price, including your entire clan. You have angered the entire Great Sakura Empire. Countless people are requesting to come and kill you. Do you think you can escape? Seeing this, Emo-chen sneered disdainfully and directly replied, a bunch of losers. If you have the guts, come to Great Xia to find me. If you don't come, you're my grandson. Grandpa is right here waiting for you. This move left netizens around the world stunned. Things are developing so quickly, is there really going to be an online showdown? And at an international level. However, foreign netizens believe that people from Sakura country will take action because they follow the Bushido code, prioritizing loyalty and fearing no death. These Desya people have insulted their young emperor so much that it must be a situation of no retreat, no surrender. The young emperor posted, "Such sins will be redeemed with the blood of 10,000 Desya trial participants." Emo-chen immediately replied to the post, "Come on, let's see who can kill more, let's see who can reach 100,000 first." Xiao Huang posted again, "The global trial awaits you." Emo-chen replied, "Get more people to join, otherwise there won't be enough for me to kill." After earning another billion anger points from Sakura country, Emo-chen knew this line had reached its limit, so he stopped paying attention to them. On the third day, he broke through to the fifth stage of the Stone Fragment Realm and took an airship to the location agreed upon with Yun Chuyao. This place is far from Haichang and is located in the volcanic region of the North China area of the Great Xia. You've been quite lively these past 2 days, first confronting the beautiful country, then criticizing the Sakura country, Yun Chuyao praised with a smile as soon as they met. "But I really like it, haha. Someday, I'll register a small account too and join you in the fun." Emo-chen smiled faintly, "A true hero doesn't boast about past glories. How are we going to temper our bodies today?" Yun Chuyao snapped her fingers and pointed to the volcano crater opposite. "Let me show you what true fire and ice feels like. I promised to make you cry, so I hope you can hold on." What do you mean by fire and ice?" Emo-chen staggered backward in fear, cold sweat streaming down his face. "The name itself sounds extraordinary. Is it like a bathhouse?" He scratched his head, still holding onto a sliver of hope. Yun Chuyao's lips curled into a mysterious smile, her eyes flashing with a hint of ruthlessness. "It's much more thrilling than that." Before the words had finished, a magical chain whistled through the air, instantly binding Emo-chen to the fishing rod. "Wait! It's going to burn!" he screamed at the top of his lungs. Yun Chuyao turned a deaf ear, focusing on observing the movements in the lava, even leisurely roasting sweet potatoes by the shore. Only when the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air did she fish Emo-chen out. "Burnt!" Emo-chen exhaled a puff of black smoke, his whole body charred, except for his teeth which remained bright white. He covered the unknown wound on his body. His clothes had long been burned away, and although the burns on his body were unbearably painful, faint golden light shimmered through his pores, quietly repairing his flesh. Even his strands of hair glimmered with a crystalline sheen, resembling a divine presence. "Put it on quickly." Yun Chuyao threw him a set of clothes made of special material, her tone full of disdain. As soon as Emo-chen finished putting it on, she tossed the fishing rod back into the magma. This series of troubles lasted the entire day. Then, Yun Chuyao drove him to the cold cavern to let him experience what extreme cold feels like. During the time Emo-chen was tempering his body, countries around the world were also extremely busy. Every contestant is actively preparing for the competition, either purchasing weapons or striving to break through realms. However, in their leisure time, the global forum is bustling with activity. At this moment, the forum is filled with posts from the beautiful country and the cherry blossom country, all with titles mocking and insulting Daxia and Emo-chen. Offending two powerful nations in a row, whether out of arrogance or ignorance, Emo-chen's appearance has indeed drawn everyone's attention. Everyone wants to know who this person from Daxia really is. In previous years, there was almost no news about Daxia's trial participants. Saying it nicely is being low-key and modest, saying it bluntly is being too honest, not wanting to offend others, only wanting to guard one's own little world. But Emo-chen's appearance shattered the long-standing impression of the people of Daxia. He is simply arrogant beyond measure. On the Hongbao forum, the voices targeting Emo-chen are growing louder and louder. This Emo-chen is really too much. First, he provoked the beautiful country, then offended the Sakura country. Does he still want us trial participants to survive? Emo-chen really deserves to die. It's bad enough that he's arrogant at home, but he dares to be so reckless abroad. How about we go and explain to Sakura country and the beautiful country? Say that it's all Emo-chen causing trouble and not to involve us innocent people. That bastard is deliberately retaliating against us, trying to get us all killed. As more and more people joined the campaign against Emo-chen, a user with the ID Haicheng's most handsome couldn't hold back and angrily shouted, "Are all of you upstairs traitors? Do you think acting submissive will make the beautiful country and Sakura country spare you?" Immediately, another student from Haicheng University chimed in, "Exactly, we have always been mortal enemies with them. Junior Emo-chen did nothing wrong." Another senior sister interjected, "Always thinking about asking others to show mercy, why not improve yourself? Then others wouldn't dare provoke you. The beautiful country and Sakura are so arrogant, we should be even more defiant than them. Support Emo-chen." More and more students from Haicheng University have joined this camp to speak up for Emo-chen. At this critical moment, they don't want Emo-chen to become the target of public criticism. If even his own schoolmates don't stand by him, Emo-chen will truly become an orphan shunned by everyone. As the atmosphere intensifies, students from other universities have also started supporting Emo-chen, posting on forums one after another, "Everyone, we may dislike Emo-chen, but in matters of such national importance, we should still stand united, right? Damn it! The beautiful country doesn't even treat us as humans, so why should we give them face? For a time, the Hongbao Forum was divided into two factions. One side dislikes Mo Chen, believing he recklessly makes enemies outside. The other side supports Mo Chen, thinking he should fiercely teach Pyongyang and Sakura a lesson. Half a month later, Mo Chen finished his training and returned to the city lord's mansion. During this period, his cultivation level broke through again, reaching the 6th stage of the stone-shattering realm. But he knew that this was still far from enough, and the gap with others remained enormous. The reason he ranked around 2 million among the world's young prodigies was because his cultivation level was too low. Superpower houses like Yun Chuyao, who are at the unparalleled realm, have already ranked in the top 200, with the top 10 being unimaginably terrifying. After breakfast, Mo Chen took out a pile of cultivation resources and began meditating, deciding to fully utilize the characteristics of his refined body and cherish every moment. 3 days later, he successfully broke through to the 8th stage of the stone fragment realm. The effects of the past half-month's training were remarkable, allowing him to advance 3 stages, and the strength of his physical body also reached a new level. Having a master is really great, at least I don't have to take detours, Mo Chen remarked emotionally. I have to say, although Yun Chuyao's methods are ruthless, they are quite effective. Afterward, he logged into the global forum. Improving his realm is one thing, but he has another important task, which is to strive to open the platinum treasure chest before the global trials arrive. Judging from the rewards of the previous treasure chests, the rewards become increasingly astonishing as they progress. The golden chest revealed an immortal weapon and immortal technique. He is eagerly anticipating what amazing things the platinum chest might contain. If he can obtain it, only then will he truly have a place in the global trial 2 months later, to compete with the prodigies from various countries. The usual routine: post a thread first, with the title, Young Emperor. You might as well rename yourself to Yellow Urine. I've waited for so long, why haven't your royal suicide squad come to assassinate me yet? Then, recharge to get on the trending list. 3 hours passed, and only 8 million anger points were received. It seems that the little days have some immunity to him. Mo Chen decided to switch targets. Posted another thread. As everyone knows, all culture in Kimchi country originates from Disya, and Disya is the ancestor of Kimchi country. When the Kimchi people saw this post, they were absolutely furious. What they cannot tolerate the most is someone saying their traditional culture is plagiarized, and they started cursing Mo Chen and Disya under the post. Mo Chen continued posting. Not convinced? I'll list everything for you. If there's even one thing that doesn't originate from Disya, I'll apologize immediately. The content of the post consists of materials collected by Mo Chen. Clothing, traditional festivals, etiquette culture, and even their most prideful kimchi all originated from Dacia. Even their battle flag originated from Dacia's earliest Bagua Inyan diagram. Anger value 30 million plus. Anger value 100 million plus. Anger level 200 million plus. The face of the kimchi person instantly turned extremely ugly. This really exposed their wound. Mo Chen exposed their ugly behavior completely, as if they had become a vassal state of Disya. For a time, the kimchi people hated Mo Chen and Disya to the bone, but due to their small numbers and weak power, they could only seek help from the beautiful people. They wanted the beautiful people to join forces to attack Mo Chen and teach him a harsh lesson. The beautiful people gladly agreed. On one hand, the kimchi people were already under their protection. On the other hand, their hatred for Mo Chen and Disya was no less than that for the kimchi people. Soon, Mo Chen's post was drowned in insults and ridicule. The popular posts were filled with insults targeting him and Disya. Mo Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as he pressed his advantage. Posted 2 threads, titled respectively. 1. Now do you admit that Dacia is your ancestor? 2. As for your long-legged appa, I will chop off his legs and use them as a clothes rack. After spending a fortune to push the 2 posts to the trending list, Mo Chen began meditating and cultivating. 1 day later, he opened his eyes and checked the system. The kimchi people contributed nearly 1 billion anger points to him. He thought to himself that such anger points would not be easy to come by again, so he turned his attention to the Ganges nation. This country has had many conflicts with Dacia and loves to boast, always claiming to be a superpower in Asia. But apart from its population, I really don't know what makes it comparable to a superpower. The king of Dance City, huh? Once I confiscate your sound system, you'll obediently stop moving. At the moment I saw this trending post, the Ganges people were stunned. They were just watching the drama. How did they suddenly provoke their esteemed figure? Before they could react, Mo Chen's second post followed closely. Please, let the giant lizard go. Third sister-in-law is not a tool for venting. This strike hit the Achilles heel of the Ganges people. As the saying goes, don't hit someone in the face, and don't expose someone's shortcomings when insulting them. But Mo Chen's actions were like stabbing them right in the heart. Rage value plus 80 million. Anger value 200 million plus. Anger value 500 million plus. The Ganges people have not yet retaliated, but Mo Chen has already chosen his next target, the empire on which the sun never sets. I heard that over in the land where the sun never sets, they all like close relative marriages. Is that true? The anger of the people from the land where the sun never sets erupted instantly. They love stirring up trouble the most, but never expected to one day become the target of attacks. This kid really made them so angry they were gnashing their teeth, hating him to the core. Fuck. People of Dacia, you really have astonishing courage. We are only trying to preserve the purity of our noble bloodline. Is that wrong? Dacia's indulgence of this brat's reckless behavior will inevitably lead to catastrophic consequences. Facing the impotent rage of the people of the empire on which the sun never sets in the comment section, Emo-chan completely disregarded it. He had already turned his spearhead toward the Elephant Nation. This time, he showed them a bit of gentleness. Sawastika, I am Dilraba Dilmurat, my master is Malzahar, secretly in love with Gulanaza. What the heck? The people of the Elephant Kingdom were momentarily stunned. Is this actually an insult to them? Why did they only understand the phrase Sawastika? In just a few short days, Emo-chan has already criticized the top 10 countries on the Tenjio ranking. The global forum has completely exploded. He has truly become a street rat, despised by everyone. A series of international wanted notices have been issued, and anyone providing real information about Emo-chan can receive a generous reward. If a citizen of Dacia personally exposes him, they might even receive asylum from the beautiful country. When Emo-chan woke up from his meditation, his phone was full of missed calls and messages. Yun Chuyao sent a message asking, "Who is Malzahar? When did I get this name?" Lin Muwen said, "Stop messing around, little ancestor, you will really die." Sun Shuaishuai said, "Brother Chen is awesome. I'll go support you on the forum right away." Emo-chan opened the forum, and sure enough, there was a pile of wanted notices. He directly made a post, saying, "Stop issuing wanted notices, I am Emo-chan, Grandpa is waiting for you all in the global trial." Not long after, prodigies from various countries flooded the comments section. I was wondering who it was, turns out it's a trash rank 2 million, just wait for your death. Who gave you the courage? Was it the great Xia? Even your supreme has to take a detour when meeting the young emperor, and you dare insult him? Nora has issued a divine order. The first thing the trial takers from the beautiful country will do is take your head. Our king said that even without dancing, he can suppress you with one hand. Emo-chan sneered coldly, "Same as before, you're all trash. If you're not convinced, come and try me. I'll beat you until you're begging for mercy on your knees." He pinned this reply to the top, allowing every foreigner who clicked on the post to see it. In an instant, the anger surged like a tide, completely unstoppable. The second day, a system prompt appeared. "You have met the conditions to open the platinum treasure chest. Would you like to open it now? Open it." Everything Emo-chan did was for this day, so he naturally did not hesitate. Platinum treasure chest opened. Reward 1, congratulations to the host for obtaining an SSR talent. SSR? Is there really a talent that surpasses the SR level in this world? Emo-chan's lips trembled with excitement as he felt the subtle changes in his body, as if every cell had evolved. Are the top 10 on the leaderboard also SSR? He asked the system. They only have super SR level talents. Currently, among the human race, only the host has reached SSR level talent. Super SR level talent. It seems the rumors are indeed true. Those people have truly surpassed SR, but have not yet reached SSR. Reward 2, congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal technique, Heaven's Thunderstrike. Emo-chan. Although he was somewhat prepared, he was still shocked by the name of the immortal technique given by the system. I say, little Dien, what the heck is Heaven Strikes with Thunder? The host just needs to treat it as a thunder-based spell. Why must you use such a bizarre name? Thunder is such a powerful thing, yet you make it feel like this. Because this name suits you well. Emo-chan closed his eyes, eagerly beginning to comprehend Heavenly Thunderstrike. With the SSR talent, even for celestial techniques, he quickly grasped the basics. In an instant, the entire room was filled with crackling sounds, and lightning darted around. Boom! Boom! The sky instantly turned dark with clouds pressing down, countless silver snakes slithered through the clouds, thunder roared deafeningly, and lightning illuminated the earth. It was as if someone was undergoing a heavenly tribulation. So powerful. Emo-chan slowly opened his eyes, with lightning flickering in his pupils. The system finally granted him a long-desired combat martial skill. The Daughter of Thunder, ha! Then, when the time comes, let everyone see whose thunder is louder. Emo-chan's lips curled slightly, and a wicked smile gradually appeared. With less than 2 months until the trial begins, he started to look forward to this moment. You brat, you've gone too far. The consequences are huge. City Lord Xiaosun burst in angrily. How serious is it? Emo-chan looked up, feigning innocence, with a slight smirk on his lips. You really are infuriating, kid. Xiaosun sighed repeatedly, his face full of frustration and disappointment. Go ahead and curse, but you actually exposed your personal information. When the global trial begins, someone will definitely target you for a hunt, he said sternly. Upon hearing this, Emo-chan simply smiled faintly, completely unconcerned. I revealed my identity for a reason, he said. I want the whole world to know me and hate me. That way, it will be easier for me to collect rage points, he continued to explain. If a stranger kills trial participants from America or Sakura country, no one would care. But if it's me, it will definitely cause a sensation, especially among their locals, who will be so angry they'll stomp their feet. The global trials can be broadcast live, and the Joint Department will send a large number of reporters to accompany, allowing people from every country to watch through their phones and TVs. A sly smile appeared on his lips. I just received news from Yinjing, asking me to stop you from participating in the trial, Xiaosun said with a sigh. Impossible. Emo-chen slammed the table and stood up abruptly, his gaze firm. I will never agree. Xiaosun shook his head helplessly, his face full of speechlessness. You've always had a knack for avoiding danger, so why are you so eager to court death this time? He questioned. Don't you realize the outrageous claims you made on the global forum could bring about a disaster that might cost you your life? Emo-chen rolled his eyes and said nonchalantly, those weren't outrageous claims, they were promises I made, and I intend to fulfill them. Xiaosun almost choked with anger. Promises? Have you even thought about what you've said? Using the daughter of the thunder god as a generator, insulting the young emperor, cutting off the legs of the long-legged Appa. Xiaosun shook his head helplessly, his face full of shock. Even if the number one young supreme of the great Xia, Yichen, were to go up, he might not be able to do it. He sighed inwardly, thinking that the young man before him was simply a monster. I know. Emo-chen nodded, his expression calm. I won't say any more. I'm going to find my master to cultivate. He turned and walked toward the door. Xiaosun looked at his back, puzzled. What is this kid up to now? In the days that followed, the internet temporarily quieted down because Emo-chen did not go online. The jade treasure chest is too difficult to open. It requires 2 trillion rage points, which cannot be gathered overnight. Time is tight now, and he must hurry to improve his cultivation level. He can't let his SSR talent go to waste. A month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Emo-chen and Yun Shuyao sat at the edge of a cliff, the sea breeze gently blowing, enjoying a rare moment of leisure. Brat, you must have SR talent, right? Yun Shuyao glanced at him. In just 2 short months, you've gone from the first stage of the stone fragment realm to its peak. That's not something an ordinary person can achieve. Yes. Emo-chen nodded. In fact, he had already reached the peak of the stone-shattering realm 10 days ago. The SSR's boost was so exaggerated that one day he took a nap and advanced. The reason he hadn't broken through was that he wanted to consolidate his realm. Keep it up. If you can reach the void-breaking realm before the age of 25, you can become the young supreme of Great Xia, and the authorities will even reward you with a set of divine-level martial techniques. At that point, no one will dare to mess with you, Yun Shuyao encouraged. After spending time together, her impression of Emo-chen changed significantly. He no longer made her angry. All right. Emo-chen smiled faintly, feeling secretly pleased. Although Heaven's Wrath is already powerful enough, having an additional set of divine-level techniques would certainly be better. It's something ordinary people dream of. Let's begin. Try to break through to the Wind Mastery realm before the trial, Yun Shuyao said, taking out a fishing rod and tying into it to start fishing. This time, I will attract the sea beasts of the void-breaking realm. If you can't hold on, just shout. She reminded. All right, no problem, Emo-chan responded softly. Nowadays, he was no longer comparable to his former self. Whether in terms of realm or physical strength, he had improved by several levels. This training lasted for a full 20 days, and Emo-chan directly broke through to the second stage of the wind-controlling realm. If he were to face Zhao Fan from the provincial competition now, he could defeat him with just a light breath. With 3 days left until the global trial, Yun Shuyao also returned to her family to prepare, while Emo-chen received a call from Lin Muan asking him to go to school to attend the mobilization meeting. Inside a forbidden area in Yanjing, within a resplendent palace, a young man slowly opened his eyes, ending his meditation. He was handsome, yet carried a hint of delicacy, as if plagued by long-term illness. His thin, rosy lips curved slightly, forming an ambiguous smile that aroused suspicion. His gaze revealed an innate arrogance. He was Yi Chen, the supreme figure of the Great Xia, ranked 35th among the world's prodigies. Shan'er. A hoarse voice sounded, and then a middle-aged man walked into the room. How is your cultivation going? The middle-aged man asked with concern. Yi Chen stood up respectfully. Father, I have already fused the divine blood you sought for me. I have currently reached the peak of the unmatched realm and am waiting to find opportunities in the trial to break through to the mountain-moving realm. If nothing unexpected happens, I am confident I can make it into the top 10 of the rankings. His voice remained soft and gentle, giving off a harmless impression. Not bad, Shan'er. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction, his eyes full of pride. The top 10 are all monsters. You must be careful, especially Nora and Xiao Wang. The two of them are so strong that they make your generation despair, the middle-aged man warned. Yi Chen nodded. I understand. I only aim to fight for the 10th place. The middle-aged man smiled faintly and continued, this time, there is also an important task to entrust to you. After entering the trial, if there is an opportunity, make sure to eliminate that person named Emo-chen. Remember to stay hidden. You can let others handle it, but make sure to deal with anyone who knows afterward. That kid is extremely cunning and has skilled protectors by his side. We've sent 2 groups of people, but none succeeded in killing him. Only you can find an opportunity inside. Emo-chen from Haicheng University? Didn't he just enter the fragmented stone realm? Why is father so concerned about such a minor figure? Someone like him can be crushed easily, right? Yi Chen looked at the middle-aged man with confusion, faintly sensing that this matter was extraordinary. Don't ask. Knowing too much won't be good for you, the middle-aged man said in a serious tone. Yi Chen nodded helplessly and stopped asking further questions. However, that kid has been extremely popular on the global forum recently, and many people are eyeing his fate, he said with a relaxed smile. Actually, you don't need to take action. Once he goes in, he won't last long. The middle-aged man nodded slightly, his tone carrying a hint of ease. That's great, it saves us a lot of trouble. After speaking, he walked away with his hands behind his back, his figure gradually receding into the distance. Haicheng University, on the sports field. The students gradually stood in their respective class positions, while the teachers were neatly arranged on the high platform. Students, the global trial is in 3 days, and we have a total of 500 participants. Cheng Boyuan stepped forward, his voice resonating like a loud bell. This expedition is not within the country, killing is permitted, so you must unite. The leader is Bai Xia, everyone, please let her come up and speak. As soon as the words were spoken, thunderous applause erupted on the playground, and everyone cheered in unison. Bai Xia froze in place, a blush appearing on her face, clearly not expecting to become the leader. Go say a few words, senior, why are you standing here? Mo Chen gently pushed her from behind. Bai Xia turned around and glared at him, then walked toward the high platform hesitantly under the calls of the crowd. At the back of the crowd, Gu Mingxuan's eyes were practically blazing with fire. Whether in terms of cultivation level or talent, as the student council president, he should be leading the team. Why Bai Xia? In the last match against Zhao Fan, she clearly couldn't win. Why is she going up there to embarrass herself? He was dissatisfied and felt that the school's arrangements were completely unreasonable. Bai Xia finally stepped onto the high platform, hesitated for a long time, and still didn't know how to begin. Finally, with everyone's encouragement, she gritted her teeth and stood firm. I hope everyone can come back alive. Cheng Boyuan took over the conversation, his expression solemn. Bai Xia is right, everyone must come back alive. Time is limited, so I won't waste your time. Gather outside Haicheng in 3 days. Applause surged like a tide, blood boiled, and everyone was filled with anticipation for the upcoming global trial. Although 99% of the students can only watch the live broadcast at home, this gathering of prodigies still excites people. Mo Chen, wait a moment. As he was about to leave the campus, Lin Mubai called out to him. What's up, director? Are you inviting me to have dog meat tonight? Eat crap. I'm heading back to the family later. Lin Mubai rolled her eyes. Once you're inside, don't cause trouble. Stay put and behave, got it? I'll try my best. Thanks for your concern. Mo Chen nodded. At this moment, Cheng Boyuan walked over, patted Mo Chen on the shoulder, and first exclaimed, You're really impressive, making rapid progress. Then, he put away his smile and said seriously, This trial is a huge life and death test for all participants from our great Xia. While ensuring your own safety, try your best to protect your senior brothers and sisters. Mo Chen's expression became serious, and he nodded firmly, If I encounter them, I will. Thank you. Cheng Boyuan patted him again and turned to leave. After bidding farewell to Lin Mubai, Mo Chen also left. On the way back to the city lord's mansion, he began to ponder information about the global trial. The so-called global trial involves using wormholes to randomly transport all participants to various corners of the Green Star. Green Star, located in the southern region of the Milky Way, is a green planet. The giant trees there are so massive that it takes dozens of people to encircle them. There are also oceans, volcanoes, glaciers, and more. The mountain and river landscapes resemble the Cretaceous period of Blue Star, but are even more terrifying. Because the creatures living there are not dinosaurs, but various prehistoric beasts, some of which are said to rival the strength of Heaven Transformation Realm experts. Green Star was discovered by Blue Star hundreds of years ago, and a base station was built, often sending back photos and videos for people to enjoy. However, no one has migrated there to this day, for 3 reasons. First, it is too far away, and opening a wormhole requires enormous resources, making it difficult to support a large number of people traveling there. Second, the environment is harsh and unsuitable for ordinary people to live in. Thirdly, there is no complete legal system, going there is simply seeking death. However, many opportunities are hidden there, such as treasure medicines, fruits, and the legacies of ancient deities, which are highly coveted. After discussions among various countries, a global trial is held every 30 years, allowing young people aged 25 and under to participate. On one hand, it rapidly cultivates a new generation of strong individuals, on the other hand, it competes for the fortunes above. That is why there is the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Many people were still third-stage dochi trash before entering, but after coming out, they became masters admired by everyone, gaining both fame and fortune. According to statistics, this global trial had over 30 million human participants, with more than 800,000 from the Great Xia alone. In addition, there are countless demon clans that cannot be statistically accounted for. In past trials, the demon race would always send people to seize fortunes and hunt down human geniuses, making it extremely dangerous. Not only are there fierce beasts native to Green Star, but also hunters from various countries and the demon race, and even infighting among one's own people involving deceit and betrayal. There are also war correspondents and volunteers from various countries, carrying protective artifacts from the United Union, which can teleport them back to Blue Star in critical moments. The reporters are neutral, solely broadcasting live footage from the scene, and trial participants are prohibited from attacking them and are obligated to protect them. The demon race also strictly abides by this agreement and has never harmed war correspondents in past trials. Trial participants can also use mobile phones to communicate on the Green Star, and many people prepare a solar charger. On the final day of the countdown, the global forum became lively again. Everyone was ready and eagerly awaited the start of the trial. Under a popular post titled Disya Emochan, "Are you ready to face death?" contestants from various countries engaged in heated discussions. Our King Arthur has issued a death order. The first thing to do upon entering is to hunt down Emochan. Xiao Huang has issued a bounty. Killing a Disya trial participant will earn a generous reward, and if you can take down Emochan, you will become his lifelong ally. Goddess Nora also said that whoever can provide her with Emochan's location will receive her protection. The King of Dance City has made a ruthless statement, saying he will capture Emochan to mate with the third sister-in-law. The long-legged Appa has made a bold claim, saying he will make the people of Disya call him ancestor. He also said Disya is a nation of thieves. Emochan sneered coldly and posted, "Everyone must die." In the early morning, the sound of drums shook the sky, and cannons roared in unison. Every city awakened in this fervent atmosphere. People got up early, and some even stayed up all night, excitedly browsing various information about the global trials. In the streets and alleys, on the main roads of the city, banners and colorful ribbons fluttered in the wind, bearing the words, wishing the Dasha trial participants a triumphant return, wishing the children of Haicheng a safe journey home. People came and went, occasionally stopping to look up at the banners, silently praying for the trial participants. Children darted through the crowds, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and excitement. Although they could not fully understand the significance of the trials, they could feel the joy and anticipation of the adults. At this moment, no one is busier than the officials of Dasha. Everyone is rushing around quickly, their phones ringing constantly, directing and organizing various tasks. Airships from major war zones began to take off, heading to different cities to personally escort the trial participants to the high seas, the location where the wormhole would be opened. People stepped out of their homes and onto the avenues, enjoying the lively atmosphere and cheering enthusiastically for the trial participants. The trial participants of Dasha began their journey. With the blessings of their family, friends, and neighbors, they headed to the assembly point, becoming the center of everyone's attention. Haicheng, the city lord's mansion. "Kid, listen up." Xiaoxin came to Emochan's room early and earnestly advised, "Keep a low profile after you go in, got it? It's best to find a place to hide until the trial is over. You've been eating and living here for free for so long, I have just one request, come back alive." Emochan showed a slightly peculiar expression and nodded, "I'll behave." Xiaoxin looked at him in this state, sighed, and understood in his heart that this kid was definitely not an honest one and could stir up trouble at any time. Anyway, he had said all the good things he could, and the rest was left to fate. "Hurry up, we'll be leaving soon." Xiaoxin waved his hand, his face full of melancholy. As he walked out of the courtyard, Emochan's phone vibrated. He picked it up and saw a message from that person in Yanjing. "Don't provoke the supreme beings of other countries. Survive, this is my only request." Emochan turned off his phone without replying. Why does everyone say the same thing? It's truly absurd. On the way to the outskirts of the city, he encountered a crowd bidding farewell to the trialgoers, roughly estimated to be several thousand people. Some held flowers in their hands, some carried carefully baked pastries, and others brought cultivation resources. Everyone who passed by could receive blessings. Emochan silently lowered his head, preparing to take a detour. He knew that people were not friendly toward him, and on this exciting day, he did not want to ruin everyone's mood. "Huh, isn't that Emochan? Where are you going?" Suddenly, an ant recognized him. Hearing the voice, everyone turned their gaze toward him. "Hee, I'll go this way." Emochan smiled awkwardly. "Is the little troublemaker still shy? Come over here, we won't bite you." Another ant waved her hand. Helplessly, he had no choice but to silently walk back, feeling as if he were walking on pins and needles. A young woman, who looked to be about 30, stepped forward, handed him a bouquet of flowers, and said gently, "Do your best. Once you're inside, you're representing not just yourself, but the entire Haicheng. We'll be at home watching you shine brightly." Before the words had even fallen, another ant stepped forward, handed him a fragrant pastry, held his hand, and said earnestly, "Although you're a bit mischievous, you're still a child who grew up in Haicheng. We're waiting for you to grow up and give back to Haicheng in the future. The outside world is not like Haicheng, no one will indulge you there. You need to restrain yourself, understand?" Emochan was stunned, completely unprepared for such treatment. Warmth surged in his heart, and he slowly uttered two words, "Thank you." An uncle walked over, stuffed a spatial ring filled with cultivation resources into his hand, patted his shoulder, and said solemnly, "We know you're an orphan. These resources were pooled together by everyone. Keep it up. No matter how tough it gets, We can't let the strongest prodigy of Haicheng suffer, right? Emo-chen hurriedly pushed the ring back, stammering, I don't lack cultivation resources. Quickly take it. A group of people gathered around. This is our blessing for you, and we want to tell you that you are not fighting alone. Emo-chen nodded, carefully put away the ring, stood up straight, bowed deeply, and turned to leave with a determined look. This was the first time in his 18 years that he had bowed to someone. Child, come back alive. Keep it up, show those geniuses abroad the spirit of the men of Haicheng. Shouts came from the crowd, and they waved at him. Got it. Emo-chen, with his back to everyone, also waved. The golden morning glow spilled onto the path ahead of him, as if bidding him farewell. His emotions were complex. He hadn't expected that on this important day. What awaited him wasn't his parents, but the farewell and blessings from the villagers. The outskirts were already crowded with people. This time, a total of 800 trial participants from Haicheng were heading out, representing 4 universities, with Haicheng University taking the lead. When Emo-chen appeared in sight, everyone turned their gaze toward him. Some nodded in greeting, while others smiled and said hello. Since he had won the provincial competition on behalf of Haicheng University last time, everyone knew he was extraordinary. Although his latest talent had not been officially announced or retested, people speculated that he was likely an SR-level future supreme talent. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to defeat Zhao Fan, an SSS-level peerless prodigy at the Windmaster realm, with just the strength of the first stage of the stone-breaking realm. Set off! Seeing that everyone had arrived, a commander from the war zone shouted loudly. Immediately, everyone boarded the airship in an orderly manner. The soldiers escorted them as they flew toward the high seas of the Pacific Ocean. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of various major cities in Daxia, airships were taking off one after another, all heading to the same destination. The same was happening on the lands of other countries. Around the globe, people were glued to their screens, watching the live broadcast with tension and focus. Crowds gathered in front of large screens on the streets, some standing, some sitting, all eyes fixed on the screens, their faces showing emotions of anticipation, nervousness, and excitement. When the people of Haicheng arrived at the designated area in the Pacific Ocean, the sight before them was overwhelming, an endless sea of people, densely packed, seemingly without end. Among the colorful crowd were representatives from all nations, blue-eyed and blonde-haired, skin as dark as ink, pale with a hint of purple, yellow-skinned, and sunburnt. However, the most striking was the vast sea area occupied by the beautiful country, with people from other nations keeping a low profile and staying far away, afraid of causing trouble. The scorching sun hung high, making the waiting time feel particularly long. Some impatient students began to ask, how much longer do we have to wait? The people from the beautiful country and the cherry blossom country haven't arrived yet, so the wormhole can't be opened, the principal calmly explained. The people from these 2 countries are really full of themselves, making us wait for them. The students began to complain. Humph! A cold snort interrupted their voices. The burly and imposing man, with a mix of yellow and black, was clearly a top-tier expert, inspiring fear in others. As the number 1 country, how does it matter if pretty country arrives late? This is the privilege of the strong. His words were like thunder, shaking all around. The trial participants all lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Who is this guy? So arrogant. Emo-chen asked his companion beside him. He is the number 1 supreme of Monkey Country, the Poison King, ranked 25th on the list of prodigies, with unparalleled mastery of poison techniques, the companion replied. Emo-chen's heart trembled, and he thought to himself, this is the lackey of the Great Beauty, often sneaking around the borders of the Great Xia in the past. If you have the guts, come to Green Star and find me. I'll make you regret it. Emo-chen shouted angrily. Who? Do you want to die? The Poison King's gaze was as sharp as a knife, directly targeting Emo-chen. It's Emo-chen. Let him come to you for revenge. Several Great Xia trial participants nearby said in a low voice. Traitor! Emo-chen gritted his teeth inwardly and memorized the faces of these people. The Poison King sneered, you're nothing but a clown everyone wants to beat down. I disdain being associated with you. Just wait, you'll regret it once you go inside. He turned away disdainfully, his eyes full of contempt. At this moment, a grand procession of hundreds of thousands arrived. It was the representatives of the beautiful country. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on the woman at the forefront, Nora, the daughter of Thunder. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, shimmering with a mysterious glow under the sunlight, as if every strand contained the power of thunder. Her face was flawless, her eyes like deep blue sapphires radiating a mysterious electric light. She entered the beautiful country's area, her gaze sharp as lightning, scanning the crowd from Daxia as if searching for something. Who is Emo-chen? Her voice tore through the sky like thunder. In an instant, everyone's gaze turned to Emo-chen of Haicheng. Damn it, this group of traitorous bastards and upperclassmen from Haicheng roared. The other trial participants from Haicheng also frowned, anger surging in their hearts. They hadn't expected that, in the face of the enemy, someone would betray Emo-chen without hesitation. In the distance, the airship from Sakura Nation also landed on the sea, and commands echoed from the team, where is Emo-chen? Kneel before the young emperor and apologize immediately, or face the consequences. Mo-chan's gaze locked onto the man at the forefront, young emperor. That powerful aura seemed to contain endless stars, making one's heart tremble. Mo-chan, just apologize to them. Solve the trouble you caused yourself. A haughty young man from the Yanjing region spoke, none other than Sun Hao, ranked 7th among the supreme beings of Daxia. Sun Hao, that's not right. How can you turn against your own people? A brave trial participant from Haichang responded. Shut up. Sun Hao's cold gaze swept across, as if telling the other party it wasn't worth arguing. What kind of thing are you? Mo-chan stared at him fearlessly. Sun Hao narrowed his eyes slightly, murderous intent surging, and looked down at Mo-chan. Are you sure you're talking to me? The people around couldn't help but laugh. This Mo-chan is really bold, even daring to insult the Supreme. What an idiot, doesn't even know how he's going to die. A frog at the bottom of the well, thinking it's impressive, but in front of the Supreme, it's nothing. The mocking voices continued, as if it were a collective attack targeting Mo-chan. Mo-chan's gaze was icy as he memorized the faces of these people. Ever since he criticized the beautiful country online, these people had been sarcastic and seizing opportunities to provoke him. Yet their servility in front of the enemy ignited a burning rage in his heart. Damn it, a bunch of spineless cowards, only bullying their own people. They bare their fangs and claws at their own kind, but outside, they're as soft as eggs, practically kneeling. The trial-goers of Haichang were furious, clenching their fists, standing up for Mo-chan. Mo-chan, as Yi-chan, I order you to apologize to the beautiful country and the Sakura country. A young man at the forefront of Yinjing spoke with an unquestionable tone. You can only order your mom. Mo-chan said mercilessly. This sentence instantly ignited the fury of the Great Xia trial participants. Mo-chan, how dare you speak to Supreme Yi-chan like that? Do you know how great a crime you have committed? Your crimes are unforgivable. Kneel down and apologize immediately, or don't blame us for cleaning house. Mo-chan laughed heartily. You consider Pretty Country and Sakura Country your friends? When you said that, even your ancestors couldn't forgive you unless your ancestors weren't clean either. Seeing this scene, people from the beautiful country and Sakura Country couldn't help but laugh, their faces full of mockery. It seems I don't need to make a move, they'll destroy each other on their own. How amusing, the young emperor chuckled. Nora shook her head disdainfully, then turned away, no longer paying attention. In her eyes, no one in Daxia was worth noticing. If they could deal with Mo-chan themselves, it would save her the trouble. The other top 10 countries on the leaderboard also cast strange glances, watching Daxia's misfortune. Are you still citizens of Daxia? I advise you to be careful, don't follow the wrong people and lose your lives. Sun Hao and Yi-chan won't protect you, they simply don't have the ability. Yun Shuyao's voice was like thunder, shaking the entire venue. Everyone froze, looking at her in astonishment. This national goddess, who is usually aloof, is actually defending Mo-chan. Could it be that she received some benefits? But the Yin family has always been wealthy, and Mo-chan, this poor guy, couldn't possibly offer anything. As Yun Chuyao reprimanded, the scene became as silent as a grave. Those who had mocked Mo-chan earlier all lowered their heads. After all, she is not only the nation's goddess but also ranks 2nd among the supreme figures of Daxia. Who would dare offend her lightly? Oh, Yun Chuyao is so imposing. Sun Hao's lips curled into a cold smile, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Are you blind? Even supporting Mo-chan, this universally despised waste? Are you from Haichang or Yanjing? Shut up. An elder escorting the Daxia trial participants shouted angrily, his voice booming like a bell. Have you had enough of this commotion? Do you want to fight among yourselves first? At this, the scene immediately fell silent. Sun Hao and Yun Chuyao exchanged glances and then turned their heads away. The old man looked coldly at Big Beautiful and Little Sakura, his tone resolute. We will not apologize to anyone. Peaceful coexistence has always been our principle, but if you dare to cross this red line, we will settle it on the battlefield. Big Beautiful and Little Sakura exchanged a smile, their eyes full of mockery. They raised their heads to look at the 800,000 trial participants in the Great Xia region, as if admiring a group of prey. The brief tranquility over the Pacific Ocean was shattered as several powerful figures flew across the sea surface once again. The experts from the United Division had finally arrived. Everyone is here. Now, open the wormhole. Friends from all nations, join me in taking action. As the words fell, one expert from the United Division radiated intense red light all over his body. As his hands moved, the energy of heaven and earth seemed to be drawn by an invisible giant hand, rapidly converging. He muttered under his breath, his gaze sharp as a torch. Suddenly, he pointed, and a massive energy beam, like a dragon, roared out, piercing straight into the sea. In an instant, the seawater was churned by the immense force, forming a gigantic whirlpool. The space at the center of the whirlpool began to distort and fold, and a wormhole emitting a soft golden glow slowly appeared, its edges flickering with mysterious runes. Following that, the strongest individuals from various nations leaped into action, heading straight above the wormhole. Over 100 experts unleashed their powers simultaneously, throwing the Pacific Ocean into chaos. The sea surface surged violently, the once calm waters now like a raging beast, raising waves tens of meters high that crashed in all directions, the deafening roar echoing all around. In the depths of the ocean, the slumbering sea beasts were awakened by this sudden surge of immense energy. A dragon whale over 100 meters long was the first to let out an angry roar, its massive body rolling in the water and stirring up dark currents. Various sea beasts responded one after another, some emitting sharp cries, others deep growls, sending chills down one's spine. The initial mother wormhole then split into hundreds of child wormholes. Quick, get in! Time is limited. Experts from various countries shouted. Charge! 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, today is the day. When I come out, I'll make a name for myself as a supreme being. Charge, seize women and resources. In an instant, countless trial participants let out roars, their blood boiling, and they hurriedly took out the official-issued protective shields, rushing toward the adjacent subwormholes, fearing that even a moment's delay would cause them to miss this earth-shattering opportunity. Once inside, find a place to hide and wait for me to emerge. Mo Chen turned and instructed the people of Haicheng, then dashed toward the wormhole. The people from Haicheng University and the other 3 universities nodded one after another, silently regarding Mo Chen as their pillar of support. The interior of the wormhole was extremely unstable, with chaotic streams of space and time interwoven, along with various energy storms and substances that eroded both the body and mind. Trial participants only needed to close their eyes and rely on the official-issued protective tools. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Chen slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying in a lush mountain forest. Towering trees reached into the clouds, their canopies resembling a sea of green clouds gently swaying in the wind. Various vines and exotic flowers entwined around the trunks, emitting a faint fragrance that was refreshing and uplifting. The sunlight here was different from that of Blue Star, its soft blue-white radiance bathing the earth. Phew! Mo Chen took a deep breath, savoring the air that was completely unlike that of Blue Star. The air here seemed never to have been polluted, fresh with a hint of sweetness, intoxicatingly pleasant. Is this the green star? It's much more beautiful than in the videos. After exclaiming, Mo Chen took out his phone, logged into the global forum, and checked the latest news. Posts flooded in like rain, with everyone sharing pictures praising the scenery and air, their words full of anticipation. Mo Chen thought to himself, these people are really bold, not afraid of exposing their coordinates and being robbed by enemies. After all, there are no laws to protect them here, and people can do whatever they want. Ah! Suddenly, a delicate and trembling cry of fear came through. Mo Chen frowned and turned into a blur, rushing straight toward the source of the sound. As his cultivation level increased, this set of immortal techniques became more refined, and his speed grew faster and faster. Within just a few seconds, he arrived at the scene of the incident. On a giant boulder stood a beautiful woman dressed in an office lady's professional attire, carrying a specially designed camera on her shoulder. Below the boulder, a mutated saber-toothed tiger, about 10 feet long, bared its fangs, its eyes sharp and glowing, drooling, ready to pounce at any moment. The woman's body trembled slightly as she took out a short knife shimmering with colors, her eyes filled with terror. Mo Chen sized up the mutated saber-toothed tiger and found that its aura was merely at the shattered stone level, not worth mentioning at all. Miss, do you need some help? He asked softly. Hearing this, the woman became visibly excited. Mo Chen, is that you? She looked up and saw him, becoming even more emotional. It turned out she was Lin Shishir, the intern reporter who had interviewed Mo Chen during the provincial competition but had been left flustered by him. Do you need help? If not, I'll leave. Mo Chen asked indifferently, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. He recognized the girl and thought to himself that everyone has a responsibility to help reporters, so asking a few questions wouldn't hurt. Yes, please save me. Lin Shishir shouted anxiously, her eyes flashing with fear. Roar! As she shouted, the mutated saber-toothed tiger below was suddenly enraged and lunged at her with its mouth wide open. Ah! Mo Chen leapt up, his golden fist piercing through the saber-toothed tiger's chest like lightning, instantly delivering a fatal blow. Thank you. Lin Shishir breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the giant rock, her chest heaving violently as she gasped for air. Mo Chen rolled his eyes, full of disdain. Aren't you at the peak of the shattered stone realm? Why are you so timid? There's no need to be this scared. I've never been in a fight before, I'm scared. Lin Shishir pouted, her face turning slightly red. Ha! Mo Chen sneered, feeling helpless inside, not knowing what to say. He simply got up and started dealing with the corpse of the saber-toothed tiger. On this green star, there are no restaurants or takeout, everything has to be self-sufficient. Beasts like this are rare to see on Blue Star, so it must not be wasted, time to try something new. You're so timid, yet you dare to volunteer, he asked half-jokingly. I have a life-saving artifact from the United Department. If I encounter danger, I can just return to Blue Star. Lin Shishir shrugged, her eyes flashing with determination. After the trial, I'll be a globally renowned journalist and won't have to worry about getting a permanent position at a small company anymore, she said confidently. Mo Chen looked up in surprise. You have quite a strong career ambition. His gaze shifted downward as he continued to tease, "Your career line is impressive too, quite deep." Lin Shishi's face instantly turned red. She lowered her head and stammered, What are you talking about?" She quickly fastened the buttons on her chest while Emo-chan wasn't paying attention. Seeing her like this, Emo-chan secretly chuckled to himself. Could it be that he had encountered a shy little cutie? Soon, the sky gradually darkened. Emo-chan prepared to find a place to stay for the night, but Lin Shishi followed him. "Why are you following me?" "Because you're popular, filming you gets more views." Lin Shishi hesitated, her face showing conflict. "Holy crap! You haven't been live streaming this whole time, have you?" Emo-chan's eyes widened. "What's wrong? This is just part of our job as reporters." Lin Shishi looked innocent. "Damn it!" Emo-chan couldn't help but curse, quickly picking up his phone to open the global forum. Sure enough, posts about him are everywhere. That idiot Emo-chan dared to reveal the surrounding environment. He's going to die soon. Experts from Sakura Country and Beautiful Country have already gone to search for him. Just wait and see. I think I'm near him. Let's gather some warriors. Who's coming with me? While he was engrossed in watching, Lin Shishi stammered and said, "Actually, you don't need to worry. The environment in this forest is the same everywhere. No one knows your exact location." Emo-chan found a tall ancient tree, climbed up to look around, and saw an endless expanse of green stretching to the horizon. "Don't take pictures of me, do you hear? Or I'll beat your butt to a pulp." He glared fiercely, trying to look intimidating. This is the authority granted to us by the United Division. No one is allowed to interfere." Lin Shishi said sternly. "I don't care about your damn United Division." Emo-chan, burning with anger, grabbed her special camera and made a gesture as if to smash it. "Wait." Lin Shishi hurriedly grabbed his hand. "I'll use AI to change the background for you, so no one can find you." "Don't be so aggressive." Helpless, Emo-chan had to personally watch her change the background to the ocean before he was satisfied. Meanwhile, the playground at Haicheng University was filled with snacks, fruits, gourmet food, and drinks. Students sat on carpets, their faces beaming with bright smiles, their eyes fixed on the broadcast images on the big screen. Junior Emo-chan really gets special treatment, even having a personal reporter following him. That's right, our Emo-chan is a big star. This time, there are less than 1,000 volunteer reporters, and many people don't even get screen time. I really hope he can meet other classmates, looking forward to it. Not in the short term. With Emo-chan's personality, he will definitely focus on cautious development for a while first. Although the trial participants can use their phones, they can only log into the global forum and cannot contact people on Blue Star. The forum has also blocked Blue Star's IP to ensure the independence of the trial. The potential value testing stone should appear soon, right? In the faculty area, Cheng Boyuan said meaningfully. 2 more minutes, and another leaderboard will be born." The male teacher next to him looked at his watch expectantly. On the surface of the Green Star Sea, ripples suddenly appeared, as if a massive earthquake had occurred underwater. 100-foot waves rolled continuously, forming a bottomless whirlpool. In the next moment, countless dazzling stones flew out from the seabed, heading in all directions toward the Blue Star. The scene was spectacular, even obscuring the light of the sky. In the forest, Emo-chan leapt up and directly intercepted a potential value testing stone. "This thing can measure a person's potential value. Turn off the camera, I'm serious now," he said seriously to Lin Shishi, turning his head. Lin Shishi looked at the stone in his hand with confusion. "Are you going to play dumb to catch the tiger?" "No, I call it hiding my skills and fame," Emo-chan said, shaking his finger. After Lin Shishi turned off the camera, he slowly raised his right hand, gathering strength into a fist. His fist glowed with a golden light, containing the power and characteristics of his entire being. Boom! The stone instantly shattered, turning into countless glowing specks that disappeared. Then, a light screen appeared in front of Emo-chan, prompting him to enter a name. Without hesitation, he directly entered the few words that flashed through his mind, hidden blade in humor. Emo-chan. Lin Shishi peeked from behind, her face instantly flushing red, filled with helplessness. This junior was as unserious as ever. She really couldn't fathom what was going on in his mind. A perfectly fine hidden blade in a smile was turned into this by him. Sigh. Emo-chan let out a sigh and silently changed his name to Hidden Blade. 3 hours later, as the night grew quiet, the global forum was bustling with activity. The potential value rankings were finally released. This list garnered even more attention than the Heavenly Pride combat rankings, driving everyone into a frenzy. The higher the ranking, the greater the potential it represented. Although the current realm and combat power might seem lacking, once they rise, they will be unstoppable. The rankings on the potential value list fluctuate greatly. With equal talent, young players rise rapidly, making others envious, while the rankings of older individuals plummet sharply, losing the advantage of years of cultivation, leaving them feeling disheartened. The most attention-grabbing is still the top 10 list. Compared to the Heavenly Pride list, there hasn't been much change, it's still those 10 people leading far ahead. But one name shocked everyone, Billy Hidden Blade. He surpassed Xiao Wang and King Arthur to become the new top rank. At this moment, many trial participants speculated that this person might be Nora. As the daughter of the thunder god, her potential is undeniable. Yet, this name left everyone puzzled, unable to understand why this noble and beautiful goddess would choose such a crude name. Could it be her ultimate skill? Who would dare to marry her? At this time, Nora was also frowning amidst the sea of flowers, her stunningly beautiful face full of confusion. She too wanted to know who this Billy Hidden Blade really was. Xiao Wang, King Arthur, the god of war, and others had all appeared, so how could such an extraordinary figure suddenly emerge? Could he also be a descendant of some deity? Bang! She angrily smashed the potential value stone in her hand. Why? Her eyes revealed unwillingness, and she immediately clicked the "give up participating in the ranking" option, vowing not to fall behind. On the other side, Mo Chen and Lin Shirshir were temporarily staying in a cave. He started a fire and roasted several pieces of mutated saber-toothed tiger meat, the aroma filling the air and making mouths water. I couldn't tell you had this skill. Lin Shirshir swallowed her saliva and couldn't help but praise. In the past, when I made mistakes, I had to live in the mountains, so I naturally had to learn a few things, or else I'd starve to death. Mo Chen gave a simple and honest smile, then took a bite of meat, his mouth glistening with oil, making Lin Shirshir stare in a daze. "See, could I have a piece?" she asked shyly. "Don't you have hands yourself?" Mo Chen rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that she was really too delicate. Lin Shirshir was stunned, thinking to herself that Mo Chen must be a bachelor who had never been in a relationship. Although she was a bit annoyed, the temptation of delicious food ultimately made her unable to resist. She sat down next to him, picked up a piece of meat, and started gnawing on it. At this moment, the audience on Blue Star were all dumbfounded, thinking that this guy truly treats everyone equally, showing no favoritism to either gender. With this kind of personality, he's definitely going to be single for life. Something's happening. Suddenly, Mo Chen stopped what he was doing, his brows furrowing. "Ha? No way!" Lin Shirshir exclaimed in disbelief. Mo Chen quickly extinguished the campfire, groped his way out of the cave, and Lin Shirshir followed closely behind, silent as a shadow. 50 meters away from the cave, 4 short and stout men were conversing. "Fujita-kun, are you sure Mo Chen is here?" A man dressed in a kimono with a samurai sword at his waist asked softly. "Don't worry, I am very familiar with this forest," Fujita nodded confidently. "Great. If I can personally kill Mo Chen, my sister will never look down on me again." A girl wearing a cherry blossom dress clapped excitedly. As they were tracking Mo Chen's trail, a cold voice sounded from behind. "Are you dogs? Such sharp noses." "Who?" The 4 immediately turned around vigilantly. "Mo Chen. You dare to show up, today will be your death anniversary." "Fool. Instead of running for your life when you see your grandpa, you actually deliver yourself to me?" Before the words had even faded, the 4 quickly dispersed and surrounded Mo Chen. "Ha!" Mo Chen sneered. "Today, I'll show you who's the grandpa and who's the grandson." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flickered, golden light flashed, and his fist pierced through the swordsman's body at an incredible speed. "Run! This person is definitely not ranked 2 million. The information is wrong. Damn it, the heavens chosen ranking tricked me." After a brief moment of shock, the 3 immediately scattered and fled. The companion who just died was an S-class prodigy at Wind Realm Stage 3, yet in front of Mo Chen, they didn't even have a chance to fight back and were instantly killed. It's terrifying. Mo Chen chased swiftly, and a few seconds later, a suffocating groan came from the forest. He returned to the original spot, carrying the woman in the cherry blossom dress. "Kill me, you beast," she gritted her teeth, her eyes full of hatred. "Even if I, Lin Lindsay, die, I will never serve you." Smack! Mo Chen slapped her across the face, leaving a deep handprint. "Who wants you to serve me? Behave yourself." The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a devilish smile. At this moment, Lin Shirshir walked over with lingering fear, tugged on Mo Chen's sleeve, and said hesitantly, "How about, you let her go? As a fellow woman, I think she's so pitiful." "Dare you say that again?" Mo Chen's anger was instantly ignited, and a piercing cold light burst from his eyes. What he hated the most was this kind of hypocritical saintly compassion. "She is just a weak woman." Lin Shirshir's voice trembled slightly, but she still mustered the courage to refute. "Weak woman? Then I'll show you what it means to be strong." Mo Chen picked up the samurai sword on the ground without hesitation and slashed at Lin Shirshir. The gleaming blade made her heart tighten. "Ah!" Lin Shirshir hurriedly stepped back and quickly turned on the camera, aiming the lens at Mo Chen's face. I'm telling you, this is a live broadcast to the entire blue planet now." Her voice trembled, but it carried a hint of determination. Mo Chen gritted his teeth in anger and coldly threatened, "If you don't behave, I'll throw you in front of third brother and let him deal with you." After saying that, he hoisted the woman named Lin Lindsay onto his shoulder and quickly ran toward the cave. "What are you doing?" Lin Shirshir followed closely behind, feeling a wave of unease. "Don't forget, the whole world is watching you," she shouted. Mo Chen threw Lin Lindsay heavily into the corner and began searching her body without mercy. "Beast!" Lin Lindsay's face turned pale, tears streaming down as she bit her tongue, ready to end her life at any moment. "Stop!" Lin Shirshir shouted angrily, recording everything with her camera as the live audience watched in shock and horror. Anger value plus 5 billion. The audience from Sakura country watched helplessly as their pride was treated this way, a mix of anger and helplessness surging within them, wishing they could jump into the screen to flay Emochan alive. This kid is really infuriating. On the playground of Haicheng University, Chung Boyuan's face was grim. The surrounding students reacted differently. The boys shouted for Emochan to go even crazier, while the girls blushed deeply and shyly closed their eyes. Is he crazy? Lin Nubian shook her head helplessly, secretly worried in her heart. In the cave, Emochan stopped and searched for a long time, only finding a spatial ring containing cultivation resources and daily necessities. Although she's a bit fiery, her figure is quite nice, he thought to himself. Speak quickly, where are your people? Emochan threatened, his gaze sharp. Go to hell. Lin Lindsay retorted defiantly, spitting at him. Smack. Emochan mercilessly slapped her. Still stubborn, huh? Just wait, you'll behave soon. He struck Rin Rinzi's dantian with a palm, sealing her cultivation, then leapt out of the cave. Lin Shishir breathed a sigh of relief and asked with concern, are you okay? Rin Rinzi's expression softened slightly as she pleaded, I beg you, kill me. Living is the best, actually, he's not as bad as you think. Lin Shishir tried to comfort her. If you fall into third brother's hands, you might really be done for. She sighed. After some exchange, Lin Lindsay finally nodded, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, Emochan walked in carrying a bag. Ah! Lin Shishir exclaimed, what do you have in there? Emochan couldn't be bothered to respond to her. He directly opened the bag, and hundreds of pitch-black centipedes crawled out, staring Lin Lindsay pale as she flailed around. This is so disgusting. Everyone was dumbfounded. If this Sakura girl were to choose, she'd probably rather be hee-hee than endure this kind of treatment. Someone sighed. Emochan, you're going too far. Lin Shishir rushed forward, using her martial arts to blow all the centipedes away. And to think I just praised you for not being bad. She glared angrily at Emochan. When did I ever say I wasn't bad? It seems you don't know me well enough. Emochan gave a devilish smile. I'll give you only 3 days. He said coldly, if you don't provide me with useful information in 3 days, I'll throw you into animal dung, the kind that's crawling with maggots. Hearing this, Lin Shishir and Lin Lindsay shivered simultaneously, unable to imagine what kind of madness this was. Emochan sat cross-legged at the cave entrance, swallowed dozens of energy fruits, closed his eyes, and began cultivating. 3 days later, Emochan opened his eyes, successfully broke through, and reached the third stage of the wind-controlling realm. He turned his head and saw Lin Shishir still filming diligently, sighing inwardly. At this time, Rinrin's condition had also improved quite a bit. The two of them happily chatted while eating the saber-toothed tiger jerky he had smoked. What the heck? Parasites? Emochan was speechless. Discovering that the food had already been eaten, he could only take out some snacks to stave off hunger. Seeing him wake up, Lin Shishir quickly turned off the camera and said excitedly, Miss Rinrin said she would tell you some very important information. Emochan was taken aback, secretly astonished in his heart. Speak, let me hear what you have to offer me. He pretended to be profound. Before I speak, I have 3 requests, Lin Lindsay said solemnly. First, when you encounter my sister in the future, you must not harm her. Second, you must not drive away Miss Shishir again. Third, you must not harm me anymore, and afterward, you must release my cultivation and let me leave, otherwise, my participation in the trial will be in vain. If you can agree to these 3 conditions, I will tell you all the information, which will definitely be helpful to you. Moreover, I also know that among the trial participants of the Great Xia, many have unspeakable purposes with the young emperor, including 2 Great Xia Supremes. Damn! There really are traitors. When Emochan heard those words, the killing intent in his heart erupted like a volcano. Even supreme-level figures were colluding with the young emperor, and the turbulent undercurrents behind this sent chills down one's spine. Who is your sister? Miyu Kanoshita, the only female supreme in our country. Rinrin's eyes sparkled with pride as she said this, as if it was her only source of pride. Isn't supreme a level that can only be reached by those in the unparalleled realm? How could anyone dare to harm her? Emochan asked in surprise. Rinrin glanced at Lin Shishir, then spoke to Emochan with a hint of caution in her tone. I heard Miss Shishir mention yesterday that you are the top-ranked hidden blade in the sheath in terms of potential. Although you can't beat my sister right now, your potential is limitless, and surpassing her is only a matter of time. Your methods are too cruel. I might be able to endure it, but she hasn't experienced much hardship and can't withstand your torment. These words cut like a cold blade, and Emochan's face instantly darkened. His gaze, sharp as a knife, bore straight into Lin Shishir. Lin Shishir shivered in fear and quickly explained, I swear. I only told Lin Lindsay, no one else. Boom! Emochan could no longer hold back, and his fist roared forward like a tornado. Emochan, I'm going to sue you. At the critical moment, Lin Shishir unwillingly took out the jade talisman of the United Department, opened a wormhole, and instantly disappeared from Blue Star. When you come back, I'll definitely deal with you properly. Wash up and wait for me. Emochan was burning with anger, then turned his gaze to Lin Lindsay. I agree with you, you can speak now. Lin Lindsay broke out in a sweat on her forehead, feeling uneasy in her heart. This man is indeed domineering. She took a deep breath, gritted her teeth, and said, 500 miles southeast of here, there's a small team of ours, about 70 people. They have gathered together because they found a nest of linghuang birds and plan to take unified action tomorrow. Mo Chen's heart trembled. Linghuang birds, unique to Green Star, are usually gentle but possess great strength. The most enticing aspect is their eggs. Consuming one is equivalent to 3 months of arduous cultivation, making them extremely precious. What is Xiao Wan's cultivation level? He asked. Before entering, he was at the first stage of the mountain-moving realm. However, he knows the locations of several peerless miraculous herbs. If he finds them, his strength will surely advance greatly. Lin Linzi explained. Damn! Mo Chen took a sharp breath. He was only at the wind-controlling realm, while the other person was already at the mountain-moving realm, with the void-breaking and peerless realms in between. Someone who can rank second on the Heavenly Pride battle power list is truly extraordinary. No wonder the previous provocation seemed like courting death in others' eyes. What unspeakable matters are there between the Supreme of Great Xia and the young Emperor? Mo Chen continued to ask. That, I don't know. Lin Linzi shook her head. Do you know who else? He continued to ask. One is Sun Hao, and the other has hidden their face. I haven't seen them, but judging by Sun Hao's level of respect for them, they are definitely more formidable than Sun Hao. Mo Chen pondered for a moment and decided to set off immediately to seize the linghuang bird's egg. What he needed most was time. Not a single minute can be wasted, the realm must be quickly improved. Otherwise, encountering someone in the top 10 of the rankings would truly lead to a miserable death. After making his decision, Mo Chen slowly walked toward Lin Linzi, arms outstretched, directly approaching her figure. You, what are you doing? You said you wouldn't hurt me. Lin Linzi retreated in fear until she could retreat no further. Shut up. I'm just placing a restriction on you, Mo Chen snorted coldly. Lightning burst from his fingertips, crackling and echoing throughout the cave, illuminating the entire space. He crouched down and injected electrical energy into Rinrin's various acupoints. Each time his fingertip pressed down, her body would tremble slightly, as if hiding infinite possibilities. If what you say is true, when I return, I will lift your restriction. But if you deceive me, no matter where you are, I can detonate this thunderous energy at any time, shattering your physical body. Mo Chen clapped his hands, turned around, leapt out of the cave, and sped off like lightning toward the southeast. After an hour of full-speed travel, Mo Chen finally saw the squad that Lin Linzi had mentioned. By the edge of a rushing river, dozens of people were setting up tents, with a total of 73 individuals. The strongest are 2 void-breaking realm individuals, while the rest range from stone-shattering realm to wind-controlling realm. After confirming that they posed no threat to him, Mo Chen took out the kimono of the Sakura man he had killed earlier from his spatial ring and put on a mask. As soon as he stepped onto the gravel ground, he was greeted by a void-breaking realm expert. Hello, brother, how should I address you? I am Inoue Tianhua. Mo Chen cupped his fists and said. The corners of the man's mouth twitched slightly, his expression strange. So it's brother Inoue. I am sending charcoal in the snow. Mo Chen's heart tightened, becoming alert. Is he joking? Sending charcoal in the snow? More like sending his mother. But he remained calm, patted the other person's shoulder, and acted very familiar. So it's brother Tan Tan, looking good. Snow and Charcoal was slightly stunned, his expression became unnatural. Brother Inoue's accent sounds like it's from the Great Xia gambling city area. Brother Tan Tan misunderstood. I've recently been obsessed with movies from that area and learned a few phrases. Mo Chen said with an unchanged expression. Ha ha. Snow and Charcoal smiled. Brother Inoue, if you don't mind, you can call me Snowin. Mo Chen nodded. Alright, Carbon brother. Snow delivering charcoal. Hey, Snow, who is the person next to you? Just as the two were chatting happily, another void-breaking realm expert walked over. Judging by the respect everyone has for him, he is clearly the leader of this team. Oh my gosh, is this really a case of timely help in a snowstorm? Mo Chen felt incredulous in his heart. This name is simply genius. Watanabe, come, let me introduce you. This is brother Inoue, who just arrived here. Shuizhong Tan smiled and waved. Hearing this, Watanabe narrowed his eyes slightly and looked Mo Chen up and down. After confirming that he was only at the wind mastery stage, he slowly let down his guard. Why are you wearing a mask? Is there something you don't want others to see? Mo Chen smiled faintly, secretly pondering in his heart. This game has only just begun. I have a condition where my skin can't be exposed to sunlight. Mo Chen explained hesitantly. What illness? Watanabe's gaze was as sharp as a blade. It's that. Mo Chen's mind raced. At this moment, he finally understood the regret of not reading enough when knowledge is needed. Albinism. The skin cannot be exposed to ultraviolet rays, Shuizhong Tan added helpfully. Yes, that's it. Mo Chen nodded hurriedly in agreement, secretly relieved. He hadn't expected this kid to have some knowledge. But this made him even more vigilant, as he couldn't shake the feeling that Watanabe had ulterior motives. Watanabe stopped pressing the issue and changed the subject. After the sun sets, when entering the spirit wild bird's nest, those at the wind Control realm shouldn't even think about the spirit wild bird's eggs. Just stick with the main group and gather some spiritual herbs and fruits. Yes, yes. Emo-chan nodded like a pecking bird. Seeing Watanabe turn his head in confusion, he quickly changed his tone and bowed, saying, "Hi." After Watanabe walked away, Shuizhong Songtan smiled and said, "Brother Inoue, your accent is truly versatile, even the central plains of Dacia is included. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never lose a battle." Emo-chan responded with a smile, feeling secretly pleased. In the blink of an eye, dusk fell. Watanabe began organizing personnel to head to the Linghuang bird's nest. Over 70 people set out in an orderly manner, while the reporter followed behind, live streaming and explaining. This bird is very special. Its nest is not on a tree but in a cave on a cliff halfway up the mountain. The cliff is several hundred meters high, and those who haven't reached the skybreaking realm can only use tools to climb. The cave entrance is spacious, capable of accommodating dozens of people entering and exiting simultaneously. The inner rock walls are red and emit heat, making it feel like being at the mouth of a magma chamber, with sweat flowing uncontrollably. Emo-chan climbed quickly and soon reached the cave entrance. "Madam, this way please." He smiled sincerely and organized everyone to enter at the cave entrance. The little fellows frowned slightly upon hearing this. But seeing that Emo-chan was only at the wind control realm, they didn't think much of it, assuming he was just a show-off who liked to stand out. After all the trial participants entered, Shuizhong Songtan said in surprise, "Brother Inoue, aren't you going in? You'll get nothing if you stay outside." "No worries, I'll keep watch outside to guard against trial participants from other countries trying to steal the prize," Emo-chan said with an air of righteous determination. Brother Inoue is truly warm-hearted. Shuizhong Songtan gave a thumbs up and then stopped asking questions, following the main group as they rushed inside. Emo-chan waited quietly at the cave entrance, listening to the sounds inside. Before long, the sounds of fighting suddenly erupted, accompanied by the cries of the Linghuang bird. It seems the battle has already begun. Run! The Linghuang bird has gone berserk. Just as Emo-chan was about to doze off, a panic shout came from inside. He jolted awake, quickly took out the heaven-opening axe to block the doorway, and a wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. That look clearly showed he was about to rob someone. "Inoue brother, what do you mean by this?" The first to come running in the snow to offer help, cast a puzzled glance. "Hand over the spatial ring and all the treasures inside, or none of you will leave," Emo-chan said coldly. "Bastard! I knew you were up to something." Watanabe burned with rage, and with a wave of his sleeve, a gust of wind blew away the mask on Emo-chan's face. "It's that bastard Emo-chan. The little mutt dares to come knocking. Kill him and claim the reward from the young emperor." Amid the shouting, more than 10 people immediately unleashed martial techniques toward Emo-chan. Multicolored lights intertwined, and the massive energy fluctuations caused the entire cave to shake violently. Boom! Emo-chan swung his axe fiercely. In an instant, a silver-white beam of light roared out, dissolving all incoming energy. Those 10 or so people instantly turned into a mist of blood, leaving not even bone fragments behind. How is this possible? What's with this kid? The rest of the people looked terrified, frozen in place. Brother Inoue, are you playing the pig to eat the tiger here? Shuizhong Songtan widened his eyes, speaking with an accent from a certain region of Dacia. Chirp! An angry cry of the Linghuang bird came from behind. Watanabe frowned, knowing he couldn't drag this out any longer, and said coldly, "Shuizhong, join me in taking him down." He knew that Emo-chan was by no means an ordinary wind control realm cultivator and had to be on full alert. "All right." Shuizhong Songtan agreed, but his steps quietly retreated, and he made no move to attack. Emo-chan's expression was strange. This guy was even more cunning than him. Watanabe gnashed his teeth, ignoring Shuizhong's subtle movements, and struck a palm toward Emo-chan. Emo-chan's afterimage flickered and moved forward. At the same time, he cast a silence spell to prevent Watanabe from using martial techniques. Everyone held their breath, not daring to blink. In their eyes, this was bound to be an intense battle. But who would have thought, only 2 seconds had passed. Watanabe fell to the ground covered in blood, and they didn't even see how Emo-chan made his move. It seemed he didn't even use his axe. Impossible. Senior brother Watanabe is an SS level 3rd stage Voidbreaker. Just how strong is this Emo-chan guy? Could he really be an SR level future supreme? The tone of the small lives revealed despair, completely losing the courage to resist. Even their strongest leader was defeated so quickly, continuing to fight would be a death sentence. Bastard! The young emperor won't let you get away with this. Watanabe gritted his teeth, preparing to use his last strength to destroy the spatial ring. Poof! But Emo-chan kept staring at that treasure. How could he give him a chance? He immediately chopped off his hands with an axe. Watanabe clenched his teeth and surprisingly did not cry out. His eyes flickered with an indescribable hatred. People of Dacia, you won't live much longer either. The young emperor and the daughter of the thunder god will soon launch a purge against the Dacia trial participants. This trial will leave no Dacia person alive. This is not just talk. You bastard, I'll be waiting for you in the underworld. As soon as he finished speaking, he destroyed his own meridians and committed suicide, choosing death over submission. Emo-chan sneered coldly and took off the spatial ring from his severed hand. Upon opening it, he found several cubic units of cultivation resources inside, along with 3 red bird eggs. Chirp! At that moment, the spirit wild bird finally caught up, its claws larger than a wheel reaching for Mo Chen's crown. Everyone scrambled to flee, leaving the battlefield to Mo Chen. The Ling Huang bird, comparable to the peak of the void-breaking realm, was absolutely beyond their ability to contend with. Previously, it was only through the combined efforts of Watanabe and Shui Zhong that they barely managed to escape. Mo Chan's afterimage flickered and instantly vanished from the spot. Boom! In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, silver snakes darted around, illuminating the entire cave. Boom! Several thumb-sized bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, directly hitting the wings of the spirit wild bird, emitting a burnt smell and black smoke. The spirit wild bird let out a mournful cry and fell at the cave entrance. I took your egg, I won't kill you. Go and lay another clutch. Mo Chen, knowing the other party's protective instincts, felt a twinge of compassion. What is his limit? Could he have just used a divine-level martial technique? A trace of apprehension flashed in Shui Zhongsong Tan's eyes as he quietly retreated behind the crowd. At this moment, he wished he had the ability to burrow into the ground. Mo Chen's cold and piercing gaze swept across the surroundings. Sorry, I suddenly changed my mind. Except for that reporter, no one else can leave. Watanabe's words just now stirred Mo Chen's intent to kill. It seems Senior Yun Sunhai was right. Sakura and Depaliang indeed want to kill all the Dasha trial participants. It's definitely not just empty talk. Since that's the case, he doesn't mind launching a counterattack. This also provides a perfect excuse for him to kill and loot. You better not act recklessly. I'm live streaming, and everything you're doing right now is being watched by everyone on Blue Planet. The reporter, relying on their protected privilege, mustered up the courage to advise. Mo Chen cast a murderous glance, deciding to start with this reporter. He began to carefully scrutinize the reporter. Tall and slender, with brown-black skin, wavy hair, and slightly flat nostrils, it was obvious she was from the land of kangaroos. The land of kangaroos, truly the #1 lackey of the great and beautiful. You people of Daxia, do you really intend to exterminate us completely? The reporter coldly questioned. Aren't you afraid this might trigger a war? She continued to press. If the young emperor finds out, he will surely hunt you to the ends of the earth. Hoof. Mo Chen sneered, completely indifferent. Boom. He swung his axe down, instantly wiping out these chattering people completely. The cleanup operation was their idea in the first place, and now they're blaming him. How ridiculous. Fight him to the death. Kill. The remaining people realized they had no way out and charged forward, attempting a desperate fight. But it was like moths to a flame. With a few swings of Mo Chan's axe, it was as effortless as slicing vegetables. Blood mist scattered, and they fell one after another. In just a moment, only 3 people and 1 bird remained at the cave entrance. Rage value plus 18 billion. Within the Sakura nation, wails and roars intertwined. Witnessing this scene, anger erupted like a volcano, uncontrollable. The internet was instantly flooded with curses and condemnations directed at Mo Chen. This executioner, damn it. It's a pity we can't send a message to our nation's supreme leader, otherwise, exposing this demon's location would ensure his death. We must demand an explanation and compensation from Daxia. If you don't provide compensation, calamity will surely befall you in the future. Countless people from Sakura country flooded the Hongba forum, demanding an official response from Daxia. The people of Daxia were not to be outdone and mocked Sakura country in return. Well done. In the Haicheng City Lord's mansion, Xiesin excitedly clenched his fist, feeling for the first time that Mo Chen had done something right. On the Haicheng University sports field, the students were stunned, their jaws practically dropping. Mo Chen actually has such a ruthless side. Everyone recalled the previous playful moments and was completely unprepared for this. I'm crying, bro. I won't dare to casually mess with you anymore. Sun Shui shivered in fear. Chang Boyuan smiled and comforted, classmates, don't be afraid. This is the battlefield, and it's also what you will experience in the future. Remember, mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. The students nodded in unison. Even so, it will still take time for them to adapt to such bloody and life and death scenes. Mo Chen's actions sparked intense discussions in Daxia. Some supported him, while others condemned him, believing that his actions would provoke the anger of Sakura and Depaliang, bringing catastrophic disaster to Daxia and its 800,000 trial participants. Inside the cave, Mo Chen looked toward the timely assistants in the corner. Brother Carbon, take care. Without any extra words, an axe swung down, and the silver-white light tore through the rock walls on both sides. At the critical moment, Snowing Carbon sat cross-legged on the spot, and a lotus flower quickly enveloped him, blocking the strike. Mo Chen was surprised, consumed 2 energy fruits, raised the axe, and prepared for another strike. Wait. Brother Mo Chen, we are not enemies. Shui Zhongsong Tan's face was pale, gasping for breath, and shouted anxiously. I think you're the one pretending to be weak to deceive others, aren't you? Mo Chen sneered, approaching step by step. Although this guy is at the void-breaking realm, the feeling he gives is far stronger than Dewata. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to withstand my axe. I'm just relatively low-key. Compared to Brother Mo-chan, it's like a minor wizard meeting a great wizard. Shui Zhongsong-tan smiled awkwardly. You only have one chance. Tell me your purpose and true identity. Mo-chan raised his axe. Shui Zhongsong-tan glanced at the reporter, hinting that there was an outsider present. Mo-chan snorted coldly, put down your spatial ring and get lost. The reporter sneered disdainfully, completely fearless. What, I am a reporter assigned by the United Department, do you want to rob me? Bang! Before she could finish her sentence, Mo-chan had already kicked out, disappearing in an instant. When he reappeared, his golden fist was smashing toward her head mercilessly, with a determined intent to kill. You have a lot of nerve. You are making yourself an enemy of the whole world. The woman from Kangaroo Country was terrified, never expecting someone would dare to lay hands on a journalist. This is a grave crime. Rage level plus 30 billion. All the people on Blue Star witnessed this scene, and an indescribable anger surged in their hearts. At the critical moment, she crushed the jade talisman bestowed by the United Division. A strong black light forced Mo-chan back and opened a wormhole behind the journalist, sweeping her away. Brother Mo-chan, you're really fierce, daring to even kill a journalist. Shui Zhongsong-tan was utterly shocked. I didn't expect this seemingly harmless guy to be so decisive. Mo-chan smiled faintly. Normally, he wouldn't target reporters, but this one was an exception, acting arrogantly under the protection of the United Department. Brother Mo-chan, actually my ancestors also came from Daxia. We are compatriots. After losing the reporter, Shui Zhongsong-tan set aside his concerns and approached, using Mandarin with a local accent to build rapport. Are you an overseas Chinese? Mo-chan asked. Yes, my great-grandfather and his family migrated from Daxia to Sakura Country, Shui Zhongsong-tan replied. Mo-chan sneered, so your family is the type that makes money in Daxia and then runs abroad to spend it? Shui Zhongsong-tan panicked and waved his hand to explain. Brother Mo-chan, you've misunderstood. My great-grandfather was an undercover agent, a hero. Our whole family is the backbone of Daxia, with a great mission to gather intelligence in Sakura Country. Mo-chan stared at him and sneered. You might as well say you're Emperor Lin, that would be more believable. Shui Zhongsong-tan took out a secret letter from the spatial ring. Take a look at this. Mo-chan took it with some skepticism, opened it, and saw the following written. This letter only certifies that the Shui family is temporarily not an enemy. If any Daxia citizens have conflicts with them, please handle it at your discretion. The official seal comes from the Great Xia Xinjing authorities, carrying the exclusive aura of the relevant department. Mo-chan frowned. These are classified letters from 20 years ago. Who knows if you've betrayed us by now? Brother Mo-chan, saying that is really unfair. Shui Zhongsong-tan looked aggrieved. If you want to accuse someone, you'll always find a pretext. You're clearly trying to make me take the blame, aren't you? Mo-chan pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to abandon the idea of killing the other party. Although this guy seemed unreliable, if he really was an undercover agent, killing him would undoubtedly make him a sinner for all eternity. Besides, the other party hadn't shown any hostility. He decided to observe for now. How about this, give me the bird eggs you obtained, and I'll temporarily trust you. Upon hearing this, Shui Zhongsong-tan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Today, he truly witnessed this kid's shamelessness. He even dared to snatch things from his own people. Take them, I only have 2, he said with a pained expression, but still handed over the protection fee. Mo-chan smiled as he took it and patted his shoulder. Brother Tan, from now on, we're brothers. This guy seemed sneaky, and Mo-chan didn't believe he only had 2 bird eggs. However, he didn't bother to investigate further. Leave some room for others, and you'll meet again someday. As long as you don't trick me, we can definitely join forces to grow bigger and stronger, and achieve greatness again. Tan declared boldly. Of course. Mo-chan agreed wholeheartedly. So, Brother Tan, what are your plans? The 100 Nations War is coming soon. We need to seize the time to improve our strength and strive to occupy more strongholds, Shui Zhongsong-tan said confidently. Mo-chan nodded. The so-called 100 Nations War is a battle for strongholds between nations. After some time, strongholds of various nations will appear on Green Star, and each stronghold will periodically drop various precious resources. Strongholds are divided into 4 levels. Primary base drops common cultivation resources. Intermediate base drops precious medicines and weapons. Advanced base drops high-level martial techniques and rare precious medicines. Top-tier base has a chance to drop divine martial techniques and divine precious medicines. If occupying a stronghold in one's own country, there is no need to exert effort, one can enter directly. However, if seizing a stronghold in another country, one must not only face resistance from that country's challengers, but also endure automatic attacks from the stronghold. Despite the numerous difficulties, every challenger will try their best to seize strongholds in other countries because the ones in their own country are insufficient. Internal conflicts occur frequently, especially over top-tier strongholds, where experts fiercely compete, even at the cost of their lives. Besides the struggles among humans, the native beasts of Green Star and even the demon clans from Blue Star also vie for the humans' top-tier strongholds. This is the true global trial. Carbon, do you know of any other places of opportunity? I need to blend in with others to gather some information. Otherwise, how about I private message you on the global forum later? Snow offering charcoal said. Then I'll leave it to you, brother Tan Tan. Mo Chen clasped his fists and said. Heh, no need to be polite. Shui Zhongsong Tan turned and flew away without hesitation. Mo Chen looked at the injured Linghuang bird at the cave entrance and, feeling pity, took out 2 bottles of healing potions and poured them into its beak. Then, he gently stroked its smooth feathers and said wistfully, don't be sad. Eat something good and try to lay another clutch of eggs. The Linghuang bird cried out angrily, its eyes full of hatred. Luckily, it couldn't speak human language, otherwise, it would definitely curse, you scoundrel. Are you keeping me captive? Laying eggs just for you to steal again? After leaving the cave, Mo Chen began to retrace his steps. He needed to find a hidden place to immediately consume the egg of the Linghuang bird for cultivation. The incident of Mo Chen killing a reporter caused an uproar on Blue Star. Various countries, big and small, flocked to the Honghua Forum, demanding an explanation from Daxia. Even the United Department personally intervened, considering whether to revoke Mo Chen's qualification to compete. The people of Daxia felt helpless, as they hadn't expected Mo Chen to be so unruly. Such a brazen act as killing a reporter had never occurred since the global trials began. Not only were other countries condemning Mo Chen, but even many within Daxia demanded he be punished, believing he had disgraced Daxia and made all its citizens unable to hold their heads high. Under increasing public pressure, the Daxia authorities issued a statement, saying they could revoke Mo Chen's eligibility to compete and extradite him back to the country for trial. The United Department agreed with this, and many Daxia citizens supported the decision. But the Great Beautiful and Little Days were not having it. No, Mo Chen cannot go back, otherwise Nora won't be able to kill him. Mo Chen must pay the price for insulting the young emperor. Green Star is the best place for his burial. Agree to execute Mo Chen on Green Star, he must not return to Daxia and escape justice. Helplessly, the United Department could only withdraw this request. In the end, the incident of Mo Chen killing the reporter was hastily concluded, and everyone felt the matter was somewhat absurd. After Mo Chen returned and released Lin Linzi from her confinement, he found another hidden cave. He calmly circulated the energy within his body and swallowed a spirit wild bird egg. In an instant, a vast source energy filled his body. The energy was incredibly pure, requiring no refinement, only conversion into his own power, surpassing all energy fruits and potions. Ordinary Wind Realm cultivators would need at least 3 days to fully absorb this energy. But Mo Chen opened his eyes in less than 2 hours. 6th stage of the Wind Realm. He directly advanced 3 minor stages, which was simply astonishing. He still had 4 spirit wild bird eggs, and after accounting for his body's resistance, they were enough to push him to the peak of the Wind Realm. Mo Chen took a deep breath and continued his seclusion. 3 days later, he swallowed the remaining bird eggs. The second one brought him to the 8th level of the Windmaster Realm, the third one, the 9th level. The 4th and 5th one successfully elevated him to the peak of the Windmaster Realm, just 1 step away from the Void-Breaking Realm. This secluded cultivation lasted for 10 days. Mo Chen knew he couldn't continue any longer, or it would be akin to forcing growth prematurely. He had to stay at the peak of the Windmaster Realm for a while to consolidate his strength. He opened the global forum to see if there were any major news events recently. However, the flood of posts on the screen made him frown. The top trending headline was, shocking. The young emperor and Nora have joined forces to launch the Great Xia cleanup operation, involving 7 countries. He clicked in to take a look, and the 7 countries were, Beautiful Country, Sakura Country, Kangaroo Country, Sun Never Sets Country, Ganges Country, Monkey Country, and Gull Country. The second trending title is, Masters from 7 countries begin their attack, vowing to sweep away all Daxia trial participants. The third trending title is, anyone who provides the accurate location of Daxia trial participants can claim rewards from the 7 countries. Playing this big? Mo Chen couldn't help but exclaim. I like it, hee hee. Besides being angry, his strongest emotions were excitement and thrill. Mo Chen sent Bai Xia a private message, is your location safe? Are you hiding? Before long, Bai Xia replied, it's safe for now, don't worry, just focus on what you're doing. Seeing this, Mo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This meant he could fully unleash his abilities. He wanted to show the people of these 7 countries who was truly the cat and who was the mouse. Snow in the midst of a storm sent a message, Brother Mo Chen, come quickly. There's a great opportunity. Mo Chen eagerly replied, send the location. The purging actions of the 7 nations swept across Green Star like a storm tearing through the sky. The trial participants from Daxia scattered like frightened mice, fleeing in all directions, overwhelmed with despair. It's not just the 7 nations hunting them down, even some small countries have seized the opportunity to join in, trying to curry favor with Big Beautiful and Little Days, loudly proclaiming aspiring to civilization. It's utterly ridiculous. Is this what civilization looks like? In just 3 days, over 10,000 Daxia trial participants met a tragic end, forever buried in this foreign land. But most of the ones who died were trial participants with lower realms and talent. Those SSS-level void-breaking realm experts and young supremes are relatively safe. No one dares to provoke them easily. However, this safety is only temporary. The young supremes of the 7 nations have already declared that the day they emerge from seclusion will be the day the supreme of the Great Xia falls. This news reached Blue Star, filling the hearts of the Daxia people with grief and indignation. Who could have imagined that the people of the 7 nations would dare to carry out such unrestrained acts of extermination, even more ruthless than Emochin? Many cities and universities were plunged into sorrow, and the tears shed were more painful than blood. They witnessed with their own eyes their own prodigies being crushed like ants by the people of the 7 nations, even suffering humiliation before their deaths. The officials of Daxia were also furious and approached the United Department demanding an explanation. The United Department's response was, "This action is within the rules, and you can also unite with other countries to retaliate." This news left the people of Daxia in despair. Because the trial participants from the 7 nations are incredibly powerful, almost no country dares to ally with Daxia at this time. It would be tantamount to seeking their own doom. This is too much. They are trying to sever the younger generation of our Great Xia. At this moment, we can only hope the 10 Supremes will unite quickly and stop fighting among themselves. Supreme Yi-Chen is breaking through to the mountain-moving realm. Once he emerges, he will turn the tide. Mo-Chen will definitely deal with these bastards. Unfortunately, his cultivation level is too low, and he can only run for his life when facing a Supreme. The Hanba Forum has exploded. Everyone is worried, fearing that Daxia might suffer a complete defeat this time. If there is truly a generational gap among the younger generation, it would be a devastating blow to Daxia. In the coming decades, it might decline into a small country due to a lack of fresh blood. According to the location provided by Shuizhong Songtan, Mo-Chen met up with them on a plane. After 10 days apart, this guy's aura seems even stronger, likely due to absorbing the spirit wasteland bird egg. Behind Shuizhong Songtan was a young girl with twin ponytails, a sweet smile, wearing loose sportswear, lively and adorable. As soon as Mo-Chen arrived, she waved her hands enthusiastically, as if they were old friends. "Brother Chan, over here, over here." "Who is this?" Mo-Chen asked in surprise. Feeling a bit awkward, Snow and Need introduced, "This is my younger sister, Snowstorm. The little one kept pestering to come after hearing that I teamed up with you." Mo-Chun. The names of this brother and sister are really laughable and pitiful. For a moment, I didn't know how to start, so I awkwardly greeted them. "Brother Chen, I'm your fan. Can we take a photo together?" Shuishang Jiashuang excitedly came closer. "A hater?" Mo-Chen teased. "No way, it's definitely the kind of pure white, frighteningly white." Shuishang Jiashuang gave a sly smile. "How white?" Mo-Chen asked curiously. "White with a hint of red." Shuishang Jiashuang pretended to be coy, twisting her slender waist. "Ahem. There are still people here." Shuizhong Songtan couldn't help but interject. After taking the photo, he hurriedly pulled his younger sister aside and scolded her. Although Mo-Chen didn't hear it, he could roughly guess that they were speaking ill of him. Let's talk about the main issue first. "Brother Mo-Chen, someone has discovered the ruins of a deity. Rumor has it that there is divine blood inside, and trial-goers from thousands of miles around have flocked here. Currently, people from several countries are gathered together, discussing how to explore inside, fearing encountering great terror." Upon hearing this, Mo-Chen instantly became spirited. Divine blood essence, this is a treasure that is hard to find in the world. Just one drop can transform a person completely, even a waste can evolve into supreme-level talent. Moreover, the divine origin energy contained within is a substance that all supremes deeply desire, a chance to become a god. But this thing is both a treasure and a poison. If used improperly, it might cause bleeding from all 7 orifices and instant death upon contact, let alone refining it into the body. Despite this, people are still willing to risk their lives to fight for it, as its value even surpasses god-level martial techniques. "Where is it?" Mo-Chen asked eagerly. 300 miles ahead, follow me." Shuizhong Songtan pointed to the end of the plain. The 3 of them traveled forward and soon arrived at their destination. On this plain, at least 10,000 trial participants were stationed. Gathering so many people was truly rare for the vast green star. More and more people are coming from all directions, unable to resist the temptation of divine blood. Mo-Chen even saw no fewer than 5 supremes from different countries. One of them looked particularly familiar. It was the Poison King, ranked 25th on the Heavenly Talent Combat Power List. More than 20 reporters also arrived and are broadcasting comprehensively. "Let's go, brother Mo-Chen. Let's first head to the Sakura Nations area to gather information," said Shuizhong Songtan. Mo-Chen nodded, put on a brand new mask, and followed behind. Each nation occupies a different area, but the trial participants from Daxia neither came nor dared to come. "Brother Shuizhong, this person who cannot be seen by others is..." The 3 had just approached when a man from Japan came up and asked. "I am Mishua Bingcheng, his cousin." Mo-Chen cupped his hands slightly. These words made Shuizhong Songtan and Shuishang Jiashuang slightly stunned. What kind of bizarre name is that? Why haven't I heard of it? "Oh, so it's brother Mishue. Welcome to the team," Zaya Rizi responded with a cupped fist salute. Emochan scanned the surroundings with a gaze that appreciated prey, noticing that the roughly 1,000 trial participants brought by Zayarizi were mostly in the void traversing to void-breaking realms, posing no threat to him. However, the young girl meditating in the center made him feel a slight sense of threat. Brother, she is currently the only female supreme in Sakura country, Miyu. Shuaishan Jiaxuan walked over to explain. Upon hearing this, Emochan looked at her a few more times and indeed found her somewhat similar to Lin Linzi. Miyu seemed to sense his gaze, slowly opened her eyes, and cast a cold, piercing look. This gaze contained not a trace of emotion, as if it couldn't tolerate even a grain of sand. It's been found out. In 3 days, the divine relic will appear. At this moment, Shuizhong Songtan walked over and said, "Did you find out which deity's relic and essence blood this is?" Emochan asked curiously. "The Great Xia deity, you the Great," Shuizhong Songtan responded excitedly. Hearing this name, a trace of shock flashed in Emochan's eyes. "You the Great. That is a figure well known throughout the Great Xia, with unparalleled achievements. I didn't expect that he had actually been to Green Star." In the days that followed, the plains became bustling with activity, gathering over 20,000 cultivators. Some secluded themselves for intense training, striving to become stronger. Before entering the ruins, some exchanged rare resources with one another, others auctioned newly acquired precious herbs. The atmosphere was lively, with bidding voices rising and falling. "Xuan, what did your brother say to you?" Emochan walked up to the twin-tailed girl and teased. "He said you're a bad guy and told me not to get too close to you, fearing I'd be led astray. He also said he'd regret it for the rest of his life. If I got taken away by you." Snowstorm unceremoniously repeated her brother's words verbatim, her straightforwardness catching people by surprise. "Ha!" Emochan revealed a mischievous smile. "So, what do you think of me? My brother is quite sleazy, but it's Dustbro's kind of defiance against the whole world that I admire the most." Snowstorm's eyes sparkled with admiration as she rested her chin on her hand and spoke. Emochan patted her shoulder. "Young lady, you've got potential. Stick with me in the future." "Sure, I'd love to." Frosty's sister nodded excitedly, her face full of joy. Seeing this scene, Snow in Need, who was standing nearby, immediately turned pale. He regretted it deeply, feeling that bringing his sister here was a big mistake. He was certain that Emochan would definitely steal his sister away. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, wisps of white mist began to rise quietly, seeping from the ground like ghosts. At first, the mist was thin, lightly covering the plains, but it gradually grew thicker and thicker. Visibility was compressed to less than a meter, and the surroundings became a blur, as if one were in the midst of chaos. "You beast, I am your kin, and you dare to lay a hand on me. People of the Ganges kingdom, you are going too far. Kill. These bastards are taking advantage of the situation." Various shouts of killing and cursing intertwined. Emochan marveled secretly, realizing that some people were taking advantage of the fog to commit murder and robbery. It was truly a great opportunity. Just as he was about to follow suit, the fog quickly dissipated. On the plain, apart from the corpses scattered everywhere, there were 8 towering pillars reaching into the clouds, straight into the sky. Between the 8 pillars, 99 floating islands appeared, each about 10 square kilometers in size, resembling celestial wonders from beyond the heavens. "Charge! Seize the divine blood, seize the divine treasures." Everyone could no longer hold back and swarmed toward the ruins of Dayu. "Brother Chen, we should head out too." Snow and Need turned his head. "Huh, where is he?" "He went in long ago." Shuang pointed ahead. "Damn, that's not loyal." Shuizhong Songtan gritted his teeth in anger and rushed forward with his sister. Emochan activated his movement technique and instantly dashed to the front of the crowd. But he didn't rush to the floating island. Instead, he ensured the cultivators ahead were safe before proceeding upward. At this moment, everyone was staring intently at the 99th floating island. On it stood a statue, and in front of the statue, a drop of dark red blood shimmered, emanating a soul-shaking sense of oppression. "Kill! Damn it, running so fast, are you trying to die?" Those at the forefront were attacked by the people in the rear. Emochan removed his mask, took out the heaven-opening axe, and struck down fiercely. Boom! The silver-white axe light shone, and dozens of people instantly turned into blood mist. This ruthless move stunned everyone, and they all turned their heads in unison. "It's that bastard Emochan. Kill him. How dare he show up here? Kill him and take his head to see the young emperor. The reward won't be less than divine blood." In an instant, countless people abandoned climbing the floating island and rushed straight toward Emochan, especially the trial participants from Sakura country and Beautiful country, who were seething with hatred. Multicolored lights intertwined as over 1,000 people simultaneously unleashed martial techniques, vowing to kill Emochan. However, Emochan advanced instead of retreating, charging into the crowd. He tightly gripped the heaven-opening axe and activated the whirlwind skill. Storms gathered around him, blocking all attacks while tearing apart the enemies charging forward. Blood mist filled the air, shocking everyone. The nearly 1,000 people who were shouting just now were instantly reduced to less than 300, effortlessly slaughtered by Emochan like mowing grass. Holy cow, is this guy here to kill or to seize treasure? Snow in the nick of time was stunned in the back. Adding insult to injury, he looked at Emo-chen excitedly and shouted, "Brother Chen, so handsome." "Handsome, my foot. Are you love-struck?" Snow in the nick of time glared at her fiercely. The scene instantly fell into silence. Emo-chen gasped heavily, greatly exhausted, and quickly took out a few bottles of energy potions to swallow. "Awesome," he shouted, his inner exhilaration beyond words. "Clown, your end has come." On the other side, the Poison King of Monkey Nation charged at full speed, his momentum unstoppable. Four figures surrounded from different directions, all of them young supreme beings. Over 20 reporters also pointed their cameras at him, making Emo-chen the focus of the entire scene. Knowing he couldn't win, Emo-chen immediately used his movement technique and rushed toward the highest island. With his rapid ascent, no one could catch up to him, not even supreme beings of the unparalleled realm. Everyone could only watch helplessly as Emo-chen continued to climb, approaching the summit. Damn it! That guy's speed is like he's cheating. No wonder he's so arrogant. If I had that kind of speed, I'd be arrogant too. Everyone gnashed their teeth, wishing they could tear Emo-chen to pieces. But they didn't give up. Instead, they sped up to follow him, preparing to kill him at the finish line. 10 minutes later, Emo-chen finally ascended the 99th floating island. He quickly walked to the 100 Zhang statue of Diyu, but instead of immediately retrieving the essence blood suspended in midair, he sincerely looked at the statue and knelt down to kowtow 3 times. "Greetings, ancestor. I, a descendant of the great Xia, have come to pay my respects. Please just give a little acknowledgement." Immediately, an astonishing scene unfolded. The statue of Diyu slowly opened its eyes, seemingly coming to life, leaving everyone deeply shaken. From those weathered eyes, 2 rays of light shot out, enveloping Emo-chen. Emo-chen felt an invisible force restraining him, limiting both his actions and thoughts. Scenes flashed rapidly through his mind, all memories from his childhood to adulthood. Seeing this, Emo-chen breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the ancestors of Diyu were examining his memories to confirm his identity. When his memories flipped to the end, scenes emerged again, but this time the protagonist was his father. No way, a thorough investigation of 3 generations of ancestors? Ancestors, I'm not taking the civil service exam, don't mess with me. However, his memories of his father became blurry when he was 2 years old. The beam of light still shone, seemingly probing something. Emo-chen did not rush and waited quietly. Several young supremes also arrived, but they stood at a distance, hesitating and not daring to approach. As time passed, more and more people gathered on the 99th floating island. With more people, naturally, there were those who dared to take risks. 7 or 8 young people couldn't suppress the restlessness in their hearts and dashed toward the drop of dark red blood. However, as soon as they touched the divine blood, their palms were burned into ashes by a ball of flame, scattering with the wind. Damn! Good thing I didn't act impulsively. Everyone gasped in shock, their eyes filled with terror. Next, another person mustered the courage to step forward, but instead of trying to touch it, he imitated Emo-chen by kneeling before the statue and kowtowing 3 times. In the next moment, a beam of light descended straight down, enveloping him. In an instant, he was flung away, covered in blood, his life or death uncertain. At this moment, no one dared to act recklessly anymore. Everyone's gaze focused on Emo-chen, their jealousy evident. What the hell is this? This damn thing is meant for the people of Daxia. Why are we even bothering? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. What a waste of emotions. Everyone complained, their tone full of unwillingness and regret. A peerless treasure is right in front of us, yet we can only watch from afar. Even so, no one is willing to leave and continues to wait quietly in the back. Everyone knows that Emo-chen might be able to obtain the divine essence blood, but it is absolutely impossible to take it away easily. It will inevitably trigger a struggle. Especially those few supremes, their bodies exuding killing intent, staring at Emo-chen with eyes like flames. It seems that as soon as Emo-chen obtains the divine essence blood, they will immediately launch an attack. Not only were the people on site filled with jealousy toward Emo-chen, but the people on Blue Star were also indignant, feeling that the old master was being too unfair. People from other countries had nothing to say, as the divine essence was prepared by Diyu for the trial takers of Daxia, and only they could obtain it. However, a small number of Daxia people felt jealous. Why Emo-chen? He doesn't deserve to be a Daxia citizen at all. This guy is really lucky, how could he obtain the divine blood essence? Ancestor Diyu, please examine carefully. What virtue or ability does Emo-chen have? Exactly, not even worth throwing away. This guy is just lucky, he's the only one from Daxia. Where there is criticism, there is naturally applause. Many voices and posts are cheering for Emo-chen. In the face of hatred between nations, most people hope Emo-chen can rise quickly and strike back at the 7 nations. Only by attracting the attention of the 7 nations can Emo-chen give the other trial participants of Daxia a chance to survive. Haicheng University. The students were unusually excited, as if they saw a bright future. Emo-chen is their only hope, only he can lead the trial participants of Haicheng back safely. If this brat can refine and absorb the essence blood of Diyu, he will surely be able to compete with ordinary supremes very soon. Lin Mubian sighed, her expression unable to hide her excitement. Cheng Guiyuan, who was beside her, sighed and frowned. I'm just afraid he won't be able to take it away. There are 20,000 pairs of eyes watching. In front of the statue of you the Great. The beam of light slowly faded away. Emochan slightly opened his palm, and the drop of blood seemed to sense the summoning, gently flying toward his palm. After collecting you the Great's essence blood, Emochan turned to the crowd behind him and asked in surprise, "You're still not leaving? Are you planning to line up and bow to my ancestor?" Rage level 2 million plus. This sentence made everyone present quite angry. "Grandson, do you think you can walk out of here alive? Divine blood is precious, but it's not something you can take away. Do you think you're powerful? In front of the Supreme, you're nothing but an ant. If you're brave, don't run." Everyone spoke up, their killing intent fully revealed. Although they are not confident in taking down Emochan, their sheer numbers force even a Supreme to yield somewhat. Moreover, several Supremes are present, especially the Poison King ranked 25th. "Clown, hand over the divine blood essence to me. I, the Poison King, can guarantee your safe departure. No one will dare harm you." The supreme being of the Monkey Kingdom spoke coldly, arrogant and indifferent, as if this drop of divine blood was already in his possession. "I only want Emochan's head, the rest is yours," a supreme being from the beautiful country echoed. It wasn't that he didn't want the divine blood, but the Poison King's ranking was higher, making it impossible to compete with him. It might be better to take a step back, claim Emochan's head, and seek rewards from Nora and the young emperor. Emochan touched his nose, a peculiar smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, as if he were watching a group of clowns. Everyone frowned, unsure of what exactly he was planning. "Have you finished saying your last words? While the reporters are here, hurry up and say a few more things. Your last words can be sent back to Blue Star, saving you the trouble of writing a will." Emochan finally spoke, smiling as he addressed everyone. "Anger value 3 million plus. Brother Chen is so handsome, facing an army without fear." Shuishang Jiaxuan gave a sweet smile, revealing 2 small dimples, her tone full of admiration. "If you keep this up, just get out of here." Shui Zhongsong Tan was furious. The crowd's murderous intent surged wildly. They didn't expect Emochan to be so arrogant even at the brink of life and death. "Attack together, kill him," someone shouted. "Kill." In an instant, countless voices filled with murderous intent rang out, yet no one dared to step forward. Everyone was waiting for the Supreme to make a move. They are just building momentum, trying to fish in troubled waters at the end. Die. Finally, someone couldn't hold back and made a move. William, the supreme figure of the beautiful country and ranked 328th on the Heavenly Pride list, struck a palm at Emochan. The people around quickly stepped aside, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Emochan sneered disdainfully, raised his hand to point in the direction of the beautiful country, and shouted, "Ancestors, please help me slay the enemy." In an instant, under everyone's incredulous gaze, the statue of you the Great actually moved. It mimicked Emochan's gesture, pointing in the direction of the beautiful country. In a flash, a brilliant beam of light shot out from the statue's fingertip, enveloping over 2,000 people in the beautiful country. Boom! The light dissipated, and everyone barely opened their eyes. The once crowded area of the beautiful country has now become a vacuum zone. The team of over 2,000 prodigies vanished without a sound, turning into nothingness, leaving not even ashes behind. Even the Supreme William has completely disappeared from the world. The entire place fell into a deathly silence. A gentle breeze blew, and a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stared blankly at the vacuum-like area, their minds completely blank. Just moments ago, the over 2,000 people who had been so aggressive had vanished without a trace. "Damn it!" A startled exclamation broke the silence. "I'm also from Daxia, I really should have run faster." Someone was so envious that they were almost drooling. The scene was just too impressive. So violent. Shuishang Jiaxuan covered her mouth, her beautiful peach blossom eyes full of shock. "Run quickly!" The crowd began to panic. "This guy is totally cheating." Amidst the panicked shouts, everyone frantically rushed toward the edge of the floating island. "Die!" Emochan said coldly, pointing in the direction of Sakura country. In an instant, that blinding beam of light burst forth once again. Thousands of prodigies from the Sakura nation seemed to be wiped away by an invisible hand, disappearing forever between heaven and earth. But one person survived, and it was their only female supreme, Miyu. Although Emochan was ruthless, he was also trustworthy. He had promised Lin Lindsay to spare her life, but only this once. If she dared to show hostility toward him again, she would bear the consequences. "Now it's your turn." Emochan's gaze was sharp as he pointed toward the Monkey Nation. Boom! As the light dissipated, the 1,000 people of the Monkey Nation also turned to dust. However, the Poison King was clever. At the very moment when 2,000 people from the beautiful nation perished, he fled in the opposite direction, avoiding retreating with the people of the Monkey Nation. "And you all." Emochan pointed to the Sun Never Sets Nation. Another beam of light was emitted. Nearly 2,000 people from the Sun Never Sets Nation fled to the 98th island, all melting into nothingness. "You can't escape either." Emochan pointed again in the direction of the fleeing Ganges nation. Boom! 3,000 people from the Ganges nation, in despair, showed fear on their faces and left this world with unwillingness and regret. So far, nearly 10,000 people have died at Emochan's hands. This treasure hunt in the divine relics has already turned into his slaughterhouse. The army of 20,000 was instantly reduced by more than half. The remaining people desperately fled downward, their legs trembling, wishing they could grow a fourth leg. The light on the statue of Dayu gradually faded, and Imochen knew that the power within the statue had been exhausted. While undergoing the investigation of the ancestor Dayu, he sensed that terrifying power. Combining it with previous phenomena, Imochen deduced that the power was left by the ancestor Dayu to protect the inheritor and prevent his essence blood from attracting competition. Therefore, he faced the crowd without fear, and the outcome was as he expected. The cat is catching mice. Imochen took out the heaven-opening axe, used extreme speed, and chased after the fleeing crowd. Passing by a reporter, Imochen smiled and leaned into the camera. Weren't you going to purge the people of Daxia? Now take a look, who's purging whom? Ha 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 ha. His voice echoed deliberately for other countries on Blue Star to hear. Rage points plus 3 billion. Rage points plus 5 billion. Rage value plus 18 billion. Imochen wielded the heaven-opening axe, shuttling across the floating island like a phantom. His eyes flickered with cold killing intent, devoid of mercy. None of you should think about escaping, he said in a low voice, his tone carrying a chilling determination. He was incredibly fast, and in no time, he caught up with some of the people. Those people, seeing Imochen chasing after them, had despair written all over their faces. Please, spare us. Someone pleaded. But Imochen showed no mercy. With a swing of the heaven-opening axe, dozens more fell into pools of blood. In this chase and slaughter, the floating island seemed to turn into a living hell. Blood stained the land, and screams echoed in the air. The trial participants gradually became smarter, no longer fleeing in groups but scattering in all directions. Imochen put away the energy-consuming heaven-opening axe and switched to fighting with his fists, killing one by one. The distance from the 99th floating island to the first one is not far, but those present would need a lifetime to traverse it. Every time they ran a certain distance, they had to look back to see if Imochen was chasing them, their hearts in their throats. Imochen, you will die a horrible death. Ah! I curse you to have a son without a butt. You won't live for many days. The supreme of our nation will tear you to pieces. Everyone in Daxia deserves to die. Those who were caught up, knowing there was no escape, uttered harsh words before their death. But Imochen only sneered and mercilessly pierced their bodies with his golden fist. By the time Imochen reached the first island, his clothes were stained with blood, and his neck, face, and arms were covered in blood as well, resembling a devil crawling out of hell, instilling fear in others. This pursuit claimed the lives of nearly 2,000 more people, mostly from the small nations that followed the Seven Kingdoms. Combined with those killed by the statue earlier, the total has reached 12,000. The others had already fled far away, beyond pursuit. However, Imochen didn't care. He was tired of killing today and saw no need to chase them relentlessly. On Blue Star, people from other countries were trembling with anger. These prodigies were carefully selected pillars of talent, future successors, yet they fell under Imochen's hand, which was unacceptable to them. Especially in the beautiful country, not only did 2,000 people die, but even one of their few supremes perished. Daxia, you must give an explanation, or prepare for war. Cede territory or pay reparations, this is your only way to compensate. If you don't want war, then honestly provide an explanation. Daxia, your actions this time are too excessive. If you don't provide an answer promptly, the consequences will be beyond what you can bear. The officials of the Seven Nations have stepped forward, issuing stern statements demanding Daxia to respond. The Yenjing authorities immediately replied, didn't the United Department say this is within the rules? We are merely retaliating justly. You initiated the clearing operation first, and Imochen can't retaliate? Isn't that too much of a tyrannical clause? Also, if you want to fight, then fight. There's no need for sophistry. Let me tell you something else, our unparalleled king is still alive. You can come to the borderlands and give it a try. The title of unparalleled king instantly silenced the people of the Seven Nations. Over the years, they have been like hibernating beasts, with undercurrents surging in their hearts, but they dared not act rashly due to the deterrence of the unparalleled king. Fine, we'll see. After this trial is over, let's see how many of your Daxia trial participants are left, said the official from the beautiful country coldly. The representative from Sakura country immediately echoed, out of 800,000 Daxia trial participants, if 8 remain, it would be a blessing from heaven. The great Xia officials remained silent. Since the Seven Nations launched their purging operations, they have been locked in a life-and-death confrontation with the Seven Nations, and no amount of words would make a difference. At this moment, they could only pray that the trial participants on Green Star would quickly unite and increase their survival rate. Meanwhile, they silently hoped that a few more strong individuals like Imochen would emerge to avenge the grievances of the great Xia people. At this time, more and more people began to cheer for Imochen. Even some former detractors have changed their stance and started posting praises for Imochen. Just a few days ago, everyone was grieving deeply, witnessing tens of thousands of great Xia trial participants brutally killed by the claws of foreign nations, their despairing eyes piercing the heart. But today, Imochen's heroic feat has allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief, single-handedly killing 12,000 enemy troops, a deed worthy of being recorded in history. I've always said that emotion is the #1 prodigy of great Xia, but you didn't believe me, said a post. Emotion split the heavens and created the world. The axe in his hand is the best proof, another voice exclaimed passionately. Stop talking, emotion is mighty. The internet is flooded with posts praising Emochen. However, there are still some people who continue to criticize him, accusing him of indiscriminate killing, and even blaming the Seven Nations cleanup operations on him. At this moment, someone dared to speak sarcastically, instantly igniting everyone's anger. The nicknames of these people look very familiar. They are the same group who had been insulting Emochen before. Hackers from Haichang started to take action, and it didn't take long for them to find out that all these IDs originated from the same place, Yanjing. In the end, everyone concluded, this is a group of paid trolls. The kind of disgusting trolls who would sell out their own mothers for money, stirring up trouble and distorting facts on the internet. Everyone couldn't help but speculate that Emochen must have offended some major power in Yanjing. On the plains, Emochen was browsing the global forum. The screen was filled with posts about him. Almost everyone was condemning him, shouting for the Supreme to step forward and execute him. The impact of this event was extremely widespread. He alone slaughtered 12,000 prodigies, practically causing an uproar on Green Star. Supremes from various countries stepped forward, vowing to make Emochen pay a blood price. Emochen completely disdained this. He looked at the Heavenly Talent Combat Power Rankings, and his own ranking had soared to 15,000th place. Clearly, in this global trial, there were over 15,000 unparalleled realm experts. Xiaodian, check the treasure chest progress, he said casually. Emerald treasure chest, 380 billion/2 trillion. Emochen nodded in satisfaction. This global livestream slaughter event had at least earned him 300 billion rage points, with remarkable results. As long as he continued like this, he would definitely be able to open the emerald treasure chest before the global trial ended. Finally, I've caught you, hee. A sharp voice suddenly rang out, and the figure of the Poison King appeared 500 meters in front of Emochen. Without the power of the divine statue, you're nothing more than fish on a chopping board. Another voice came from behind, blocking his retreat. Hand over the divine essence blood, and we can let you die quickly. A third Supreme appeared on his left side. Then, a fourth Supreme also stood on his right side. The four formed a tight encirclement, trapping Emochen completely. The trial participants who had fled earlier all came running back, eager to witness this spectacle. Reporters from all directions swarmed in, capturing every exciting moment. Emochen, do you think you can escape? One person sneered. You ruthless dog who kills the innocent, today is the day you die, another person said mercilessly. The four supreme beings are all taking action, which is enough to show they take you seriously. The crowd sneered, convinced that Emochen was doomed. On Blue Star, people from many countries were laughing, happy to see this scene. The people of Xia, however, were anxious, silently thinking, after Emochen obtained the divine blood essence, he should quickly find a place to hide and refine it. Why is he still wandering around on this plane? Is he waiting for the enemy to come to him? Brother, aren't you going to help Brother Chen? He's your ally. Shui Shan Jiashuan called out anxiously. This remark chilled Shui Zhong Song Tan's heart. This sister is really unreliable. The opponents are four supremes, and the leader is the Poison King, ranked 25th. If I go, it would be tantamount to courting death. He awkwardly smiled and comforted, don't worry, this kid is cunning, he'll definitely be fine. Emochen calmly scanned the surroundings. Seeing that the four were not in a hurry to act, he leisurely took out the divine blood essence and asked meaningfully, there is only one drop of blood, but there are four of you. Who should I give it to? These words caused the four supremes to fall into a brief silence. On the surface, they were allies of the Seven Nations, but in reality, they were wary of each other, unwilling to let anyone else obtain the divine blood essence. No need for you to worry. We will naturally handle the distribution, the Poison King said coldly. Stop wasting words with him. Kill him first and talk later. Another Supreme had lost patience and was ready to strike. Wait. Emochen made a pause gesture. Do you believe that I would immediately consume the blood essence? Even if it means dying on the spot, I won't let you succeed. This sentence made that person's movements stop. However, the other person immediately spoke, you scoundrel, stop playing tricks. Today is destined to be the day you die. We were just considering how to kill you. Emochen smiled faintly, actually, I have a fair proposal. How about this, we adopt a 1v1 approach. Whoever defeats me can obtain the vital essence, and I will willingly let them handle me. How does that sound? As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately erupted into chaos. Ha 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 ha, Emochen, you're quite amusing. Do you really think you can compete in arm wrestling with a Supreme? Even if you have SR level talent, with incredible speed and weapons, it's impossible to challenge a Supreme of the unmatched realm. The four Supremes exchanged smiles, and the atmosphere instantly became lively. The Supreme of the Sun Never Sets Kingdom spoke first, I'm ranked 402, which makes me slightly weaker. Come on, how about starting with me? The other three naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity and began recommending themselves one after another. Come on, 1v1, I'll only use 70% of my strength. I'll only use 60% of my strength. If you lose, I promise to give you a quick end and won't let others torment you. I swear in the name of the Poison King, I'll only use 30% of my strength and will let you go, as long as you give me the divine blood. Emochan stroked his chin, pretending to think for a moment, and finally pointed at the Poison King. Alright, I'll go 1v1 with you. The Poison King laughed heartily. Although the other three were dissatisfied, they could only step aside and prepare to watch the show. How could Junior Emochan be so foolish? Does he really think the Poison King will let him go? This is obviously a lie, a concerned student said on the Haicheng University sports field. Don't worry, Junior Emochan must have his own plan. He won't suffer a loss, another student reassured. The Poison King approached step by step, a meaningful smile on his lips. Come on, out of respect for you, I'll let you make the first move. I respect you so much. Emochan nodded. As soon as the words fell, two phantom hands appeared in the void, their tightly clenched fingers as sharp as knife tips. Immortal technique, Millennium Kill. Emochan shouted angrily, and the shadow of his palm shot towards the Poison King like an arrow. Everyone was stunned, looking at each other in confusion. 1,000-year kill? What the heck is that? The Poison King's confidence instantly collapsed, and a sense of unease surged in his heart. What is this? But he had no time to think further. His spiritual power surged, attempting to fend off this sudden attack. However, how could he possibly withstand the power of the 1,000-year kill? All defenses crumbled like paper before these hands. The Poison King panicked, desperately fleeing while striking out with a palm. The immense force transformed into a poisonous mist, instantly withering the surrounding flowers, grass, and trees into dry straw, and the ground was shattered into a 10-jung-deep pit. Yet those hands were completely unaffected, instantly appearing behind the Poison King and striking directly at his buttocks. Ah! Ah! Two shrill and tragic screams rang out. At this moment, whether at the scene or in the livestream, everyone felt a sense of suffocation. The level of this kid's shamelessness is skyrocketing. Snow in the charcoal sweats profusely, utterly shocked. The surrounding trial participants and reporters were also dumbfounded, hardly able to believe the scene before their eyes. What would I do if I got hit by this move? No matter what they think, they cannot truly understand this feeling of humiliation. Ah! The Poison King is still screaming in agony, with the phantom of the hand relentlessly pursuing. No matter what means the Poison King employs, those hands follow him like shadows, fearless and unwavering. Put! A thunderous fart sounded, and the palm's shadow slowly disappeared. Ah! I will kill you. You little bastard, I will tear you to pieces. The Poison King's face turned pale, clutching his buttocks, as anger and humiliation erupted at this moment. Huh, where's that kid Emochan? He was just here, how did he suddenly disappear? The crowd searched everywhere but couldn't find any trace of Emochan. Just now, they were all shocked by the Poison King's miserable state, not expecting that this kid had slipped away amidst the chaos. King, are you alright? A newly arrived Monkey Kingdom trialist asked nervously. Two streams of tears slid down the Poison King's face, filled with unspeakable grievance and humiliation. First, get me a pair of pants. The Poison King choked out. His subordinate couldn't help but sneak a glance and noticed a large tear in the Poison King's pants, making him look utterly ridiculous. The urge to laugh surged instantly, but he dared not, fearing he might anger the Poison King. The people around watched the Poison King from afar. No one dared to approach, and no one dared to laugh, their faces turning red from holding back. The Poison King endured the humiliation and changed his pants, his eyes burning with raging fury. Starting today, anyone who provides me with clues about Emochan will become my lifelong ally. If anyone can personally capture Emochan and bring him to me, the Monkey Kingdom will mobilize the entire nation's resources to protect his path, granting him access to all resources. These 3 sentences are the bounty order issued by the Poison King against Emochan. Extremely tempting, but everyone knows that Emochan is not easy to catch. At this moment, Emochan, who had already escaped the scene, was swiftly traversing through the mountains and forests. He needed to quickly find a place to refine the divine blood essence to enhance his strength for the upcoming 100 Nations battle. Brother Chen! Wait! A cry of timely assistance suddenly came from behind. Emochan was stunned, thinking to himself, this kid is indeed not simple, he actually managed to find me. Brother Tan Tan, this is. Brother Chen, you can't just leave like this. Shui Zhongsong Tan panted heavily, placing a hand on his shoulder. I worked so hard to gather intelligence and got nothing. But you, with incredible luck, managed to obtain the ancestral blood essence of Dayu just like that. Hearing this, Emochan scratched his head awkwardly, understanding in his heart that obtaining this treasure was indeed a timely help. Don't worry, Carbon brother, you won't miss out on the benefits. I'm not that kind of person. Timely help rolled his eyes. If I hadn't caught up, you brat would have run off long ago. And you say you're not that kind of person? Who would believe that? Brother, you ran too fast. Adding insult to injury also caught up, her twin ponytails swaying back and forth. Emochan was stunned once again. These siblings were truly extraordinary. Are you dividing the spoils? I want in too. Shui Shang Jiashuang smiled sweetly and came over. Emochan took out a spatial ring filled with loot from his storage ring, his face full of confidence, as if showcasing his abundant wealth. Come on, brother Tan Tan, no need to be polite with your brother. He grabbed a pile of treasures and generously stuffed them into the other's hands, as if saying, see how magnanimous I am. Snow in the charcoal delivery slightly twitched the corner of his mouth. That's it? The atmosphere instantly became subtle. Emochan spread his hands and showed a troubled expression. Brother Tan Tan, there's really no more. Snow in the charcoal delivery let out a strange laugh, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Give me that axe to study. Emochan's lips slightly curved upward, thinking to himself, I didn't expect you to be waiting for me here. However, without hesitation, he casually handed over the axe. It's yours. Snow in charcoal was stunned, a wave of surprise surged in his heart. He was joking, but he didn't expect Emochan to be so straightforward, which instantly made him alert. Could this axe be poisoned? Do you still want it or not? If not, I'll take it back, Emochan urged, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. Brother, how can you take Brother Chen's axe? That's too greedy. Snow on Frost protested on the side. Snow in charcoal frowned, repeatedly examining the axe, his curiosity unbearable, and finally reached out to take it. However, as soon as he touched the axe, an unimaginable heaviness struck him, as if a mountain was crushing him. Bang! With a loud crash, Shui Zhongsong fell heavily, creating a large pit. His face was full of shock as he stared at the axe, utterly bewildered. What the heck is this? The weight of this axe must be at least 1,000,000 Jin. What kind of physique do you have to be able to wield it? Shui Zhongsong struggled to get up, his eyes filled with astonishment. Emochan smiled faintly. Brother Tan Tan, you can't blame me for this. Even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to use it. You should just take a consolation prize. Next time I have something good, I'll save it for you. With that, he took out another spatial ring and stuffed it into the other's hand. Snow and Charcoal accepted it without hesitation and then asked in surprise, what exactly is your axe made of? Emochan replied casually, even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Then, he took out 2 spatial rings and gently handed them to Shui Shangjia Shuang, saying, Shuang, this is the reward from your brother, to keep things fair. Shui Shangjia Shuang's eyes lit up, her face blossomed with a radiant smile, revealing 2 adorable dimples. She excitedly rushed to Emochan's side and said coquettishly, thank you, Brother Chen, you're so wonderful. Nearby, Shui Zhongsong face darkened as he watched. He hadn't expected such trivial items to win over his sister so easily. How gullible she was. At this moment, Emochan's expression turned serious. I plan to go into seclusion for a while to improve my strength. I want to be with Brother Chen. I want to be your little follower. Snow on Frost's eyes sparkled with anticipation. You're dreaming. Snow and Charcoal immediately rejected, his face serious. Don't mess around. If you keep this up, I won't take you with me next time. Snow on Frost playfully stuck out her tongue and made a funny face at her brother, as if saying, I won't listen to you. In the end, Snow and Charcoal still forcibly took his sister away. Emochan found a hidden cave to prepare for secluded cultivation. Ding! Ding what? What's the good news? Congratulations to the host for achieving the milestone, making everyone in the world contribute anger towards you. Emochan? Unexpectedly, without realizing it, he had already been disliked by everyone on Blue Star. What a tragic loss of a great talent. Your celestial skill I'm outta here has been upgraded. Now upgraded to the super celestial skill, catch me if you can. Your speed has been enhanced once again, go wild and have fun. Emochan widened his eyes, secretly marveling in his heart, this move is way too bold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the prank mode. Explanation, you can draw a prank method once a month, specify the target group, with no range limitations. Would you like to draw now? Draw Emochan responded eagerly, wanting to see what it was. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Be a Dad mode. After use, it allows the host to make a selected group of people call you dad once, and only once. What's the use? It has no attack power at all, except for giving me a moment of pleasure. This mode is just a prank mode, earning large amounts of rage points by disgusting others. Is there something even more thrilling? Yes, there is. Being a dad in prank mode can only be considered lower class. If the host can draw the upper class one, it will be even more enjoyable. What is it? Tell me quickly. Emochan's eyes lit up, and he eagerly pressed for an answer. Cannot be disclosed. But you can give the host some keyword hints. Woman. Damn. Emochan's eyes widened greatly, and various scenes flashed through his mind, even causing the corners of his mouth to uncontrollably curl up. Forget it, improving strength is the true path, he thought to himself, pulling back from his fantasies and taking out the drop of divine blood. He sat cross-legged, his expression solemn, fully aware of the power and danger of divine blood essence, and knew it must be refined with extreme caution. To refine that violent and chaotic energy, thunder is the best choice. Emochan suspended the drop of blood in midair and began to perform Heavenly Thunder Strike. In an instant, the sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder roared, and lightning danced like silver snakes, as if responding to the astonishing act Emochan was about to undertake. The earth around the cave was also intimidated by this powerful heavenly might, with currents running wildly and emitting sizzling sounds. Emochan took a deep breath, his hands dancing as he guided the power of heavenly thunder from the sky to converge. As the thunder and lightning continued to strike, the divine blood emitted a dark red glow, seemingly resisting this immense power. However, Emochin did not back down, firmly controlling the intensity and direction of the heavenly thunder, refining the divine blood bit by bit. During the time he was in seclusion, the global forum was in an uproar, with heated discussions about Emochen's crimes. The young supremes had once vowed to kill him, but after witnessing the tragic experience of the Poison King, they all fell silent, no longer daring to make bold proclamations. An anonymous poster from the Monkey Nation's trial takers claimed that after the Poison King returned, he was speechless and cried for several days in a row. His cries echoed for dozens of miles around, sending chills down people's spines. Everyone was dumbfounded, feeling both sympathy for the Poison King and a growing fear of Emochen. That 1,000-year kill move was truly vicious. Fortunately, the Poison King is a man with thick skin. If it had been a woman, she might have broken down and committed suicide. This wave of fervor didn't last long, as another piece of news sparked even more intense discussion. The young emperor has emerged from seclusion. The young emperor has seized fortune and successfully advanced to the mountain-moving realm, vowing to unify the world. People from Sakura country are flocking to the forums to rally support for the young emperor, recruit allies, and prepare to sweep everything in the 100 Nations battle a month from now. The young emperor said it's time to take the initiative and purge the trial participants from Great Xia. This news has sparked fervent discussions among trial participants from various countries. The days of Great Xia's trial participants are numbered. None of their supremes will escape, they all must die. We, the people of the Sun Never Sets country, have mobilized fully, responding to the young emperor's call, and started a comprehensive search for every Great Xia trial participant. The people from the beautiful country have also taken action. It's said that Nora gave the order to kill all Great Xia trial participants before the 100 Nations battle. Ha ha ha. Well done. By then, Great Xia's strongholds will become unclaimed territory. These posts and comments were seen by the hidden trial participants of Daxia, each feeling as if their hearts had turned to ashes, their eyes full of despair. They longed for the trial to end quickly but regretted participating in this global trial. They initially thought it would be 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, but it turned out to be a massacre trap targeting Daxia. There had been rumors before, but the people of Daxia thought it was mere intimidation. Who would have thought reality would be so cruel? They wanted to unite, but no trial participant dared to venture out easily, only blaming themselves for not hiding deep enough. In the cave, after 3 days and nights of thunderous refinement, that drop of divine blood was no longer dark red but had become crystal clear, exuding a hint of golden light. The transformation happens today. A trace of excitement flashed in Emochen's eyes as he suddenly swallowed the blood. Instantly, a vast and mysterious power exploded within his body, as if his body had become an endless vortex, greedily devouring this immense force. He could clearly feel every cell cheering, like parched land welcoming a refreshing rain. An indescribable and wondrous sensation spread throughout his body, and at this moment, the level of his life underwent a qualitative leap. Golden light shimmered all around him, like the rising morning sun, dazzling and brilliant. The entire cave was illuminated in resplendent gold. The golden light contained boundless vitality and power, as if he had become the focal point of the world, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. At the same time, the ancient desolate sacred body was undergoing astonishing changes. The once powerful physique now seemed to be reforged, with the skin shimmering with a metallic luster, incredibly resilient. Mysterious runes flowed between the muscle textures, enhancing both strength and defense. He could feel his power multiplying, and the toughness of his body had reached an unprecedented level. Every gesture and movement carried the power to split mountains and shatter stones. He even felt that he could now easily withstand lethal attacks, as if he possessed an immortal body. Emochin closed his eyes, immersing himself in this wondrous transformation, carefully sensing every subtle change. The divine blood essence brought not only an increase in strength but also a metamorphosis of life itself. Once the energy stabilized, Emochin began channeling this divine energy to break through his realm. Break! In just half an hour, he broke through the peak of the Wind Mastery realm and officially became a void-breaking realm expert. And this only used 1/3 of the divine energy. Then, he used another third to advance to the 4th stage of the void-breaking realm. He chose not to continue breaking through, fearing that advancing too quickly might cause backlash. Instead, he used the remaining energy to solidify his physical body and realm. After everything was completed, Emochin slowly stood up, gazed at the outside world, clenched his fists, and felt the power capable of destroying everything. It's time to go out and meet the world. A glint of golden light flashed in Emochin's eyes, and a sly, devilish smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With that, he suddenly stomped, and the immense power instantly caused the cave to collapse, with rocks scattering in all directions. As he shot into the sky like lightning, he began flying at low altitude. The so-called void breaking signifies true flight. While skillfully controlling the super-immortal technique Catch Me If You Can, he browsed the global forum to learn about the latest happenings in the outside world. His speed was so extreme that he seemed like a streak of light cutting across the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Even top-tier mountain-moving realm experts could only look on in awe, unable to catch up, marveling at his prowess. As the 100 Nations battle approached, national cities were opened on Green Star for the trial participants to settle in. National cities are cities built by each country on Green Star, intended to provide trial participants with supply points and gathering places during the struggle for strongholds. After learning this information, Mo Chen sprinted all the way toward the city of Great Xia. After flying for an entire day, he finally saw this vast and magnificent city. With an ancient style and charm, its towering walls coiled like a giant dragon, guarding everything within. The buildings inside were all in classical style, exuding a sense of antiquity and ancient atmosphere. Before even approaching, Mo Chen heard the noise coming from inside. Clearly, the place was bustling with activity and excitement. He put on a mask, landed on the ground, and slowly walked toward the city gate. A restriction was set above the city, preventing direct entry by flight. This was designed to protect the trial participants from being ambushed. Halt! Come over here for inspection. When Mo Chen was still some distance away from the city gate, he was stopped by several men in black, which instantly ignited his anger. In the grand city of the Great Xia, since when did it become your turn to guard the gate? What are you investigating? Mo Chen approached step by step, his voice resounding, his gaze sharp like a knife, exuding an aura of authority. Checking temporary residence permits, a black-clad youth snorted coldly, his expression grim. He reached out, intending to search Mo Chen's body. Get lost. Don't infect me with AIDS. Mo Chen rebuked unceremoniously. Isn't this the Great Xia? Since when do we need a temporary residence permit? The black-clothed youth's expression changed after being rebuked. He gripped his weapon tightly and quietly circled behind Mo Chen. Mo Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, his mind already made up, dismissing the ant-like movements with disdain. This area is now under the jurisdiction of the Seven Nations Alliance. You must have a temporary residence permit issued by the Seven Nations to enter, otherwise, you will have to pay a lodging fee, another black-clad youth explained unhappily. Oh, I see. So even people from the Great Xia need a temporary residence permit? Mo Chen's voice carried a hint of mockery. The four black-clad youths instantly became alert, their gazes as sharp as blades. Are you a trial participant from the Great Xia? One of them shouted angrily. A sense of unease welled up in their hearts. Logically, under the purges of various nations, the trial participants from Daxia shouldn't easily show themselves, let alone in a place like this. Anyone daring to be so flamboyant must be an extraordinary individual. That's right, Grandpa is exactly that. Mo Chen removed his mask, revealing a handsome yet devilishly charming smile. He originally wanted to discreetly gather intelligence, but now it seems impossible. Fuck! It's Mo Chen, run! Go find the young emperor to deal with him. The four black-clad youths didn't hesitate and turned to flee in different directions. Mo Chen made a swift move and instantly disappeared from where he stood. When he returned, he had 4 heads in his hand. Pa! Mo Chen spat disdainfully, casually tossed the heads onto the ground, and leisurely walked toward the city. After he finished the small slaughter, on the Grand Xia Honghua forum, a female character ID immediately posted to condemn Mo Chen's actions. A black dragon is still a dragon. Why did Mo Chen recklessly kill the descendant of a dragon? The boy in black is the most polite. Mo Chen is too excessive. My boyfriend is gone, Mo Chen, you won't die a good death. Damn Mo Chen, give me back my son-in-law. My son-in-law is a foreign student. Anger level, 50,000 plus. Mo Chen strode into the city of Daxia, sunlight shining on him, outlining his tall and upright figure. However, his appearance was like a storm, sweeping through the entire street. The trial-goers on both sides of the street were originally focused on their own affairs, whether chatting, trading, or cultivating. But when their gaze fell on Mo Chen, their expressions instantly changed drastically. Run quickly, Mo Chen is here. No one knows who shouted first, but that cry was like a fuse, instantly igniting the flames of panic. People dropped what they were holding and desperately fled in all directions. Some trial participants collided in panic, ignoring the pain as they quickly got up and continued running. Some stall owners didn't even have time to pack up their stalls, bolting away as the items on their stalls scattered everywhere. Quickly go east and summon the young emperor. Quickly go west and invite Nora. Shouts and footsteps intertwined, and the entire city instantly fell into chaos. The once bustling street instantly became deserted, leaving only flying dust and scattered belongings. Mo Chen stood in the middle of the street, stunned. When did I become a plague? However, he no longer cared about these things. The next second, Mo Chen flew into the air, his aura surging around him. His hands quickly formed seals as he chanted incantations. In an instant, the sky changed dramatically, dark clouds rolled in, quickly shrouding the entire city of Daxia in darkness. What's going on? Is it going to rain? The weather changes so suddenly. The fleeing people stopped in their tracks, gazing up at the sky in astonishment. Immortal art, heaven strikes with thunder. Mo Chen shouted loudly, his eyes flashing with brilliance. In an instant, thunder roared like a raging dragon emerging from the dark clouds, massive and dazzling with blue light, carrying an aura of total destruction. Boom rumble. Boom. The deafening thunder exploded in the sky, as if it were tearing apart heaven and earth. Then, the thick lightning, like the whip of an enraged god, struck fiercely toward the city of Daxia. Boom. The thunderous roar of lightning was deafening, and the entire city trembled under the immense sound. Each lightning strike illuminated the entire city, its dazzling brilliance like daylight, yet carrying an aura of destruction. Lightning in the city darted around like silver snakes. Streets, houses, squares everywhere was struck by lightning, sparks flying. The buildings swayed under the onslaught of thunder, stones flying and dust filling the air. The cultivators of the 7 nations were scattered throughout the city, panicked by the sudden thunderstorm. Some people had no time to react and were struck by lightning, turned into charred remains, leaving only dark shadows. Others fled frantically, with terrified screams echoing everywhere. Are you kidding me? The person who most deserves to be struck by lightning is striking us instead. Oh heavens! What are you doing? The 7-Nation Alliance was caught off guard by this sudden thunderstorm. Some people were directly struck by lightning, instantly turning into charcoal, their bodies scorched black, emitting a pungent smell, and falling to the ground motionless. Other people fled in panic, their faces pale, eyes filled with fear and despair. When this scene was broadcast live to Blue Star by reporters, everyone was stunned. It's over. This wicked kid even destroyed his own city. We'll have to rebuild it again later. An official bigwig said with concern. This is another huge expenditure of resources. I did some calculations, there are at least over 10,000 foreign trial participants in the Great Xia City, this time they might all be wiped out. Emo-chen is just too fierce. Well done, ha ha ha. It seems that the heavy responsibility of clearing the 7 nations still falls on Junior Emo-chen. Those so-called supremes, I really don't know where they've hidden. The people of Daxia were extremely excited and thrilled. In their eyes, this scene was Emo-chen representing Daxia, using thunderous judgment on other nations. Regarding the plan to eliminate the 7 nations and their lackeys, only Emo-chen launched a formal counterattack. What's more, he directly fired shots in front of the official representatives of the beautiful country, mocking them. See that? Our Emo-chen is the god of thunder. Even your so-called goddess of thunder would have to call him father. Nonsense about the goddess of thunder. If she's not convinced, let her go find Junior Emo-chen and see whose thunder is stronger. People from the beautiful country are trembling with anger. They have at least 2,000 people in the city of Daxia, and this situation has caused all their trial participants to perish under Emo-chen's thunderous wrath. This is just the beginning, Daxia, we'll see. I said, by the end of this trial, not a single Daxia trial participant will return home alive. As Emo-chen's palm slowly withdrew, the thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth also dissipated, leaving the city in a deathly silence. The city of Daxia, once bustling with prosperity, had vanished like a dream, and the scene before them was shocking and horrifying. On the streets, massive craters created by the thunder were everywhere, with electric currents crackling in the pits as if narrating the catastrophe that had just occurred. The orderly stone-paved roads had turned into ruins, with scattered stones everywhere, resembling the aftermath of an apocalyptic disaster. Most of the surrounding buildings had collapsed, with piles of broken walls and debris resembling mountains, emitting wisps of black smoke and a pungent burnt smell. The officials of Daxia, upon seeing this scene, felt as if their hearts were bleeding. This is all money, all resources. Their anger and despair intertwined, and they wished they could immediately drag Emo-chen out. The charred corpses in the city were the people of the 7 nations struck by the thunder. Some of the remains were frozen in running postures, now turned into blackened coal, others had collapsed on the ground, their bodies twisted and unrecognizable. Out of 9,300 people, only 3 trembling reporters remained. Emo-chen slowly descended from the sky, his face pale and his body exhausted. This lightning tribulation had almost drained his source energy. He took out dozens of energy potions from his pocket and swallowed them, then turned his gaze to the 3 reporters, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You 3, come over here and give me a massage. His tone was teasing yet domineering, sending a chill down the spine of everyone present. Emo-chen, we didn't provoke you, what do you want to do? One of the reporters, a dark-skinned man, angrily retorted. You don't even qualify to give me a massage. Get lost. Emo-chen struck out with a thunderous palm, scaring the reporter into quickly pulling out a life-saving talisman and instantly returning to Blue Star. The other 2 reporters, with blonde hair and blue eyes, exchanged glances, feeling unwilling to give up. They didn't want to return in such a humiliating manner, otherwise, all their hard work on the report would be wasted. What are you waiting for? Do you want me to send you back to Blue Star? Emo-chen's eyes flashed with impatience as he urged them. The 2 cautiously approached, their faces filled with fear and helplessness, as if every step carried immense psychological pressure. When they finally stood beside Emo-chen, their bodies were still trembling. One of the beautiful reporters mustered up her courage and said with a trembling voice, Emo-chen, sir, we are just ordinary reporters. We can report on you and promote your strength. Could you please not make us give you a massage? What, are you unwilling to give me a massage? Emo-chan's lips curled into a smile as he leaned forward to ask. No, not at all, she hurriedly denied. The other reporter turned off her and her companion's camera, showing a conflicted expression. Is it really just a massage with our hands? Emo-chen was slightly taken aback, then immediately understood and coughed lightly. Ahem, let's talk about it later. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief and began to massage his shoulders and legs. Just as Emo-chan closed his eyes to enjoy, a disdainful voice came from behind. "Brother Chen, you're really living the good life." Shuizhong Song Tan swaggered over. Emo-chan was stunned, waved his hand to signal the reporters to leave, and said leisurely, "Brother Tan, you're really like a haunting ghost. How did you find me?" Shuizhong Song Tan rolled his eyes. "I just happened to be nearby. I saw lightning over here and guessed it was your doing." "Where's your sister?" Emo-chan looked around but didn't see Shuangchuan. Shuizhong Song Tan's disdain grew stronger. This guy is still thinking about his sister. Good thing he didn't bring her along. Emo-chan smiled and patted his shoulder. "Brother Tan, you're being too polite. Your sister is my sister too, isn't she?" Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out from behind. "Hello, I'm here." A charming figure quickly ran over. It was Shueshang Jia Shuang. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, as if the surrounding disasters had nothing to do with her. Dressed in a tight white outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, she exuded youthful vitality and a touch of sensuality. The bright smile on her face and her dimples added a playful and adorable charm to her. "When did you start following me?" The expression of Snow and Need turned gloomy. Snow on Frost playfully stuck out her tongue. "None of your business, I come whenever I want." Emo-chan couldn't help but laugh and waved his hand. "Frosty sis, pick any spatial ring in the whole city." Her eyes lit up instantly, and she cheered. "Wow, thank you, Brother Chen." With that, she began searching the city. Although most of it was broken into scraps, there were still some intact pieces, and quite a few treasures and cultivation resources could be found. Such temptation is irresistible to any girl. Snow and Charcoal shook his head helplessly. "Our family is also a big family. Do you really need to go around picking up junk?" Frosty's sister didn't even turn her head. "This is not junk, it's all treasures. Dust Brother is generous, but you, my own brother, are ridiculously stingy." Snow and Charcoal gritted her teeth in anger. Carbon, do you have any good news for me?" Emo-chan changed the topic. Shuizhong Song Tan withdrew his gaze, his expression becoming solemn. "No good news, but there is one bad news. The young emperor personally took action, capturing tens of thousands of trial participants from Disya, planning to execute them in 3 days. Almost all reporters will attend, aiming to severely humiliate Disya in front of the entire Blue Star. There's another purpose, which is likely to lure you there." Emo-chan furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and asked, "Where is the location?" "The city of cherry blossoms," Shuizhong Song Tan replied. "Are you planning to go or not? This is a straightforward bait and hook tactic. If you don't go, that's fine. Help me keep an eye on that disobedient girl. I'll go alone if I have to." His eyes revealed a resolute expression, clearly showing he had made up his mind. Emo-chan's lips curved slightly. "I didn't expect Brother Tan to still care about our great Xia. Don't provoke me, I'll go and watch it," he said confidently, secretly thinking that with the super immortal technique "Come Chase Me," he could go anywhere in the world, and no one on Green Star could hold him back. I'm rich." Before long, Shuishang Jishuang returned excitedly, carrying a pile of spatial rings. Her cheeks were slightly flushed with excitement, and her whole body radiated an indescribable joy. "Follow me, and I guarantee you'll enjoy the best food and drink." Emo-chan patted his chest confidently. Ever since he embarked on the path of killing and looting, his cultivation resources had been flowing in endlessly. He didn't care about the spatial rings of these low-level trial practitioners at all, as his weapons and martial techniques were top-notch. Shuishang Jia Shuang nodded repeatedly, his eyes full of trust and admiration for Emo-chan, like a chick pecking at rice. "MHM, I knew Brother Chen was the best. From now on, you'll be my beloved brother." Seeing the gaze of help in a time of need, she quickly corrected herself. "I misspoke, it's my biological brother." The expression on Help in a Time of Need's face instantly changed, feeling worse than eating something disgusting. He made up his mind to find an opportunity to make this girl cut ties with Emo-chen. Otherwise, who knows, one day she might call him brother-in-law, and that he absolutely couldn't accept. "How did the two of you discuss things?" Snow on Ice asked. Emo-chen frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, "Let's go check the situation in 3 days." Snow on Ice's eyes lit up, and he suddenly suggested, "How about I say Brother Chen summons thunder to strike all those people dead?" Emo-chen smiled helplessly and shook his head, saying, "It definitely won't be that simple. There are experts everywhere there." He just wanted to go and take a look. If it's within his ability to save someone, he would still take action. After all, everyone in Dacia is watching. But if it's beyond his ability, then it's none of his business. After the three agreed on a time, the siblings bid farewell and left, with Shuangshuang being dragged away by her brother. Emo-chan didn't want to stay in the city surrounded by corpses, so he went out to find a scenic valley. He opened the global forum and asked in the Haicheng chat group, "No one from our side has been taken away, right?" "Not yet, Junior, don't worry." "Junior, our group is in Antarctica picking up wild penguin eggs, it's very safe. This place is a treasure trove, full of precious herbs. When the 100 Nations battle begins, we'll come back to find you." Seeing these replies, Emo-chan breathed a sigh of relief. He hoped that the trial participants in Haicheng could all return safely, as they trusted him and regarded him as their leader. At this moment, Bai Xia sent a message, "You're not planning to go to Sakura City, are you?" Chen replied, yes, going to take a look. Bai Xia said, be careful, they must have a lot of people waiting for you. Chen, I know. After turning off his phone, he closed his eyes to meditate and began adjusting his state. Early the next morning, Chen broke through to the 5th stage of the void-breaking realm and set off in the direction of Sakura City. Near dusk, he finally arrived near Sakura City. Outside the city lies a plain filled with cherry blossom trees, resembling a pink ocean stretching into the distance. The setting sun shines through the gaps in the cherry blossom trees, with petals shimmering in the light and shadow, like a dream. The entire plain is enveloped in a mysterious and romantic atmosphere, captivating the soul. Chen couldn't help but exclaim, so beautiful. From now on, let's rename it Chen City. Under the cherry blossom tree, people from different countries gathered, some were conversing, some were practicing, and some were exchanging goods. What a pity, those dark and shady guys ruined the scenery. Chen shook his head, then put on a mask and slowly walked toward the city gate. When he reached the gate, several men dressed in kimonos stopped him. Which country are you from? Why are you wearing a mask? One of them asked. Bold. Chen snorted coldly, I am Kamita Ichiro of the Kamita family. Why are you stopping me? The few people exchanged glances, their brows furrowed, seemingly discussing whether the Kamita family truly had such a person. You, move aside quickly. I, Kamita Ichiro, am going to meet the young emperor. If delayed, I will take your heads as an offering to the heavens. Chen urged them, fearing these guys might start checking household registrations. After a moment of contemplation, they still made way. Entering the city, the architectural style was classical, with blue tiles and red walls, similar to Dacia City. The streets were bustling with activity, trial participants from various countries were setting up stalls, attracting quite a crowd. Chen entered a tea house run by a woman from Sakura country. This type of shop is only accessible to people from Sakura country. Other tourists can enjoy food and drinks by paying a certain amount of cultivation resources. He casually found a corner and started listening to others chat. This kind of place is perfect for gathering information. However, after listening for a long time, everyone was talking about inappropriate topics. Just as he was about to lose his patience and join in, someone finally mentioned his name. Guess what, do you think that bastard Chen will show up, said a burly black man. 99% he won't. He doesn't care about others' lives, he's really heartless, a white man shook his head. Who cares if he comes or not? Our young emperor said that this global live execution is specifically for the Dacia people of Blue Star to see. The third, a dwarf, chimed in. Heiwa waved them over, lowered his voice, and said, I heard quite a few Dacia people have infiltrated. Tomorrow's execution is bound to be a bloody spectacle. The dwarf sneered, I just hope they come. Our young emperor is waiting for them. The more supremes, the better, we'll take them all down in one go. Just as the group was enjoying themselves, Heiwa suddenly realized something was off and raised his hand to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, when did an extra head appear? Who are you, kid? When did you sneak over here? Chen gave an awkward smile, don't mind these details, you guys keep chatting. Heiwa's face instantly darkened, not chatting anymore, you punk wearing a mask. It's obvious you're not a good person. The other two also stopped talking and returned to their seats to continue drinking. Chen resisted the urge to strangle this Heiwa, walked out of the tea house, and wandered on the street. After nightfall, he began exploring various places, trying to encounter a few hidden Dacia people. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he quietly climbed into an inn. As soon as he crawled onto the balcony, a sword was pressed against his throat. Master, it's me. Chen quickly said. Hearing the familiar voice, Yun Shuya was first stunned, then she put away her sword and removed her mask. How did you know I was here? She asked in surprise. Chen explained, I saw the underwear hanging on the balcony outside and knew. It's the same as the one I took last time, lace, with a cloud embroidered on it. That cloud is your custom exclusive logo, right? Yun Shuyao's expression changed unpredictably in an instant. First, it turned red as a wave of shame surged through her heart, then it darkened as anger made her clench her fists, recalling the incident where Chen had stolen her underwear to auction it off, igniting a blaze of fury within her. Finally, she forced herself to remain calm, her face turning pale as she managed to squeeze out a faint smile and said lightly, your focus is indeed different from ordinary people, hee. Chen awkwardly scratched his head, his gaze unconsciously shifting downward as he thought to himself, this is truly thrilling. Gulp. The sound of swallowing suddenly echoed. Yun Shuya was stunned for a moment, suddenly realizing that she was only wrapped in a bathrobe, and it was one of those barely covering, hollowed-out styles. She hurriedly threw on the jacket from the bed, her face instantly flushed red, and she glared angrily at Chen. Are you trying to die? What are you looking at? Her voice trembled slightly, carrying a hint of dissatisfaction amidst her anger. I thought Master would welcome me, Chen said shamelessly with a grin. Welcome your head. Yun Shuya was burning with rage and mercilessly struck at Chen with a palm. This blow was delivered with no restraint, her full strength as a peak unmatched realm cultivator. Boom! Chen's figure flashed and quickly dodged, but the house behind him suffered. The roof was lifted, revealing a man and a woman doing push-ups on the bed. The couple was terrified, hurriedly put on their clothes, and scurried downstairs in embarrassment. 3 days without a beating, and you're tearing the roof off. You're courting death. Yun Shuyao shouted angrily, raising her jade-like leg high and delivering a fierce kick toward Mo Chen. The air echoed with a deafening explosive sound, showcasing its astonishing power. Mo Chen's body shimmered with golden light as he suddenly grabbed her long leg and effortlessly pushed her onto the bed. You're defying the heavens. Yun Shuyao gritted her teeth, unable to suppress her anger. She had just tried to get up, but Mo Chen, who was faster, pinned her hands down, leaving her unable to move. Only her long, beautiful legs kicked about in the air. When did you become so strong? Yun Shuyao's tone revealed her shock. Back on Blue Star, she could crush this disciple with just one finger. Now, on Green Star, her strength had grown immensely, far surpassing what it once was. Master, haven't you been following the global forum all this time? I've already become a prominent figure. Mo Chen said proudly. Yun Shuyao frowned slightly. Indeed, since arriving at Green Star, she hadn't paid attention to the forum, having been in secluded cultivation for a long time. So, what do you want to do? She put away her surprise, a mocking expression appearing in her eyes. Are you planning to do something improper to your master? Her eyes sparkled with a provocative light, as if waiting for Mo Chen's response. Ha! Answer me. Her tone grew increasingly provocative, wanting to see if Mo Chen dared to respond. Mo Chen was momentarily stunned, then said, so what? Yun Shuyao was so angry she almost spat out a mouthful of blood, secretly thinking, this kid is really driving me crazy. Bang! A brilliant light burst out from Yun Shuyao's body, and Mo Chen was flung several meters away. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected her to have such means. It seems that no Supreme is easy to deal with. Yun Shuyao slowly stood up, tidied her clothes and hair, and the mockery on her face turned to anger. Come on, continue. I want to see just how despicable you can be. She stepped closer. What's wrong? Got the desire but not the guts? Haven't your wings grown strong? Yun Shuyao's delicate body trembled slightly, burning with rage. You really dare. Mo Chen was not to be outdone and reached out, ready to grab her. Don't go too far. Yun Shuyao drew her sword, her anger intensifying, seemingly ready to settle the score. Heh! Mo Chen sneered and withdrew his hand. Women are always contradictory, saying to continue on the surface while secretly wishing to kill him. Master, please calm down. Wasn't it you who made the first move? He tried to explain, his tone filled with helplessness. It's only right for me to hit you. You were asking for it. Yun Shuyao said angrily. You accidentally saw my figure, so you got lucky. But what does swallowing saliva mean? Are you disrespecting me? She was so angry her delicate body trembled. Well, Mo Chen, you used to act so honest and obedient in front of me, but now that you've gained some skills, you're targeting me. She accused furiously. Mo Chen smiled bitterly, thinking to himself, since when did swallowing become a mistake? Master, seriously, did you come here to save people? He changed the subject. Don't call me master. Yun Shuyao was still angry, holding a grudge over what had just happened. Then what should I call you? Sister Yao? Little Yao? Call her grandma. She cursed angrily and sat on the bed, scrolling through her phone. After a long time, just as Mo Chen was about to sneak away, she finally spoke leisurely. You're full of clever ideas, think of a way to save them. Mo Chen was momentarily stunned. In the face of absolute power, schemes and tricks are meaningless. Doesn't Master know that? Just that urine yellow guy has already reached the mountain-moving realm, and as for the other top 10 supreme beings on the Heavenly Pride rankings, who knows how many have come? We'll see how things go tomorrow, but I think it's very risky. The safest choice is to run away. Hearing this, Yun Shuyao let out a heavy sigh. She also knew that the chances of success for this mission were almost non-existent, and deep down, she hoped that Mo Chen, who always acted unpredictably, could pull off some surprises. Let me ask you something. She suddenly changed the topic. What? Mo Chen looked at her in confusion. The one ranked first on the potential list, the one called Hidden Blade Billy, that's you, right? That's me. Mo Chen nodded. Yun Shuyao rolled her eyes, speechless. She really couldn't understand who came up with such a name. You should leave now, I need to sleep and conserve energy for tomorrow's battle. She waved her hand to issue the eviction order. I want to stay here to protect Master, in case we encounter a flower thief. Get out. The next morning. The first ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness, and the golden morning glow spread like a magnificent brocade, gently draping over the city of cherry blossoms. The entire city seemed to be gilded, dreamy and enchanting. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of cherry blossoms, filling the air. Pink petals danced like delicate butterflies in the wind, slowly drifting down and lightly landing on rooftops, resembling a romantic shower of flowers. So beautiful. Mo Chen pushed open the window and took a deep breath. With such a beautiful view, it's naturally the perfect setting for murder. His intoxication instantly turned sinister, a wicked smile curling on his face as he quickly dressed and slowly headed downstairs. On the streets, it was already crowded with people, all swarming toward the central square of the city. That was the site where the 7 nations were executing the trial participants from Disya. Brother Chen. Suddenly, a pair of hands clapped on his shoulders. Emo-chen turned around and said in surprise, "I've disguised myself like this, and you still recognize me? Come on, did you put a tracker on me?" Shuizhong Song-tan rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, "A guy who goes around pretending to be cool with a mask all the time, who else could it be but you?" The girl Shuang Shuang next to him chimed in, "Exactly, Brother Chen. With that mask and straw hat, you look just like a bandit." Emo-chen gave an awkward smile and thought to himself, "If I disguise myself, at least others will just be puzzled. If I don't, everyone will know who I am." Along the way, Emo-chen kept scanning his surroundings and saw hundreds of people in disguise, with hats pulled low and masks covering most of their faces. He guessed these were trial participants from Disya, and it seemed many were risking their lives to come and save others. The square was enormous, with a cherry blossom battle flag planted in the center. A massive crowd, at least 7 to 800,000 trial participants, had gathered. Here, they came from different countries, wearing various styles of clothing. The sound of footsteps, conversations, and breathing merged into an oppressive atmosphere. On the high platform, more than 50 young Supremes were seated, and the person at the forefront was particularly striking. Wearing a golden robe and a heavenly crown, with eyes tightly shut, his appearance was ordinary, but the arrogance emanating from his very bones formed an invisible aura that spread across the square, making everyone feel his power and inviolability. He is the young emperor. The other young Supremes behind him seemed dim and overshadowed. Emo-chen caught sight of the Poison King and couldn't help but wonder, has this guy's hemorrhoids healed? Besides him, there were King Arthur from the land of the never-setting sun, a dancer from the Ganges nation, and a long-legged Appa from the Kimchi nation. 4 of the top 10 had gathered, creating a stunning scene. On the outskirts, reporters were frantically taking photos. "Wow, that long-legged Appa is even more handsome than online," Shuang Shuang exclaimed. Shuizhong Song-tan's mouth twitched, "You might as well choose Emo-chen." "Of course, I'm a little fangirl of Brother Chen." Shuang Shuang pretended to be reserved, sneaking a glance at Emo-chen. "Brother Tan has good taste, I will definitely treat your sister well," Emo-chen said with a smile. "Get lost." Snow Incharcoal was furious. "I was just joking. My sister is still young, so stop having ideas about her." Frosty's sister was displeased and puffed out her chest. "Brother Dust, do I look young to you?" "Not young anymore." Emo-chen nodded. Snow Incharcoal was so angry his eyes were about to shoot fire, thinking, the most frustrating thing for a man is nothing worse than seeing his sister flirting with a scoundrel. "Silence!" A supreme figure on the high platform suddenly shouted. The noisy square gradually quieted down, and everyone's eyes focused on the high platform. The young emperor slowly opened his eyes and said nonchalantly, "Bring forth the sinner of the great Xia." As soon as the words fell, the square erupted with cheers and applause, deafeningly loud. Long live the young emperor. The trial takers of Daxia are finally about to face disaster. How satisfying. Daxia people should not exist in this world. These harsh words pierced the heart of every Daxia person like needles, and anger quickly spread within them. Emo-chen scanned the crowd and noticed that those with covered faces unconsciously clenched their fists. His guess was correct, these were the ones who had come to rescue the Daxia trial takers. He turned to look at the siblings and found that their playful demeanor had vanished, their faces filled with anger. These two brothers are truly undercover agents, emotions can't be faked. This is outrageous. Why are we being called sinners? Shui Shangjia gritted his teeth in anger. These bastards are crying wolf. Shuizhong Song-tan sneered coldly. Following Xiao Huang's command, 30,000 trial participants from Disya were brought onto the stage. Their faces were haggard, their bodies covered in wounds, clearly having suffered severe injuries. Some were in despair, some looked around as if searching for a chance to escape, but the majority had eyes burning with fury, wishing they could tear the people of the 7 nations apart. Their cultivation has been sealed. Shuizhong Song-tan whispered. This is troublesome. If a fight breaks out, these people will be slaughtered immediately, Emo-chen said with a grave expression. It's fine, this girl has her ways. That's exactly why I brought her here, even at the risk of you taking her away, Shuizhong Song-tan explained. Emo-chen looked at Sister Shuang Shuang in surprise. Sister Shuang Shuang gave a sweet smile and stuck out her tongue, saying, I have a special constitution that can break all seals. Damn! This girl is simply an astonishing treasure, Emo-chen exclaimed in his heart. When the people of Daxia on Blue Star witnessed that scene in the square, the anger in their hearts erupted like a volcano. On the streets, hurried passers-by stopped in their tracks, their eyes fixed intently on the live broadcast on the large screen by the roadside. Their faces flushed red, and flames of fury burned fiercely in their eyes. These people are going too far. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. To execute someone publicly is simply an insult to us. Damn their days, damn their 7-nation alliance. They actually think of themselves as the god who judges everything. In the family living room, the family sat around the TV, the atmosphere heavy. The children were angry and confused, the elderly trembled with rage, muttering repeatedly, how can this be allowed? How can this be allowed? Online, the fury exploded even more. Everyone was venting their dissatisfaction, wishing they could charge into the screen and wash away this humiliation with their blood. The major battle divisions were also burning with anger, and their official accounts immediately posted the same message: blood for blood. No condemnation, no good morning or good afternoon, just these simple 4 words. Though few, they are filled with killing intent and determination. It seems that war is really about to break out. This is everyone's thoughts and speculations. Compared to the grief and anger of Daxia, other countries are laughing uncontrollably, rushing to post mockery on the Hongbao forum. Wasn't Daxia arrogant before, thinking Imochen could save them? But where is he now? Ah, even their supreme leader has fled. How would someone as morally corrupt as Imochen dare to show up? Exactly, that guy never does anything without personal gain. In situations like this, he would have already run far away. Great Xia, have you learned your lesson? I warned you long ago, in this trial, not a single Great Xia participant will come out alive. Do you think we're joking with you? Faced with these sarcastic remarks, the people of Daxia did not retaliate below. Because mere verbal sparring not only fails to dispel the anger in their hearts but also fuels the arrogance of the enemy. A qualified troll must follow 2 principles. When I am strong, I aggressively attack the opponent. When I am weak, I block the opponent. Meanwhile, on a beautiful beach by the Green Star Sea, a group of Daxia people were leisurely lying on rattan chairs, enjoying the sunshine and sea breeze, drinking spirit coconut juice, and living an incredibly comfortable life. Judging by their clothing and appearance, this group of people consists of at least over 2,000 Daxia individuals. Brother Chen, do you think many people will go to Sakura City for the rescue this time? No doubt about it, Yun Shuya will definitely go, and several other Supremes will also join. The speaker was Sun Hao from the Sun family in Yanjing. His upper body was bare, revealing a strong physique, and 2 girls beside him were massaging his shoulders. Ever since he was taught a lesson by Yun Shuya last time, he had been holding a grudge in his heart, wishing she would die sooner. Go if you want, I don't care, Yi Chen said with a light smile, his tone carrying a hint of indifference. It's fine if some people die. When the 100 Nations War comes, there will be no one to compete with us for the top-tier strongholds of Daxia. Sun Hao gave a thumbs up. Brother Chen has thought it through. By the way, about the matter we discussed with Xiao Wan last time, what did he say? Yi Chen smiled faintly and said calmly, don't worry, Xiao Wan agreed. As long as we help him occupy the stronghold and fight against other countries and the demon clan, he promised that he won't give us any less than what was agreed. Sun Hao nodded, thought for a moment, and said worriedly, this matter must not be brought back to Daxia, or the family will be in trouble. Yi Chen patted him on the shoulder. The young emperor has a way to conceal his appearance, so you don't need to worry. Hearing this, Sun Hao couldn't help but laugh, poured Yi Chen a glass of wine, and respectfully asked, Brother Chen, now that you've broken through to the mountain-moving realm, can you rank in the top 10 of the Heavenly Talent Power Rankings? Yi Chen downed a mouthful of wine and shook his head. Currently, ranking 9th shouldn't be a problem. I heard the previous 9th and 10th haven't broken through to the mountain-moving realm yet. However, what I really want to know is the top-ranked hidden blade on the potential list. I don't know what level this person has reached now, but I always get a very dangerous vibe from them. Hearing this, Sun Hao was slightly stunned. Isn't it the daughter of the thunder god? Only she could have such potential, right? Yi Chen frowned and angrily rebuked. You pig-headed fool, do you believe everything you read online? Can't you think for yourself? If you were a woman, would you choose a name like this? Besides, she's a noble goddess. Sun Hao scratched his head awkwardly. After thinking it over, he seemed to agree that it made sense. Sakura City Square. When people were getting impatient, a supreme figure from Sakura country slowly stood up, obtained the approval of the young emperor, walked to the high platform, and addressed the crowd. As everyone knows, the people of Daxia are guilty. Do you agree? Yes. Yes. All Daxia people deserve to die. Kill them all. The originally lifeless atmosphere was instantly stirred up, and the trial participants from the 7 nations and their lackeys waved their hands and shouted. I'm so angry I could grind my teeth. Snow in the Coal was furious. Imochen also frowned deeply, his heart burning with anger. He rarely got angry because he was usually the one angering others, but this time, he was truly enraged. The Sakura Supreme on the stage continued, since there is guilt, there should be judgment. Do you say kill or not? Kill. Kill. Kill all these rats. They only hide in dark corners and play tricks. Kill them all. The cheers shook the heavens like thunder, deeply stirring the hearts of every Daxia citizen. The Supreme turned his gaze to the young emperor, seeking his opinion. Seeing the young emperor nod, he shouted coldly, in the name of the gods, I sentence these 30,000 Daxia trial participants to death. Kill. Boom. As the words just fell, a streak of energy shot straight at him, raising clouds of dust. Yun Shuya rushed out from the crowd, heading straight for the high platform. Following her, the second person, the third person, the fourth person. It's Yun Shuya Supreme taking action. The Yun family truly lives up to its legacy of heroes. That's Lin Shang Supreme and Zhou Ping Supreme, they've come to save people too. Look, isn't that Zhao Fan from Shaohua University at the end? I didn't expect him to show up here. Senior Zhao Fan is indeed a kind person. It's not surprising that he came to save people. On Blue Star, the people of Daxia suddenly became excited. Those figures who charged forward regardless of their own lives are deeply etched in their hearts. These people are the true heroes. Daxia is never short of heroes. The young supremes of Daxia shot toward the battlefield like arrows leaving the bowstring, their momentum unstoppable. Other unparalleled experts also swarmed in, numbering in the hundreds, their formation exuding an aura of dominance. However, in the face of the Seven Nations Alliance, they were like moths to a flame, with no chance of victory. He. I've been waiting for you. The Poison King's eerie laughter was like a devil in the darkness, directly charging toward the enemy ranks. Courting death. A young supreme roared, vowing that after today, there would be no more young supremes in Daxia. Boom! The battle erupted instantly with a thunderous momentum, shaking the entire plaza violently, as if the apocalypse had arrived. The aftermath of the energy surged like a tide, sweeping in all directions. The trial participants in the square retreated in fear, desperately shielding themselves with energy, afraid of being injured by the powerful shockwaves. Sakura City was instantly enveloped by massive energy fluctuations, the sky filled with dazzling lights and extraordinary phenomena that left people awestruck. A massive flaming palm print burned in the air, sword energy crisscrossed, and a mysterious light shield flickered, fending off attacks from all directions. The clash of the young supremes amazed the crowd, their eyes fixed, afraid to miss a single strike. They're starting to use divine-level martial techniques, a startled cry rang out. Retreat quickly! 100-meter-tall giant suddenly appeared, scaring the crowd into retreating another 1,000 meters. Boom! The giant had not yet displayed its might before being shattered into pieces by the sky-covering palm. The disparity in numbers was overwhelming, and the battle lasted only a few minutes. The trial participants from Great Xia were beaten back step by step, witnessing the fall of an SSS-level prodigy. The 5 supremes were struggling to cope, covered in wounds. You must leave now, don't worry about us, a brave warrior roared, unwilling to accept the fate. The foundation of Great Xia should not be buried here. These cries reached the ears of the Blue Star people, filling their hearts with anger and tears. Some closed their eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. There are clearly 10 supremes, so what are the other 5 doing? A voice of doubt rang out. Those who are cowardly and afraid of death are simply a disgrace to the young supremes of Great Xia. A burst of angry curses erupted. The top families of Yinjing quickly issued a statement. Please stay calm, the others are on their way. Screw you. The crowd scoffed, and the comments section was filled with curses. Brother Chen, if you don't act now, when will you? Shuizhong Song Tan shouted. When I act, it will be over. No rush. Emochin shook his head, his gaze sweeping toward the high platform. The top 10 experts on the leaderboard quietly observed, while Xiao Huang was searching for something, his gaze sharp like an eagle. Still bragging at a time like this. Shuizhong Song Tan sneered, donned a mask, and charged into the battlefield with unstoppable momentum, facing 2 supreme beings of the 7 nations. This kid is really pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Mo Chen was surprised in his heart. The strength of delivering help in a crisis far exceeded that of ordinary young supremes. Brother Chen, I'll go too, and take advantage of the chaos to lift the seal. Frost Sisters said excitedly. Not now. Mo Chen held her back, the enemy hasn't moved yet. If we rashly lift the seal, 30,000 trial participants will be wiped out. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the battlefield. Brother Mo Chen, it's time to make a move. The voice was loud, and everyone instantly searched for his figure. The young supremes of the 7 nations dared not act rashly, fearing being hit by Mo Chen's 1,000-year kill. Although this skill has low attack power, it is extremely detestable. That bastard Mo Chen is here? Where is he? The crowd clamored. He must die. Angry voices kept coming, especially from the Poison King, who was gnashing his teeth in hatred. Mo Chen, come out and face your death, the Poison King roared furiously, his eyes blazing with anger. You bunch of idiots, seriously. Mo Chen sighed helplessly, silently removed his mask, and flew into the air. Mo Chen! The angry roar surged like a tide. I'll skin you alive. The Poison King's roar was piercing and mad. What are you yelling for? Is your hemorrhoid acting up again? Mo Chen glanced over, causing the people of Daxia on Blue Star to burst into laughter. It's still Junior Mo Chen, coming out with a decisive kill. Who dares to stand tall and proud? Only General Mo. Love it, even if Mo Chen digs up my family's ancestral grave. I would still choose to forgive him. The Poison King's face instantly turned pale, as if scorched by poisonous fire, even the chrysanthemum on his body involuntarily tightened. Are you Mo Chen? The young emperor finally spoke, his arrogant tone seemingly granting everyone the privilege of asking a question. The entire atmosphere instantly fell silent, no one dared to disrespect him. Are you freaking deaf? This group has shouted my name 800 times, and you're still putting on that transcendent, unparalleled act. Mo Chen roared, mercilessly retaliating. How dare you? The little one shouted in fury, the young emperor cannot be insulted. Mo Chen, you deserve 1,000 deaths. Quickly commit seppuku to apologize, or face the consequences. This is no joke. This kind of humiliation is harder to endure than killing their father. In their hearts, Xiao Wang holds a higher status than their parents. Brother Chen, give him 1,000-year kill, and he'll behave. Shuang shouted from the crowd. Xiao Wang sneered, completely disregarding Mo Chen. Do you think you can walk out of here? Yes, that's exactly what I think. Chen nodded confidently, making Xiao Wang's smile grow even wider. We know you're fast, and we also knew you were coming. King Arthur stood up and said coldly, so we sealed the entire city with a formation. Let's see where a fly like you can run. Chen sneered disdainfully. The atmosphere around made Xiao Wang and the others frown in confusion. Could he really be a fool? But he didn't seem like someone who could be easily defeated. Chen, as long as you admit that the culture of the Great Xia Kingdom originated from Qinchi Nation, I will let Xiao Wang leave you an intact corpse. The long-legged Appa stepped forward aggressively. I will capture you and give you to the giant lizard as a boy toy, to avenge the humiliation you caused me that day. The king of Dance City shouted in response. Chen stood there in a daze, as if pondering something. Everyone couldn't help but wonder, did he step forward just to show off? Chen, are you deaf or mute? The trial participants from the 7 nations below the high platform sneered, relying on the support of the Supreme behind them. What's this kid up to? Even the one offering timely help seemed puzzled. What exactly is he trying to do? Yun Chuyao frowned. Although she believed she understood Chen well, she couldn't fathom his intentions at this moment. Chen smiled faintly, secretly choosing a target in his heart, but after a long time, he still couldn't find a satisfactory result. Forget it. He suddenly spoke, and the entire area was instantly enveloped by his imposing presence. Calling me Chen so casually, do you think my name is something for you to play around with? I am your father. Call me Dad. Before the words had even finished, he instantly activated the system's prank mode. Ding! Prank mode is starting, startup complete. The next moment, everyone's mouths and throats seemed uncontrollable, and they shouted in unison toward Chen in the sky, Dad! Dad! The entire square fell into dead silence, even the blue star stood still. Everyone was frozen in place, their faces full of shock and disbelief. Chen stood high in the sky, the corner of his mouth curling into a smug smile as he looked at the shocked faces of the crowd, his heart filled with mockery. Shout, why aren't you shouting anymore? Weren't you shouting so happily just now? Rage value plus 30 billion. Xiao Wang's face instantly turned grim, his arrogance replaced by anger, and an unprecedented sense of humiliation erupted from deep within his heart. I am Xiao Wang, he gritted his teeth, unable to tolerate it in his heart, and was forced at this moment to call the great Xia his father. The Poison King was so furious he almost spat blood, thinking to himself, who on earth is this? How could there be such an unbelievable person? King Arthur, long-legged Appa, and Wang Yi of Dancing City looked shocked, standing still, yet to recover from the earlier astonishment. Yun Chuyao was overwhelmed with shame and anger, her heart burning with fury. Clearly, she was nominally Chen's master, but today this brat called her dad, simply unbelievable. Why is this brat's martial skill always so monstrous? Shui Zhongsong Tan felt completely off, inexplicably becoming a son. This is too amazing. Shui Shangjia Shuang's eyes sparkled with admiration and excitement. At this moment, Chen seemed even more divine than a god in her eyes. What kind of sorcery is this? The hundreds of thousands of trial participants in the square were utterly shocked and filled with panic. Oh my god, this Chen is definitely not human. He must be a spy from the demon clan. Everyone speculated wildly. What kind of monster is he? The people on Blue Star fell into a long silence, completely dumbfounded. I will kill you. Xiao Huang could no longer hold back. With a flip of his single hand, his palm force pressed down on Chen like a mountain, unleashing overwhelming power in an instant. The ground shook, buildings collapsed with a roar, and the surrounding trial participants were blown to the ground. Chen easily dodged the strike. Though the power was terrifying, he was not yet able to fully withstand it. If you can do it, go ahead, but I'll sneak into your backyard, he said playfully, then launched an attack. Immortal technique, 1000-year kill. The Poison King's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly covered his buttocks. Seeing the shadow of those palms rushing toward Xiao Wang, he let out a sigh of relief but was drenched in cold sweat. Facing the rapidly approaching palms, a trace of disdain flashed in Xiao Wang's eyes, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Come on, he roared, suddenly striking out with a palm. Boom! The intense vibration almost tore the surrounding air apart. Xiao Wang's expression changed slightly, a look of shock flashed across his face, but he quickly regained his composure, his gaze sharp as a blade. Divine technique, ancient god's finger. As the words fell, a massive, lifelike yellow-brown finger suddenly appeared, towering like a majestic mountain. A powerful oppressive force instantly enveloped the surroundings, leaving everyone gasping for breath, bowing their heads, and bending their waists. Some even couldn't help but kneel in submission. How terrifying! Is this the strength of the young emperor? Absolutely invincible. The panicked crowd retreated in all directions, fearing they would be caught in the impending destruction. However, to everyone's shock, the ancient god's finger, capable of annihilating everything, was easily pierced as if it were made of paper when it came into contact with the phantom shadow of the 1000-year kill's palm. How is this possible? A trace of fear finally appeared on Xiao Wang's face. Divine skill, Earth Rock Wall. Divine skill, Ice Seal of 10,000 feet. Divine skill, Amaterasu's protection. He retreated while rapidly forming hand seals, chanting under his breath, and almost exerting all his strength to unleash 3 sets of divine martial techniques. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded, their hearts filled with indescribable jealousy. Still useless? Divine technique, void escape. The young emperor panicked and unexpectedly tore through space in front of everyone, diving in to try to escape. But to everyone's astonishment, the phantom of those hands hesitated not a bit, directly ignoring the spatial barrier and swiftly chasing after him with a swoosh. Then, everyone heard Xiao Wang's heart-wrenching scream. Ah! Unforgivable, unforgivable. The Poison King curled his lips into a smile, his expression full of schadenfreude. Finally, someone can understand my feelings. On this path, I am no longer alone. Still too young, ha! He shook his head, full of disdain. This kid's 1,000-year kill is just a conceptual martial skill. Even Guanyin Bodhisattva would have to endure a poke from him before leaving. The crowd's gaze focused as the young emperor fled from the void in a sorry state, with deep marks left on his buttocks by the persistent hands. Protect the young emperor. The young emperor must not be humiliated. Hundreds of Sakura people frantically rushed over, kneeling behind Xiao Wang, trying to block this 1,000-year kill for him. But it was to no avail. After the phantom hands disappeared, Xiao Wang's veins bulged, he gritted his teeth and raised his head, his eyes full of humiliation and hatred, but there was now a big hole in his buttocks. Quick, get Xiao Wang a new pair of pants. Xiao Wang must not be humiliated, must not be humiliated. In an instant, the surrounding little fellows hurriedly took off their pants and rushed toward him, eager to help him change. Get lost. The young emperor roared in fury, and in his rage, he slapped dozens of little fellows into blood mist, shocking everyone into gasping and retreating. I didn't expect the young emperor to be so ruthless, even toward his own people. Yun Shuya was dumbfounded when she saw the large hole in the young emperor's pants, cold sweat streaming down her face. Rage value plus 30 billion. The Sakura nation of Blue Star is boiling over at this moment, anger surging like a tide. After all, their total population is only 200 million, but to generate such a high level of fury all at once, it is clear their hatred for Emochen has reached its peak. Shortly after, a heavenly decree was issued from the Sakura royal family. Those who insult the emperor, kill. The news spread like a hurricane, quickly sweeping across the entire Sakura nation. The emperor has decreed a fight to the death with Emochen. If the great Xia dares to show favoritism, then war will be declared. The emperor said that if Emochen is still alive after the trial, he will personally go to the high seas to capture him and bring him back to the country for a global trial. People from other countries were shocked when they heard about this. Previously, when Emochen killed thousands of trial participants from Sakura country, they did not take action. Unexpectedly, this time, merely insulting the young emperor has escalated into a situation where war is on the table. Is it fun? Yellow urine in the sky above the square. Emochen wore a strange smile. Rage value plus 5 billion. Beast! How dare you address the young emperor like that? An angry voice surged like a tide. I can't hold back anymore, I'm going to kill him. No one has ever dared to insult the young emperor like this. Emochen, your crimes are monstrous. Hundreds of small days charged at Emochen like ferocious beasts, eager to tear him to pieces. Even though they knew Emochen was extraordinary, they were willing to die for the emperor. Boom! The outcome was self-evident. Before the hundreds of people could even approach Emochen, he sent them to meet the underworld emperor with a single axe strike. The others immediately calmed down, clearly not daring to act rashly again. You bastard! The young emperor gritted his teeth in extreme anger. Besides using such disgusting martial techniques and running away like a coward, what else can you do? A jumping clown will never amount to anything. Upon hearing this, Emochen was not angry but instead sneered, disgusting? Let me show you something even more disgusting. After speaking, he performed the silence technique, slowly cleared his throat, and began his signature skill, verbal jutsu. You hypocritical, rotten-bottomed hermaphrodite, pretending to be noble with your dad? Calling you urine yellow is already giving you face, you're the product of close relative marriage, and your head was squeezed at birth. You're so grown up and still need someone to help you change your pants? Are you a giant baby? Seeing that bird-like thing on your head, I really thought you were someone scamming little girls for money on the street. Emochen's mouth is like a perpetual motion machine, truly achieving 5 insults per second. Everyone was dumbfounded, so shocked they could fit 2 eggs in their mouths. Xiao Wan's face turned alternately pale and green, unable to hold back any longer. Furious, he charged forward. The Supremes on the high platform also swarmed over, closing in from all directions, attempting to block Emochen's escape route. Kill! Kill Emochen! Kill all the people of Daxia! The challengers from Sakura country desperately chased Emochen, vowing to exhaust everything to drag him down. The king of Dance City took out a speaker and followed closely. The long-legged Appa pondered for a moment, then strode forward with his long legs, following behind the young emperor. The Poison King, King Arthur, and others also moved one after another, unleashing their extreme speed, vowing to execute Emochen. This scene was like a swarm of locusts invading, incredibly shocking. The previously noisy square instantly fell silent, and the crowd drastically thinned out. So handsome. Xuanxuang's eyes sparkled with hearts as she stared obsessively at Emochen's fleeing figure. Stop swooning and quickly lift their seal. Shuizhong Song Tan urged. Shuang decisively withdrew her gaze, her hands swiftly forming seals, and instantly a colorful light enveloped the 30,000 trial participants of Dixia. Kill! Kill those bastards! After the seal was lifted, 30,000 trial participants from the Great Xia wasted no time, immediately drawing their weapons and launching a fierce attack on the Seven Nations coalition beside them, vowing to wash away the humiliation and anger of this period with blood. Kill! The Seven Nations coalition did not show any weakness and quickly launched a counterattack. With their overwhelming numbers, they were full of confidence and completely fearless. On the square, blades and swords clashed, and the phenomena triggered by martial techniques were as dazzling as fireworks, instantly turning the battlefield into hell. Carbon bro, where are you going? Frosty Sis noticed her brother sneaking away and hurriedly asked. Day after day, why can't you behave? Snowy Charcoal gave her a stern look. I'm going to set a fire. Burn down the whole city. His face lit up with an unusual excitement. Frosty Sis was stunned for a moment. Carbon bro, since when did you become so wicked? You know far too little about your brother. He sneered coldly. Let me tell you, don't call me Carbon brother again, or I'll hit you. Alright, Carbon brother. Frost's sister responded playfully. Snow and Charcoal gritted his teeth in anger and made a move to strike. Blah blah blah. Shuang stuck out her tongue, as if provoking. He turned around helplessly and left in anger. Shuang watched his look of wanting to hit her but not daring to, and couldn't help but giggle. In the City of Beauty, Nora emerged from her secluded retreat. This retreat has been immensely rewarding. Not only has my strength greatly increased, but I've also managed to communicate with my aunt. She curled her lips into a confident smile. In the Battle of 100 Nations a month from now, I will surely crush all my opponents. Her aunt is the goddess of death, Hela, who summons deities to descend upon this green star, forcing all living beings to kneel in submission. Nora hummed a tune, savoring the thrill of controlling everything. But when she opened the global forum and saw the video of Sakura City posted by the trial participants, her expression gradually became serious. Especially the scene where the young emperor used all his means but still couldn't resist the 1,000-year kill, which made her face turn pale. How is this possible? She was shocked in her heart. Does such a technique truly exist in the world? She could hardly imagine, as the daughter of the Thunder God and the strongest supreme being on Blue Star, how she would face the world if she were hit by this utterly outrageous 1,000-year kill. Should I be ashamed to the point of taking my own life? A wave of panic surged in her heart. After careful consideration, Nora sent a message to the authorities on Blue Star. If others were to find out, it would undoubtedly stir up a storm. This is because contact between Green Star's trial participants and Blue Star is prohibited. Yet she managed to do so, revealing that the entire Union Department has been infiltrated by the beautiful country. Without a doubt, this is cheating. You scoundrel, let's see where you can run. Xiao Wang was burning with anger, chasing Mo Chen. Arthur, flanked to the left. Poison King, to the right. Everyone else, form a human wall. Even if we die, we must stop him. However, Mo Chen seemed to be toying with them, constantly circling around the city. Whenever they tried to block him, he would vanish instantly. Your pants are yellow, why don't you change them before chasing me? Honestly, you're an adult running around with your pants down. Mo Chen chuckled and stopped to mock. Xiao Huang gritted his teeth in anger, his heart ablaze with fury. As the heir to imperial power, he would never allow himself to be insulted. A few minutes later, Mo Chen was cornered at the city gate. What's wrong, not running anymore? Since we have locked down the entire city, we cannot let a single trial participant from Daxia leave alive. Several supreme figures in the top 10 of the rankings shouted from the rear, not daring to step forward. They wanted others to suffer first. Kimura, you go, the young emperor commanded. Kimura, who was called out, had a gloomy expression, but the imperial command could not be refused. He hesitated as he approached Mo Chen, saying, "Come on, I'm ready. Use your 1,000-year kill on me." Mo Chen smiled faintly, thinking to himself that wasting skills on such cannon fodder wasn't worth it. Let me show you a magic trick. With that, he stepped out of the city as if the seal didn't exist at all. How is that possible? The supreme beings were shocked, unable to comprehend. You really are country bumpkins, haven't seen the world, have you? Mo Chen yawned. Return to the square and kill all the other Daxia people to vent your anger. The young emperor waved his hand and turned to leave. He knew that once Mo Chen left the city, no one could catch up with him. Hey, I'm back again. Mo Chen suddenly returned to Sakura City and shouted to the crowd. The group of people was stunned, their fists clenched tightly, creaking, never having seen someone so shameless. Look, I went out again. I came back in again. What can you do to me? Come and hit me. The hearts of the Seven Nation Alliance were filled with a surge of anger, so furious they could hardly contain themselves. Rage value plus 21 billion. The people of various countries on Blue Star also felt immense anger. Why does such a person exist? Does Mo Chen truly conform to the laws of human evolution? Are you not going to speak? Then I won't play with you anymore. Mo Chen waved his hand and quickly disappeared from the spot, not fleeing, but heading straight for the square. At the same time, a sudden fire broke out in Sakura City, thick smoke billowed, and the flames illuminated the night sky. Damn it! Who burned my city? Don't let me catch you. Mo Chen gritted his teeth in anger. This beautiful city was once renamed Mo Chen City by him. Rage value plus 5 billion. When the people of Blue Star heard this, the country instantly erupted in wails, filled with curses against Mo Chen. Quick, put out the fire. What are you doing? A bunch of useless fools. The young emperor was burning with rage, his hair almost standing on end. Sakura City was the pride of their nation. If the city were destroyed, he would be unable to face his people upon returning. Move. The trial participants from Sakura Nation, who had mastered water-based martial arts, immediately sprang into action, surging toward the fire scene like a tide. The sound of flowing water echoed through the streets. Columns of water shot skyward, cascading down like waterfalls, spraying onto the raging flames. Water splashed everywhere, smoke filled the air. The river outside the city was nearly drained, and half of the buildings in Sakura City were submerged. Thunder, come! Mo Chen stood proudly in the square, raising both hands abruptly. Dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, as if a giant dragon was roaring. Crack! That deafening sound was like the sword of divine punishment. Lightning struck down from the clouds, and the dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire square, forcing everyone to close their eyes. Immediately after, thunder poured down like torrential rain, striking the water's surface and transforming into countless silver bolts of lightning, rushing toward the surrounding trial participants. Damn it! Who flooded the place? For crying out loud, have you studied physics? Knowing he would summon a lightning calamity, you still dared to flood the city. The allied forces of the 7 nations had nowhere to escape. Some tried to use energy shields to block the attack, but under the overwhelming power of the lightning, the shields instantly shattered. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, letting out cries of agony. The square descended into chaos, with shouts and screams intertwining into a cacophony. Big brother, you're attacking your own people too? Junior Mo Chen, we're allies. The trial participants from Daxia were utterly helpless. Mo Chen's indiscriminate attacks were truly devoid of any sense of morality. Meanwhile, on Blue Star and Daxia, someone posted online, "Look, this is the Mo Chen you all are trying to defend, even attacking his own people." The post instantly garnered countless support, with everyone condemning Mo Chen's brutality. The people of Haicheng couldn't stand it anymore and logged into their accounts to fight back. Big brother, at this point, who cares about allies or enemies? Good luck to you all. If it weren't for Junior Mo Chen drawing the attention of top experts like Xiao Wang, our trial participants would have been doomed long ago. They should all bow down to him, oh God. Xiao Wang finally arrived and, without hesitation, unleashed the ancient god finger, aiming directly at Mo Chen with a lethal strike. Mo Chen quickly stopped his thunder attack and dodged swiftly, then countered with a move called Thousand-Year Kill. Unexpectedly, Xiao Wang endured the humiliation and charged at Mo Chen, vowing not to give up. Damn, this guy is a werewolf. Mo Chen was shocked and quickly cast a silence spell. His golden glowing fist met the young emperor's, engaging in a contest of physical strength. The battle came to an abrupt halt, and everyone turned their gaze to the sky. The scene was too comical. Young emperor not only had a big hole in his pants but also had his hands awkwardly crossed in midair, completely losing face. Music, start. The king of Dance City came out carrying a speaker. Following his command, eerie music echoed through the heavens and earth, suppressing everyone else's powers and making his aura even more imposing. The king began performing a bizarre dance on the spot, with musical notes raining down on Mo Chen. What the hell, even more abstract than me? Mo Chen muttered helplessly as he quickly dodged. Brother, where are you going? Frost asked in confusion, seeing Snow and Need heading toward the dancing city king. Shoo, I'm going to unplug the power cord, Snow and Need made a silencing gesture, quickly weaving through the crowd and arriving behind the dancing city king. Hand it over. Taking advantage of the moment, he snatched the speaker and ran away. How dare you? The trial participants from the Ganges kingdom saw this and rushed forward. Kill all the people of Great Xia, the young emperor shouted, turning to strike at the Great Xia trial participants. Boom! With one palm strike, countless were killed or injured, even the allied forces of the 7 nations suffered. What should I do? Frost stood frozen in place, like an outsider. Go and break the seal. Snow and Need shouted while fleeing for his life. Oh! Frost responded and quickly ran toward the edge of the city. Shortly after, everyone heard a cracking sound, and the seal of Sakura City instantly dissolved into nothingness. Retreat! Yun Chu Yao immediately announced. The trial participants of Great Xia fled toward the outskirts of the city. After the fierce battle, fewer than 10,000 remained out of the original 30,000, with corpses strewn everywhere. Chase! The coalition forces of 7 nations were unwilling to give up and pursued relentlessly. Mo Chen's afterimage flashed, blocking the coalition forces. Boom! 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 He swallowed several bottles of energy potions and unleashed 3 axe strikes, instantly slaughtering over 1,000 people. This scene moved the people of Daxia deeply. I really cried. Mo Chen is the true hero. Countless people turned from critics to fans of Mo Chen, and praises poured in one after another. Brother Chen, I was wrong. I kneel and bow my head for slandering you before. Brother Chen, you must come back alive. I'll introduce my own sister-in-law to you. Just as everyone was immersed in their emotions, Mo Chen grabbed a reporter from Disya and angrily said, I put in the most effort this time. 4A. Month of Disya's strongholds, I want to occupy all the top-tier ones myself. No objections, right? If anyone dares to argue with me, don't blame me for chopping them up. This statement left the people of Disya dumbfounded. Clearly, Mo Chen was preemptively warning the Disya officials, implying, those strongholds are the rewards I deserve today. The officials, upon hearing this, were so angry they nearly jumped in frustration. Disya has only 10 top-tier strongholds, and the original plan was to allocate one to each supreme leader, ensuring fairness and avoiding conflicts that could lead to internal strife. This kid Kumachin actually wants to take it all for himself. He single-handedly faced the supreme leaders of 7 nations. If it weren't for him, during this rescue battle in Sakura City, not a single participant from Dacia would have made it out alive, and 5 supreme leaders might have fallen. The losses would have been utterly devastating. In the end, the authorities chose to remain silent. But the Yi family in Yanjing was not pleased. Your strength isn't great, but your appetite sure is. Can you eat it all by yourself? Declared a senior member of the Yi family. Yi Chen, as the strongest supreme in Dacia, should at least take 3. Ideally, all should be allocated to him so he can lead Dacia's trial participants back safely. Members of the Sun family chimed in, these top-tier strongholds are meant for supremes. Mo Chen hasn't been conferred as a supreme yet, so by the rules, he's not qualified. Upon seeing the Yin family's joint statement, the people of Haichang were displeased and began arguing fervently. Why? Just because you're from Yanjing, you're amazing? Does that mean people from other places don't qualify? Say no more, let's see whose fists are harder when the time comes. If you're not convinced, let Yanjing Supreme go and face Junior Mo Chen. Junior Mo Chen has already warned them. If they're not afraid of death, they can go and try him. In this rescue battle, why is it that aside from Yun Chuyao, none of Yanjing's Supreme showed up? So, didn't you say you were on the way? Why haven't you arrived yet after so long? One comment after another struck directly at the hearts of the Yi and Sun families. They couldn't understand, when did people from a small city dare to challenge them? Usually, people from top-tier families are like a taboo, revered wherever they go, and everyone who sees them must show respect. But now, that sense of authority is gone. After some contemplation, they concluded, it was Mo Chen who gave these people courage. Alright, then we'll see whose fists are stronger when the time comes. The battle for the stronghold isn't about speed, it's about strength, strategy, background, and luck. The senior members of the Yi family responded with a cold sneer. The competition for strongholds is by no means a simple matter of fighting and killing. It is the culmination of wisdom over tens of thousands of years, aimed at providing the best resources to the most suitable trial participants. On the beach of the Green Star, Sun Hao said disdainfully, Brother Chen, have you seen the latest video on the forum? Mo Chen actually claimed he wants to take over all the top-tier strongholds. It's so ridiculous, it made me laugh. Yi Chen closed his eyes and smiled faintly, a clown. No need to pay attention to him. If he annoys me, I won't even spare him a low-tier stronghold. Sun Hao suddenly became interested. I heard you have some insights into this top-tier stronghold. Are you absolutely confident? It's all within my expertise, Yi Chen said with a slight smile. On the other side, Mo Chen covered the retreat of the Great Xia trial participants. After shaking off the supreme beings of the 7 nations, he returned to the city of Great Xia with the Shui siblings. Brother Chen, the Heaven's Chosen rankings have been updated. Yi Chen is actually ranked 8th. Shuizhong Songtan said excitedly. Shuang chimed in, I saw a video where Yi Chen instantly defeated a supreme being. He's truly fierce. Mo Chen was slightly stunned. It seems this kid has some skills. If what Lin Lindsay said last time was true, then the hidden supreme being she mentioned is very likely Yi Chen. Brother Chen has also risen to rank 300, becoming the strongest below the supreme level. Mo Chen gave a faint smile and said nothing more. The Heavenly Pride ranking is based on combat power and battle statistics. He has not officially defeated a supreme yet, only some lower-level trial challengers. So, in the official view, his level is still not enough to contend with a supreme. This ranking is so dumb. How could Mo Chen not seem like someone an ordinary supreme could resist? Shuizhong Song Tan mocked from the side. What about you, Tan? You should be in the top 10 of the rankings, right? Mo Chen asked. I'm just coasting along, keeping a low profile. Shuizhong Song Tan pretended to act indifferent. Mo Chen also checked his phone and received quite a few private messages. Thank you, Junior Mo Chen, for your rescue. Someday, I will help you seize a top-tier stronghold. If you ever need me, just say the word. Even if I have to be cannon fodder, Zhao Hu, will never slack off. I don't have much to repay you with, Junior. Just name a place, and I'll offer you the most wonderful thing. Just as he was about to reply, he was interrupted. Brother Chen, see you at the Battle of 100 Nations in a month. Shuizhong Song Tan waved and prepared to leave with Shuang. Wait. Shuang turned back. Brother Chen, what kind of girls do you like? Mo Chen blurted out, big wavy hair. Oh, you should have said so earlier. I'll go get a big wavy perm next time. Xuan took off her hair tie, and her twin ponytails instantly turned into long, flowing hair. She looked less lively and gained a touch of elegance. Don't you dare. Don't make yourself look like a crazy girl. Shui Tan scolded. I meant big waves, carefree. Mo Chen explained. Xuan was stunned. Why do you guys all like big-chested girls? Because we small ones have our own. Mo Chen smiled faintly. Right, Brother Tan? That's right, Brother Chen. Luckily, I'm not small. Sister Xuan confidently raised her chin. Get lost. Shui Tan got anxious and forcefully dragged Xuan away. Turning against me just like that. You burned my city, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Mo Chen shouted from behind. After they completely disappeared, Mo Chen also left the city and headed toward the nest of the spirit wild bird. It's been so long, it should have laid eggs again by now. Mo Chen muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. There's still 1 month left until the 100 Nations battle. I need to find a way to break through to the unmatched realm. Suddenly, Mo Chen sensed a figure rapidly chasing him from behind, so he deliberately slowed his pace. Then, a beautiful girl wearing a JK uniform slowly appeared in front of him. Her white shirt and plaid skirt perfectly showcased her slender legs, graceful figure, and curvaceous body, exuding a youthful charm. However, compared to the lively and adorable Xuan, this Sakura girl seemed much colder and more aloof. Ah, what a lucky day, Mo Chen couldn't help but sigh. Why didn't you kill me at the Divine Ruins? Miyu went straight to the point, her eyes flashing with a cold light. I promised your sister, this is just an exception, Mo Chen responded calmly. Are you planning to offer yourself in return? Miyu said expressionlessly, without any emotion. My sister was captured by the young emperor's people. She told me to seek refuge with you, or else she would be in danger too. Miyu's voice lowered slightly. Mo Chen was slightly taken aback and thought to himself, the news of Lin Linzi's capture has probably already leaked. Coupled with the fact that he showed mercy to Meiyu at the Daiyu ruins, the young emperor would naturally suspect these two sisters. I have now become the enemy of the world, everyone wants to hunt me down. Isn't it even more dangerous for you to side with me? Mo Chen shook his head helplessly. My sister said that following you might offer a slim chance of survival, but if I flee alone, I will definitely be captured and taken back. Meiyu's voice grew softer and softer, her eyes filled with shame and conflict. As the only young supreme of Sakura Nation, she had never imagined that one day she would flee from Sakura Nation and seek refuge with the people of Daxia. Sigh. Mo Chen let out a breath. He knew that under the imperial power of Sakura country, any mistake could implicate the entire clan. So, can you warm the bed? No. Then can you massage shoulders, legs, and back? Won't. Then what can you do? Mo Chen raised an eyebrow coldly, his tone full of disdain. I can only kill. Miyu responded calmly. Can people from Sakura country really harden their hearts to kill? Mo Chen asked again. A group of mindless, blindly loyal zombies, why hesitate to kill them? Meiyu said coldly. Mo Chen nodded, looked her up and down, and said softly, take off your clothes. I need to check if you're carrying a tracker. Meiyu hesitated for a moment, a trace of conflict flashing across her face, but she remained standing still. What, unwilling? Then leave. Stop following me. Mo Chen's lips curled slightly, his tone laced with provocation. Hearing these words, Miyu lowered her head, her palms tightening and loosening repeatedly. After careful deliberation, she bit her lip and slowly began to remove her clothes. Every subtle movement seemed like crossing an insurmountable chasm. When only her undergarments remained, she still did not stop. That's enough, Mo Chen glanced briefly and said indifferently. But Miyu, as if her heart had fully opened, stood before him without reservation. Okay, you passed. Mo Chen nodded. After she finished dressing, they continued heading toward the spirit wild bird's nest. Meiyu followed closely behind, her expression returning to normal, and asked, where are you going? Raiding a bird's nest, Mo Chen answered succinctly. By the way, you came to me, surely not just to seek refuge, right? Meiyu paused slightly, took a deep breath, and with a hint of pleading in her tone said, I hope you can save my sister. Only you can save her. Originally, the people of Xiaowang were after me, but Lin Linzi was too naive. Mo Chen raised an eyebrow, understanding in his heart. Sure enough, Lin Linzi willingly put herself in danger to protect her younger sister. Her kindness toward Meiyu is truly touching. Mo Chen neither agreed nor refused. A few hours later, he finally arrived at the spirit wild bird's nest from before. Wait here, I'll go in and take a look. With that, Mo Chen silently slipped into the depths of the cave. What kind of strange noise is that? Mo Chen frowned as a series of peculiar sounds reached his ears, sounding both painful and pleasurable, extremely eerie. Upon getting closer, he discovered a male spirit wild bird riding on the back of a female spirit wild bird, its wings flapping incessantly. Damn, I came too early. Mo Chen cursed inwardly, deciding not to disturb the bird's pleasant moment and quietly retreated. Let's go, no chance. They're still making eggs, Meiyu said, her face slightly flushed, clearly understanding. Do you want the egg of the Linghuang bird? I know who has it, and I can help you snatch it. Meiyu suddenly said. Hearing this, a trace of excitement flashed in Emo-chan's eyes. Then quickly help me snatch it. I'll wait for you in the Great Xia City. Meiyu nodded, turned around, and flew in another direction. Returning to the Great Xia City, it was still empty. Other trial participants dared not come. The Seven Nations Coalition's clearing operation was not yet over, so they could only hide outside. Emo-chan wandered around the city and came to sit alone at the city gate, silently waiting. At dusk, Meiyu's pale figure descended from the sky, her delicate body stained with blood, tightly clutching 5 spirit wild bird eggs in her hand. Here you go. She handed them to Emo-chan without hesitation. You even brought someone along? Emo-chan took out an axe and slowly stood up. If you steal someone's belongings, they'll definitely come after you, Meiyu said calmly. Before long, 3 figures gradually approached. It was the supreme beings of the 7 nations. Sakura Nation's Meiyu, you sure have guts to associate with this kid. If Xiao Wang knew, he definitely wouldn't let you off. A supreme being from the sun never sets kingdom, snorted coldly. Who is the grandson? Emo-chan asked in return. Ha! The supreme being sneered disdainfully. Do you really think you're something? Grandpa isn't afraid of your 1,000-year kill. Go ahead and use it on me, my butt happens to be itchy. Another supreme being from Kangaroo Country sneered. You may be able to escape, but this woman from Sakura Country will likely suffer. Who said I was going to run? Emo-chan looked at the 3 in surprise. His demeanor made the 3 frown slightly, appearing somewhat puzzled. Prepare to die. Divine skill, Starfall Annihilation Palm. The supreme figure of the sun never sets empire made a direct move, knowing that Emo-chan had a demonic ability that prevented others from using their skills. Thus, he acted first, striving for an unexpected victory. Emo-chan gripped his axe tightly and swung it forward with great force. Boom! This swing contained all his strength. A fierce wind rose, the ground cracked, and the silver-white light seemed as if it would tear the heavens apart. Demacia! Emo-chan understood in his heart that his opponent would surely be injured under the strike, so he immediately unleashed judgment. Crack! A silver-white light broke through the Starfall Void Palm, and as it struck the opponent, a giant sword dozens of meters long descended from the sky. As the phenomenon dissipated, the body of the Supreme was split in half. Before dying, his eyes revealed shock, as if he hadn't comprehended what had happened. How is this possible? How could someone at the 5th stage of the void-breaking realm instantly kill a Supreme of the unmatched realm? It all happened in an instant. The other 2 had no time to react. Run! The intelligence was wrong. Emo-chan gulped down several bottles of energy potions in one go. A surge of fervent power instantly coursed through his body. The axe in his hand swung like lightning as he quickly caught up with the enemy ahead. Mio was not to be outdone, quickly recovering from her shock and following closely behind. The battle suddenly erupted on the other side of the mountain. Garen combo. Emo-chan acted decisively, leaving no chance for the opponent to catch their breath. Mio, ranked 56th among the experts, was also formidable. Her attacks surged like a tide, forcing the enemy to retreat step by step, leaving them completely powerless to fight back. Boom! With a loud explosion, the mountain peak shattered, rocks flew in all directions, and the birds nearby scattered in panic as the battle escalated with intense divine-level martial techniques. Before long, 2 supreme masters were slain in the wilderness by Emo-chan and Meiyu. Emo-chan quickly collected their spatial rings and turned to fly toward the Great Xia City. When are we going to rescue Rinrin? Meiyu caught up and asked anxiously. We'll see. I need to go into seclusion for a month and wait for the Battle of the 100 Nations to begin, Emo-chan replied calmly. You can temporarily stay in the city of Dacia, or you can go about your own business, he added. Meiyu frowned slightly, her eyes showing anxiety and doubt. You wouldn't lie to me, would you? Mr. Knife hidden in the smile. Emo-chan turned his head, the corner of his mouth slightly curved, and smiled faintly. I don't think I ever promised you anything, Miss Meiyu. As I said before, you can leave at any time, he added. Meiyu's lips curled into a bitter smile, her heart filled with dissatisfaction. Truly unfathomable. Despite her inner dissatisfaction, she still followed behind Emo-chan and did not choose to act alone. After returning to Dacia City, Emo-chan selected a quiet room, set up a thunder defense, and began his retreat. He took out 5 spirit wild bird eggs, alone, with a pile of energy fruits and potions, and consumed them one after another. The energy within his body began to flow slowly, like a surging river. Meanwhile, Meiyu also found a secluded spot in the city to begin her retreat. She understood that she couldn't rescue Lin Lindsay on her own, only by improving her strength could she make a difference. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. The sky over Green Star seems to have become silent, with fights rarely occurring. The global forum is also quite deserted, as everyone is preparing for the upcoming battle of 100 nations. Whether through cultivation, forming alliances, or exchanging necessary resources, a tense atmosphere, like the calm before the storm, permeates everyone's hearts. The spectators from Blue Star are also holding their breath in anticipation. Finally, a month has passed. The true trial has arrived, and the Battle of 100 Nations is officially announced to begin. This war is divided into 3 stages, with the first stage called the internal struggle phase. During this period, almost all the trial participants are competing for their country's strongholds, striving to obtain better resources, enhance their strength, and prepare for the second stage. On the vast and boundless green star, mysterious strongholds emerge one by one like ancient beasts awakening from slumber, revealing themselves in astonishing forms. Some rise from the rocks, some surface from the deep sea, and others descend from the clouds. Each stronghold is enveloped in mysterious beams of light that shoot straight into the sky, connecting to unknown places. On those beams of light, the names of the respective countries are clearly engraved. The first to open are the low-level strongholds, which only trial participants with lower realms and talents compete for, while those slightly stronger disdain them entirely. Inside Daxia City, peak of the void-breaking realm, Emo-chan slowly opened his eyes, a trace of regret flashing through them. He realized that perhaps due to the ancient sacred body, most of the energy within him had been absorbed to strengthen his physical body. Combined with the resistance developed from previously consuming the Spirit Desolation Bird Egg, the effect was not as expected. It seems that only by waiting for the top-tier stronghold to open and obtaining the first occupancy reward can I break through to the unmatched realm, he thought to himself. He was already well aware of the rules of the 100 Nations battle. The first person to occupy a stronghold would receive generous initial rewards, and there would be periodic beam transmissions for supplies, entirely dependent on the foundation of each nation. Trust in the foundation of the Great Xia, the rewards will definitely be generous. Taking advantage of a brief break, Emo-chan opened the global forum. The forum was bustling with activity, and every post was discussing news about the strongholds. Snow and Nicole sent a private message. You go ahead and play on your own. I need to occupy the Sakura Nation's stronghold. I'll join you again when the second phase begins. Emo-chan quickly replied, understood. Afterward, he found Mei-yu and discovered she was in seclusion, preparing to leave. When are we going to rescue Lin Linzi? Mei-yu opened her eyes, her gaze resolute. Emo-chan was taken aback, moved by the deep bond between the sisters. Don't worry, the young emperor's people are busy with the 100 Nations war right now. Your sister won't be in danger for the time being, he reassured her. After speaking, he waved his hand and went back to continue his seclusion. 10 days later, the intermediate stronghold opens, offering weapons and precious medicines. S-level and SS-level prodigies begin to take action, competing for these resources, as they are their primary targets. Advanced and top-tier strongholds are predetermined, only SSS and Supreme can be contested, and others cannot even dream of it. In this world, to go further, one must clearly understand their own position. If you do things that are inconsistent with your strength and background, you will inevitably lose your life. During this period, many trial participants died at the hands of their own people, causing sighs among the Blue Star spectators. Although it is heartbreaking, reality is so cruel. If you want to gain more, you must inevitably pay more. Another 10 days later, advanced strongholds open. At this moment, not only are SSS-level prodigies competing, but even the young supremes of various countries can no longer hold back. Advanced strongholds can provide high-level martial techniques and rare elixirs, the latter being resources urgently needed by everyone to quickly enhance their strength. In the city of Daxia, Emo-chan made his move. Although top-tier strongholds are his primary target, rare elixirs are also what his current strength requires. There are 30 advanced strongholds in Daxia. He selected the one closest to him and quickly flew over. Little Dien. Emo-chan called out the system's name on the road, calculating in his mind the monthly prank mode draw. This thing, might as well use it. Ding. Prank mode draw. Drawing in progress? Congratulations to the host for drawing the advanced prank mode, Truth or Dare. After specifying the target group, you can make the other party reveal the deepest secret they are most unwilling to share. Note, all prank modes are one-time effects. Please cherish them and do not use them carelessly. Truth or Dare? The secret they are most unwilling to share? Emo-chan's lips curled into a devilish smile. This is much more interesting than the becoming a dad mode. He was calculating in his heart, perhaps he could uncover some shocking secrets. Check the rage value. Emerald chest, 680 billion/2000 billion. Several hours later, he finally arrived at the advanced stronghold named Analex. The naming of Daxia's strongholds follows traditional culture, and this one is evidently derived from the 4 books and 5 classics. The 10 top-tier strongholds, however, are named after the 8 trigrams, respectively, Qian, Dui, Li, Jin, Sun, Kan, Zhen, Kun, Yin, Yang. The base of the Analex appeared simple and crude, a circular platform of several hundred square meters built with unknown stones, engraved with runes and formations. These formations would automatically activate during enemy attacks but would not harm the people of Daxia. On the platform, there were already over 100 people, joyfully sharing the excitement of victory. When Emo-chan approached, the crowd suddenly fell silent, their expressions solemn. Emo-chan, what are you here for? A leader with SSS-level talent stepped forward to question him. Nonsense, I'm here to take what's mine. Emo-chan responded bluntly, walking straight onto the circular platform and extending his hand it over. What to take? First-time reward, give it to me. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became dissatisfied. Who had ever seen someone so unreasonable? It was practically daylight robbery. We are here under the orders of Supreme Yi Chen to help him claim the items. Didn't you notice that the other people from Daxia aren't competing for it? The leader's voice rose, exuding a hint of confidence when mentioning Yi Chen. The corners of Mo Chen's mouth curved up, and a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes. He scanned the surroundings and discovered that this group of people were trial participants from Yanjing, including some who had mocked him on the high seas before. What, does Yi Chen call the shots in Daxia? If he says it's his, then it's his? Then I say the entire Yi family is mine. Shouldn't you all kneel and acknowledge me as your master? Mo Chen approached step by step, and a murderous intent gradually spread. The faces of the group from Yanjing changed drastically, clearly aware of Mo Chen's methods and ruthlessness. Mo Chen, stop immediately. There are reporters filming here. If you dare to act recklessly, you will not only offend the Yi family but also anger the entire Daxia. The crowd retreated while trying to threaten him. And then? Mo Chen chuckled. What then? This is the place of Yi Chen the Supreme. The leader frowned, treating Yi Chen as the last straw to clutch at. Then, you can go die. Before the words were finished, Mo Chen's figure flashed, and a punch pierced through his body. Blood splattered everywhere, the air filled with a strong smell of blood, and the remaining people shivered in fear. Do you still remember what you used to love saying to me? Mo Chen wiped the blood off his hands, a hint of amusement appearing on his face. The person's face was pale, their lips trembled, and they dared not move. They even took the initiative to pull at their clothes and offer them forward. What? I don't remember. The crowd stammered, fear in their hearts. They had said quite a few bad things about Mo Chen. You said that the outside is not like Daxia, and that I would have no legal protection once I stepped out. Now, I return these same words to you. As soon as the words were spoken, several people turned and ran. Boom! But before they could escape the circular platform, they were struck by several bolts of lightning and turned into charred remains. Mo Chen walked up to the reporters, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, his gaze cold, exuding an air of sinister charm. Watch closely. I said before, when I take what belongs to me, anyone who dares to speak out will be chopped alive. With that, he took out an axe. The remaining people trembled in fear, some even collapsed to the ground, their faces full of despair. Mo Chen, we are compatriots. You can't do this. Yi Chen Supreme will definitely not let you off. If you return to Blue Star, not only will the Yi family hunt you down, but the Daxia authorities will also hold you accountable. They begged in terror, trying to invoke the Yi family and the Daxia authorities to seek a way out for themselves. Mo Chen sneered disdainfully and asked, "Oh, now you realize we are compatriots? Back on the high seas, why didn't you speak up for me as a compatriot? Weren't you fond of kicking someone when they're down? I see that sooner or later you will all die at the hands of the Seven Nations Alliance, so why not let me send you on your way early?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Chen raised his axe high. The others, seeing this, gritted their teeth and fought to the death, unleashing their martial techniques toward Mo Chen. But their strength was only at the void-breaking realm, and even combined, they couldn't stir up much of a wave. Boom! As a silver-white light burst forth, hundreds of people instantly turned to nothingness, leaving not even a trace of flesh or blood. After finishing all this, Mo Chen looked at the trembling reporter beside him. Where is the first capture reward? It's on him. The reporter trembled as he pointed to the pile of flesh on the ground. Mo Chen stepped forward and searched for a while, finding a spatial ring. Upon opening it, he discovered several glowing precious herbs, comparable in value to the spirit wild bird egg. A hint of delight flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, he hadn't used the axe to chop the sky earlier, or the spatial ring would have been destroyed. Whose person are you? Mo Chen looked again at the female reporter from the Great Xia. If possible, I want to be your person. Her voice trembled as she secretly took out a life-saving jade talisman, appearing extremely nervous. Hearing this, Mo Chen revealed a smile. This woman has quite high emotional intelligence. Good idea. He patted the other person's shoulder, but the last reporter who wanted to follow me has already been sent back to Blue Star by me. After saying that, Mo Chen left the place. Phew. The female reporter sat on the ground, let out a heavy sigh, and adjusted her shirt, which was already soaked with sweat. When the live footage was transmitted back to Blue Star, there was complete silence across the Great Xia. No one expected that Mo Chen would actually dare to kill his compatriots, and do so without mercy. Previously, when Mo Chen made harsh remarks in Sakura City, everyone thought he was joking and trying to amuse them. Now it seems he was serious. Rules seem to not exist at all in Mo Chen's eyes. His actions are entirely driven by his whims. If he can't win, he disgusts his opponent with the 1,000 years of death technique and then escapes, with no one able to catch him. If he can win, the opponent will suffer greatly. Who can withstand this? The Daxia authorities once again chose silence regarding this incident. Despite the overwhelming public outcry, they remained indifferent and made no mention of holding Mo Chen accountable. Even though Mo Chen personally killed his compatriots, there is no law on Green Star. Everything is driven by human sentiment. You can only condemn him morally, but that is clearly ineffective. If he cared about morality, would he even be called Mo Chen? Moreover, the first phase of the 100 Nations battle was inherently internal. Strife. Everyone knows the unspoken rule: if you can't win, you surrender, and showing mercy is the norm. Someone like Mo Chen, who leaves no survivors, is truly rare. Yan Jing, within the Yi family. The family head, Yi Shanhai, slightly narrowed his eyes as he sat firmly at the head of the meeting table, his gaze sharp as a knife and burning with anger. The people on both sides of the table silently lowered their heads, not daring to speak lightly. Does this brat know that he's the son of the unrivaled king? Yi Shanhai said coldly, otherwise, how could he dare to act so recklessly? After a moment of silence, the head of the Sun family slowly said, that's not important. What matters is that the peerless king must not leave any descendants in this world. This boy must die. We cannot let him inherit his father's position, another person interjected firmly. Yi Shanhai frowned deeply. How could he not know all this? But back on Blue Star, Mo Chen was protected by the rat, and now that they were on Green Star, they had no means to act against him in the short term. Before the trial began, he had instructed Yi Chen to secretly deal with Mo Chen, but now it seemed that even if Yi Chen acted personally, it would be difficult to take him down. At this moment, the head of the Sun family glanced at his vibrating phone and sneered, Old Yi, there's a group of small families outside asking to see you. What do they want to do? Yi Shanhai asked impatiently. Their children were just killed by Mo Chen, and they are eager for revenge. They want to join forces with us to take action in international waters after the trial ends, explained the head of the Sun family, with a hint of mockery in his tone. Everyone present couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. The people outside didn't even qualify to sit with them, let alone talk about joining forces to kill someone. Yi Shanhai smiled faintly, pondered for a moment, and said, here's the deal, tell them I need a group of death warriors. As long as they can kill Mo Chen and return alive, I can safely send them abroad. The head of the Sun family nodded with a smile and began replying to the message. For people of their level, why would they personally take the risk to deal with the son of the king of Peerless? They were just worried about not finding a pawn to send forward. After leaving the Analect's stronghold, Mo Chen proceeded to the advanced strongholds of the Great Learning, the Doctrine of the Mean, Mencius, and the Book of Songs. Upon learning of his arrival, the people at these strongholds unhesitatingly handed over rare treasures and even bid him farewell. They still vividly remembered the scene where Mo Chen single-handedly held off the supreme forces of 7 nations to ensure the safe retreat of the Great Xia trial participants. After 10 days of seclusion, with the help of the rare treasures, Mo Chen reached the 3rd stage of the Peerless Realm in one leap. This level of mastery marked him as a top-tier expert and a pillar of the nation. The competition for advanced strongholds was declared over, and the top-tier strongholds were now open. On the Green Star, all Supremes emerged from seclusion and rushed to the contest points. Top-tier strongholds are different from others. Their activation is done in batches, not with everyone challenging simultaneously, but through a checkpoint mode. All trial participants know that top-tier strongholds are designed for Supremes, while those below Supreme level choose to stay at the base to watch and prepare for the second phase of the battle. Student Xiao Dian, draw the prank mode. Ding. Host, prank skills cannot be accumulated. Choosing to draw will cause Truth or Dare to automatically disappear. It is recommended that you use up Truth or Dare first before drawing. It will be more cost-effective. Mo Chen was slightly stunned, not expecting such a rule to exist. Not wanting to waste this opportunity for a truthful answer, he directly approached Meiyu. Will you go with me? Yes. Meiyu nodded and put on a mask. The first top-tier stronghold opened in Disya was Qian. On the plains, it was no longer just a simple circular platform but consisted of 3 floating islands, resembling the relics of Great Yu. When Mo Chen and Meiyu arrived, 10 Supremes were already waiting there, all casting their gaze upon him. Mo Chen, top-tier strongholds are not something someone of your level can compete for. Sun Hao mocked with his arms crossed. Fine, let me show you what qualification means. Mo Chen launched a 1,000-year kill, scaring Sun Hao into jumping in shock and retreating while clutching his butt. Idiot. Mo Chen sneered. Everyone was speechless, thinking that Sun Hao's IQ was way too low. Knowing Mo Chen's methods, he still dared to provoke him, truly asking for trouble. Mo Chen, who did you bring here? She doesn't look like someone from Disya. Yi Chen asked, staring at Meiyu. None of your damn business. I could bring a dog, so why can't I bring a person? Mo Chen retorted. Sun Hao was furious after hearing this. Mo Chen, who are you calling a dog? Whoever's barking, that's who I'm talking about. Mo Chen replied mercilessly. The other 8 people cast puzzled looks at Meiyu, but none of them spoke up. Mo Chen, you sure are bold. I heard you killed everyone at the Analect's stronghold? Sun Hao clutched his buttocks and walked over trembling to question him. Say one more word, and I'll kill you right now. A flash of killing intent appeared in Mo Chen's eyes. Damn it. Sun Hao was furious beyond measure. He was about to make a move, but Yi Chen grabbed him and said, forget it, my business is more important. Yun Chuyao stepped forward to mediate. The stronghold is about to open, don't start a conflict now. As soon as the words were spoken, the formation of the first floating island opened a gap. Yi Chen suddenly turned and said, how about I compete with Mo Chen this time? I'll give up some of the later strongholds to you. Sun Hao nodded, that's a good suggestion. Anyway, you can't beat Brother Chen, so why not give him some respect? It would avoid creating a tense atmosphere, which is better for everyone. Emochan smiled and gave a thumbs up. Good dog, always speaking on behalf of your master. Alright, then we'll temporarily withdraw and watch the exciting duel between senior brother Yi Chen and junior Emochan. After some discussion, they decided to give up the fight for Qian. Thank you all for your courtesy. Yi Chen smiled slightly and waved to Emochan. Come on, let me see what you're capable of. Emochan did not respond and walked straight toward the floating island. As soon as he stepped onto the first floating island, a beam of light instantly enveloped him. After confirming that he was from the Great Xia, he was allowed to enter. On the floating island, dozens of mysterious devices were arranged, resembling old arcade slot machines. Following the instructions, Emochan placed his palm on the right side of one device, and instantly, the screen began to flicker. Yi Chen performed the same action. The two exchanged glances, then refocused their attention on the screen. At this moment, everyone in Blue Star's Great Xia is watching this scene, eagerly anticipating the showdown between Great Xia's first Supreme Yi Chen and the Dark Horse Emochan, who has been stirring up the storm. In this challenge mode, Emochan's speed and annoying tricks are useless. What does he have to compete with Yi Chen? There's no comparison at all. Earlier, he boasted about taking down 10 top strongholds. Now that he realizes it's not about fighting and killing, he must be dumbfounded, right? People from Yanjing are sending comments in the livestream, with mocking voices rising one after another. Emochan's slaughter of Yanjing trial participants at the Analect stronghold has made them hate him to the core. What is Yi Chen worth? Watch Emochan, our junior, crush him with one hand. No matter your tricks and disguises, our junior Emochan can conquer the world with one shameless move. It seems the title of the #1 Supreme in Daxia is about to change hands. What is Yi Chen worth? Why didn't he show up during the battle in Sakura City? He can't even compare to a single hair of Emochan. The people of Haichang were not to be outdone and started to fight back. They were defending their own, but also because the people of Yanjing had mocked them as country bumpkins, saying their quality was as low as Emochan's. They simply couldn't tolerate it. Back to Emochan. At this moment, he was staring at the big screen, somewhat dumbfounded. The screen displayed, "Congratulations on entering the Great Xia Monarch Experience Program. Please choose your nation governing path. Literature. Martial arts." Emochan hesitated for a moment, then decisively chose martial arts. Immediately after, the options popped up again. You have chosen to rule the country by force. Please select your development strategy. Recruit a large number of strong individuals to join the war zone and enhance national defense capabilities. Invade other countries. Plundering is the fastest way to become a powerful nation. There's no need to think about it. Emochan immediately chose option. Foreign friends must witness the might of the Great Xia cavalry. Game over. Under your less than wise leadership, the Great Xia was besieged by the Seven Nations Alliance and numerous small countries, leading to its fragmentation. Keep up the good work. Emochan? What kind of ridiculous simulator is this? Are you serious? The people of Blue Star Daxia were also a bit dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Emochan truly thrives in chaos. Just go for it. Take down Big Beautiful in little days. Ha, Emochan the fool, can't handle it anymore, can you? If you were to govern the country, you'd lead everyone to their deaths. You truly lack the qualities of a monarch. Yi Chen the Supreme is almost clearing the level. He wouldn't get stuck here, would he? Emochan gritted his teeth. Helplessly, he went back and chose, recruiting a large number of strong individuals to join the war zone and strengthen national defense. Game over. Due to the excessive number of warriors you recruited, the military expenses and resource consumption became too high, leading to a drastic decline in the quality of life for civilians. The heavy taxation caused widespread suffering, and the entire nation protested to have you removed from office. Please try again. Emochan? When did I raise taxes? What the heck is this? Clearly, choosing martial doesn't work, right? Haha, so stupid. Martial strength can secure a nation, but only civil governance can bring peace and stability. How can you not understand such a simple principle and only focus on fighting and killing? Fool. The question clearly mentions governing the country, not expanding territories. The people of Yanjing have finally found their confidence and are feeling smug. The people of Haichang, on the other hand, are worried for Emochan. This must have stumped our junior Emochan. He probably doesn't play strategic games between nations often. Don't panic, Yi Chen hasn't reached the 3rd level yet. Emochan was truly speechless. Helplessly, he returned to the initial page again and selected culture. You have chosen to govern the country through culture. Please select your development strategy. Vigorously develop fiscal economy, reduce taxes, and prioritize healthcare, education, and people's livelihood. Establish alliances, build economic and military pacts with other countries, and develop together. Let everyone live a laid-back life. The third option is tempting, but Emochan knows it's a trap. So he chose. Game over. Due to your strong economic development, you neglected national defense, which led to the 7 nations becoming envious and launching an attack that you were unable to resist. Damn it! Emochan's fist flashed with golden light as he punched the machine. Congratulations on passing the level. A real man should bravely charge forward, break all constraints, and not be deceived by what lies ahead. As the sound of the machine rang out, the entrance to the second floating island also opened for him. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one expected such a simple way to clear the level. Actually, that question was a multiple-choice question, and you had to select both and. As Emo-chan was rushing toward the second floating island, a shout suddenly came from below. "Mr. Emo-chan, check your private messages." Upon hearing this, he quickly took out his phone and opened the global forum. It was sent by Mayu. In the study of Bagua, Chen represents the sky and symbolizes dominion. It has meanings such as masculinity and resilience. Emo-chan was slightly taken aback, so that's how it is. No wonder he could pass the test by smashing the machine with one punch earlier. Doesn't that represent masculine energy? As for the ruler, a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he suddenly thought of something, then quickened his pace and charged forward. Emo-chan was surprised that this Sakura girl was so knowledgeable about Dixia culture. The more you think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. Perhaps the little days have already thoroughly studied Dixia. After arriving at the second floating island, Emo-chan's power seemed to be sealed and completely suppressed. In front of him was a 9-step stone staircase leading to the third level. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the first step. With each step he took, the pressure on his body doubled. But for him, it was as if it were nothing, effortless and natural. It wasn't until he reached the third floating island that his power returned to normal. At this moment, Yi-chen looked bewildered, glancing around with no clue. The empty surroundings nearby left him feeling utterly perplexed. What's going on? Are we just standing here like fools? There's nothing up there, how can we compare? Could it be that we're supposed to duel? Winner takes all? The audience on Blue Star was abuzz with discussion, anxiously searching for highlights. Yi-chen frowned, inwardly reluctant to confront Emo-chen head-on. That guy's 1,000 years of death technique was just too outrageous. Besides, there were reporters filming. If he really got hit by it, it would be utterly humiliating. But if he wanted to take control of this stronghold, it seemed like he had no choice. Emo-chen, I have a proposal. What? I will suppress my realm to the unparalleled realm, and without using the 1,000-year kill, let's spar a bit. Emo-chen laughed heartily after hearing this. Who wants to spar with you? This level definitely has profound meaning from Chien. The first layer's National Lord experience mode is not for nothing. Yi-chen's eyes flashed with cold light, and he said sternly, if you don't want to compete, then get lost. I don't have time to mess around with you. Emo-chen's eyes turned, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, and his tone became respectful. Actually, this stage is for us to bow to our ancestors, awaken the divine will, and undergo the final test. Yi-chen sneered. Of course, he wouldn't believe his nonsense. Emo-chen chuckled lightly, walked straight to the center of the floating island, knelt down with a thud, and sincerely murmured, Ancestors of the great Xia above, descendant Emo-chen bows before you, please grant me strength to strike down this scoundrel. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. What the heck is he doing? Could it really be necessary to bow and awaken the ancestors? Yi-chen hesitated in place, his palms clenched and then relaxed, his heart wavering. Brother Chen, go for it. This guy definitely knows something. Maybe we really need to summon the ancestors. If you let him awaken the ancestral consciousness first, you'll lose. Sun Hao anxiously reminded him. After hearing this, a trace of determination flashed in Yi-chen's eyes. He walked to Emo-chen's side and knelt down as well. To the ancestors of the great Xia, Yi-chen of the Yi family, a lineage of the hereditary family, has come. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a shadow appear in front of him. Yi-chen was overjoyed, thinking it was his ancestor manifesting, and immediately turned to shout at Emo-chen, you lost. The ancestor chose me. Where is this person? When he discovered that Emo-chen was gone, his heart tightened, and he had a vague sense of foreboding. What ancestor? At this moment, a voice that made Yi-chen grit his teeth in hatred sounded from ahead. When he looked, who else could it be but Emo-chen? How dare you, Yi-chen? Colluding with external enemies, disregarding the lives of the Great Xia trial participants. In the name of the Lord of the Great Xia Kingdom, I revoke your qualification to compete this time. Kneel here for eternity and repent. As Emo-chen's words fell, his finger gently lifted, pointing at Yi-chen, who was kneeling on the ground. At this moment, it seemed as if he had truly become the Lord of the Great Xia Kingdom, ruling over everything. You beast, I'll kill you. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Yi-chen became furious and suddenly stood up. But before he could make a move, a beam of light poured down from the sky, enveloping Emo-chen. In this challenge, Emo-chen won and now gains control of the Qian stronghold. How is this possible? Why did I lose just like that? Yi-chen stood frozen in place, his eyes flickering with unwillingness and jealousy. The moment you knelt before me, it was already over. Emo-chen laughed heartily, revealing a sense of pride in controlling everything. His deduction was correct. Qian represents heaven, symbolizing dominion and rule. Since there were no competition tools on the third level, it naturally came down to determining superiority between the two, deciding the true ruler. And Yi-chen kneeling down just proved that he is the true ruler. Damn, this guy is really insidious. It's over, it's over. Sun Hao's face turned pale, and his heart was filled with regret. He was the one who persuaded Yi Chen to kneel, and now he was definitely going to take the blame for it. Yi Chen would absolutely not let him off. You beast, go to hell. Yi Chen went berserk. Forcing him to kneel before Mo Chen was even more painful than taking 1,000 years of death attack. Get out! Mo Chen snorted coldly. In the next moment, Yi Chen's body was forcibly ejected from Qian's stronghold, landing on the plains outside. Brother Chen, calm down. At the next stronghold, we'll definitely crush him. Sun Hao cautiously comforted him. Get lost. I really feel like sacrificing you in blood. Yi Chen's face turned red with anger. With a loud bang, he had just cracked his knuckles under his armpit and slapped Sun Hao's dark face hard. Sun Hao cried his heart out. He was a supreme being, so how could he act like a fool and be Yi Chen's bootlicker? Within the territory of Blue Star's Great Xia, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Did we lose so miserably? So miserable, even more humiliating than taking a few hits of the 1,000 years of death. Fighting against Mo Chen is simply asking for humiliation. In Yanjing, at the Yi family, Yi Yunhai had a dark expression and complained, Old son, your son needs to eat more walnuts, he's too foolish. The head of the Sun family laughed sarcastically. Ah, you're no better, let's not point fingers. The others on both sides looked at each other in dismay, their faces showing awkwardness. They dared not speak or laugh, secretly wondering if these two old family friends would come to blows over their son's affairs. Qian's stronghold. Within a beam of light piercing the heavens, a drop of blood shimmering with mysterious hues slowly descended, resembling a falling star. Immediately after, the phantom of a burly giant, bare-chested and clad in animal hide, began to emerge, exuding an awe-inspiring presence and an overwhelming aura. It's the essence blood of Kwafu. The classmates exclaimed in astonishment. I didn't expect the first clear reward to be so good, it's actually a drop of divine blood. Among the classmates on Blue Star, someone immediately recognized this giant. Kwafu? Is it the Kwafu who chased the sun? Someone asked in confusion. Yeah, I wonder if he ever caught up with the sun, another person mocked. Catch the sun? No way. Even if he ran around Blue Star 3 times, he wouldn't catch it. He's the living embodiment of the spirit of the foolish old man moves mountains, someone nearby joked. Hey, you guys really don't get it. I heard Kwafu was chasing a chicken. As soon as this sentence was spoken, it immediately sparked strong interest among the classmates. What? Chasing a chicken to the sun, someone exclaimed. That's so exaggerated, another person was dumbfounded. The older generation of scholars finally couldn't sit still and angrily rebuked, nonsense. Please show some respect for our Daxia's mythological stories. In ancient times, the god Kwafu was hunting a golden crow. The light emitted by the golden crow was as dazzling as the sun, and ordinary people mistakenly thought it was chasing the sun. The students were unconvinced and retorted, but it's still a chicken, isn't it? Did we say anything wrong? Exactly, the golden crow is just a golden chicken after all. Others chimed in. Enough. All you talk about is chickens. If my brother lays eggs, don't eat them. The elder said angrily and helplessly. On the plains outside the Qian stronghold. Damn it, what bad luck. Yi Chen spat on the ground, turned around, and flew away, unwilling to stay here and embarrass himself further. Sun Hao hurriedly caught up, feeling uneasy. Brother Chen, that was the essence blood of Kwafu. Are we really letting that guy take it away just like that? I think we can go and snatch it back. Yi Chen turned back with a cold smile. Go ahead, hurry up. If you can't get it back, don't come to see me. Sun Hao awkwardly lowered his head and didn't bring it up again. Are you kidding me? If you won't go, what's the point of me going to snatch it back? You little rascal, this time you've really put Yi Chen in a tough spot, always stirring up trouble. Yun Shuyao walked up and teased. Congratulations, Junior Mo Chen, this is well deserved. The other 7 people offered their congratulations one after another. Mo Chen smiled faintly, cupped his hands, and said, Thank you, everyone. Then he looked at Yun Shuyao and asked meaningfully, Master, do you have any secrets hidden deep in your heart? Yun Shuyao was slightly stunned, her expression gradually becoming unnatural. She was alert in her heart, feeling that every word Mo Chen said might be a trap, and she had to be cautious. I have no secrets, what's wrong? Never mind then. Mo Chen didn't want to waste truth on her. Let's go. He waved to Mei Yu and turned to fly toward the city of Daxia. I didn't expect you to have studied the I Ching and 8 trigrams. Truly impressive. Mio responded calmly. The I Ching and 8 trigrams hold profound knowledge. Many martial arts techniques have evolved from them, and even the royal family of Sakura country is studying them, she continued. Mo Chen was startled. Very few people in Daxia still study that stuff, yet the Sakura country has borrowed it and turned it into a treasure. It seems that the cultural heritage passed down from Daxia still deserves attention. After returning to Daxia City, Mo Chen sent a message to Shui Zhongsong Tan. What's the situation, Brother Tan? Have you settled it yet? Shui Zhongsong Tan replied with a crying emoji. I couldn't get it done. Brother Chen, how about you come and help me out? Mo Chen grinned. I'm quite busy too. Did Xiao Huang mess you up? Shui Zhongsong Tan angrily said. Don't even talk about it. That first idiot stronghold actually tested bloodlines. I immediately forfeited and ran away. What's the point of competing like this? Seeing this, Emochan couldn't help but laugh. Testing bloodlines? Ha ha ha. Then you should come to Desya to compete. Snow in the nick of time, get lost. If you're not going to help, don't come and mock me. Emochan, are you kidding me? If I help you now, wouldn't I just be pushing you into the fire pit? Let's wait until the second phase starts, then we'll go and take it back. Snow in the nick of time, we'll see. I need to prepare for the second stronghold. Hopefully, it won't be something like memory searching. Emochan, where's Sister Schweinschwan? Offering help in a snowstorm, go to hell. After putting down his phone, Emochan took out the essence blood of Kwafu. There were still 10 days until the next top-level stronghold would open, and he needed to quickly enhance his strength. After all, a battle with Yi Chen was inevitable. According to the information he had obtained, Yi Chen was now at the 4th stage of the mountain-moving realm, with greatly increased strength. He estimated that even if he used all his means, he might barely defeat Yi Chen, but he would undoubtedly sustain serious injuries. The current situation was volatile, with the 7 nations supremes eyeing him covetously. He absolutely could not afford to be injured. To kill Yi Chen, he had to eliminate him as quickly as possible. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Emochan opened his eyes again, his realm had advanced to the 5th stage of the unmatched realm, but he had only refined 1/3 of the divine essence energy. However, the strength of his physical body had greatly improved, and the ancient sacred body was about to reach minor completion. Since Kwafu primarily cultivated physical strength, the divine essence energy was almost entirely used to enhance the physical body. Now, he had already fused the blood essence of 2 deities. It is said that the more divine blood one integrates, the smoother the path to becoming a god, and the stronger one will be after becoming a god. What did you do? Emochan found Meiyu and noticed her pale complexion and disordered breath, clearly indicating she was injured. Nothing much, I just lost control during cultivation. Meiyu said indifferently. You didn't go to save Lin Linzi, did you? Emochan raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. I just wanted to check if she was okay, but I didn't expect to be discovered, Meiyu confessed after being exposed. Don't worry, they won't kill your sister before you're caught, Emochan reassured. Okay, Meiyu nodded. Let's go, I'll accompany you to the next base. No need, you should focus on recovering, Emochan waved his hand. Before leaving, he turned back and asked, this time the base opened by Desya is Gen. Is there any significance to it? Meiyu pondered for a moment and slowly explained, Gen symbolizes protection and reliance, it represents a mountain. Mountains are tall and can shield against wind and rain. I see. Emochan nodded thoughtfully. The Gen base is located in a sea area on Green Star. Emochan was still the last to arrive. He deliberately timed it, arriving early was pointless. As soon as he appeared in everyone's view, Yi Chen shot him a look filled with killing intent, clearly still holding a grudge over the last incident. Emochan couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He stepped forward and greeted the other Supremes. How, long time no see. How's your hemorrhoids doing? Sun Hao couldn't bear it any longer. Furious, he struck with a palm. Emochan swiftly dodged and made a funny face at him. Hey, you can't hit me. Sun Hao gritted his teeth in anger. Kid, don't be arrogant. This time, you won't be so lucky. It's activated, someone reminded. Hearing this, everyone rushed to the platform on the surface of the sea. This time, Yi Chen did not suggest that others temporarily give up the competition. Clearly, he was confident and came with the determination to win. There are still dozens of instruments placed on the platform. 11 people placed their palms on the instruments one by one, and the screen began to flicker. But this time, what appeared was not a simulation project. Instead, the names of the 11 people were displayed on the screen, accompanied by a data field. What's going on? What's the situation? Someone asked in confusion. There's no hint at all. How do we determine the winner? The people of Daxia on Blue Star saw this scene and were quite puzzled, thinking it was really strange. Could it be that we're supposed to vote? A comment suddenly flashed across the noisy livestream. I support Yun Shuyao as the Supreme. Someone shouted with a try-it-and-see attitude, instantly drawing everyone's attention. But when everyone checked Yun Shuyao's data, they were shocked to find that her number was still at 0. What the heck is this? Is it a competition to see who can stand the longest? The audience from Daxia started to get restless and rushed to ask the officials, wanting to understand how the competition would proceed. However, the official response disappointed them. We don't know either. The rules and challenges are set by the taboo, and the gods are in charge. Gods? This word made everyone's hearts tighten, and they immediately fell silent, not daring to speak casually anymore. On the high platform of the Gen stronghold, several Supremes also looked bewildered, not knowing how to proceed. At that moment, the corners of Yi Chen's mouth slightly curved upward. His data chart rapidly surged, and before long, it broke through 1,000. What kind of trick are you pulling? Emochan snorted coldly. You're the one talking nonsense. I am the pride of the great Xia kingdom. Yi Chen glared at him angrily. You? The pride of the nation? I'll expose your true colors in a moment. Emochan countered. Yi Chen was startled, but his expression remained disdainful. Emochan, think of something. Aren't you smart? Yun Shuyao urged from the side. You're the smart one. Emo-chan rolled his eyes at her and began to think. May you once said that Jin symbolizes protection and reliance, this test must be related to that. Grandson, it's over, isn't it? Sunhao saw Emo-chan's worried face and secretly rejoiced. I've said it before, disgusting tricks only work once. Who can be lucky every time? Shut up. Did you pick up the villain script? Emo-chan rebuked angrily. He took out his phone and sent a message in the Haicheng group chat on the global forum. Brothers, I need support, come and back me up. How can I support you? Do I need to go to the scene? We will definitely support, but how can we support? The people of Haicheng responded one after another, but didn't know what to do. Try carving my name or shouting slogans to support me, Emo-chan suggested. Alright, let's give it a try. Before long, his data grid started moving, instantly surpassing 1,000. How did this guy pull that off? Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. The rule setter of the Gen stronghold is a forbidden elder. He had previously revealed the rules to Yi Chen, thinking he would surely win, but ended up encountering obstacles. Could it be that he also knows the rules? Yi Chen felt indignant. Enjoying the show? Emo-chan turned his head and mocked. He continued sending messages, effective. Quickly summon those trial participants I saved, and support me immediately. Alright. The people of Haicheng immediately took action and sent a message to the group from Sakura City. Everyone copied and pasted together, quickly shout that you support Emo-chan. This group saw the message, paused for a moment, but didn't think too much and shouted immediately. Soon, Emo-chan's data grid began to skyrocket, 2,000, 3,000. Junior Emo-chan, you're amazing. The others were stunned, the situation changed too quickly. Brother Chen, what should we do now? The number of trial participants from Yanjing can't compare to that guy. Sunhao asked cautiously. Yi Chen clenched his fist, walked to the edge of the high platform, and shouted down below, spread my command. Yi Chen's command, anyone who shouts their support for me will henceforth be under my protection. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood the rules. The numbers in the data grid come from the number of supporters. Doing this? Emo-chan stepped forward and shouted, pass on my command, those who support me are friends, those who don't are enemies. Let them think it through themselves. With the power of mobile phones, Yi Chen and Emo-chan's words quickly spread to every trialist in Disya. The result was self-evident. Emo-chan's data grid began to skyrocket, surpassing 100,000 in less than a minute. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's data remained almost unchanged. Is there even a need to think about it? Who dares to be Emo-chan's enemy? Think about the fate of those people before. Even young Emperor was driven mad. I wouldn't dare offend him. I truly support Emo-chen, not because I'm afraid of him. I'm by Z. To the one above, I don't believe you at all. Everyone was discussing nervously, afraid of provoking Emo-chen. After all, getting hit by his 1,000 years of death technique is a minor issue, but he really intends to kill. I also support Junior Emo-chen. Supreme Zhou Ping suddenly spoke awkwardly, clearly wanting to befriend Emo-chen. Then I support him too. I support it too. Several other Supremes, including Yun Shuyao, spoke one after another. The audience of Daxia watched in astonishment. Even competitors are supporting Emo-chen. What chance does Yi Chen have left? Emo-chen smiled faintly and turned to Yi Chen and Sunhao, saying meaningfully, you don't support me? Then we will become enemies. Damn, that's a real killer move. This move is too ruthless. The two were stunned in place, one turning red with anger, the other's face as dark as charcoal. In short, they were all not very happy. Until a mechanical voice sounded from the high platform, congratulations to Emo-chen for winning this competition. You have successfully occupied the Gen stronghold, and the reward is on its way. As soon as the voice fell, a drop of blood flickered in the beam above and slowly descended. Subsequently, a long-haired, handsome, and wild phantom appeared. He drew his bow, knocked an arrow, and shot it at the golden crow in the sky with a whoosh. It's Hoi. Awesome, another drop of divine blood. What exactly did this golden crow do to offend someone? It's either being attacked or shot every day. Brother upstairs, watch your words carefully. I've remembered your ID for a long time. If you dare to make dirty jokes about the gods again, I'll report you. I'm not afraid of you at all. I'm Emo-chan's friend, and even if the gods come, they'll be sent back home by his 1,000 years of death move. Brother, don't bring trouble to Emo-chen. As a Haicheng native, I won't stand for it. It's fine, Emo-chen will blacken his own reputation anyway. What are you standing there for? Get lost. Emo-chen put away Hoyi's essence blood. As the master of the stronghold, he mercilessly threw the two directly onto the sea surface. The humiliation and anger of being expelled erupted in Yi Chen's heart like a volcano. His aura surged instantly, and the surrounding seawater was stirred up dozens of meters high, as if it were about to tear the entire sea surface apart. The challengers felt a tightness in their hearts, sensing the overwhelming fury, especially the suffocating frustration of being clearly able to crush Emo-chen but powerless to do so. You brat, I will never let you off. Just wait, the upcoming strongholds will give you a hard time. Yi Chen clenched his fists, the killing intent in his eyes almost materializing. Sorry, I don't plan to play with you anymore, and you won't have the chance to compete with me again. Emo-chen walked down slowly, his tone as cold as ice. Yi Chen mechanically turned his head, his eyes gleaming with excitement. So, are you going to duel me openly and honorably? He licked his lips, as if he had been anticipating this moment for a long time. He. Mo Chen revealed a mischievous smile. He scanned the crowd and found 3 reporters, just enough. Silently reciting in his heart, classmate Xiao Dian, activate prank mode. Target, Yi Chen. Ding. Prank mode activating. Selecting the person to be used. Yi Chen, I'll give you a chance. Now, reveal the secret you're hiding. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha, Amitba. Mo Chen assumed an enigmatic demeanor, clasped his hands together, and spoke with the solemnity of an elder. What a lunatic! Yi Chen sneered, but at that moment, his expression froze. The anger and murderous intent in his eyes gradually showed a hint of hesitation. He lowered the corners of his mouth, shame and self-reproach intertwined on his face, as if he truly had something to say. The scene in the crowds of the Great Xiao and Blue Star instantly held their breath, their gazes all focused on him. I'm sorry. Yi Chen slowly lowered his head, his voice tinged with a trace of fear. I've actually always had a secret crush on my aunt. Last year, I even secretly took her intimate clothing. Mo Chun? Everyone? Yi family? Yi Chen's aunt? Yi Chen's father? Silence. The entire Great Xiao was plunged into a deathly stillness. That awkward atmosphere made it feel like your toes could curl up and carve out a 3-bedroom apartment. What's going on? Mo Chen was completely dumbfounded. Originally, I wanted Yi Chen to reveal his collusion with Xiao Huang, but unexpectedly, he was hiding an even more explosive and unspeakable secret. Compared to this secret, colluding with the enemy is utterly insignificant. Brother Chen, what's going on with you? Sun Hao was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand at all how Yi Chen could become so obedient and actually say something so shocking. So disgusting. Yun Shuyao looked full of disdain. The others glanced at each other, unable to recover for a long time. Within the Blue Star's Great Xiao territory, after a brief silence, everyone completely exploded in chatter. Playing really wild, huh? Daring to say something like that, impressive. I didn't expect Yi Chen, who usually looks decent, to actually engage in such despicable behavior. It's normal, they're in their adolescence. Have you guys noticed that Mo Chen has suddenly become really scary? As soon as these words were spoken, a trace of fear arose in everyone's hearts. Because this matter was too explosive, they overlooked one fact: it was Mo Chen who made Yi Chen say it. And Yi Chen really said it without holding back. Oh my, could it be that words have the power to manifest reality? Mo Chen's terrifying level of excellence keeps rising. This is too exaggerated, everyone. Last time, asking us to call him dad was already absurd, but I didn't expect something even more outrageous. This junior Mo Chen, is he even human? Could he actually be from a demon clan, mastering some kind of mind-bewitching demon magic? In the Yi family, Yi Yunhai closed his eyes, his face full of helplessness. This matter is actually not that outrageous, after all, it's a common plot in Sakura movies. Moreover, Yi Chen's aunt is indeed very beautiful and full of charm. When he married Yi Chen's mother, he was once moved by her. But to say this in front of everyone is even more painful than choosing to explode on the spot. Yi Yunhai knew that from today onwards, their Yi family would bear a lifetime of disgrace, their reputation would plummet, and the position of successor would be directly stripped away by the clan elder. Cough. The head of the Sun family awkwardly cleared his throat, silently got up to take his leave, not even having the courage to stay here. The others also bid their farewells one after another. At this moment, the one feeling the worst was Yi Chen's mother. Ungrateful child. How did I give birth to such a useless thing? How will I face people in the future? How will I go back to my parents' home? Meanwhile, in a luxurious seaside villa, Yi Chen's aunt blushed and said to the butler behind her, I can't stay in Dasha anymore. Please help me book a ticket to go abroad. Yes, Mississippi. The housekeeper responded respectfully. By the way, throw away all my personal clothing. I want to buy new ones. My aunt instructed solemnly. Housekeeper. On the sea surface, Yi Chen's gaze and expression gradually returned to normal. He shook his head. Damn it, I accidentally fell asleep just now. Then, he gritted his teeth and looked at Mo Chen. You brat, weren't you going to have a fair duel with me? Set the rules first, you're not allowed to use the 1,000-year kill. The smile on Mo Chen's face remained, as if he were watching a spectacular drama. Brother Chen, you still have the mood to fight. Sun Hao said with a dark expression. What do you mean? Yi Chen frowned. You just... Sun Hao explained in a low voice. Yi Chen's expression froze again. His originally flushed face from anger instantly turned pale, then quickly turned red again. This time, it wasn't anger but shame. How is that possible? What exactly did I do? Yi Chen's body swayed unsteadily, as if he might fall into the sea at any moment. The disdainful gazes of the people around him made him realize the truth. Ah, you bastard, I'll kill you. What kind of sorcery did you use? I don't have a crush on her, and I definitely didn't do that kind of thing. After regaining his composure, Yi Chen's pale face turned red with anger once again. The hatred in his eyes toward Mo Chen was indescribably intense, as if he wanted to chew his flesh and blood raw to vent his fury. Sorry, I don't fight with people who have peculiar fetishes. It's too filthy. Emochan shook his head and unleashed another deadly strike with his hand. Poof! Yichen burned with rage, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood and staggering back several steps. If it weren't for Sun Hao supporting him nearby, he might have already fallen into the sea. Ah, after just a few hits, I actually suffered internal injuries, Sun Hao said with a worried expression. Die! Yichen roared angrily, unleashing a divine-level martial technique and striking at Emochan. It was 100 Zhonglong Flood Dragon, majestic and imposing. Although Emochan was extremely fast and dodged the strike, the Flood Dragon seemed to have a locking ability and relentlessly pursued him. Boom! Helplessly, Emochan drew out his axe, struck 3 times, and cut the Flood Dragon into several pieces, which turned into a rain of light scattering in all directions. Let's go, Brother Chen, stop fighting. You can't hit him anyway, and if he makes you reveal a few little secrets later, it'll be game over. Sun Hao pleaded earnestly, desperately trying to persuade him. He was scared, afraid that if Emochan used another demonic trick, Yichen would expose their collusion with the young emperor. Fortunately, Yi Chenzan stepped in just now, or he would have been finished. Yichen suddenly trembled, realizing what Sun Hao was warning him about. He glanced at Emochan in terror, immediately activated his life-saving martial technique, and tore through space to escape. Damn, running so fast? Emochan initially wanted to take the opportunity to pursue, but he didn't expect the other party to have such a trump card. The foundation of a top-tier family in Yanjing is truly not to be underestimated. However, Yichen couldn't stir up much trouble. His inner Dao heart had already collapsed, and at night, his mind was filled with the image of his aunt in his dreams. Good disciple, you wouldn't have wanted to use this trick on me before, would you? Yun Chuyao remembered that Emochan had previously asked her if she had any secrets. She immediately broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly put on a friendly and charming demeanor. Yes, that's right. What's the matter? Emochan nodded. This doesn't seem very good. Yun Chuyao looked troubled. After all, your master has guided you for so long. There's no need to hold such a grudge, right? Unless you become my disciple, then I'll forgive you, Emochan suggested. Just becoming your disciple. Yun Chuyao finally softened. And maybe warming the bed a little, Emochan said with a smile. Get lost. This lady has no secrets, don't you dare threaten me. Yun Chuyao snorted coldly and turned to fly away. After bidding farewell to the other supremes, Emochan also left. On the way back to the Great Xia City, he summoned the system, Little Dian, draw a prank skill. Ding! Prank mode activating. Congratulations to the host for drawing the turn into maggot prank skill, top level grade. Emochan. This little crazy classmate always manages to bring him unexpected surprises. Note, due to the rule that prank mode cannot enhance the host's combat power, the person turning into a maggot cannot be selected. Duration, 1 month. What does cannot be selected mean? No person or thing can harm the maggot transformer, and the effect is automatically lifted when leaving the maggot form. Doesn't this indirectly protect the other party? Little Dian doesn't think so. I believe many people would rather die than spend a month as a maggot. Little Dian, can you tell me how many more tricks you have up your sleeve? A lot. Please work hard, host, and let's prank together with Little Dian. You are truly wicked. The kind of host determines the kind of AI, doesn't it? My existence is defined by you. Didn't you say before that there's something that can make everyone in the world pregnant? Get me one next time. The selection is completely random, and even Xiao Dian cannot interfere. It's a matter of probability. If you wish, you can also turn everyone in the world into maggots, but the karmic consequences are too great, so it's not recommended to use it on too many people. Emochan exclaimed, goodness gracious. Such a disgusting thing, isn't this way too excessive? But thinking about it carefully, it seems quite thrilling. Wait, causality, what causality? You, an AI intelligence, can even talk about cause and effect? Little Madcap itself does not get involved in cause and effect, but the things you do might go against the laws of the Great Tao, and you may have to bear some cause and effect. Emochan was silent, unwilling to think about these vague and abstract matters. For some reason, the opening of the subsequent top-level strongholds was no longer once every 10 days, but the Kan stronghold opened on the 2nd day. Emochan had no time to refine the divine blood essence and rushed to the scene without stopping. Kan symbolizes danger, difficulty, traps, represents water, and harbors hidden flowing dangers. People often say that there is a hurdle in life, which corresponds to the Kan position in the Bagua. This time, the competition involves climbing a towering peak that pierces the clouds, fraught with dangers, traps everywhere, and attacks from various powerful beast phantoms. Even Emochan suffered significant injuries, but fortunately, he reached the summit by relying on his speed advantage. As for the other supremes, needless to say, they were eliminated halfway up the mountain. Yi Chen and Sun Hao didn't come, it seems they really have no face to show up again. The reward for Kan is also a drop of divine blood, from Jingwei, the youngest daughter of Emperor Yan. The next day, the Kuan stronghold was opened. Kuan symbolizes the earth, representing inclusiveness, gentleness, and bearing, providing the foundation and environment for the growth of all things. Emochan couldn't tolerate it at all and was eliminated in the first round. Because all the NPCs in the assessment were overly kind, he would rather lose than endure it, and he struck down the NPC on the spot. In the end, Lin Shang Supreme won the championship. She is a very good-tempered girl. Afterwards, Mo Chen congratulated her with a smile and had no intention of taking her reward. Although he once boasted about occupying 10 strongholds, it was mainly aimed at Yi Chen and Sun Hao. Lin Shang risked her life to go to Sakura City to save people and was very sincere to others as well. Although Mo Chen is bad, he still has basic principles. He would rather rob other countries than plunder the hard-earned possessions of his own people. After all, this is fair competition. Losing means losing. Among the remaining 6 strongholds, Mo Chen won twice more. In the end, he occupied a total of 5 top-tier strongholds. One of the rewards was Zhu Ron's essence blood, and another was a herb containing divine material, the 2-colored flower. It is rumored that this flower comes in 7 colors, and the more colors it has, the stronger its effect. If one were to have the great fortune of obtaining a 7-colored flower and consuming it, they could even ascend to godhood instantly. Mo Chen was very satisfied. The foundation of the Great Xia is indeed as deep as the ocean. They casually throw around drops of divine blood, making it seem like divine blood is as common as street vendor goods. This time, he did not return to the Great Xia city but instead found a very secluded and remote place to go into seclusion. A month later, all strongholds will receive their first supply, heralding the arrival of the main event. The second phase of the 100 Nations War, external warfare, will officially commence at that time. The struggles in other nations have finally come to an end, and Greenstar has returned to a brief period of tranquility. The air is filled with a sense of oppression before the storm, as if an undercurrent about to erupt is lurking in everyone's heart. The trial participants from various countries began their seclusion to make final preparations for the external battle a month later. Mo Chen sent a message to his friend Shuizhong Song Tan. Brother Tan, how's it going? Did you secure a top-tier stronghold? Secure my grandma's egg. Shuizhong Song Tan replied instantly, all 5 top-tier strongholds are reserved for Xiao Huang. It's either testing bloodlines or comparing connections, and the last one is even more infuriating. It's about who has more power in Sakura country. Is this even humanly playable? Mo Chen shook his head helplessly. Let's not talk about it for now. Luckily, I have some reserves. Time to focus on seclusion. A month later, let's have a fierce battle. Putting down his phone, Mo Chen began to sit cross-legged and cultivate. He spent 20 days refining 2/3 of the remaining Quafu essence blood, successfully advancing to the 9th stage of the Peerless Realm. Just as he opened his eyes and prepared to refine the next drop of divine essence blood, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. A ghost. Mo Chen's afterimage flickered as he instantly moved to the cave entrance, gripping his axe tightly to block the ghost inside. Little brother, stop screaming like a ghost. Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman? A deep and magnetic voice echoed in the cave, carrying an irresistible charm that made one's heart race. Who's barking like a dog? Come over here. Mo Chen snorted coldly. Oh, little brother is indeed extraordinary, big sister likes it. As the voice sounded, a woman in a red dress slowly stepped into the light. Her face was exquisitely beautiful, fair as snow, her figure seductive and alluring, and the snow white of her chest seemed ready to spill out of her clothing. Fiery red lips and deep, captivating eyes that make one involuntarily sink into them. Who are you, you shameless woman? State your name. Mo Chen shook his head, almost falling for her charm, his heart ringing with alarm. Big sister is your ally, you know. The woman smiled charmingly, completely unfazed by Mo Chen's words. She took a few steps to the cave entrance, where a gentle breeze carried an intoxicating fragrance straight toward Mo Chen, stirring his hormones. I don't have allies, but I might consider a fling. Mo Chen took a step back, his heart on guard. Ha ha ha. The woman chuckled softly. Her figure flickered and instantly appeared behind him, whispering, actually, Big Sister also needs this kind of bond. If you perform well, Big Sister might reward you. Go to hell. Thinking of recruiting underlings? Dream on. Mo Chen showed no mercy. Immortal technique, 1,000 years of death. He didn't want to beat around the bush and directly tore off the facade. Congratulations, you're the first woman to take this move, hee hee. The woman, however, neither dodged nor avoided, taking the hit head-on. She licked her lips, the force is acceptable. Still want. Her tone seemed to shock Mo Chen even more. Damn it, I've met my match. Mo Chen exclaimed inwardly. The woman before him was not only immune to the 1,000-year kill but was even provoking him. Audacious fiend, I can tell at a glance you're not human. Reveal your true form now. He shouted angrily, summoning all his strength. Great Thunder Dragon. With a loud roar, thunder as thick as an arm poured down, striking directly at the woman. Stop messing around. A circle of red flames quickly ignited around her, forming a shield to block the attack. I'm not here to fight. Let's talk properly, considering how sincere I am as your elder sister. She extended her slender finger and gently beckoned. My name is Hong Luo, from the Demon Clan. Oh. Mo Chen nodded, no wonder you're so provocative. Are you a fox spirit or a cat spirit? He teased. Anger +10, Hong Luo's mouth twitched slightly, clearly somewhat displeased. I am the heir of the Red Flame Python clan and a noble member of the royal family, she said coldly. How noble? I am the successor of the great Xia ideology. Mo-chan retorted defiantly. My sister needs an ally, but her standards are very high, and she hasn't found one after many years of searching. Hong Luo's tone became serious. Recently, I heard about you and thought you matched my taste quite well, so I came to extend a sincere invitation. And then? How exactly do we join forces? Mo-chan asked bluntly. It's very simple. I help you deal with the Seven Nations Alliance, and you help me fight against other royal-level beast successors. I can handle them on my own, it has nothing to do with you. Mo-chan sneered dismissively. Hong Luo's lips curved slightly, her tone meaningful. You might be able to fight the young emperor, but I heard the daughter of the thunder god has contacted a deity. Can you defeat a deity? Oh. Mo-chan nodded calmly, his expression leaving Hong Luo somewhat stunned. You're not afraid of a deity? Her tone wavered for the first time. Not afraid. Mo-chan was fearless. What can a deity do? I have the 1,000-year kill, no problem. Alright, I guess I spoke too much. Hong Luo spread her hands and gave an awkward smile. If you become my ally, in the future when the entire human race is hunting you down, you can seek refuge with the demon race. Isn't this condition tempting enough? She looked expectant. Mo-chan fell into deep thought. With his current way of doing things, being hunted by the entire world was only a matter of time. Seeking shelter with the demon race might not be a bad choice. How about this, you go and help me kill the Seven Nations Alliance first to show your sincerity, then I'll consider taking you as my underling, he finally said. Hong Luo chuckled lightly. Alright, humans are already our enemies, I'm happy to kill a few more. Then how do I contact you? Mo-chan asked. Hong Luo took out a glowing red scale and gently placed it in his hand. When you miss me, just crush it, and your big sister will come find you. Perform well, and when the day comes for us to form an alliance, big sister will give you a proper reward. Can I get the reward now? Mo-chan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Hong Luo's finger lightly brushed against his waist as she playfully said, How can you get on the bus before buying a ticket, silly little brother? TCH, who cares about playing with a snake? It smells fishy. Mo-chan said disdainfully. You're still too young to understand such wonders. Hong Luo chuckled softly, then took out a bottle from her ring. This is a gift from your elder sister. Take it and enjoy it well. What is this? Mo-chan opened the bottle, and a fishy smell instantly hit his nose. Burning desire powder, just hearing the name should give you an idea, right? She smiled lightly and transformed into a streak of light, flying away. Mo-chan stood frozen in place, shocked in his heart, an aphrodisiac? In the following 10 days, Mo-chan devoted himself to cultivation in a hidden cave. On the third day, he broke through to the peak of the unmatched realm. However, in the subsequent 7 days, no matter how much energy resources he absorbed, he was unable to cross the barrier of the mountain-moving realm. Even after refining 1/3 of the divine blood essence, apart from making his physical body more formidable, his cultivation showed no progress. The rapid growth during this period has been suppressed by the Great Tao, Mo-chan pondered. In just 3 months, he had leaped from the 5th stage of the void-breaking realm to the peak of the unmatched realm. For other prodigies, this would have taken at least 3 years to achieve. To break this suppression, Mo-chan could only think of 2 paths. One was the accumulation of time, allowing things to happen naturally, the other was continuous combat, pushing his limits to break through the shackles. Although he had not broken through to the mountain-moving realm, the divine essence energy within him had grown increasingly dense. Every move he made carried overwhelming power, far beyond what ordinary people could compare to. This was precisely the allure of divine blood essence. It's time to start the external battle. Mo-chan took out his phone, opened the global forum, and saw 99+ private messages. Mo-chan Jr., something bad has happened. Your Qin stronghold has been breached by the Little Days. The Jin stronghold is also gone. The beautiful country has already taken over. The Qin stronghold is in critical condition. The Hong River country is about to break in. The Jin stronghold can't hold on anymore. Junior Mo-chan, why aren't you here yet? The Yin stronghold has been breached. The sun never sets and Kangaroo country are taunting you. Mo-chan was speechless for a moment. Why is everyone coming after me? While contemplating the next move, Shui Zhongsong-tan sent a message. What the heck are you doing? The house has been completely robbed. When are you coming out to make a big move? I'm not in a hurry, the supplies won't arrive for a few more days, Mo-chan replied, put down his phone, and sped toward the city of Xia. The city was still deserted, everyone was busy attacking and defending strongholds, with no time to hang out in places like this. He found Meiyu staring blankly by the window, her eyes full of anxiety, and he understood what she was thinking. Let's go, we're going to rescue Rinrinzi. Really? Meiyu, who was always cold and aloof, was now so excited that she couldn't contain herself. Right now, Sakura City's defenses are at their weakest. It's the perfect opportunity to strike, Mo-chan said. I think so too. Thank you so much, Mr. Mo-chan, Meiyu said excitedly. After a brief discussion, the two headed toward Sakura City. Meanwhile, the global forum was in an uproar, and chaos erupted across Blue Planet. Other countries, having endured frustration for so long, finally found an opportunity to mock Dacia. The people of Sakura country were the first to speak. Wasn't Emochan hyped up by you all? Where is he now? Other small nations chimed in. Does he dare to come? The base attack and defense battle is a head-on confrontation. Speed and magic alone won't work, it requires real strength. The young emperor is at your Dacia's Qian base. Emochan is welcome to come and take it back. Ha! The beast worked so hard to capture 5 bases, yet we took them effortlessly. The people of Dacia were not to be outdone and immediately retorted, looks like Emochan hasn't dealt with you enough, huh? Still daring to come out and bark. The people of the beautiful country also chimed in. Dacia is really miserable, so many strongholds, yet all of them were breached. We hope Dacia doesn't cheat. Remember to deliver the first wave of supplies on time, or else we, the 7 nations, will personally land in Yanjing to retrieve them. The following sentences were like sharp blades, piercing straight into the heart of Dacia's officials. They had prepared so many treasures, hoping to let Dacia's prodigies train well and then use these rewards to crazily boost their strength. Unexpectedly, such a situation occurred. Moreover, the strongest Yichen has not shown up. Even reclaiming a stronghold would be good. The most promising Emochan has gone missing. Could it really be all offense and no defense? If that brat doesn't come out and stir up trouble soon, our first wave of supplies in Dacia will really end up in the hands of those 7 nations scoundrels. Inside the Li stronghold, Yun Chuyao and 7 other supremes joined forces to guard this only top-tier stronghold that had not been occupied. Lin Shang comforted her, saying, "Don't worry, Sister Chuyao. With Junior Emochan's personality, he must have gone to raid the 7 nations base." A few people were chatting when suddenly shouts of killing came from outside. Kill! Seize the women of the Great Xia, seize the resources of the Great Xia. Zhou Ping rushed in anxiously. We should retreat. At least 30 supremes have arrived, we can't hold them off. Upon hearing this, the supremes and the prodigies of the Great Xia seated there immediately panicked. Retreat? This is our last stronghold. Use the formation and fight them. If we retreat again, it will be utterly humiliating, and the Great Xia kingdom won't be able to hold its head high. Some passionate young men, unwilling to back down, immediately grabbed their weapons and charged out. Don't get worked up. Zhou Ping waved his hand. As long as the green hills remain, there's no fear of running out of firewood. Lin Shang sighed and agreed. Let's go. Staying alive is the most important. Emochan and Miyu arrived at the city of cherry blossoms and immediately shouted loudly, "Come out, little Japanese, and face your death." Miyu was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "Why not just sneak in to rescue Rinrin?" Emochan smiled meaningfully. "I like to clear the field before saving people." In an instant, over 3,000 trial participants from Sakura Nation rushed out. When they saw Emochan, a flash of terror appeared in their eyes, and they quickly retreated. "Go summon the Supreme. It's that bastard Emochan. Quickly notify the young emperor." Emochan sneered disdainfully and glanced sideways at Meiyu. "What are you still waiting for?" A murderous intent flashed in Mio's eyes as she charged into the crowd and began slaughtering. Emochan watched quietly. This was his true purpose. If Mio showed any abnormalities, Emochan would act immediately. In just a moment, hundreds of little days perished under Mio, but in Emochan's eyes, this was far from enough. With a flip of his hand, a thunderous net of law instantly enveloped the entire Sakura city, preventing any escape. "Mio, you are truly bold. How dare you collude with Emochan from Dacia? The young emperor will never let you go. You and your sister can wait to be executed by Emochi." 4 supreme warriors from Sakura Nation flew in from the city center, representing the strongest force here. Miyu, expressionless and cold as ice, began to battle with them. However, facing 4 opponents at once, she quickly fell into a disadvantage and was severely injured. Seeing this, Emochan could no longer stand by idly. Boom! A thunderbolt as thick as an arm roared out, striking directly at one of the supreme warriors and rendering them incapable of fighting. Boom! His afterimage flashed, and he appeared in front of the second person, delivering a punch that crippled the opponent's cultivation. The third one tried to escape but was severely injured by Emochan's axe before he could act. In just 10 seconds, all 4 were defeated. These so-called little supremes in the unparalleled realm couldn't stir up any waves in his presence. "Kill them," Emochan said coldly. Meiyu did not hesitate, picking up her weapon to personally end the lives of the 4. Emochan nodded in satisfaction, then tightened the thunder law net. "Emochan, you will die a horrible death." "Miyu, you traitor, just wait to be skinned and have your tendons pulled out." Amid the intertwining sounds of despair and anger, the remaining Sakura Nation trial participants vanished one after another into the heavens and earth. After Emochan cleared out the entire city, he turned to Miyu and said firmly, "Let's go save them." Miyu nodded and eagerly rushed to the place where Rinrin was being held. Before long, the 2 sisters emerged together. Rinrin, with tears streaming down her face, said emotionally, "Thank you, Mr. Machin, for taking care of my sister." "No need to thank me, it was Miss Miyu who helped me a lot." Machin waved his hand, his tone casual. After a brief pause, he continued, "You can hide and wait until the trial is over." Just as he was turning to leave, Miyu suddenly rushed forward and sincerely asked, "We have nowhere to go. Can we follow you?" As everyone knows, serving a ruler is like serving a tiger. However, during this time following Machen, Miyu discovered that while he was ruthless to his enemies, he was extremely reliable to those around him. Moreover, the potential and strength Machen had demonstrated were enough to rival the young emperor, promising an unlimited future. Follow me? Emo-chan was slightly taken aback. If we follow you, that would mean completely severing ties with Sakura Nation. Aren't you afraid of implicating the clansmen on Blue Star? He reminded. Lin Lindsay stepped forward to explain, we are all orphans, with no clansmen, so we dare to act without any scruples. Have you thought it through? Following me could mean losing your life at any moment. Emo-chan's tone became serious. Mio and Rinrinko nodded at the same time. Rinrinko said firmly, death is not scary, what's scary is having no one to collect your body after you die. Mio rarely showed a smile and teased, maybe I should learn how to massage legs and shoulders. Alright, you can just follow me. Emo-chan nodded with a smile, not minding having 2 more followers. So where are we going now? Are we going to take back the stronghold they seized? Mio asked. That's right. Emo-chan nodded, his gaze sweeping toward Sakura City, and said in a deep voice, who among you knows fire-based martial techniques? Burn it down. I do. Lin Lindsay immediately responded. Before her words had even finished, she unleashed a massive fireball, hurling it fiercely into the city. Flames erupted instantly, and Miyu also used wind-based martial techniques. Amid the howling winds, Sakura City was quickly engulfed in raging flames, with buildings collapsing in a thunderous roar. At this moment, the sisters' resolve burned as fiercely as the fire, completely severing ties with Sakura Nation. On the 3rd floating island of the Qian stronghold, Xiao Wang and his group were raising their glasses and drinking heartily. Sitting across from them were Yi Chen and Sun Hao, who had altered their appearances. Your Highness Xiao Wang, is it true that you previously promised to relinquish a few strongholds? Sun Hao asked cautiously. Of course. Xiao Wang's lips curled into a cold smile. As long as Emo-chan dies, everything I promised will be fulfilled. He drained his cup in one gulp, not even sparing Sun Hao a glance. Rest assured, Your Highness, based on my understanding of Emo-chan, he will definitely come to attack this place, Yi Chen continued. The young prince nodded and was about to respond when suddenly a trial participant from Sakura Nation hurriedly flew over, looking panicked. Your Highness, something terrible has happened. Sakura City has been burned down. 3,000 companions and 4 supremes have all been killed. The young prince was furious and slammed the table in front of him into pieces. Yi Chen quickly said, it must be Emo-chan, only he could do such a thing. Sun Hao was terrified and stammered, Emo-chan? How could he possibly have such power? Fool! Yi Chen glared at him, I already told you, he's not simple. In front of him, you're just delivering yourself as a meal. Sun Hao's face turned red. He wanted to explain but was frightened into swallowing his words by Xiao Wang's cold shout. Xiao Wang stepped out of the stronghold, faced the reporter's cameras, and angrily declared, Dasha, listen up. I originally intended to spare your trial participants, but now, I will kill every single Dasha person. Blame Emo-chan. Also, hurry up and deliver the supplies. If you dare to play tricks, I will land in Dasha and start a massacre. Hearing this, the people of Blue Star's Great Xia gnashed their teeth in anger. If Xiao Huang were in front of them, he would definitely be fiercely counterattacked. But they could only silently fume, as Xiao Huang, far away on Green Star, couldn't hear them at all. That bastard dares to be arrogant? Hasn't he been beaten enough by Emo-chan? Burn it well. Infuriate you to death. Who is shouting? I could hear barking from afar. At this moment, Emo-chan had already arrived. The reporters swarmed toward him, their cameras almost pressed against his face. You dog! Get over here and face your death. When Xiao Huang saw him appear, his anger intensified, and his gaze burned like flames. The other Supremes also gathered around, their expressions unfriendly. Brother Chen, let's go and take a look. Sun Hao quickly stood up. Remember to change your voice, don't act like a fool, Yi Chen reminded. As soon as the two arrived outside the stronghold, Sun Hao couldn't wait to step forward and reprimand, Kid, do you dare to have a fair fight with His Highness today? Another Supreme from Sakura Country coldly said, Emo-chan, if you're here to reclaim the stronghold, then defeat us first. If you're scared and want to run, leave now. We won't chase you. The others also spoke up one after another, scrambling to talk. Emo-chan stood quietly, a faint smile on his lips. After they finished mocking him one by one, he leisurely said, shall we get straight to it, or keep trash talking? Do you have the guts to fight me, or will you just run away like a coward? Xiao Wang sneered, provoking him. At that moment, two more graceful figures flew in from the sky and landed beside Emo-chan. The people of Sakura Country were furious. Rinrin, Miyu, how dare you betray your country? Such audacity. Kneel before the young emperor immediately and apologize, awaiting your punishment. Miyu coldly said, we are no longer citizens of Sakura Country. From today onward, no one but Mr. Emo-chan can command us. Xiao Wang's fists clenched tightly, his gaze sharp as a knife, exuding a murderous aura. For the royal family, betrayal is the most fatal crime, especially when the one they defected to is Emo-chan, the person he most wants to kill. Is this your choice? Why? Xiao Wang demanded answers. His heart burned with rage. In the history of Sakura Nation, no one had ever dared to betray their country, let alone defect to Dacia. It was utterly unforgivable. There's no why, because they have abandoned darkness for light. Emochan sneered, answering on their behalf. Hearing this, the crowd of Dacia on Blue Star burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, well said. What a great abandoning darkness for light. These two girls have sharp eyes. Following Sakura leads nowhere. I'm online waiting for the Sakura folks to abandon darkness for light. Of course, we only accept women. The people of Sakura country were so furious that their faces twisted in anger, cursing in their hearts, traitors deserve to die, yet they were powerless to refute. The royal family quickly issued a wanted notice, global hunt for Miyu and Rinrin, reward of 3 drops of divine blood, and eternal protection from the Sakura royal family. This wanted notice made countless experts from various countries envious. The anger of the Sakura royal family towards the traitors was evident. However, everyone also understood that Emochan was now well protected, so who would dare to act recklessly? Ah, grandson, your thinking is too naive. Sun Hao mocked sarcastically. Do you really think the great Xia would accept 2 women from Sakura country? Yi Chen sneered disdainfully, indeed naive. The top families of Great Xia would never allow you to do such a thing. Neo and Lin Lindsay listened, a trace of bitterness and loss flashing in their eyes. They were afraid of being homeless and even more afraid that Emochan would refuse to let them follow him because of the Great Xia. Oh, you know so much about the Great Xia, huh? Emochan smiled, his gaze sweeping past, causing Sun Hao and Yi Chen to tense up. They thought to themselves that their appearances and voices had changed, so others shouldn't recognize them, and they breathed a slight sigh of relief. At this moment, within the Great Xia territory on Blue Star, public opinion was boiling. Some supported Emochan, while others opposed him, sparking endless debates online. The authorities chose to remain silent. The Yi family was furious and immediately issued a statement. The Great Xia will never accept people from Sakura country. We hope Emochan recognizes reality. The Sun family followed closely, declaring, Emochan, don't forget that you are from the Great Xia. We will never accept defectors from an enemy nation. With the statements from these 2 top-tier families, other families in Yanjing also expressed their positions one after another, creating a massive momentum, as if Emochan had become a timeless sinner of the entire Dacia. These remarks sparked dissatisfaction among the people of Haicheng. Some people in Yanjing are truly shameless, distorting facts and creating public opinion. Since the beginning of the trial, Emochan has killed tens of thousands of the 7 Nations Alliance troops. Where are your so-called good men? Who is the traitor is obvious. Pinning a label on Mochan won't work. Outside the Qian stronghold, the war of words continued. Xiao Wang and the others understood that if Emochan did not take the initiative to act, they would not be able to stop him. Thus, they kept provoking him, especially Sun Hao and Yi Chen, attempting to make Emochan the target of public criticism across Dacia. Emochan, however, remained with a mocking expression, completely unperturbed. Are you done talking? He looked at the group of people across from him, who were chattering incessantly, and couldn't help but laugh. Emochan, have you ever considered the feelings of others in Dacia? Sun Hao accused him fervently, almost wanting to carve the word traitor onto Emochan's face. Emochan sneered dismissively, what's the point of saying so much? If I establish my own nation, wouldn't that solve everything? Is there a problem? These 3 sentences instantly silenced the scene. Sun Hao and Yi Chen exchanged shocked glances, unable to believe their ears. Miyu and Rinrin displayed complex expressions, especially Rinrin, whose eyes reddened, almost tearing up. She recalled the moments when she first met Emochan. He was cold and ruthless back then. But now, this tender side of him stirred her emotions deeply. Within Dacia, everyone was stunned beyond words. They never expected Emochan to dare to speak so boldly. Such casual remarks could easily anger the authorities. The Yi family seized the opportunity to fan the flames, issuing a statement, Emochan, you really have thoughts of treason, haven't you? You've grown too bold. The Sun family followed up, saying, Emochan's actions deserve condemnation by everyone. Outside the Qian stronghold, Emochan stepped in front of the reporters and said to the cameras, has anyone ever cared about my feelings? If not, then why should I care about yours? I'll say it again, those who support me are friends, and those who don't are enemies, it doesn't matter who. I know some people will try to pin labels on me, but that trick doesn't work on me. This isn't the first time you've gotten to know me. These words made the authorities uneasy, prompting them to immediately issue an announcement. No one is allowed to discuss this matter further. Violators will be dealt with as spreading rumors and inciting discord. Seeing this, the Yi and Sun families ceased their statements, as their goal was merely to lay the groundwork for future actions. Have you finished saying your last words? Can we start the fight now? Emochan said impatiently, unwilling to tangle with these people any longer. Xiao Wang narrowed his eyes slightly, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Do you really dare to fight me openly and honorably? I represent imperial power. And what are you? A grassroots? An orphan? Emochan shook his head and said softly, in my eyes, you're nothing more than a maggot. Before the words had finished, he called out to the system in his mind and activated the prank mode. Ding! Prank mode activating, maggot transformation skill ready, selecting target. Audacious Mo Chen. How dare you insult our Xiao Huang as a maggot? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Mo Chen, your 9 clans will pay the price for this. Kneel down and apologize quickly, and I'll leave your corpse intact. The trial participants from Sakura country were burning with rage, their faces as dark as iron. Such an outrageous insult was as if someone had defiled their ancestors' graves. Heh, still in the mood for trash talk, huh? Mo Chen sneered disdainfully, his eyes full of mockery. Xiao Huang frowned slightly, but his mind remained unexpectedly calm. He had long been immune to Mo Chen's insults and was mentally prepared. Come on, let's have a fair fight. Don't waste your breath. He gestured confidently, exuding unparalleled self-assurance. Sorry, I don't fight with maggots. That would be too ridiculous. Mo Chen wagged his finger dismissively, completely unconcerned. Being called a maggot, Xiao Huang's fury was finally ignited. Go to hell. If you have the guts, don't run. I, the Emperor, will skin you alive and make you into the great Sakura battle flag. His tone dropped, and his entire aura suddenly erupted. In an instant, he reached the peak of the mountain-moving realm, his power like a rainbow, intimidating all directions. So strong. Yi Chen's heart tightened as he retreated in embarrassment. In Sakura country, cheers surged like a tide, and the strength of the young emperor greatly excited everyone. At this moment, the eyes of the entire world were focused on the young emperor, eager to witness the methods of this chosen one. Suddenly, the young emperor's voice was filled with panic. What's going on? Before he could make a move, golden light unexpectedly burst forth from his entire body, which began to transform rapidly. In just an instant, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he transformed into a half-inch-long maggot. Poof! The city of Daxia, delivering help in a time of need, was watching the broadcast on the global forum and instantly spat out the water just taken in, utterly shocked. What the heck? Mo Chen is a bug in this world. Dear heavens, can this bug be fixed? Frosty, who was beside me, was dumbfounded. She rubbed her eyes and exclaimed, oh my. Did it really turn into a maggot? The beautiful city. Nora threw her phone to the ground. Oh my god. This is just too ridiculous. In another valley, the demon clan's Hong Luo trembled with fear. Is he really human? I don't want to be his ally. On a certain plain, the 8 supremes of Great Xia and other trial participants were dumbfounded, completely unable to believe the reality before their eyes. What should I do? Yun Chuyao was flustered, realizing Mo Chen's obsession with her. Should I take the initiative to endure the 1,000-year kill? She muttered to herself. This was the only compromise she could think of, at least it was better than turning into a maggot. On Blue Star, a deathly silence fell, no one dared to speak. This is too exaggerated. Too detached from reality. This is simply not something a human can accomplish. Previously, they could deduce some reasoning behind Mo Chen's move that made people call him dad, but how do they explain this now? How is this possible? Inside the Yi family mansion, Yi Yunhai stared at the big screen without blinking, too shocked to speak. Could it be, some supreme deity is helping him? The head of the Sun family asked from the side. It shouldn't be possible, let's wait and see. Yi Yunhai took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress the shock in his heart. Everyone in Sakura country was completely devastated. It was a collapse of the spirit, as if all faith was lost in an instant, and their worldview was overturned. This is our young emperor, the future successor of the great Sakura Empire. Just as everyone was panicking in fear, within the palace, the current emperor let out a thunderous roar. Contact the United Division for me, have them open a wormhole, I will personally go to Green Star to kill that Mo Chen. Across the entire nation, everyone felt the emperor's fury, which had reached an intolerable level, even to the point of risking a personal expedition. At this moment, outside the Qian stronghold, Mo Chen heard the sound of rage points surging in his mind and secretly felt pleased. After the trial participants from Sakura Nation came to their senses, they hurriedly surrounded the young emperor to protect him from harm. A woman held Xiao Huang in her hands, crying and asking, Your Highness, how could you become like this? However, Xiao Huang squirmed continuously in her hands, unable to respond. Brother! Sun Hao trembled all over and exclaimed in fear, if we don't run now, when will we? Yi Chen's eyes flashed, and without hesitation, he prepared to tear through space to escape. Just as he was about to cast the spell, he froze in place. Brother, what's going on? Quick, cast the spell and run. If we don't run, we'll all turn into maggots soon. Brother, say something. Why aren't you speaking? Sun Hao grew increasingly flustered, realizing that Mo Chen had used a silence martial technique. Today, you will die. Mo Chen snorted coldly, instantly appearing like a shadow, his fist directly targeting Yi Chen. Mei Yu, help me block that bastard, don't let him escape. Upon hearing this, Mei Yu quickly drew her weapon and charged towards Sun Hao. Kill him. Fight him to the death. The trial participants from Sakura country surged forward like a tide, their angry roars deafening, vowing to avenge the young emperor. However, before they could approach Mo Chen, they were cleaved apart with a single axe strike, turning into ashes and sent to the King of Hell's palace. Only the girl holding the young emperor refused to step forward. She wanted to protect him and tried to escape. But as she took just a few steps, Lin Lindsay appeared like a phantom, raised her blade, and instantly severed her body. The once lofty young emperor, now reduced to such a state? Lin Lindsay coldly looked down at the young emperor lying on the ground and raised her foot to step on him. No! How dare you! You have committed a crime against the heavens. In the Sakura kingdom, cries of anguish rose one after another, and more people chose to close their eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. Ha! Lin Lindsay was surprised to find that no matter how she attacked, it seemed as if there was an invisible shield around Xiao Wang, leaving him completely unharmed. Seeing this scene, the trial participants from Sakura country breathed a sigh of relief, secretly feeling fortunate. As long as Xiao Wang is still alive, there is always hope for recovery. Lin Lindsay took out a bottle from her spatial ring and placed Xiao Wang inside, seemingly intending to leave him for Mo Chen to deal with. Mo Chen, you deserve to die. Yi Chen roared in fury, his anger like a raging storm. He was covered in blood, his body on the verge of collapse. In the earlier physical clash with Mo Chen, he suffered a great loss and nearly lost his life. I will kill you. Divine technique, flooding the Golden Mountain. Yi Chen burned with rage, retreating thousands of meters, chanting a true incantation, with killing intent surging like a tidal wave. In an instant, 100 zhangtal tsunami suddenly formed, surging straight toward Mo Chen. Mo Chen remained calm and swung his axe horizontally. Boom! Silver-white light flickered, and the tsunami was instantly split in two. The surging waves crashed into the surrounding mountains, creating an awe-inspiring impact. In the Yi family hall, Yi Yunhai suddenly stood up, his lips trembling. Chen-er? He remembered that this divine-level martial skill was personally taught to Yi Chen by him. How did you get involved with the young emperor? This is bad. Mo Chen will never let you go. Yi Yunhai was so anxious that he slapped his thigh, wishing he could rush into the screen. On the plains, Sun Hao was almost in tears. That was Yi Chen. Ranked 8th on the list of prodigies, a top-tier expert at the 7th stage of the mountain-moving realm, yet he was completely suppressed by Mo Chen without any ability to fight back. You still have the mind to worry about others? A dazzling sword light struck, Mei Yu unleashed her divine skill, aiming to quickly end the battle. You wretched woman, you've gone too far. What benefits did Mo Chen give you to make you so willing? Sun Hao was anxious and desperate, wanting to escape but unable to. He was forced to face the battle. However, Neo's ranking was higher than his, suppressing him at every turn, making it truly suffocating. Boom! You brat! I'll fight you to the death. In the distance, Yi Chen roared again, vowing to fight Mo Chen to the death. But just as he unleashed this divine-level martial technique, he turned around and attempted to tear open space to escape. Boom! A few bolts of lightning struck down, instantly blocking his path. Mo Chen knew him too well, how could he possibly let him escape? Dementia! Mo Chen was just about to summon the great sword to finish him off when a sudden inspiration struck, halting his actions. Immediately, he vanished abruptly, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Yi Chen. His fists, gleaming like golden light, smashed down fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Chen spat out blood wildly, with countless broken bones. He tried to use martial techniques to defend himself, but every time he raised his hand, he was blasted away by a barrage of punches like raindrops. Bang, bang. Yi Chen's breath grew weaker and weaker, suffering inhuman torment. Only when he lay motionless on the ground did Mo Chen stop his attack. Then, he turned to Sun Hao, his figure flashing like a shadow. Within seconds, Sun Hao was grabbed and carried upside down to Yi Chen's side. Speak up, little punk, how do you want to die? Upon hearing this, Sun Hao shivered in fear, his face turning as pale as paper. CH Chen bro, we're not little punks. Don't kill us. We come from a small country and we're just passing through when that brat Xiao Wang bewitched our minds, which is why we dared to speak disrespectfully to you. Mo Chen's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he thought to himself, these two are Yi Chen and Sun Hao, even though they have altered their appearances and voices. He then pretended to be helpless and said, in my eyes, apart from people from Daxia, all other trial participants from different countries are enemies. It's a pity you're not from Daxia, otherwise, I might have shown you some leniency. Sun Hao heard this, and his face instantly lit up with surprise and joy. Without hesitation, he said, yes, we. Shut up. Yi Chen used the last ounce of his strength to quickly cover his mouth. Oh dear, what a pity that is. Mo Chen shook his head, his face full of regret, then immediately took out an axe and made a motion as if to chop down. Brother Chen, wait. Sun Hao was about to speak again but was stopped by Yi Chen. Furious, he shook off Yi Chen and shouted angrily, let go of me. Nothing ever goes smoothly when I'm with you. If you want to die, go die by yourself. I'm not going with you. I've been your bootlicker for so many years, but I'm done licking now. Starting today, I'm going to embrace the light and drink and feast with Brother Chen. Before he finished speaking, Sun Hao took out a pill and swallowed it, his appearance beginning to change. What nonsense are you talking about? Mo Chen kicked him several meters away, feeling helpless. This fool is still dreaming even at death's door. Brother Chen, take a closer look, it's me, Xiao Hao. I am from the Great Xia, your compatriot. In the end, Sun Hao restored his original appearance, with a flattering smile on his face, fearing that Mo Chen would get angry. On Blue Star, the people of Xia were stunned. This is what you call a traitor. Somehow, this dog traitor actually dared to associate with the young emperor. No wonder he didn't participate in the Battle of Sakura City back then. Sun Hao is not worthy of being the supreme of Daxia. The internet instantly exploded, and public opinion surged like a tide. Sun Hao's actions made all Daxia people utterly resentful. For a time, voices demanding the punishment of the Sun family kept rising, calling for the Yanjing Sun family to give an explanation and urging the Daxia authorities to take action. The Daxia authorities were clearly genuinely enraged. An announcement was issued from the Supreme Command: from now on, Sun Hao's citizenship of the Great Xia is revoked, and the Sun family will be thoroughly investigated. The sky has fallen. Inside the Sun family mansion, the head of the Sun family slumped powerlessly in the chair. This unfilial son. Why couldn't he have died earlier? He's ruined the entire family. As soon as the words fell, the sound of something cutting through the air came from outside the Sun residence. The official inspection team had arrived. Immediately, seals appeared one after another, and in an instant, the entire Sun family residence became a cage where one could enter but not leave. And who might this be? Emo-chan asked with a smile, pointing at Yi Wuchen lying on the ground. Shut up. If you dare say it, I'll kill you. Yi Wuchen shouted in panic and anger. Sun Hao sneered disdainfully, thinking to himself, at this moment, how could I be shaken by such childish threats? Compared to the fear brought by Emo-chen, this is hardly worth mentioning. He is Yi Chen, the #1 supreme of Daxia. He is the one who manipulated me. Sun Hao exposed without hesitation. I'm not. You Daxia person, stop spreading rumors. Yi Wuchen's face changed drastically as he desperately tried to explain. However, his anxious demeanor only made people more suspicious. Although he had not restored his original appearance, the crowd had already recognized his identity. The Daxia citizens of Blue Star were instantly enraged. Good for you, Yi Chen. You've completely disgraced Daxia, yet you still dare to carry the title of the first supreme. Pfft. He's not running away, he's hanging out with Sun Hao every day. Thoroughly investigate the Yi family. Unlike the Sun family, Yi Yunhai immediately went to the authorities to plead guilty and distance himself from all responsibility the moment Sun Hao's appearance was restored, claiming it was Yi Chen's personal action and had nothing to do with the Yi family. He even proactively invited the inspection team and gathered the entire clan for investigation, truly cunning and shrewd. Shortly after, the Grand Xia Supreme Command issued another announcement. Yi Chen is expelled from Grand Xia citizenship, and the Yi family in Yanjing is under investigation. If any issues are found, there will be no leniency. The other Grand Xia trial participants on Green Star were furious upon seeing this. Yi Chen was originally the supreme figure of the Great Xia, entrusted with high hopes by everyone, expected to grow and protect the Great Xia's trial participants. Yet, he joined forces with their greatest enemy, the Sakura nation, and acted utter treachery. Outside the Qian stronghold, Emo-chen looked at Yi Chen and said coldly, if you restore your original appearance and prove you're from Great Xia, I'll let you go. How about it? Ha ha ha. Yi Chen laughed loudly, his eyes filled with madness. I am from the Great Sakura Empire. Great Xia? Worthy? If you're going to kill me, just do it. Don't insult me here. His tone was resolute, as if he didn't want to burden his family and wished to leave with a clear conscience. Had ha. Emo-chen sneered. Xiaorizi wouldn't say something like I in that tone, and you still claim you're not Yi Chen? Can't I learn it? Yi Chen glared angrily. Emo-chen showed disdain and stopped arguing with him, then turned to Sun Hao. How son, do you have a way to prove he's Yi Chen? I might consider letting you go. Sun Hao immediately became excited. Master Mo, there's a blue pill in his spatial ring, given by the young emperor. If he swallows it, his appearance will be restored. I just ate that one. Yi Chen's face changed drastically, trembling as he tried to destroy the spatial ring. Ah! Mei Yu understood instantly and slashed his arm with a sword. Blood spurted wildly, and his wails were deafening. Hee hee, little Blackie is about to show his true colors. Emo-chen picked up the ring, found the blue pill, and forcibly shoved it into Yi Chen's mouth. In an instant, Yi Chen's true appearance was fully revealed. He was filled with despair, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly kowtowing. I have let down the Yi family, let down Great Xia, let down the government's nurturing. Stop. Emo-chen hurriedly interrupted. Don't pretend to be hypocritical here. Then, he dragged Yi Chen in front of the reporters and shouted at the camera, Yi family, watch closely. Yi Chen, I killed him. Before the words had finished, everyone heard a loud bang, like a watermelon bursting. A mist of blood scattered, and Yi Chen's head was nowhere to be seen. Well done. Yi Chen deserves to die. Junior Emo-chen is doing a great service by eliminating evil. You can know a person's face but not their heart. Although Junior Emo-chen lacks virtue, his character is still decent. To the person above, isn't your statement contradictory? Within the Great Xia territory, apart from forces hostile to Emo-chen, there was widespread cheering. To the people, traitors are even more hateful than true enemies. Because enemies can be guarded against, but traitors are unpredictable and could betray their compatriots at any time. Emo-chen, this matter is far from over. Just after leaving the review department, Yi Yunhai saw the screen showing the scene of his sons murder, and his heart was filled with sorrow and anger. Especially Mo Chen's final provocation, which made him feel an unprecedented humiliation. Is the unparalleled king so great? I will show you the profound heritage of a top-tier family spanning tens of thousands of years. He gritted his teeth, his killing intent surging like a tide. Yi Chen was his only son. On the plain, Sun Hao trembled uncontrollably in fear. Before he could catch his breath, Mo Chen waved his hand. Come here. Sun Hao scrambled and crawled to Mo Chen's side, trembling as he said, Mo Lord, what are your orders? As he spoke, he wiped the blood off Mo Chen's hand with his clothes. Speak, how do you want to die? Considering your performance just now, I can leave your corpse intact. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao immediately knelt down, his legs trembling, stammering, Mo Yi, you said you wouldn't kill me, right? A man who keeps his word is the most handsome. Makes sense. Mo Chen nodded. May you, come over and kill him. May you didn't hesitate and immediately drew her sword and approached. Sun Hao cried, scared to tears. He knelt on the ground, desperately kowtowing. Mo Yi, you're like my own father, don't play like this, I'm timid, I'm scared. The head of the Sun family, who was waiting for review by the great Xia officials, turned pale upon hearing this and regretted not having dealt with this unfilial son earlier. Didn't you used to insult me? Mo Chen said indifferently. I was blind and foolish before. I'll punish myself. With that, Sun Hao actually started slapping his own face. Mo Chen remained unmoved and continued, if you dared to insult me before, tomorrow you'll dare to kill me, the day after you'll dare to kill my family, the day after that, you'll dare to wipe out my entire clan, and the day after that you'll dare to destroy the world and slaughter all of humanity. Can someone like you be allowed to live? Sun Hao froze in place. This is just too ridiculous, isn't it? Master Mo, even if you gave me 800 guts, I still wouldn't dare. Sun Hao said with a mournful face, feeling extremely aggrieved. I'm giving you a chance to extend your life, Mo Chen said. Master Mo, just give your orders. Sun Hao's expression instantly became incredibly excited, seeing a glimmer of hope for survival. Starting today, you will go and kill the coalition forces of the 7 nations. For every 100 people you kill, you can extend your life by 1 day. If you manage to kill a supreme, you can extend your life by 1 month. Sun Hao was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down his face. He knelt repeatedly, nodding his head like pounding. Garlic, even if I die on the battlefield, I will cleanse the sins of the coalition forces of the 7 nations for the great Xia. Go, first help me reclaim a few strongholds and show me that you're not useless. A sharp glint flashed in Mo Chen's eyes, and he then planted several thunder restraints in Sun Hao's body, urging him on. Sun Hao dared not delay, respectfully bid farewell, and quickly headed toward the strongholds occupied by the 7 nations. Mo Chen, on the other hand, went straight to the 3rd layer of the floating island and regained control of the Qian stronghold. As he walked out of the stronghold, Miyu stepped forward, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Where are we going now? Are we attacking the next stronghold? First, back to the city of Daxia. I have friends waiting for me, then we will sound the horn of counterattack and sweep through the 7 nations. Mo Chen's voice was thunderous, firm, and powerful. Miyu and Lin Linzi nodded, following closely behind as they flew toward the horizon. When he arrived at the plains outside the city of Daxia, the 2 familiar figures came into view. Brother Chen, long time no see. I missed you so much. Shuishang Jiashuang swung her twin ponytails, smiled sweetly, her voice crisp like a bell, full of affection. Missed him, my foot. You're not allowed to miss him. Shuizhong Song Tan's face instantly darkened and he hurried forward. Who cares what you think? Brother Chen is way better than you. Shuishang Jiashuang refused to back down, turned around, made a funny face, and the air was filled with a provocative vibe. Mo Chen smiled faintly and teased, good little sister, such sweet words. Your brother will conquer a few strongholds for you. Shuishang Jiashuan was so excited she almost jumped up. Thank you, Brother Chen. You're truly my real brother. She clung tightly to Mo Chen's arm, acting coquettishly and almost pressing herself against him. She was as delicate as a freshly blooming flower, making it hard not to feel moved. Are you crazy? Can you pay attention to your image? Be careful, this rascal might take advantage of you. Shuizhong Song Tan quickly pulled her away, looking very worried. What do you mean? Xuan looked confused. Tan, I'm not that kind of person. Mo Chen smiled awkwardly, feeling helpless inside. Shuizhong Song Tan rolled his eyes and thought to himself, do I not already know whether you're that kind of person? Mei Yu and Lin Linzi witnessed this scene from behind, their expressions slightly surprised. The Shui siblings were quite famous in Sakura country, and they hadn't expected them to be so close to Mo Chen. However, they knew what to ask and what not to ask, and after a brief moment of surprise, they returned to calmness. Kid, tell me, are you the bug of this world? Shuizhong Song Tan asked directly, voicing the question he most wanted to know. What? Mo Chen was completely confused. Still pretending, huh? How did Xiao Huang end up like that because of you? Shuizhong Song Tan rolled his eyes. It has nothing to do with me. Maybe it's because he did too many bad things and got punished by the heavens. Mo Chen looked innocent. Snow and the charcoal clearly didn't believe it, but no longer entangled, instead stepped forward to search Emo-chen's body. Stop touching, here you go, here you go. Emo-chen said helplessly, taking out the bottle containing Xiao Wang. Snow and the charcoal pinched it with 2 fingers and smirked, hee hee, so you're called Xiao Wang, huh? Why can't you hold up anymore? Ugh, so disgusting. Sister Schweinschwan frowned, brother, can you stop playing with this? Upon hearing this, instead of restraining, Snow and the coal rubbed even more vigorously in the palm. Emo-chen was speechless, thinking to himself, what kind of twisted humor is this? It's even more exaggerated than him. Brother Chen, how do you plan to deal with it? First throw it into the cesspit to learn swimming, then kill it a month later, Emo-chen said indifferently. Schweinschwan Mei's expression instantly froze, each one is more wicked than the last. Subsequently, Emo-chen posted a thread on the global forum. To those trial participants of the Great Xia who support me, welcome to the city of Great Xia, and begin sweeping through the 7 nations. The people of Haichang were the first to take action. When they saw this post, they immediately cheered and rushed to the city of Great Xia, no longer needing to hide. Gu Mingxian, aren't you coming? Bai Xia asked in surprise. Gu Mingxian scratched his head awkwardly, I still want to stay in Antarctica, it's warmer here. If you go, Emo-chen might not hold a grudge against you for the past, since it was all just minor squabbles. But if you don't go, he'll treat you as a deserter. Bai Xia smiled slightly, her tone carrying a hint of threat. I'll go. Gu Mingxian didn't hesitate and immediately rushed to the front of the team. The rest of the Great Xia trial participants also set off, converging toward the Great Xia city. In a certain valley, Hong Luo felt Emo-chen's summons and was conflicted in her heart. In the past, she would have rushed over immediately, hoping to ally with Emo-chen to defeat other royal heirs. But now, she regretted it and no longer wanted to get too close to Emo-chen. This kid is too terrifying, practically an unmitigated demon. Forget it, I might as well go. At least I'll be part of the group if I go. Hong Luo gritted her teeth and finally decided to follow the call of the scales and fly out of the valley. Shortly after, she arrived at the city of Daxia and saw Emo-chen standing at the gate. Haha, hello, little brother. Hong Luo awkwardly waved her hand, trying her best to appear friendly. Alright, we're about to attack the 7 kingdoms. If you work hard, I can promise to take you in as my little brother, Mo-chen said with a smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Aren't we allies? Hong Luo was slightly stunned, and a bad premonition suddenly arose in her heart. What allies? Emo-chen looked completely surprised. And no. Hong Luo gave a bitter smile and thought to herself, I've boarded a pirate ship. At dusk, seeing that almost everyone had gathered, Emo-chen decided to start with Sakura country. Kill the little days. Everyone rolled up their sleeves and followed behind Emo-chen, heading toward the various strongholds of Sakura country. Eliminate all at the supreme level, and escort the rest back to the city of Daxia for public execution. Emo-chan's words were thunderous, shocking everyone. That night, the strongholds of Sakura country endured a purge from Daxia. Ever since the young prince inexplicably turned into a maggot, they completely lost their will to fight and suffered defeat after defeat in the face of Daxia's forces. All those at the supreme level were killed on the spot by Emo-chen and his group, while the other trial participants were sealed and brought back to the square in the city of Great Xia, awaiting unified execution. Ha ha ha, good. The sins owed by the little days must be repaid. The people of Great Xia on Blue Star let out a heavy sigh of relief. In their memories, the scene of the young emperor collaborating with the 7 nations to publicly execute Great Xia's trial participants at Sakura Square was vivid and unforgettable. Now, with the roles reversed, Emo-chen will let them know what true cruelty means. The people of the other 6 nations are in a state of panic. No one knows when Emo-chen will come knocking. Helpless, they hastily convened an emergency meeting. So, is Nora still not coming? Only Nora can stand against Emo-chen. That bastard's strength has long surpassed us. We underestimated him back then. He's the top-ranked hidden blade on the potential list. Damn, he hit it so well. Poison King and King Arthur, among others, were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. With the young emperor in trouble and Nora not stepping forward, they felt like they had lost their backbone and couldn't see a way forward. What's all the noise about? A supreme figure from the beautiful country walked in. Nora, the goddess, said she was guiding the gods. When the goddess of death descends upon the green star, Emo-chen will immediately kneel. Gods? Goddess of death? Upon hearing this title, the supreme leaders of the 6 nations stood up in unison, their faces filled with fear and excitement. That is an existence beyond the ordinary, ruling over all living beings. Such a legendary figure actually personally descended upon the green star to participate in the human trial. It's simply unbelievable. Ha, look at you all acting like you've never seen the world. A beautiful supreme being sneered disdainfully. To you, gods are unattainable beings, but to us, the Nora goddess, she's just a relative. The supreme leaders of the 6 nations looked at each other, not daring to refute, and could only flatter. Isn't Emo-chen definitely going to fail this time? I have a bad feeling about this. The Poison King asked bravely. Pathetic. King Arthur sneered, once the gods arrive, everything will return to dust and ashes. Imo-chan's demonic magic cannot possibly counter the gods, the difference in the level of existence is too vast. This is a matter of rules and order, said the king of Dancing City. Ha! The supreme beauty sneered disdainfully once again. You know too little about gods. Just one breath of hers could obliterate millions of Imo-chen. The supremes of the 6 nations were speechless and could only force a smile and nod. The Poison King touched his nose and thought to himself, back then, you said that when the young emperor appeared, Imo-chen would surely kneel. When Nora showed up, Imo-chen would immediately wet his pants. And now, the young emperor has been beaten into a pulp, and Nora is hiding far away. Who can guarantee that this god won't mess up? The beautiful city. Nora took out her phone and sent a message to the official of Blue Star. Have you found a way to deal with it? Shortly after, a reply came. According to research, Imo-chan's transformation maggot and truth-telling magic are both one-time use. Nora asked, reason? I don't want to gamble. The official replied, the forbidden senior divined that this sorcery is too harmful to the natural order and cannot be used continuously. Nora frowned and put down her phone. She had always been cautious, unwilling to gamble on an uncertain outcome, and even more unwilling to suffer the same fate as Xiao Huang. After pondering for a moment, she sat cross-legged on the ground and began chanting a spell. A gentle breeze brushed through her hair, gradually turning into a powerful whirlwind that swirled around her. Mysterious runes and lights flickered within the whirlwind, as if a force from another world was surging. Strange clouds began to appear in the sky, sometimes resembling dragons, sometimes angels, and sometimes mysterious symbols. A red beam of light shot down from the clouds, enveloping Nora, as if the favor of the divine had descended. Aunt, I need to talk to you about something. What? Nora made 2 sounds, the first was her own, and the second was hoarse and aged, as if it had been asleep for countless years. It's like this. She recounted the strange events that had happened recently, emphasizing Imo-chan's sorcery. The goddess of death, Hela, was silent for a moment, then sneered, mortal methods, no need to take them to heart. I promised your father to assist you once. When the time comes, you will guide me, and all living beings will submit to my divine might. As the voice faded, Nora returned to normal and let out a heavy sigh of relief. It seems I was indeed overly cautious. How could Imo-chen, no matter how strange, possibly contend with a deity? She chuckled softly and got up to walk outside. The city of Daxia is bustling with activity. Everyone gathered together, enthusiastically discussing last night's battle. The Sakura nation's stronghold was occupied, and the abundant resources were tempting. People eagerly anticipated the upcoming public execution. Imo-chen, however, returned to his room alone. Student Xiaodian checked the progress of the treasure chest. Emerald treasure chest, 857 billion/2 trillion. Too slow. Imo-chen sighed, thinking that future diamond treasure chests would surely infuriate aliens. Who would the master treasure chest target next? He shook his head and decided to first figure out how to open the emerald treasure chest. Little Dian, draw a prank skill. Ding! Prank mode drawing in progress. Congratulations to the host for drawing the diarrhea skill, intermediate level. Note, when the pranked person has diarrhea, they cannot attack, cannot move, and must relieve themselves on the spot. Duration, 30 minutes. Imo-chen couldn't help but laugh. So you're just going to poop on the street? Who's the next lucky one? Best of luck to you in advance. Just as I was about to rest, there was a knock on the door. Come in. As his words fell, a beautiful figure awkwardly walked in. It was Yun Chuyao. She was wearing a black short skirt, revealing her fair collarbone. Her slender legs shimmered under the light, making her appear more mature, like the big sister next door. What's wrong, master? She looked embarrassed, clutching the hem of her clothes with both hands. Dear disciple, master wants to apologize to you. At first, I shouldn't have used you to bait the sea beast. Actually, master did it for your own good. She finally gritted her teeth and confessed, fearing Imo-chan's wicked deeds and dreading becoming the next victim. It's fine, your disciple doesn't care about such trivial matters. Imo-chen put on an indifferent look, a fake smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Yun Chuyao's beautiful face instantly lit up with joy. She strode over and patted Imo-chan's shoulder. That's right, good disciple, master hasn't doted on you in vain. I'll go handle some matters first, let's chat another day. She smiled as she prepared to say goodbye. Wait. Imo-chen spoke, his voice carrying a hint of barely noticeable cunning. What's wrong? Can't bear to see your master leave? How about I chat with you for a few more minutes? Yun Chuyao's heart tightened, and cold sweat quietly appeared. Imo-chen smiled faintly, got up and went outside to pour 2 glasses of wine, taking the opportunity to secretly add the item Hong Luo had given him earlier. Come, master, finish this glass of wine, and let us laugh off all grudges from now on. He raised the wine glass, a provocative smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Yun Chuyao froze, her gaze fixed on the wine glass, her heart filled with doubts. Her sixth sense told her that she absolutely must not drink this wine. What's the matter? Does master not even want to drink the wine offered by her disciple? Ah, so heartbreaking. Imo-chen pretended to wipe away tears, his tone full of disappointment. Must I drink it? Yun Chuyao frowned, hesitation showing on her face. In the end, you still don't trust me? You don't even trust your own disciple. How do you expect me to trust you in the future? Emochan shook his head and made a gesture as if to pour the wine onto the ground. No, no, no. Yun Shuyao hurriedly rushed over. Master doesn't mean that. I'm just allergic to alcohol. Heh, Emochan sneered inwardly, not believing her at all. Since it's wine offered by my obedient disciple, of course I must drink it. Yun Shuyao picked up the wine glass and drank it all in one go. The liquid slid down her throat, and she seemed to notice nothing unusual. How do you feel? Emochan asked expectantly. Didn't feel much, just a bit spicy, Yun Shuyao calmly replied. However, Emochan's mouth twitched slightly. Could it be that the snake spirit gave her expired, unregulated products? Why do I suddenly feel so hot, she said softly, her cheeks gradually turning rosy, like a ripe apple. Oh, feeling hot is normal. I'm hot too, Emochan smiled faintly, secretly feeling pleased with himself. Beads of sweat appeared on Yun Shuyao's forehead as she rushed to the bedside table, drank the water from Emochan's cup, and her expression became increasingly unnatural. What's going on? She felt a strange and intense sensation spreading through her body, her heart in chaos. Her gaze became hazy and fiery, her breathing rapid, as if shrouded in a layer of mist. You brat! What did you make me drink? Just wine, master. What's wrong? Don't scare me. Emochan sat on the windowsill, pretending to be innocent. I remember allergies aren't like this. Yun Shuyao trembled slightly, her body twisting as if struggling against uncontrollable desire. You brat! How dare you do this to me, she shouted angrily, clutching her clothes tightly, her fingers turning pale from the force. Master, is there anything you need help with? I'm more than happy to assist. Emochan revealed a wicked smile, deliberately leaning closer to her. Get lost. Even if I sealed it with cement, I wouldn't fulfill your wish. Yun Shuyao screamed hysterically, trying to snap herself out of it. However, her consciousness seemed to be trapped in chaos, with various chaotic images flashing through her mind. She wanted to break free but was powerless. Master, stop struggling. Your disciple is right here. Whatever you need, I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Wouldn't it be delightful to end this pain sooner? Emochan said teasingly, deliberately pacing back and forth, lowering his collar to reveal his strong chest muscles. Yun Shuyao curled up on the ground, sobbing in pain, while Emochan sat beside her, wanting to see how long she could endure. As time passed, Yun Shuyao's face grew increasingly pale, and she eventually fainted silently. Awesome! Emochan gave a thumbs up, truly the Ice Heart Saintess. Such perseverance, did it come from a rehab center? He draped a blanket over Yun Shuyao, closed the door, and left the room. The next morning, Emochan shouted in the city, "Today we attack Monkey Nation. These scoundrels, always trailing behind the great beauty like dogs, it's time to settle the score." Then, the great Xia trial participants walked out from various parts of the city and headed straight for the city gate. Kill! Kill the little monkey! Such a barbaric land dares to shout at us. Everyone was filled with passion and roared fervently. Every great Xia person harbors a hidden belligerent factor in their heart, and the tradition left by their ancestors was completely ignited at this moment. Brother! Hong Luo waved at him. What's up? Emochan walked forward. How's that thing your sister gave you? Did you enjoy it? Hong Luo threw a flirtatious glance, looking as if she understood everything. Don't even mention it. Emochan rolled his eyes. What a fake, it was completely useless. Impossible. Hong Luo immediately vetoed. Nothing is impossible. You owe me compensation for mental distress. When will you reward me? Emochan asked seriously. Ha? Hong Luo was stunned. Didn't you say snakes aren't fun to play with? Just for novelty. Emochan replied. Let me think about it. Hong Luo smiled awkwardly, feeling uneasy. In Monkey Kingdom City, a trial participant hurriedly ran into the Poison King's bedchamber. Poison King, it's bad. Emochan has brought people to attack us. Should we run or retreat? The Poison King shuddered in fear and was about to flee, but found the entire city shrouded in a thunder formation. In despair, he shouted to his subordinates, quickly send a message to Nora. Get the supreme beings of other nations to come and support us. Immortal technique, Millennium Kill. As these words rang out, the Poison King's tears instantly streamed down his face. You clearly have the power to suppress me, so why do you have to torment people like this? Can't you just give me a quick end? The Poison King cried with grievance, tears flowing endlessly. He couldn't help but take out a spare pair of pants from his spatial ring, ready to respond at any moment. Little Poison, Grandpa is here. The Poison King's cries grew even more sorrowful. He looked around, but he still couldn't see Emochan's figure, only those illusory hands struck at him like lightning. The Poison King was stunned. Trembling, he shed 2 streams of clear tears. Little Poison, aren't you coming out to greet your grandpa? You really deserve to be struck by lightning. Boom! Several bolts of lightning struck down, blowing off the roof, and the Poison King instantly turned into a charred figure. Stop messing with me, just give me a quick end. The Poison King exhaled a heavy puff of smoke, several of his teeth were already broken, and his hair had been blasted into messy waves. Bang! As soon as the words were spoken, a blur streaked past, followed by a barrage of punches as dense as a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. Emo-chan fiercely beat the Poison King until he was barely alive, then carried him out slowly. The battle outside gradually came to an end, and more than 30,000 trial participants from the Monkey Kingdom were captured. After occupying the stronghold of the Monkey Kingdom, the group escorted the prisoners back to the Great Xia City, where they were detained together with the prisoners from the Sakura Kingdom in the square. Tonight, the Great Xia City is brightly lit, filled with singing and dancing. Everyone is immersed in the joy of victory, toasting and exchanging drinks, with words revealing a strong sense of battle spirit and excitement. Master, wake up. Still lying here, are you thinking of engaging in something unspeakable with me? Yun Shuyao heard these words and slowly opened her eyes. Her expression was first confused, then she quickly surveyed her surroundings. When she saw Emo-chan's wickedly charming smile, she immediately rushed into the bathroom. Shortly after, rustling sounds came from the bathroom. After confirming she was unharmed, Yun Shuyao angrily pushed open the bathroom door and shouted, Emo-chan, you've really gone too far. Your behavior in ancient times would have gotten you thrown into a pig cage. Emo-chan smiled faintly and responded indifferently, what did I do wrong? I just wanted to leave halfway through my apprenticeship. Leave halfway through your apprenticeship? What do you mean? Yun Shuyao was slightly taken aback. When she realized what he meant, her face instantly turned red, and she shouted angrily, you scoundrel. Master is pure and noble, willing to risk going astray rather than succumbing to corruption. Truly admirable, Emo-chan remarked sarcastically from the side. Shut up. Yun Shuyao stomped her foot in anger, turned around, and pushed the door to leave. The next day, everyone prepared to set off. Set off for the city of the never-setting sun. With Emo-chan's command, 300,000 Great Xia trial participants surged out of the city gates like a tide. Go! Take down those never-setting sun bastards. At this moment, in the city where the sun never sets, the supreme leaders of 5 nations have gathered and are discussing something. Their faces reveal unease and urgency. Emo-chan has defeated 2 nations in succession, and they have finally decided to join forces, voluntarily abandoning all their outposts outside. Retreating here won't help us. That kid Emo-chan isn't coming for the outposts, he's coming for us. The king of Dance City was indignant and wanted to fight Xia to the death. At least this way we can unite. If we continue defending strongholds, we will truly be defeated one by one, King Arthur comforted. How about we ally with Bear Country? Their war god's supreme strength is enough to rank in the top 3. This is a powerful force, suggested the supreme of Kangaroo Country. Impossible, said the supreme of Gull Country, shaking his head. The hatred of the Bear Nation towards us is no less than that of the Great Xia. It's already a blessing that they aren't joining forces with the Great Xia to oppose us. Everyone shut up, you're driving me crazy. At this moment, the Supreme Beauty, who had been resting with her eyes closed, impatiently opened her eyes. The Great Xia and Emo-chan won't be able to jump around for much longer. Once the goddess Nora arrives, everything will return to its original course. Upon hearing this, several people frowned, displeased. The promised 7 nations alliance, even led by the United States. But at this point, Nora has yet to show up, making people wonder if she is avoiding it. So, when will Nora, the goddess, appear? You and the beautiful country keep promising us pie every day, but our homes are almost gone. Where's the pie? Several people could no longer endure and directly questioned. What? Are you defying the will of God? The supreme leader of the beautiful country cast a murderous glance. When the goddess of death appears, all things are destroyed. Do you want to survive? Several people immediately quieted down, not daring to argue anymore. Although they doubted whether the gods would truly descend, if they did, mortals would be completely powerless to resist. I don't know what you're all rushing for, said the beautiful woman again. Our country's people are also here. All right, let's not fight among ourselves at a time like this, said King Arthur, waving his hand. Emo-chan's moves are indeed disgusting, but with so many supremes gathered here, who lives and who dies is still uncertain. After thinking for a moment, everyone's tense mood eased quite a bit. They felt that perhaps their worries were unnecessary. After all, with so many experts present, there were several among the top 10 strongest. No matter how powerful Emo-chan is, he can't possibly crush everyone, right? On the plains 100 miles away from the city of the never-setting sun, Emo-chan and his group stopped. He had just received intelligence that not only were 5 nations gathering in the city of the never-setting sun, but many smaller nations were also being used as cannon fodder. This is a formidable force. Although he is fine, others may face a life and death crisis, so it must be considered carefully. Go call the people from Bear Country and 80 Country. Tell them that if they don't come for the final battle, I will pay them a visit in the future. Following Emo-chan's orders, everyone immediately took out their phones, opened the global forum, and contacted the trial participants from these 2 countries. Emo-chan looked at Hong Luo and said with a smile, call your Demon Clan people over, otherwise, after I deal with them, I'll have to deal with the Demon Clan. Hong Luo's face darkened, and she said resentfully, what about being allies? Exactly, allies should help at times like this, Emo-chan responded. Hong Luo felt helpless, thinking to herself that once she boarded this pirate ship, she might never be able to get off for the rest of her life. She feels bitter inside. Not only did she gain nothing, but she also has to bring her family along to help this kid. Let me make it clear first, There aren't many of us demons coming to Green Star, so don't accuse me of holding back later. Moreover, each royal family has different factions. I can only summon the demons loyal to me, the other kings won't pay attention to me. Emochen nodded, I understand. In the city where the sun never sets, the atmosphere was tense like a drawn bowstring. Supremes of the Ganges kingdom, listen up. The people of Dacia are standing still 100 miles away, definitely gathering reinforcements. Should we take this opportunity to counterattack? One supreme asked anxiously. The others looked at each other, unwilling to make a move. If you want to be weak and useless maggots, go ahead, but don't get in my way here, the king of Dancing City rebuked angrily, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing straight at the other party. Who dares to go first? Everyone knows deep down that they'd rather delay here than sacrifice in vain. Once the goddess Nora arrives, the situation will surely reverse, so why take this risk? The supreme beauty sneered coldly, cursing inwardly, a bunch of useless cowards. The so-called Seven Nations Alliance only competes to be first in times of peace, but when danger arises, they all shrink back, completely irresponsible. If they can summon reinforcements, so can we, proposed the Supreme of Gaul, with sparks of hope flickering in his eyes. Exactly. The long-legged Appa is observing, now is the perfect time to make him choose sides. Moreover, as for cannon fodder, those small black nations are the ideal choice. King Arthur said with a smile, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Everyone nodded one after another and began arranging contact with the Kimchi Nation and the Black Dolls. In Bear City, the atmosphere was as tense as smoke rising everywhere. A supreme being asked the war god beside him for advice, brother, what do you think? The god of war put down his phone and said in a deep voice, deploy the troops. If the Great Xia is defeated, those scoundrels from Big Beautiful and the empire on which the sun never sets will definitely turn their sights on us. His voice was like thunder, shaking all directions. Before his words had finished, the supremes behind him swiftly took action, mobilizing personnel. Shortly after, 300,000 troops from Bear Country surged like a torrent toward the plains outside the city of the sun never sets. Meanwhile, the first supreme of 80 City also shouted loudly from the city wall. Fellow citizens, family members, there's nothing more to say. Great Xia is our big brother, and now that our big brother is calling, how can we not go? This is not just a simple trial for the chosen ones, but a world-class confrontation. Let's go, follow the people of Great Xia to drink and feast. As the words fell, the shouts of 80 City surged like a tide, 30,000 people set out in full gear, their momentum soaring. An epic confrontation is about to unfold, with more and more challengers gathering like locusts, heading toward the city of the eternal sun. On Blue Star, the hearts of people from various nations are tense, anxious yet excited. This confrontation indirectly represents the current state of humanity on Blue Star, as if it were a miniature world war. The defeated side will inevitably suffer devastating blows, possibly remaining in decline for decades and becoming a vassal of other nations. This time we really went too far. Someone posted amidst the tense atmosphere. Indeed, it was supposed to be a simple trial, but it turned into a life and death battle. Others agreed, seemingly feeling a hint of unease. Meanwhile, people from Dacia took the opportunity to post mockingly, hey, blame it on the Seven Nation Alliance of Big Beautiful and Little Sakura for trying to wipe us out. Now they're reaping what they sowed. Serves them right. Bet they didn't expect our Dacia to have a bug like Emochen, huh? Facing Dacia's mockery, the people of Dapio are not to be outdone. What's Dacia so arrogant about? It's still uncertain who will emerge victorious. When the goddess Nora appears, all kinds of demons and monsters must bow down. Dapio is full of confidence, believing that everything is under control. Brother Emochen, we've kept you waiting. We've been gathering for a while, just waiting for your call. The war god of Bear Nation stepped forward, full of respect. This scene shocked everyone. A few months ago, Emochen was just a small underling, but now he has become someone everyone looks up to. Not late, just in time. Emochen smiled and exchanged a few casual words. Subsequently, the trial participants from 80 Nation also arrived, along with warriors from White Bear Nation, Jai Nation, and other smaller nations, making the lineup increasingly formidable. Charge into the city. The spoils of war from this battle don't need to be handed over, kill more, gain more. Emochen's voice was like a battle horn, inspiring everyone. The people of Dacia and Bear Country showed no fear, charging at the forefront, followed closely by troops from other nations. A mighty army of 1,000,000 surged forward, its momentum overwhelming. Meanwhile, the coalition forces of Sun Never Set City also sensed the commotion and quickly poured out of the city. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Kill. The two sides collided like two torrents, shaking the earth and mountains instantly. The entire plain trembled as various phenomena emerged: flames, hail, floods, and smoke intertwined, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Singing, dancing, and rapping, here I come. Emochen broke through numerous obstacles, heading straight into the city, targeting the dancing city king who was playing loud music and dancing gracefully in the rear. This guy's dancing can actually buff his teammates. The basic rule of teamfights is to deal with the support first. Immortal technique, Millennium Kill. The dancing city king was completely unfazed, his dance moves becoming even more fervent, and he suddenly pulled out a steel pipe from the ground. He danced on the steel pipe, and the surroundings were instantly enveloped by dense, mysterious runes, each containing the power to destroy the pinnacle of the unparalleled realm. Thud! Just as Emo-chen was wondering why this guy wasn't afraid of the 1,000-year kill, a sudden metallic collision sound was heard. It turned out that the other party had installed a titanium alloy steel plate on their back. Goodness gracious! Emo-chen dodged the rune attacks while closing in on him. Unfortunately, the steel plate lasted less than half a second before being pierced. Taking advantage of his agonized howl, Emo-chen swiftly closed in, cast a silence spell, and gave him a fierce beating. Kid, don't be so arrogant. In the distance, King Arthur, clad in armor, raised his great sword and struck down. Do you think I don't exist? Snow and Charcoal leapt out, precisely intercepting King Arthur's attack. After several exchanges, King Arthur, full of shock, stared at the masked Snow and Charcoal and asked, "Who exactly are you? Why isn't your name on the ranking list? Grandpa is the #1 tough guy in Daxia and disdains being ranked." Shui Zhongsong Tan sneered coldly, unleashing divine martial techniques, advancing step by step. The people of Daxia on Blue Star were stunned upon seeing this. Earlier, they thought Shui Zhongsong Tan belonged to another country, but it turned out he was from Daxia. This guy's strength is no weaker than Yi Chen's, so why had they never heard of him before? Look quickly, it's the demon clan. Emo-chen has colluded with the demon race, which is an unforgivable crime. He is unworthy of being part of the human race. The United Division should eliminate him immediately. Officials, why don't you explain? Why do your people have connections with the demon race? People from the 7 nations are raising questions online, trying to pressure the governments of various countries. The internal conflicts of the human race are their own affairs, but once it involves the demon race, the situation becomes entirely different. On the battlefield, the demon race transformed into massive beasts, engaging in fierce combat with the crowd. With a single claw strike, dozens of people turned into blood mist. Opening their mouths, they devoured enemies, creating a horrifying scene that outsiders might mistake for a demon invasion. The officials of Great Xia looked grim, not expecting such a situation to occur, and urgently convened a meeting. The people of Haicheng couldn't wait and went online to mock. "Hey, it's useless to tell us. If you have the guts, go and tell Emo-chen face to face. Our junior Emo-chen has always been unconventional. It doesn't matter if you're human or demon, racial righteousness doesn't work with him. Now you realize we're all humans? When you were purging us in Daxia before, why didn't you say so? Stop rambling so much. If you keep babbling, our junior Emo-chen might as well establish his own race." Exactly. Our junior Emo-chen forms his own clan. Whether it's humans or demons, to him, everyone is either an enemy or a friend. The highest command center of Daxia. Inside a certain meeting room, an elderly man with white hair looked at the silent crowd and asked, "What do you all think about this matter?" An old man adorned with medals shook his head. "It's hard to judge. Emo-chen has achieved great military merits. Are we to say he made a mistake?" Another middle-aged man with a crew cut chimed in, "That's just Emo-chen's personality. If you say he's wrong, he'll definitely turn against you." A few people were deeply worried. The combat power and potential displayed by Emo-chen are evident to all. Once he matures, he will surely protect Daxia for many years, perhaps even standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods. The only problem is that he is too uncontrollable and could cause a major disaster at any moment. No one can restrain him. A few days ago, he was still talking about establishing his own nation. How dare you use the name of Daxia to bind him? He might have already chosen a name for his country. If he really establishes his own nation, it would be a huge loss for Daxia. But that's still mild. If it turns out like the Haicheng netizen said, where they truly form a separate race and kill anyone they see, what would we do then? Humph. I think you all have gone senile. At this moment, a senior figure of high-level taboo spoke. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. Although Emo-chen has merits, mistakes must be punished. Taking women from Sakura country as servants is something we turned a blind eye to, but committing heinous crimes like slaughtering compatriots and colluding with the demon race cannot be easily forgiven. After these words were spoken, the few people stopped their discussion, looked at each other, and dared not refute. Although this senior taboo figure is an official, he comes from a prominent family and has significant connections with the Yi and Sun families. Emo-chen killed Yi Chen, making the Yi and Sun families the target of public criticism. He is bound to hold a grudge against Emo-chen. Senior, how do you intend to handle this? A cold laugh came from the corner, slightly displeased. Afterward, a young man slowly stood up and stared directly at the forbidden senior. He was the mysterious person who had once spoken with Emo-chen in Yanjing. "What, Zhuang Mo, do you have the right to question my decision?" The senior of taboo narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze sharp, and his tone carried an undeniable authority. "I don't have the right." Zhuang Mo smiled faintly. "That's why I'm asking how senior plans to deal with Emo-chen. Deal with it as it should be dealt with. Capture him after the trial ends and interrogate him again." The senior of taboo said impatiently. "All right, then senior, do you mind if I report this matter to King Ningzhu?" Zhuang Mo asked. "Humph, suit yourself." The taboo senior said indifferently, "Don't think that bringing up your sister will scare me. My status in Daxia is not something a mere king can shake. Forget your sister, even if you bring back King Wushwang, I still stand by my words, rewards will be given where due, and punishments will be meted out where deserved. After speaking, he crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and said no more. Zhuanyamo frowned slightly, glanced at him unhappily, and slowly retreated to the corner. The others stood awkwardly frozen in place, and the scene fell into a deadlock. The originally smooth meeting unexpectedly turned into a tense standoff. Mo Chen beat the king of Dance City to the brink of death, then mercilessly stomped on his speaker and charged toward another opponent, Long-Legged Appa. Long-Legged Appa, seeing Mo Chen's aggressive approach, immediately abandoned the fight and turned to flee. Hey! No running away! Mo Chen shouted angrily. He summoned all his speed and intercepted Long-Legged Appa in an instant. His golden fist, as large as a casserole, swung out with a thunderous force. I surrender, I admit defeat. The Long-Legged Appa pleaded urgently while defending himself. I do not accept surrender. Mo Chen intensified his offensive, throwing punches continuously while summoning heavenly thunder to strike down. You bully me too much. The Long-Legged Appa's anger surged, chanting a true incantation, and his legs instantly grew to 100 meters, sweeping toward Mo Chen like the sea-calming divine needle. The mountain peak instantly collapsed under his legs. The power was extremely terrifying. Mo Chen caught his legs in one swift motion, then leapt into the air, holding him tightly and plunging toward the ground. Boom! The Long-Legged Appa's upper body was embedded into the earth, with only his slender legs exposed outside. When Mo Chen pulled him out, the Long-Legged Appa was already covered in blood, his face unrecognizable. The citizens of the Kimchi country wailed in despair. Appa, my Appa. Mo Chen, I curse you, why do you have to treat our Long-Legged Appa like this? The audience from the Great Xia Kingdom were not to be outdone and started mocking in return. Is Mo Chen jealous of other people's looks? Ha, men are really rough, nothing much to say. See, Mo Chen has always been harsh on handsome guys, no mercy. These discussions have caused dissatisfaction among some people. A senior from Haicheng University stood up and said, keep talking. I've already collected evidence. When Mo Chen Jr. returns, I'll send it to him. He hates those sanctimonious people the most. Now, those people have become obedient. In the City of the Sun, after Mo Chen beat the Long-Legged Appa to the point of being unable to take care of himself, he headed to the battlefield to assist King Arthur. With his help, King Arthur easily defeated his opponent, severely injuring and sealing them. Mo Chen did not kill the enemies directly because they were still useful. The ordinary supremes of the 7 nations, seeing all the top 10 opponents defeated, completely lost their will to fight and tried to escape. But this was nothing short of seeking their own doom. Not only was Mo Chen watching them, but the demon clan led by Hong Luo also directly blocked their escape route, and even the third-ranked god of war was intercepting them. Soon, the supremes of the 7 nations alliance were all captured. Mo Chen, how long do you think you can remain arrogant? The supreme of the beautiful country spat out a mouthful of blood and asked coldly. Forever, Mo Chen said indifferently. Ha ha ha. Our goddess Nora is about to return, and all your efforts are paving the way for her. The opponent laughed wildly, their tone brimming with intense confidence. Even as a prisoner, he still believed that once Nora appeared, the world would bow down. Seeing Mo Chen ignore him, the supreme of the beautiful country became even more arrogant. Do you know what God represents? Do you understand the gap between mortals and gods? It is an unbridgeable chasm on the level of existence. You captured us but didn't kill us, isn't it because you're afraid of Nora? Mo Chen glanced at him and asked indifferently, do you know how villains die? How? The other party was stunned. Bang! Mo Chen struck him with a palm, turning him into a mist of blood. Villains die from talking too much. After finishing all this, Mo Chen flew into the air and shouted loudly, your supreme leader has been defeated. Lay down your weapons, and you may be spared. When these words reached everyone's ears, the previously intense battle scene instantly fell silent. The 7 Nations Alliance tacitly laid down their weapons, quietly awaiting the sealing. Subsequently, the Great Xia faction escorted over 2 million prisoners and marched grandly back to the city of Great Xia. Over the next 3 days, everyone began allocating strongholds and spoils. The spatial rings of the 7 Nations trial participants were completely emptied, and after all the resources were poured out, several mountains were piled up outside the city gates. Everyone was thrilled and queued up for distribution. Those strongholds were also first occupied by the trial participants of Great Xia, and when supplies arrived, resources would be allocated based on battle merits. At night, in the middle of the night, when Miyu finished bathing and was about to rest, she suddenly received a message. Mo Chen, come to my room for a moment. This sentence made Miyu secretly ponder. Before she could react, Mo Chen sent another naughty emoji. Miyu's cheeks instantly turned red, her heart raced, feeling both nervous and uneasy. Mr. Machen, is there something you need this late? I seem to be a bit sleepy. She replied hesitantly. Oh. Machen replied instantly. Seeing this word, Miyu's face turned even redder. She has a deep understanding of the study of Daxia and naturally understands the multiple meanings of O. Miyu, relax, you can do it. You're an adult now, and sooner or later you'll have to take that step. Don't be afraid. She took a deep breath and encouraged herself. If others saw this, they would surely be surprised, as they wouldn't expect the calm and composed Seoul female supreme of Sakura Nation to have a girlish side. After cheering herself up, Miyu put down her phone and walked outside. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly remembered something, turned around, and changed into a youthful and alluring JK uniform, pairing it with high white stockings. After doing all this, she felt something was still missing. So she went to the restroom to touch up her makeup, rinsed her mouth, and with a nervous heart, walked in Imo-chan's direction. A journey of just a few minutes took her nearly half an hour. When she arrived outside Imo-chan's room, her heart was pounding like a startled deer, her hands tightly clenched, and her fingers nervously twisting. Her freshly washed face carried a faint blush, looking especially captivating under the moonlight. Her eyes were filled with conflict and unease. On one hand, she guessed what might happen next, feeling a faint sense of worry and nervousness. On the other hand, an inexplicable sense of anticipation quietly spread. She didn't know why she felt this anticipation, as if she were a child following Rinrin to explore a cave, clearly scared, yet the thrill of the unknown excited her. Miyu gently bit her lower lip, leaving an enticing red mark on her soft pink lips. Knock, knock, knock. After hesitating for a long time, she finally mustered the courage to gently knock on the door. Come in. Imo-chan's voice thundered like a storm, instantly striking Miyu's heart. Her cheeks flushed as red as fire, her shyness unmistakably evident. Stepping into the room, she slightly lowered her head, her gaze resembling that of a startled deer, occasionally stealing glances at Imo-chan, only to quickly look away. Her tense posture revealed her unease. Horror. Breathing was rapid, and the faint sound of her panting was particularly clear in the silent room. Her hands tightly gripped the hem of her dress, as if doing so could provide her with a shred of security. Are you nervous? Imo-chan asked with a frown, his tone filled with surprise. A little. Miyu stammered in response, then raised her voice and said firmly, I'm sorry, Mr. Imo-chan. I'll adjust right away, please give me 2 minutes, I've never done this before. Imo-chan was momentarily stunned, wondering to himself what was going on. However, he didn't bother to dwell on it. He poured Miyu a glass of wine and smiled meaningfully. Miyu, do you know how to deal with useless trash? Ha? Miyu was slightly startled, her heart tightening. I'm sorry, Mr. Imo-chan. I've prepared myself. She quickly apologized, her face as rosy as the evening glow, and even knelt before him. What exactly are you doing? Imo-chan was stunned, his face full of confusion. You've been acting strange since you came in. Did you do something guilty? Miyu was dumbfounded. Wasn't it supposed to be that? This kind of misunderstanding made her feel a wave of panic inside. What? Did you do something to betray me? Imo-chan's gaze was sharp, staring at her like a knife. No. Miyu wouldn't dare. She panicked and quickly explained. A trace of peculiarity flashed in Imo-chan's gaze as he examined her makeup and fragrance, clearly prepared with care. Could this young lady be planning something with him? He took a deep breath, a surge of impulse rising in his heart, but he quickly suppressed the agitation. Trust must not be betrayed, after all, the young lady wholeheartedly follows him. Useless trash should be burned promptly to avoid polluting the air and soil, he said calmly. Are you referring to? Miyu breathed a sigh of relief and asked eagerly. Go and kill those dark-skinned people. They don't even have a base, so why are they here causing trouble? Imo-chan's lips slightly curved into a cold smile. By the way, I've already sent Sun how to kill them. You just need to monitor. Got it. I'll go right away. Miyu nodded, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Back in her room, she collapsed onto the soft bed with a thud, burying her face in the pillow as a sense of shame washed over her. Miyu, oh Miyu, you're so embarrassing. Mr. Imo-chan is not the kind of person you thought he was, she muttered to herself. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, and a message popped up. Where did you go again? Why are you so distracted today? Is it that